Cultivation, it seems. Lu Chen sensed the so-called breath of heaven and earth, and murmured, is not all that difficult after all. In merely a month, he was already on the verge of successfully condensing qi, truly stepping onto the path of cultivation. In truth, on the very first day he listened to the transmission elder explain the first scroll of the Great Cave, true commentary, he had already grasped it in its entirety, without the slightest confusion or doubt. During the more than 20 days that followed, he spent all his time sitting in meditation and cultivating on his own, and by this night, he was nearly ready to completely take his first step. Such cultivation progress placed among this batch of 100 outer sect disciples was the fastest by far. In the words of the transmission elder, among ordinary people 1 in 10,000 can even enter the gate of cultivation. Those who possess true aptitude for cultivation and can condense qi within 3 months are considered of supreme talent 1 in 10 million. Yet now Lu Chen was about to enter the condensing qi realm in a single month. Looks like this isn't one of those useless protagonist starts. Lu Chen secretly teased himself. There are countless transmigrators and more than half begin as so-called trash. Though the subsequent reversal and face-slapping can be satisfying, Lu Chen had no intention of deliberately choosing such a bitter opening for his life. He was genuinely relieved that he seemed qualified to be called a genius. His transmigration was not in vain. As long as he revealed his talent, he would surely be cultivated with special care in this Dongming Sect. Following the prescribed steps, cultivating steadily and peacefully, he could naturally ascend step by step. As for fighting, desperately risking his life, there was really no need. Far too exhausting. Moreover, in this life, he had transmigrated into the son of a wealthy and influential household. Not nobility of king or marquis, but still a prosperous clan, with both parents alive and everything in good order. I will not sleep tonight. I shall enter condensing qi. Lu Chen roused his spirit. Once more he closed his eyes, guiding the breath of heaven and earth into his body, letting it circulate through his meridians. After about an hour, at a certain moment, Lu Chen's body suddenly shuddered, as if some obscure shackle had been shattered. The gate of his qi sea swung wide open, and the tiny trickles that had been circulating through his meridians surged like myriad rivers returning to the ocean, all rushing into the qi sea. Within the qi sea, those currents finally transformed into true qi. The early stage of the condensing qi realm achieved. Wait, it feels like my brain is growing. No, it's more like something has appeared inside my mind. Suddenly his vision went dark, and in that brief daze he seemed to see deep within his sea of consciousness a new object manifesting. A miniature white jade immortal coffin. The instant his consciousness touched this white jade immortal coffin, Lu Chen inexplicably felt an intimate closeness, and a surge of awe rose to meet him, answering his presence. In this world among living beings favored by heaven and earth, those born with profound innate foundations may at the moment of birth be accompanied by a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. There are prodigies who come into the world alongside an immortal sword, a single stroke of which can cleave the rivers of stars. Some are born accompanied by pill furnaces, their alchemical arts peerlessly unmatched. Others are born with supreme formation diagrams, their killing arrays spread across the universe's night sky, grinding the very stars to dust. There are even ancient tales of peerless prodigies accompanied at birth by the world tree itself, possessing boundless divine might and inexhaustible mysteries. Such wonders in myriad forms have long appeared within legends and recorded lore. Lu Chen had heard the transmission elder speak of such things, yet the elder had said that those who are accompanied by spiritual treasures of heaven and earth at birth are rarely seen in this world. For example, in this generation of the Dongming Sect, there had never been a single disciple born alongside such a treasure. Not only in Dongming Sect, even when looking across the entire Nanshu kingdom, such beings are few beyond reckoning, countable on 2 hands. Now, without exception, each of them overlooks a region as an incomparable titan. So I too actually possess a spiritual treasure born alongside me. Lu Chen rejoiced in his heart. Had his self-control been weaker, another person in his place might have gone mad with happiness at this very moment. The miniature white jade immortal coffin that had appeared within his mind was precisely his accompanying spiritual treasure, the nurturing soldier's immortal coffin. It was only because he had truly stepped onto the path of cultivation today that his accompanying spiritual treasure, the nurturing soldier's immortal coffin, had finally manifested. This immortal coffin was not a weapon of slaughter, but rather a treasure for nurturing Dao soldiers. Dao soldiers resemble the guardian divine generals of Daoist legends in his previous life, yet they are also different. There are iron-armored Dao soldiers whose bodies are indestructibly sturdy and whose strength is boundless. They wield the power of earth traversal, can burrow through the ground, move mountains across level plains, and possess countless such extraordinary abilities. Moreover, Dao soldiers are neither truly alive nor dead, existing beyond the 3 realms, outside the 5 elements, and apart from the cycle of reincarnation. As for their strength, it depends on how powerful or weak their initial Dao soldier seeds are, which are divided into many tiers of differing might. This immortal coffin suits me perfectly. Lu Chen was highly satisfied with his accompanying spiritual treasure. Wasn't this exactly what he had hoped for? In future, whenever he encountered danger or contested heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he could remain outside the fray and let the Dao soldiers fight to the death in his stead. Flawless. Furthermore, within the nurturing soldier's immortal coffin, there was a cultivation art nurtured by heaven and earth itself, the Hunyuan immortal scripture. Cultivating in tandem with the nurturing soldier's immortal coffin would allow his progress to accelerate even more. With only the slightest contemplation, Lu Chen realized that this scripture far surpassed the Dongming Sect's Great Cave True Commentary. It advanced body, primordial spirit, and magical power together, intricately deep and unfathomably arcane. The future holds limitless promise. Calming his excitement, Lu Chen began to switch his cultivation to the Hunyuan immortal scripture. His comprehension was exceptionally high. He quickly grasped the portions pertaining to the condensing qi realm, and the transition in his cultivation proceeded with great ease. After all, he had only just taken his very first step onto the path of cultivation. My cultivation speed has increased this much. The moment he began cultivating the Hunyuan immortal scripture, Lu Chen immediately sensed the difference. The nurturing soldier's immortal coffin was actively drawing in the breath of heaven and earth at an astonishing speed to assist his cultivation. Compared to his previous practice, the speed was at least tenfold greater. In scarcely half an hour, Lu Chen clearly perceived his physical body being reinforced by true qi, and even his spirit felt more vigorous. At this rate, before dawn, he might well reach the peak of the early condensing qi stage. No wonder those prodigies accompanied by heaven-born spiritual treasures could rise to fame and become titans of their domains. This was practically the same as having a cheat. There was real promise here, great promise. Tomorrow he would go to the transmission elder and obtain the seeds needed to nurture Dao soldiers. Once he had nurtured Dao soldiers, his cultivation progress would become even swifter. Mid-October had arrived, and the chill of deep autumn already lingered in the morning air. In the outer sect transmission hall, transmission elder Lu Hongwang sat cross-legged on the foremost meditation cushion. His hair and beard were entirely white, yet his face was ruddy and full, slightly plump, and his frame was large and imposing. Among this batch of newly admitted disciples, a few possess quite decent aptitude. I wonder who will be the first to enter the condensing qi realm. He Hanxing and Lin Yingping both have root bones that are top-tier selections. In terms of comprehension, Lu Chen is the foremost. A faint smile touched his heart. But I am thinking too much. This batch has only been in the sect for 1 month. To break through to condensing qi, they will need at least 2 more months. To break through to condensing qi in 3 months is already a sign of supreme talent, 1 in 10 million. Whether such a genius exists among this batch of disciples remains unknown. Now only a single month had passed. How could there possibly be a disciple who had already broken into condensing qi? That would be a true monster. Lifting his eyelids slightly, transmission elder Lu Hongwang looked around the hall and saw that nearly all of the 100 new disciples had already arrived, each seated and refining qi. Lu Chen is not here yet. As his gaze skimmed the hall, Lu Hongwang's expression darkened. On the transmission day that came once every 10 days, Lu Chen had actually arrived late. He would be punished afterward by copying the Great Cave True Commentary 100 times, otherwise it would be difficult to prevent pride from arising due to his extraordinary comprehension. Just then a youth walked in through the great doors at the front of the hall wearing the blue robes of a disciple. He was tall with black hair like a waterfall bound up by a wooden hairpin. His features were refined and spirited, without seeming effeminate, instead exuding vigorous masculinity. In short, a graceful and handsome youth rarely seen among mortals. It was none other than Lu Chen. Though his appearance is excellent, a late arrival to the hall must still be punished. Unhealthy habits must not be indulged, the elder thought. Transmission elder Lu Hongwang's face hardened, his severity fully revealed. Yet in the next instant he sprang to his feet, his once stern eyes now fixed unblinkingly on Lu Chen stepping through the doorway. The early stage of condensing qi. And already at the peak of the early stage. How can it be this fast? Disciple Lu Chen greets elder Lu. Lu Chen strode forward in great strides, bowing respectfully to the transmission elder Lu Hongwang. Lu Hongwang seemed not yet to have recovered his wits. Deep within his eyes lingered traces of shock, tinged with a subtle complexity. In that instant, every disciple within the transmission hall scarcely dared to breathe. Their gazes secretly shifted back and forth between the silent transmission elder Lu Hongwang and the unruffled Lu Chen sweeping to and fro. It's over. The transmission elder truly seems enraged. What is wrong with that fellow Lu Chen? How could he arrive late for no reason, provoking elder Lu's displeasure for nothing? I fear we will be facing elder Lu's darkened face all day today. The disciples sighed inwardly. At that very moment, the transmission elder Lu Hongguang seemed finally to return to himself and blurted out, "You've entered the Qi condensation realm." Lu Chen replied with modesty, "I happened upon some insights, and naturally the bottleneck was broken." Lu Hongguang's old heart was greatly comforted. He broke into such a wide smile that even his long beard trembled. What a so-called accidental gain, naturally breaking through the realm. This is precisely the very essence of cultivation. Lay a solid foundation, let things come to fruition as water flows downward, and breaking through realms will follow as a matter of course. Excellent, excellent. To reach the Qi condensation realm within a single month and moreover to stand at the peak of early-stage Qi condensation, such a heaven-defying talent in all the decades that Lu Hongguang had served as transmission elder, he had never once witnessed. The sect would inevitably grant a lavish reward. Perhaps he could even borrow Lu Chen's radiance to nudge his own position a step higher. Lu Chen, come with this old man. Lu Hongguang swept his large sleeve, then turned his gaze upon the many disciples who scarcely dared to breathe, all putting on obedient faces. You all shall sit and cultivate your qi on your own. Having spoken, he led Lu Chen toward the rear hall. Only when the transmission elder Lu Hongguang had taken Lu Chen far away did the disciples finally feel their hearts relax, and then their curiosity exploded. What in the world? Lu Chen has entered the Qi condensation realm. Hiss, it has only been a single month. I haven't even figured out what exactly the breath of heaven and earth is, yet Lu Chen has already stepped into Qi condensation. So, just now Elder Lu wasn't enraged at all. He was stunned by Lu Chen. Stunned. No, Elder Lu was clearly overjoyed to the point of losing himself. Didn't you see how he praised Lu Chen again and again just now? I've never seen the transmission elder praise anyone like that before. Some disciples of steadier mind secretly made plans. Judging from Elder Lu's expression, Lu Chen is likely to soar into the heavens. I must find a chance to build a good relationship with him. If I fail to befriend Lu Chen while he is still at this humble stage, once he truly becomes a great figure high above the 9 heavens, I may not even have the qualification to see him face to face. These newly accepted disciples were by no means guaranteed to enter the outer sect successfully. Should they fail to attain Qi condensation within a year, they would be relegated to the ranks of menial disciples. Although that path still offered opportunities to cultivate, once one fell a step behind, every step thereafter would lag further. The road of cultivation was nothing like tales and popular storybooks. There were nowhere near so many heaven-sent opportunities. Once one became a menial disciple, chances for a grand reversal were nearly non-existent. Even the ancestors' tombs emitting blue smoke would be of no use. In the rear hall, Elder Lu grew ever more satisfied the more he looked at Lu Chen, neither arrogant nor impatient, calm and steady, with features exceptionally handsome. However he looked at him, Lu Chen seemed a dragon among men, 1 in 10,000. Such a heaven-chosen genius had actually appeared before him. This was not merely Lu Chen's good fortune, it was clearly Elder Lu's good fortune as well. Lu Chen. Elder Lu's face was wreathed in spring warmth as he spoke kindly. Lu Chen responded at once, "This disciple is here." Elder Lu drew out his tone as he nodded. "Now that you stand at the peak of early-stage Qi condensation, it is unlikely that you only broke through today, is it not?" It was not a question but a statement. No one breaks through a realm and immediately reaches its peak. It was impossible. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, considering whether he ought to tell a lie. For the moment, he was not prepared to reveal the matter of his innate heaven and earth spirit treasure, the Yangbing Xingguan, the nurturing soldier's immortal coffin. He could not yet determine whether this accompanying spirit treasure could be seized by another, who does not understand the principle that possessing precious jade invites guilt. Even ordinary folk know that a 3-year-old child cannot carry heavy gold through the marketplace. Faced with these old foxes who had cultivated for decades, or even centuries, how could he afford not to be cautious? Should they attempt a body seizing? Might they let him simply vanish from the human world? As long as one dared to leap, such arrangements were not impossible. One could be a normal genius, and the sect would value and nurture such a talent. But one must not be a genius who carries a tremendous treasure and fears only that others will not know of it. What elder monster within the sect could endure such a temptation? Seeing Lu Chen remain silent, Elder Lu chuckled. "Do not think of concealing your brilliance. The greater your talent, the more highly the sect will value you, and the more resources will tilt in your favor. The sect too has its rules. Especially for you newly initiated disciples, once you truly step into the Qi condensation realm, you will already need various resources to assist your cultivation. Spirit stones, pills, spells, magical artifacts, true intent spirit monuments, rules spirit monuments, and so forth are all resources. The sect will not casually grant them, a price must be paid. Yet the sect has never been stingy in its investment in geniuses. Taking half a year as the term, if a new disciple can break through and enter Qi condensation, within 6 months, he may obtain 1 low-grade magical artifact and in addition 3 low-grade spirit stones per month. At 5 months, one further gains a Chinquan bag together with 5 low-grade spirit stones per month. At 4 months, one may enter the first floor of the Wanfa Pavilion to freely choose 2 spells, while still receiving 8 low-grade spirit stones per month and retaining all prior benefits. At 3 months, one may further obtain a defensive low-grade magical artifact, and in addition receive 30 units of merit. A single unit of merit can be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones, yet its function far surpasses that of mere spirit stones. If the breakthrough occurs earlier than 3 months, then it is calculated by the day. Each day earlier earns 1 additional unit of merit. Lu Chen spoke swiftly. I broke through 8 days ago and entered the Qi condensation realm. He would not let such a chance slip by for nothing. 1 unit of merit equaled 100 low-grade spirit stones, and with a single sentence, he could earn 800 spirit stones. As for why he claimed it was 8 days ago, 10 days earlier he had still appeared in the transmission hall before Elder Lu, showing no sign of approaching a breakthrough at all. Thus saying 8 days was just right. Breaking through 8 days ago means that you took only 22 days to go from nothing to having stepped into the Qi condensation realm. This time he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Elder Lu did not even bother to consider whether Lu Chen could truly have crossed the threshold of Qi condensation 8 days earlier. His mind was filled entirely with the sect's rewards. A genius who attained Qi condensation in less than a month. This time he had truly taught an extraordinary disciple. Very good, very good. Wait here until this old man finishes today's lecture, then I shall take you to the Internal Affairs Hall to collect all your rewards. Elder Lu forcibly suppressed his inner excitement, yet did not forget that many new disciples in the transmission hall were still waiting for his teachings. Lu Chen, however, no longer wished to wait. He needed to exchange for the Yongbing Xingguan seeds required to nurture Dao soldiers. There is no need to trouble you, Elder Lu. I can go to the Internal Affairs Hall myself. Elder Lu pondered for a brief moment and said, that is fine. So long as he presented his identity tablet and cultivation realm, the stewards in the Internal Affairs Hall would not make things difficult. In the Internal Affairs Hall, heads surged in a crowd. Many outer sect disciples were there accepting various sect missions, making the place noisy and bustling. But this had little to do with Lu Chen. Following the signs, he quickly arrived before a middle-aged steward seated behind a desk and handed over his identity tablet. Disciple Lu Chen has broken through and entered the Qi condensation realm. I request that steward update my identity tablet. The identity badge of a new disciple is different from that of an outer sect disciple. The gaunt-faced middle-aged steward did not look up, merely grunting in acknowledgement as he took the wooden identity badge from Lu Chen, glanced at it, and impatiently tossed it back. Stand aside. How many outer sect disciples are there? There are many matters to attend to. Furthermore, while on duty here, one must prioritize and discern the order of importance. Disciples with great potential should be prioritized, their matters needing immediate attention. Those with average potential should be handled in the middle. Those whose potential is nearly exhausted and have no hope of advancement should be dealt with last. Disciples like Lu Chen who are promoted to outer sect disciples at this time are mostly the leftover servant disciples from the last batch who have broken through and are entering the outer sect. This is not difficult to deduce. The Dongming Sect recruits disciples once every 10 years, and the most recent large-scale recruitment happened a month ago. A new disciple from a month ago could not possibly have broken through at this time. It is too swift for a disciple to achieve. Excluding the new disciples from this recruitment, the only ones who can be promoted to the outer sect are the servant disciples from the previous entry. Lu Chen clearly falls into this category, his potential being virtually non-existent. His matters must be attended to last. If there is no room to handle it now, it can be postponed for a few days. This is the rule. It is not directed at anyone in particular, but rather a necessity due to the overwhelming number of tasks. Taking the identity badge that was tossed back, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned and glanced again at the middle-aged steward who was scribbling at the desk. Is there a need to queue up for this? Or is this steward actually trying to extort benefits? Waiting for him to offer something before the matter can be resolved. Just as he was pondering, the gaunt-faced middle-aged steward suddenly paused in his writing. No, that's not it. He looked up again at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, is it? Hand me your identity badge for a moment. He recalled that the badges of disciples from 10 years ago did not look like this. Could it be that the Lu Chen before him is a disciple recruited by the sect 2 decades ago? That would indeed be a rarity. Lu Chen's appearance still resembles that of a youth. Could he have taken a longevity pill? Receiving the identity badge that Lu Chen handed over again, the gaunt-faced steward flipped it over. The front displayed the 3 characters of Dongming Sect. The back bore Lu Chen's name and the time of entry into the sect. In the year 863 of Nanchu, September. In the year 863 of Nanchu. Isn't that this year? September. Now it is October. The middle-aged steward's hand trembled abruptly while holding the identity badge, almost causing Lu Chen's badge to drop. You. You are a new disciple who entered this year. He looked up in shock at Lu Chen. At the peak of the chi condensation stage, and only a month after entering. Such strength. Damn it, he has encountered a genius. No doubt with such talent he belongs to the highest echelon, and anyone handling affairs must wait their turn. Lu Chen's matters are now the first he must attend to. He quickly raised his hand, sweeping the books on the table aside, then transformed his expression to present the friendliest smile. As one ages, one's vision can deteriorate. Lu Chen, I was a bit remiss earlier, do not take it to heart. I will handle all matters regarding your identity badge and the sect's rewards right away. By the way, my name is Zhou Song. You just call me Steward Zhou, or Old Zhou if you like. This rapid change of demeanor shows he knows how to adapt to people. Steward Zhou conducts affairs impartially, so there's no question of being remiss. You flatter me. Lu Chen replied, following along with Zhou Song's words. It's about mutual respect. Lu Chen was quite familiar with this from his past life. Zhou Song felt relieved. This Lu Chen is not bad. He possesses high talent, but is neither arrogant nor rude, making him easy to interact with. Had Lu Chen been unreasonable earlier, insisting on making Zhou Song uncomfortable, Zhou Song would not have indulged him. There are many types of geniuses. Some progress swiftly at first, but falter midway. Some do not show promise early on, but suddenly gain enlightenment, forging ahead like a runaway train. Others are late bloomers. In short, a genius that fails to grow remains merely a genius. Potential does not equate to strength. The subsequent matters proceeded smoothly, with Zhou Song enthusiastically taking care of everything for Lu Chen. 1 low-grade magic tool, flying sword, 1 low-grade magic tool, shield, 1 Chinquan bag, 8 low-grade spirit stones, 98 points of merit, and a free opportunity to select 2 spells from the first floor of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion. The efficiency was astonishing. Brother Zhou, do you have any complete corpses of demon beasts here? In a short while, Lu Chen had become familiar with Zhou Song, changing his address from Steward Zhou to Brother Zhou. Naturally, he asked about the important matter. Demon beast corpses are the easiest source for nurturing Dao soldiers. Lu Chen, why do you want demon beast corpses? Zhou Song was puzzled. Demon beast corpses are generally used for alchemy or cooking by spirit chefs. You wouldn't be able to use them. Lu Chen chuckled. If I want them, there is surely a use. Brother Zhou, just tell me, do you have any? Zhou Song did not press further. Of course we have some, but the price is not low. Ordinary demon beasts of no value are unwanted by the sect. Any that can be had are of special value. What are your requirements regarding the demon beasts? Lu Chen, the stronger the better, the larger the better. Zhou Song cautiously glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, then leaned in to say, the sect has its rules, and with your strength you can at most purchase demon beasts at the chi condensation initial stage. Stronger demon beasts are reserved for disciples or stewards and elders with greater strength. It's a matter of hierarchy. But since I find you agreeable, I can make an exception for you. Lu Chen's eyes lit up and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Zhou Song waved his hand. I can provide you with demon beasts at the late stage of chi condensation according to your requirements at 2 points of merit each. How many do you need? 2 points of merit each are equivalent to the price of 200 low-grade spirit stones. That's quite pricey. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. I want 15. Zhou Song was taken aback. So many. It is not impossible to consider it an investment in Lu Chen. As long as Lu Chen can grow successfully in the future and remember his kindness, then it would be worthwhile. After all, the sect won't mind the corpses of demon beasts at the chi condensation stage. If Lu Chen doesn't mention it, he won't either. No one will know. All right. Zhou Song took out a large Chinquan bag and handed it to Lu Chen. This Chinquan bag is lent to you. Remember to return it after use. Hand me your identity jade token. Lu Chen took the Chinquan bag and thanked him again. Thank you, Brother Zhou, for your assistance. Zhou Song waved his hand, first using his own identity jade token to pay for the merit, then took Lu Chen's jade token to transfer 30 points of merit into his own. This can be done. 6. Lu Chen did not linger, taking out the 8 low-grade spirit stones he had just received and stuffing them all into Zhou Song's hands. Zhou Song immediately looked displeased. What is this, Lu Chen? Do you take me for an outsider? Lu Chen solemnly replied, Brother Zhou, you flatter me, having helped me so much. If you don't accept this token of my gratitude, how can I trouble you again in the future? Since they will need to interact again in the future, if you do not accept a gift, how can I ask for your help next time? Zhou Song's expression softened. You rascal, fine. He discreetly accepted the spirit stones. Only then was Lu Chen satisfied as he left. Watching Lu Chen's retreating figure, Zhou Song pondered for a moment, then took out a communication jade talisman, beginning to write with spiritual power. There is a new disciple, surname Lu, given name Chun, broke through on the 22nd, reached the peak of chi condensation in 8 days. Rare talent indeed. This person is steady, handles matters with balance, not arrogant or impatient, an excellent seed. Moreover, this person seems to have opportunities today in the internal affairs hall. He purchased a large quantity of demon beast corpses, but for what purpose? Zhou Song paused for a moment at this point. After thinking it over, he erased it with spiritual power. Lu Chen is a good person. What if he has a secret? It is best not to disclose it. Zhou Song could not help but touch the 8 low-grade spirit stones that Lu Chen had just given him. A little brother who knows how to deal with matters like this is indeed rare. While spirit stones might be few, they are certainly much better than those who only know how to make empty promises. Continuing to write with spiritual power, if Elder 5 is interested in taking disciples, this disciple can observe on behalf. Outer Sect Internal Affairs Steward Zhou Song. At noon in the transmission hall, Elder Lu Hongwang leisurely took out a jade talisman for communication and began to write with his spiritual power. Today in the transmission hall there is a new disciple, Lu Chen, who broke through on the 22nd day and reached the peak of the initial stage of qi condensation in just 8 days, showing exceptional talent and comprehension with good character. If this child continues to progress rapidly, the second elder may take him as a disciple. Moreover, remember this achievement. As soon as he saw the words "remember this achievement," a flush of excitement appeared on Lu Hongwang's round and plump face. Indeed, Lu Chen is his fortunate encounter. Good lad, make sure not to blend in with the crowd in the future. After carefully closing the door to his room, Lu Chen could no longer contain his excitement and began to study the usage of the Qianquan bag, quickly grasping its secrets. As long as he activated his true qi, he could retrieve items from the Qianquan bag. 15 demon beast corpses, indeed not a single one is missing. They meet the conditions perfectly suitable to be used as seeds for Dao soldiers. He could see the demon beast corpses within the Qianquan bag. Each was enormous, the smallest measuring over 5 meters in length. This was a type of demon beast resembling cattle covered in pitch-black scales with a row of white bone spikes on its back and exposed fangs. It was called the iron-armored demon cow. Now let's begin. Taking out one of the iron-armored demon cow corpses, Lu Chen quickly linked to the soldier cultivation celestial coffin deep in his mind. In an instant, the soldier cultivation celestial coffin responded, and without any visible movement, it absorbed the iron-armored demon cow's corpse into the celestial coffin. Then Lu Chen successively took out 4 more demon cow corpses, storing them all in the celestial coffin, bringing his task to a close. With Lu Chen's current initial stage of qi condensation, he could only cultivate a maximum of 5 Dao soldiers. After reaching the mid-stage of qi condensation, he could cultivate 5 more Dao soldiers, and upon reaching the late stage of qi condensation, he would be able to cultivate an additional 5, allowing him to have a total of 15 Dao soldiers. Thus, Lu Chen purchased 15 demon beast corpses. Let's see how they look inside the celestial coffin. With a thought, Lu Chen's consciousness descended into the soldier cultivation celestial coffin. He found that inside the celestial coffin there was a space of unimaginable size with nothing but void in all directions. There was no earth or rivers below, and no stars or sun above. The 5 iron-armored demon cow corpses he had just collected were floating beneath Lu Chen's feet. Has it already begun? Lu Chen could distinctly feel that within the 5 demon cow corpses another seed was forming, gradually growing with the demon cow's flesh and blood as nourishment. To the naked eye, the 5 demon cow corpses were visibly shrinking inch by inch, clearly being absorbed by the Dao soldier seed. It will likely take about an hour to fully nurture the Dao soldiers. Estimating the time, Lu Chen did not wait any longer and withdrew his consciousness from the celestial coffin. Seizing the moment before the Dao soldiers were fully formed, he collected the remaining 10 demon cow corpses into the celestial coffin. The Qianquan bag was instantly emptied, and he would need to return it to Zhou Song. Afterward, Lu Chen refined a low-grade magical weapon, a flying sword, and a shield. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly felt the soldier cultivation celestial coffin tremble deep within his mind, and then 5 streams of inexplicable power flowed out from the celestial coffin, surging into his body, entering his limbs and organs, rapidly strengthening his physical body. Another small portion of power entered his qi sea, allowing his true qi, which had already reached the peak of the initial stage of qi condensation, to instantly break through its restraints and without warning transition into the mid-stage of qi condensation. My 5 Dao soldiers have been successfully cultivated. This sudden flow of inexplicable power from the celestial coffin was feedback from the cultivation of the Dao soldiers. Lu Chen realized this, suppressing his excitement as he silently operated the Hunyuan Indestructible Sutra to refine the Dao soldier power that had flowed back from the celestial coffin. After a long while, Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and in an instant an extremely bright divine light flashed in his gaze. My physical body has grown stronger. Not only did it grow stronger, but it might be even more powerful than his true qi cultivation. His current realm was the mid-stage of qi condensation, but his physical strength might have already reached the peak of the mid-stage. With every movement, it seemed as though boundless strength lay hidden within his bones and muscles. It seems that the power feedback from cultivating Dao soldiers mainly enhances the physical body with very limited improvement to true Qi. With every movement, it seemed as though boundless strength lay hidden within his bones and muscles. It seems that the power feedback from with a thought he linked to the soldier cultivation celestial coffin deep in his mind. In an instant 5 tall human figures appeared before him. These human figures stood nearly 2 meters tall, their bodies dark blue, like iron, exuding an air of majesty that was indescribably oppressive. Their features were vague, making it hard to discern their appearance, but vaguely they seemed to resemble Lu Chen somewhat. These are the iron-armored Dao soldiers. Iron-armored Dao soldiers possess a solid and indestructible body, immense strength, and can instinctively wield the power of earth, burrowing underground and moving mountains with ease. Moreover, the iron-armored Dao soldiers are the lowest tier of Dao soldiers, mainly due to the low strength of the iron-armored demon cow, which cannot produce higher-level Dao soldiers. Above the iron-armored Dao soldiers, there are copper-armored Dao soldiers, silver-armored Dao soldiers, gold-armored Dao soldiers, 5 elements Dao soldiers, divine movement Dao soldiers, wind and thunder Dao soldiers, and so on. The higher the tier of Dao soldiers, the more powerful and unfathomable they become. Ultimately, one could even cultivate divine weapons and heavenly generals that could rival immortals and even surpass them. Good. Lu Chen looked at the 5 iron-armored Dao soldiers before him, becoming increasingly satisfied. After thinking for a moment, he took out the low-grade magical weapon flying sword he had just refined and slashed down at one of the iron-armored Dao soldiers. Clang! The sound of steel clashing rang out, sparks flying, yet the iron-armored Dao soldier remained completely unharmed, not even leaving a white mark. Indeed, their bodies are solid and indestructible. This defense could only possibly be surpassed by a cultivator at the spirit transformation realm. Lu Chen marveled. In future battles with cultivators of the same realm, he estimated that just sending out one iron-armored Dao soldier would be enough to dominate his opponents. Let's try burrowing underground. Lu Chen intended to test the earth-moving power of the iron-armored Dao soldiers. In the next moment, the 5 iron-armored Dao soldiers disappeared from before him, merging into the ground. Not long after, 5 dark blue iron heads emerged from underground. I can use these Dao soldiers to see what's happening beneath the surface. He continuously experimented with the marvelous uses of the iron-armored Dao soldiers. For instance, the iron-armored Dao soldiers could also manipulate the Earth's power to condense Earth battle armor on themselves, transforming into stone-like beings, dramatically increasing their strength and defense without affecting their mobility. The 5 iron-armored Dao soldiers could work together to create small-scale fissures capable of opening 10-meter-long cracks that were deep enough to bury several people without issue. Goodness, this truly is my innate spiritual treasure. The soldier cultivation celestial coffin was remarkably useful beyond imagination. In the future, when Lu Chen travels outside, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. He could simply let the Dao soldiers do the heavy lifting. Now he had only cultivated 5 Dao soldiers, and he could still cultivate 5 more since he had broken through to the mid-stage of Qi condensation. Once he reached the late stage of Qi condensation, he could cultivate 15 Dao soldiers. With this level of Dao soldiers, even facing a spirit transformation realm cultivator, they could likely surround and overwhelm him. Lu Chen could simply stand by and watch the show. Good. This is how I will play from now on. The laws of heaven and earth are natural. The practice of spells is merely a gateway and a ladder to the laws of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth are natural. The practice of spells is merely a gateway and a ladder to the laws of heaven and earth. You must use spells to comprehend the true meaning and rules of nature as well as the laws. Only when you grasp the true meaning of nature through the gateway of spells can you achieve a state where every movement becomes a spell wielding unfathomable power. Moreover, breaking through in future cultivation will also require understanding the true meaning and rules, otherwise there will be no path ahead. I suggest you choose spells from the 5 elements. The 5 elements form the foundation, are the most common, and are the easiest to comprehend. You may also choose sword control technique, or use it to grasp the true meaning of the sword. This path is the most lethal with the strongest killing power. Lu Chen fell into deep thought. The 5 element spells consist of the 5 types of spells: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He could choose one. Sword control technique was indispensable because he possessed a low-grade magical sword which also allowed him to fly with it. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. He first expressed his gratitude and then settled on his choices. I choose earth element technique and sword control technique. In 1 month after breaking through and entering the outer sect, you can select 2 spells for free on the first floor of the Pavilion of 10,000 Laws. The earth element technique is suitable for my iron-armored soldiers who command the power of earth, so it should be easier to cultivate. On another note, the elder of the Pavilion of 10,000 Laws was indeed approachable. Before he even asked, the elder had already begun to offer advice. Earth Element Technique and Sword Control Technique. The Earth Element is solid and offers the best defense. The Sword Control Technique allows one to fly with the sword striking heads from 1,000 miles away. One is offensive, the other is defensive, a good choice. The elder with white hair expressed his approval, then took out 2 jade slips for passing on knowledge and handed them to Lu Chen. Place them on your forehead to receive the inheritance. Furthermore, sect spells must not be shared, otherwise the law enforcement hall disciples will show no mercy. Lu Chen hurriedly took the jade slips. I understand, elder. After saying this, he promptly placed the 2 jade slips on his forehead, receiving the inheritances of the Earth Element Technique and Sword Control Technique, then bade farewell and left. Is this the newcomer genius that the second elder mentioned? The elder watched Lu Chen's retreating figure and nodded with satisfaction. He has a dignified appearance. Indeed, he is a dragon among men. But who knows how far he will go in the future? Early advantages do not guarantee a smooth path in later cultivation. Sometimes a bottleneck at a major realm can trap a so-called genius for a lifetime. Outer Sect Small Courtyard. Do you want to eat the remaining 5 iron-armored demon cows? Lu Chen's consciousness entered the soldier-raising celestial coffin. Just a moment ago, he suddenly sensed a strong desire emanating from his soldiers. This desire was for the last 5 iron-armored demon cows he had left to be eaten by them. These are what I use to raise my soldiers. Lu Chen still felt soft-hearted. Go ahead and eat. The iron-armored demon cows can be bought again from Zhou Song. After all, he hadn't returned that Xinkuan bag to Zhou Song yet. With Lu Chen's permission, the iron-armored soldiers in the celestial coffin rejoiced and immediately sat down on the last 5 iron-armored demon cows. Then the massive iron-armored demon cow visibly shrank and withered until it completely disappeared. Their strength has indeed increased significantly. Lu Chen pondered. He could clearly sense that after digesting the 5 iron-armored demon cows, the strength of the iron-armored soldiers had improved. It is worth mentioning that Lu Chen now had 10 iron-armored soldiers. It seems I need to ensure my iron-armored soldiers are well fed. The more they eat, the stronger the soldiers become, and naturally Lu Chen himself would grow stronger. However, solely relying on his good fortune to buy from Zhou Song is not practical. Firstly, his good fortune is limited. Secondly, buying too many demon beasts may draw attention. Swish! The sword edge sliced through the heavens with a piercing whistle, ultimately transforming into a streak of light that fell into Lu Chen's hand. He held the sword standing with eyes closed, remaining still for a long time. After a long while, an incredibly sharp intent emanated from him. At that moment, a leaf fell from the sweet osmanthus tree above, and just as it reached Lu Chen's head, it inexplicably split in two, as if an invisible sword energy erupted, shredding the leaf into pieces. This is the true meaning of the sword. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes and whispered softly. It seems that his comprehension is quite remarkable. In 3 days, he completed the Earth Element Technique and comprehended the true meaning of the Earth Element. After 2 more days, he finished the Sword Control Technique and grasped the true meaning of the sword. Moreover, the Earth Element Technique is not simply one spell, but encompasses several spells and methods for commanding the Earth Element. It is a comprehensive guide to Earth techniques. For example, techniques like Earth Escape, Earth Element Armored Soldiers, Earth Element, Great Strength, Gathering Earth to form soldiers, and solidifying Earth into stone, among many others. In fact, they cannot be classified as spells. They are merely various applications of Earth techniques. You can even extrapolate and create your own minor spells. The Sword Control Technique is different. It only includes sword flying and sword techniques and cannot be considered a comprehensive sword doctrine. Yet within just 5 days, he had mastered these 2 spells and comprehended the true meanings of the Earth Element and the sword. If this were to spread, it would surely astonish and delight Lu Hongguang and Zhou Song even more. On the realm front, I am close to a breakthrough. He had already reached the peak of the mid-stage of qi condensation. The reason for such rapid progress was also due to the soldier-raising celestial coffin and the 10 iron-armored soldiers. The soldiers would absorb power to strengthen themselves within the celestial coffin and would also feed back a bit of power to Lu Chen. Additionally, the celestial coffin actively absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, aiding Lu Chen's cultivation, which led to an astonishingly fast cultivation speed. Then it's time for my 10 iron-armored brothers to put in some effort. Lu Chen smiled and glanced at the iron-armored soldiers in the soldier-raising celestial coffin, filled with enthusiasm. Tomorrow he would go out and let the 10 iron-armored brothers work hard. As for himself, why should I do it myself when I have soldiers? Inner Affairs Hall. At the task acceptance area of the sect, Lu Chen squeezed through the crowd of disciples to take a closer look. He saw various tasks written on the jade disc. For instance, there are fox demons causing trouble in Pingliang County, absorbing the essence of strong men. Slaying them will yield 2 merits. Enter Yunwu Mountain and collect 10 cloud pattern flowers for half a merit. At the Liujia in Dongha County, a ghostly entity has appeared Slaying it will yield 1 merit. The tasks were numerous, too many to count. But none of these were what Lu Chen wanted. Until his gaze stopped on one particular task. Enter the Twilight Mountain and collect 10 blood brute rhinoceros horns for 5 merits. This one is good. Lu Chen's eyes brightened, and he took out his identity jade token, handing it to the attendant. I'll take the task for the blood brute rhinoceros horns. The attendant was a short, middle-aged man with 2 little mustaches. After receiving Lu Chen's identity jade token, he paused slightly. A hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes, and he advised, "Don't be overly ambitious. This task is beyond even disciples at the late stage of chi condensation. At least it requires someone at the spirit transformation stage." Lu Chen had a retort ready. He immediately replied, "You may not know, but I have already comprehended the true meaning of the sword." The helplessness in the little mustachioed attendant's eyes vanished instantly as he looked at Lu Chen in astonishment. The true meaning of the sword. The once bustling internal affairs hall filled with numerous disciples coming and going had now eerily fallen into silence, as if an invisible giant hand had violently pressed the pause button. Being practitioners, their senses were incredibly sharp. Not only could they hear Lu Chen's unaltered words, but even the movement of ants 100 meters away was crystal clear to them, depending solely on their willingness to listen. The little bearded steward scrutinized Lu Chen, closely pacing back and forth for a long while. A rather new face, one I've never seen before. With a cultivation level at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, he was considered average among outer sect disciples. Could such an unremarkable level truly grasp the essence of the sword? That was the true meaning, accessible only to those at the chi opening stage, something even ordinary inner sect disciples could hardly touch. Mysterious beyond belief. Could this mere outer sect disciple at the foundation establishment stage really comprehend it? The little bearded steward was highly skeptical, but he did not have the habit of boasting foolishly or looking down on others, as one misstep could lead to a slap in the face. Thus he hesitated and asked, "Can you prove it?" Lu Chen nodded calmly. "Of course I can." He had no reason to hide his strength. Furthermore, the essence of the sword was merely a part of his small arsenal. There was more to come. The little bearded steward heaved a sigh of relief. "What do you need?" Lu Chen glanced at the white paper in front of the little bearded steward, saying, "Just lend me a piece of paper." The little bearded steward complied and handed over a sheet of white paper. Lu Chen took the paper and tossed it into the air. He raised his hand, slicing through the void, and the white paper split into 2, then into 4, eventually transforming into countless floating fragments. Everything was silent. Lu Chen had already withdrawn his hand and stood calmly, speaking, "Is this enough proof?" Silence. The little bearded steward's eyes were fixed on the shower of floating paper fragments, his pupils involuntarily enlarging almost double. He instinctively raised his hand to catch a falling piece of paper, but suddenly threw it away as if scalded by boiling water. Indeed, it is the essence of the sword. He lifted his hand to see a thin hair-like scar from the sword mark appearing on his palm, almost cutting into it. That was the residual essence of the sword from the paper which he inadvertently grasped, naturally cutting into his palm. Fortunately, this steward was no ordinary person. His deep cultivation had long transcended the mundane. Had an ordinary person caught that paper, they would have likely lost half a hand. The sword path, known for its lethality, was no joking matter. To comprehend the essence of the sword at the foundation establishment stage is remarkable, truly remarkable. The little bearded steward praised. He then took a closer look at Lu Chen's identity token. Lu Chen, South Chu Year, 863, September. A new disciple this year. Only 1 month since entering the sect. At the foundation establishment stage, comprehending the essence of the sword. Wow. The little bearded steward gasped, his hand trembling slightly before he steadied Lu Chen's identity token firmly. A genius, a rare genius. His expression changed naturally, now warm and friendly. "Lu Chen, although you grasp the essence of the sword and have the qualifications and strength to undertake this task, I suggest you find a few fellow disciples to assist you. If you agree, I can recommend a few capable helpers for you. What do you say? With such high talent, why take unnecessary risks?" Even if he had to go, it would be wise to find a few helpers to ensure stability. There was no need to rush. Lu Chen could clearly feel the steward's good intentions, but he still shook his head. The sword path must forge ahead. How can one consider retreat? This is all nonsense. I have iron-armored soldiers charging ahead. Oh, what use do I have for the sword path? The little bearded steward regarded him with newfound respect, thinking, no wonder at such a young age he has achieved so much. With such resolve, he far surpasses the common folk. How embarrassing. I am one of those common folk myself, otherwise I wouldn't be here serving as a steward in this inner hall, living a stable life. It's no wonder he is a genius. Impressive. The little bearded steward gave a thumbs up and swiftly assigned the task to Lu Chen. As he returned the identity jade token, he quietly transmitted, "My name is Hu Tai. You can find me if you need anything in the future. Lu Chen understood and nodded with a smile as he departed. Once he left, the crowd finally erupted in a series of exclamations. To comprehend the essence of the sword at the Foundation establishment stage, another genius has emerged from the outer sect. Damn, if geniuses are this intense, what do I have to fear? Who steward give me the most challenging tasks if I want to take on 10? Some disciples inspired boasted loudly. The little bearded Hu Tai responded with a friendly reminder, go crazy somewhere else. As Lu Chen stepped out of the crowd, he suddenly paused. A figure had appeared before him, face still incredulous, and it was none other than Zhou Song, who had come upon hearing the commotion. I wondered how the outer sect produced geniuses one after another. It was you all along. His expression was somewhat mixed, but also filled with relief. His investment seemed to be paying off. Lu Chen smiled. What genius? Don't be so distant, brother Zhou. He took out a bag and handed it over. I also want to thank you for the iron-armored demon bull before. Zhou Song accepted the bag, feeling relieved. Thankfully, Lu Chen did not let the praise change his attitude. He remained grounded as he had been the day before. Are you really going to take on the task of the Twilight Mountain and blood-fierce rhinoceros? Zhou Song reminded him. The blood-fierce rhinoceros has a gregarious nature, and adults possess strength at the Foundation establishment late stage with tough hides. There may even be an ancient rhinoceros at the Qi opening stage. With your talent, there's no need to take such risks. It would be safer to cultivate steadily, and your future achievements would be equally immeasurable. Can the tough hide of the blood-fierce rhinoceros compare to iron-armored soldiers? Lu Chen chuckled helplessly. Brother, just relax so I know what I'm doing. He waved his hand, leaving Zhou Song with a tall silhouette. I need to inform Elder 5 again. If he wants to take in disciples, he must prepare early. Otherwise, the elders who rush to take in Lu Chen's disciples will not be few. Today he had seen too many disciples reveal the essence of the sword. It wouldn't be long before it spread throughout the outer sect. Fortunately, Hu Tai, as a fellow steward, belonged to Elder 5's faction. Zhou Song hurriedly took out a communication jade symbol and began relaying messages again. In the inner sect Feilai Peak, the short, stout fifth elder with gray-white hair paused for a moment as he looked at the communication jade symbol in his hand. Outer sect Lu Chen, entering Foundation establishment in a month, comprehending the essence of the sword, a promising seed. If he can enter the inner sect within 6 months, he can be accepted as a registered disciple. Whether he can become a direct disciple will depend on his future progress. Being outstanding for a moment doesn't mean much. Steady progress without stalling midway is what counts as true talent. Wudao Peak, dressed in a white robe and with all white hair, the second elder, embodying a celestial demeanor, awakened from meditation. He glanced at the communication jade symbol, then set it down again. Lu Chen, comprehending the essence of the sword and exceptional aptitude. He will have no worries entering the Qi opening stage. If he joins the inner sect, he should be accepted as my registered disciple. Judging by his momentum, he likely won't be a false talent who stalls midway. If he enters the inner sect, he should be accepted as a direct disciple. Otherwise, he might be snatched up by other old fellows. In the outer sect at the transmission hall in the inner courtyard today was not a time for preaching or resolving doubts. Under the old tree, Elder Lu Hongguang with a white beard and a somewhat plump figure was leisurely reclining in a rocking chair, holding a scroll and occasionally nodding in approval. At that moment, a clear and rich voice came from outside the inner courtyard. Disciple Lu Chen requests to see the elder. Lu Chen, this kid just caused such a commotion in the internal affairs hall. Why has he come here? Elder Lu put away his scroll and spoke, come in. Moments later, a tall youth in a green disciple robe with a handsome and valiant face, Lu Chen, approached. It's only been a few days since we last met, and you've already reached the peak of the mid-stage of Qi condensation. Truly extraordinary. Elder Lu carefully scrutinized Lu Chen and silently praised him. Lu Chen clasped his fists in greeting to Elder Lu. Disciple plans to venture to Mwai Mountain this afternoon. May I ask if the elder has any guidance for me? At least he informed me before heading out on a mission. This kid Lu is doing well, very well. He certainly doesn't treat this transmission elder as an outsider. When going out, remember one thing. Elder Lu's expression grew serious. Cultivators are always more dangerous than beasts. Do not trust others easily, nor should you believe that opportunities will fall from the sky. Although our Dongming Sect has a formidable reputation, reckless individuals will always exist. Remember this. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. I will keep it in mind. Go on. Elder Lu waved his hand. Just as Lu Chen turned to leave, Elder Lu suddenly called out. Wait, take this communication jade talisman with you. This contains my spiritual sense. If you encounter a crisis, you can contact me. Lu Chen was taken aback and tentatively asked, if I run into danger, will Elder Lu come to my rescue? Elder Lu shook his head repeatedly. If you die out there, I will send someone to inform your family of your demise. Additionally, I will inform the sect's law enforcement hall, and the sect will avenge you. Lu Chen's face darkened. If I'm dead, what good is revenge? I won't be able to come back. What bad luck. He took the communication jade talisman and left. Elder Lu watched Lu Chen leave in a huff, feeling inexplicably relieved, a smile creeping onto his lips that he couldn't suppress. This little brat thinks he can run off just because he has some ability. It won't scare him to death. Moai Mountain, one of the resource points belonging to the Dongming Sect. Indeed, beasts are also cultivation resources. Firstly, they provide practice for the disciples of the sect, and secondly, the materials from the beasts can be used for alchemy, tool refining, and medicinal purposes. Outside cultivators will generally not come without permission. Otherwise, once discovered by the Dongming Sect, they will be exterminated. In contrast, the disciples of the Dongming Sect often come here to practice against the beasts, which is actually not very dangerous as long as they don't act recklessly. In a place overgrown with wild grass, the ground suddenly rippled, and a handsome and valiant youth emerged, Lu Chen. 530 miles east of the Dongming Sect, this must be the place. He looked around, and suddenly a tall stone golem, one of his ironclad Dao warriors, emerged. This journey through the earth was naturally not done by Lu Chen himself using an earth escape technique, otherwise he would exhaust all his vital energy. It was all the ironclad Dao warriors carrying Lu Chen as they traversed underground. Not to mention they were quite fast, over 500 miles took only half an hour, very steady. Everyone come out and get to work. Lu Chen waved his hand, and the other 9 ironclad Dao warriors from the soldier-raising Coffin immediately appeared before him. As soon as they appeared, the earth energy surged from underground, wrapping the 9 ironclad Dao warriors in stone. They looked almost identical to the soldiers formed by the earth technique, gather earth into soldiers, and even if seen by others they wouldn't raise any suspicions. Next, the 10 ironclad Dao warriors led the way, with Lu Chen following behind, heading towards Moai Mountain, feeling a great sense of security. Moments later, a golden-toothed demon boar. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. In front, beneath the dense forest, a demon beast resembling a wild boar with a body length exceeding 2 meters and a height over 1 meter, its mouth filled with yellow teeth, and its crimson eyes glaring, emerged, releasing a foul odor and a menacing wind. Its strength is at the late stage of chi condensation, not bad. Lu Chen waved his hand. Capture it. Bring back the whole corpse. At his command, 5 ironclad Dao warriors wrapped in stone suddenly burrowed underground, and then emerged from under the golden-toothed demon boar. Before the demon boar could react, 4 of the ironclad Dao warriors each grabbed one of its 4 legs and pulled it down into the ground, leaving only its head exposed. The demon boar's crimson eyes were wild with rage as it struggled desperately, but it was firmly held down by the Dao warriors beneath the ground. The 5th Dao warrior emerged from underground with a fist the size of a cooking pot, smashing down, heavily silencing the demon boar with a single blow, killing it. Controlling the earth element with an indestructible body and immense strength, the power of the ironclad Dao warriors was simply incomparable to that of the chi condensation realm. Efficiency is quite good. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. This was the tactic he had tailored for the ironclad Dao warriors. As long as it runs on the ground, they would attack from underground, directly grabbing its legs and pulling it down until it couldn't move before delivering the final blow. One of the Dao warriors dragged the dead demon boar out, and Lu Chen stored it in the soldier-raising Coffin. These demon beast corpses were quite useful. Not only could they be used to nourish the Dao warriors, but they also served as valuable resources for their enhancement and nourishment. Continuing on the path ahead was almost a smooth push. Any lone demon beasts they encountered were swiftly eliminated. When encountering groups of demon beasts, Lu Chen would directly burrow underground to watch, leaving the fighting to the 10 Dao warriors, sticking to a strategy of avoiding direct engagement and risks, letting the Dao warriors handle the threats. In just half an hour, over 50 demon beast corpses had already been laid to rest in Lu Chen's soldier-raising Coffin. Among them were the bloodman rhinoceroses he required for this mission, though there were only 8. These are all pure merits. Halfway up the mountain, 3 young cultivators, a man and 2 women, were attacking a spirit transformation realm black-striped demon tiger with their swords. They were all dressed in matching green robes, which were the outer sect disciple uniforms of the Dongming Sect. What a troublesome beast. It's so tough that even my inferior-grade flying sword can only penetrate 3 inches into its flesh. One of the young disciples with a long face was frustrated. This black-striped demon tiger seemed to possess a natural ability. Whenever the flying sword struck, the black stripes on its body would glow faintly, and without using all his strength, even the sword couldn't make a dent. After all, it's a demon beast of the spirit transformation realm. It's normal for it to be a bit harder to kill compared to us 3. Another more gentle young disciple spoke. They were all at the peak of the mid-stage of chi condensation, and while their cultivation was lower than the black-striped demon tiger, human cultivators had spells, magical tools, and intelligence, giving them a decisive advantage over the savage beasts. Killing beasts of a higher realm was not a rare occurrence. Of course, if it were a highly intelligent demon that matched human wisdom, it would be another story. Stop talking. I can barely hold on anymore. The last young female disciple, petite and delicate, was sweating from her forehead and couldn't help but remind. She gestured with her hands, causing the earthen layers below to transform into large hands that restrained the demon tiger, but in an instant they would either be stomped to pieces or swept away by the tiger's tail. Roar! The demon tiger roared suddenly, tilting its head back for a loud howl. Its black stripes glowed even brighter as it endured the strikes of the two male disciples' flying swords. Roar! Another roar echoed, but it did not come from the demon tiger before them. The three disciples' faces changed dramatically. Not good. This beast is calling for its companions. We must end this quickly. With their combined strength, surrounding and killing a spirit transformation realm tiger was already somewhat challenging. If another one arrived, they could be in serious trouble. A foul wind suddenly swept in, carrying a stench and ferocity. As the ancient saying goes, clouds come from dragons, winds come from tigers. At this moment of the fierce wind's arrival, another black striped demon tiger had arrived. Its speed was as swift as a gale, arriving in an instant. It leaped into the air as if walking through the void, exuding ferocity and violence that made their hearts skip a beat. Damn it! The three of them turned pale. By the time they looked up again, they saw a massive shadow descending from the sky, a stench overwhelming them with an intense sense of pressure. Puff! 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 Without any warning, four extremely tall figures surged up from the ground, each grabbing hold of the black striped demon tiger's limbs and forcefully pulling it down. Roar! The black striped demon tiger roared and struggled violently, but its massive form sank deeper, gradually being pulled underground. Puff! A tremendous figure emerged from underground, raising its fist to smash down on the roaring black striped demon tiger. It was an exceptionally towering stone golem with immense strength. With just 2 punches, it crushed the ferocious black striped demon tiger, silencing it. Only then did a handsome and valiant youth appear from underground, dressed in a green disciple robe, signifying he was also an outer sect disciple of the Dongming Sect, none other than Lu Chen. A smile appeared on his lips as he looked at the dazed young cultivators. 3 fellow disciples, do you need assistance? No, there's no need. The young cultivator with a long face swallowed hard and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. The other gentle young cultivator and the petite female disciple also reacted, saying, "Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance." Lu Chen glanced regretfully one last time at the demon tiger, trapped by the earth-based spell, then waved his hand and said, "As fellow disciples, we should help each other." It was a demon tiger at the transformation realm. It could potentially nurture a copper-armored Dao soldier, but unfortunately, it was already targeted by the 3 fellow disciples, making it difficult for him to intervene. However, it was still good as he had already killed one which belonged to him. After a round of introductions, Lu Chen learned the names of the 3. The long-faced young man was called Ma Qi, the gentler one was Lu Boizhong, and the petite female disciple was named Yu Shaoxian. Lu Chen. Ma Qi looked at Lu Chen's retreating figure and couldn't help but voice the question that had been bubbling in his heart. What on earth is going on? How could he, a mid-stage qi condensation cultivator, kill a transformation realm black-striped demon tiger as easily as if it were a dog? Heaven knows the shock and confusion he felt when he witnessed those stone men emerging from the ground and casually slaying the black-striped demon tiger. It's not unusual to slay demon beasts across realms. They've seen it often. But someone like Lu Chen who could do it so effortlessly without even needing to lift a finger was truly unprecedented. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of divine technique was this? It was simply outrageous. Even more outrageous was that Lu Chen's cultivation level was still below theirs, merely at the peak of mid-stage qi condensation. What would happen if he entered later-stage qi condensation? Lu Boizhong frowned in contemplation. At the peak of mid-stage qi condensation, yet able to slay a transformation realm black-striped demon tiger. Those stone men that emerged from the ground, were they not the gathering earth into soldiers technique from earth-based spells? His gaze turned to the petite and fair Yu Shaoxian. She was the only one among them who practiced earth-based spells. That senior brother Lu must have comprehended the true essence of earth. Yu Shaoxian pondered for a moment before adding, "Only by comprehending the true essence of earth can one perform the gathering earth into soldiers technique." But was gathering earth into soldiers really that powerful? Yu Shaoxian was a bit confused. She had never heard that this spell was so formidable. It seems that she would need to work hard on this spell in the future. Once she mastered it, she wouldn't need to rely on others and could single-handedly sweep through the demon beasts on Myriad Mountain. How long would it take to kill from the foot of the mountain to the peak? Not long at all, as Lu Chen was already at the summit. Before him stood a blood manticore over 3 meters long and more than 1.5 meters high, its strength evidently having entered the transformation realm. 10 iron-armored Dao soldiers moved in unison, dragging the blood manticore down into the ground. Two more iron-armored Dao soldiers emerged and began to hammer the blood manticore's head. Not long after it was finished, within Lu Chen's immortal coffin, he harvested the corpse of a transformation realm demon beast for the sixth time. Elder who did not exaggerate, Myriad Mountain was indeed not a place that a typical mid-stage chi condensation cultivator could visit freely, as there were transformation realm demon beasts. If one was not careful, they could truly die at the hands of a demon beast. But Lu Chen was not among them. He completed the task easily and finished his work. Changing direction, he descended from the peak to the foot of the mountain, still pushing through effortlessly. Although blood manticore had a tendency to live in groups, they usually did not exceed 10 heads. At least Lu Chen had never encountered more, so he had a smooth journey. As he returned to the foot of the mountain, the 10 iron-armored Dao soldiers disappeared into the ground. Just as Lu Chen was about to leave, he suddenly heard a scolding voice coming from not far away. How bold! Non-disciple of the Dongming Sect dares to enter our Dongming Sect's territory to hunt demon beasts. It sounded like Ma Chi, whom they had encountered earlier. So it is the upper-level disciples of the Dongming Sect. Please forgive us. Please forgive us. Another voice came through, sounding somewhat panicked and humble. So there are loose cultivators sneaking around Myriad Mountain to hunt demon beasts. Lu Chen realized. Loose cultivators lack the backing of a sect. Their inheritance is not complete, and they have no resources to support them, making them inherently weaker against sect disciples. In places like Myriad Mountain, although there are many demon beasts, they are all controlled by the Dongming Sect within the transformation realm and chi condensation realm, making it convenient for external disciples to practice. However, the demon beasts deep in the mountains are not like that. Demon beasts exceeding the transformation realm are plentiful. One wrong move could lead to an encounter with an insurmountable demon beast, resulting in death at any moment, posing a high risk. It's understandable that loose cultivators would take the risk of being discovered by the Dongming Sect to sneak around Myriad Mountain to hunt demon beasts, but they must be extremely bold. The demon beasts in the deep mountains are difficult to kill. Is the Dongming Sect that easy to provoke? Unable to comprehend, Lu Chen only heard a few words before quickly retreating underground. Since these loose cultivators were discovered by Ma Chi, Lu Buozhong, and Yu Xiaoxuan, the credit rightfully belonged to them. Lu Chen didn't need to expose himself at this time, as it would inevitably lead to misunderstandings about wanting to share the credit. At the foot of the mountain, Ma Chi, Lu Buozhong, and Yu Xiaoxian looked coldly at the four loose cultivators at the late stage of chi condensation. These four guys appeared to be middle-aged and seemed uneasy and fearful in front of them, as they had been caught red-handed. No need for more nonsense. Let's go to the Dongming Sect's law enforcement hall. The outcome is not up to us, Ma Chi said coldly. Those who dare to sneak in Dongming Sect's territory to hunt demon beasts must be prepared for punishment from the Dongming Sect. Please let us go. One of the middle-aged loose cultivators trembled as he spoke and discreetly offered a ching, trying to bribe for safety. Ma Chi, Lu Buozhong, and Yu Xiaoxian exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, but did not accept. These loose cultivators were poor, or what good things could they offer? However, at that moment, a cold streak of sword light suddenly appeared, swiftly slicing across Ma Chi's neck, and a spray of blood erupted as Ma Chi's head was severed. You dare! Lu Buozhong and Yu Xiaoxian were shocked and angry, ready to retaliate. However, someone acted faster than them. Two more sharp streaks of sword light flashed by, and both of their heads were simultaneously severed, leaving no room for resistance. These four loose cultivators were not merely at the late stage of chi condensation, but at the transformation realm, or perhaps even higher. These Dongming Sect disciples are truly foolish. At this moment, the four middle-aged loose cultivators all bore expressions of disdain and mockery, completely devoid of the earlier trepidation and fear. Clean up the bodies and retreat. 3 fireball spells were thrown, incinerating the corpses of Ma Chi and the others into ashes, and their chinkuan bags were also taken. Dongming Sect Outer Sect Internal Affairs Hall. Elder Lu Chen called out to Hu Tai, who was still writing. Moi. Hu Tai did not raise his head, but responded, suddenly remembering that this voice sounded somewhat familiar. He looked up and was instantly perplexed. Lu Chen, didn't you accept the task for the blood manticore horn this morning? Why are you back? Did you find this task too difficult and want to find some powerful disciples to accompany you? That would make sense. After all, Lu Chen had a bright future ahead and didn't need to take risks. Working with other disciples would be the safer approach. Very good, very good. Hu Tai felt not only no disdain for Lu Chen, but rather increased admiration. Having made a decision, and doing so in front of many disciples, to go back on his word would take courage. It's something ordinary disciples who value face above all would never do. Often it is those like Lu Chen who understand the need to set aside vanity that can walk further on the path of cultivation and live longer. This thought flashed through Hu Tai's mind, and he then set down his writing instrument, smiled, and looked at Lu Chen. Have you changed your mind? That's fine, I changed my mind. Lu Chen had no idea how many turns were happening in Hu Tai's mind. He took the initiative to clarify his intention, Elder Hu am here to submit my task. Hu Tai, who had just started to speak, suddenly fell silent. The Identity Jade Tablet had gained 5 merits, and only then did Lu Chen walk out of the Internal Affairs Hall. Hu Tai silently watched Lu Chen's departing figure filled with confusion and disbelief. How could Lu Chen, who was merely at the peak of the mid-stage of Qi condensation, achieve this? The Twilight Mountain is home to many demon beasts at the transformation realm. How did he manage that? Is it really because he comprehended the true meaning of the sword? True meaning is also graded. Lu Chen should have only just grasped the true meaning of the sword. At most, he would be at the first level of the true meaning. How could it be so exaggerated? Unable to understand, Hu Tai was greatly shocked. Fortunately, he did not voice his speculation earlier, otherwise his face would have hurt for a long time. Lu Chen quickened his pace and soon returned to the outer courtyard. He closed the door and windows before turning his attention to the Cultivation military coffin inside. There are 6 demon beasts at the transformation realm, and a total of 117 demon beasts below the transformation realm. Can they be fed to these 10 iron-armored warriors to promote them to bronze-armored warriors? This thought flashed through Lu Chen's mind. The 10 iron-armored warriors in the coffin stared at the piled demon beast corpses, their eyes shining with eagerness to devour the beasts. Go ahead and eat. Lu Chen waved his hand, separating the 6 transformation realm demon beast corpses and threw the remaining 117 demon beasts below the transformation realm to his iron-armored warriors. As for the remaining 6 transformation realm demon beasts, they would be kept for cultivation later, serving as seeds to nurture new warriors. Inside the coffin, upon receiving Lu Chen's approval, the 10 iron-armored warriors immediately sat down in front of the piled demon beast corpses and began to devour. However, this devouring was not mouthful by mouthful. Instead, they directly absorbed all the flesh and power of the demon beasts as nourishment. The pile of demon beast corpses visibly decreased one after another, disappearing completely. At the same moment, Lu Chen felt a strange power feedback from the coffin rapidly surging into his organs, strengthening his physical body and enhancing his true energy, although not as much as the boost to his physical body. The strengthening of the warriors will also provide me with feedback. Lu Chen had already experienced this and was not surprised. His physical body was now as strong as that of an average practitioner at the late stage of Qi condensation, even stronger than those at the Qi refinement level. Furthermore, the primordial Immortal Sutra obtained from the coffin is a cultivation method that cultivates the physical body, the primordial spirit, and magical power simultaneously, so Lu Chen's physical body was not weak to begin with. As the primordial Immortal Sutra operated, Lu Chen fell into a state of cultivation. He did not know how long it had been, but suddenly felt the true energy within him surging. I have broken through to the late stage of Qi condensation. In less than 10 days, he had advanced from the early stage of Qi condensation to the late stage in succession. Such progress was astonishing. Isn't this a bit too fast? Lu Chen mused, wondering if he should conceal this, but quickly dismissed the idea. With a population of millions in the southern Chu kingdom, there were many geniuses. There would always be some exceptional individuals. So why couldn't he be that person? His talent was already remarkable, and his comprehension was exceptional, capable of withstanding scrutiny and tests. The demon beast corpses in the coffin were rapidly decreasing, evaporating, as they were devoured by the 10 iron-armored warriors. After some time, one of the warriors suddenly underwent a transformation. Its skin, black as iron, rapidly transformed to a bronze color with its body strength and power. At the same time, a strong fire element surged from its body, as if it had been born to master it. It was a spirit of fire, a child of the earth. Even more mysteriously, in that moment, Lu Chen suddenly comprehended the true meaning of earth and fire. When a warrior levels up, it can actually allow me, the master, to briefly comprehend the true meanings they wield. Lu Chen was filled with indescribable joy and immediately seized this fleeting opportunity to begin grasping the true meanings that the warriors were naturally capable of wielding. He immersed himself in this understanding, clearly perceiving the weight and solidity of the true meaning of earth, as well as the intensity and ferocity of the true meaning of fire, and his comprehension of the true meaning of earth began to rapidly ascend. Although Lu Chen himself had also comprehended the true meaning of earth, he was still far behind the iron-armored warriors who were born to master it. The iron-armored warriors were naturally born from the earth, as if they had emerged from it, knowing it instinctively, their control over it being effortless. In contrast, Lu Chen relied on his comprehension and the earth spells created by his predecessors, following their principles to gain insight into the true meaning of earth. One was innate, while the other was forced comprehension. The distinction between them was clear. True meanings are divided into 9 levels, with the first level being the lowest. Lu Chen's true meanings of earth and sword were still at the first level, merely at the threshold. The highest level is the 9th and above, that is perfection, where one can access the rules of the operation of heaven and earth. Lu Chen speculated that his iron-armored warriors mastering the power of Earth were likely at least at the 4th level, especially since this particular warrior was advancing to a bronze-armored warrior, suggesting its mastery of Earth power might have even reached the 5th level. Experiencing the true meaning of Earth at the 5th level, even if only briefly, was an immense benefit. After a moment, Lu Chen furrowed his brows. I can no longer comprehend it. Because this iron-armored warrior had completely advanced to a bronze-armored warrior, that extraordinary sensation also vanished. Just as the true meaning of Earth was rapidly ascending, why did it have to stop? It was frustrating. If only he had a bit more time. Lu Chen was even confident he could push the true meaning of Earth to its peak at the 1st level, even stepping into the 2nd level. What a pity. Lu Chen felt deep regret. Just then, another iron-armored warrior began to change, also advancing towards becoming a bronze-armored warrior. There's still a chance. Lu Chen's eyes brightened, suddenly enlightened. There were more opportunities, and not because he had 10 iron-armored warriors, all of whom could advance to bronze-armored warriors, and he had also entered the late stage of chi condensation. The corpses of the 6 transformation realm demon beasts had already been used by Lu Chen as seeds to nurture the warriors. These were all his opportunities. Time flew by, and one iron-armored warrior after another advanced from the cultivation military coffin, soon signaling the end. However, soon after, the corpses of 5 transformation realm demon beasts also disappeared, becoming 5 new bronze-armored warriors. After a long while, Lu Chen slowly awakened from his comprehension, remaining silent for a moment before raising his hand. A blazing firelight gathered in his palm, and as he raised his hand again, a thick power of Earth coalesced before him, forming a stone giant over 3 meters tall. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips. The true meaning of Earth has already crossed into the 2nd level. The true meaning of fire has also been comprehended at the 1st level. What a delightful surprise. Next, it was time to see his new warriors, the bronze-armored warriors. Lu Chen was filled with anticipation. Even the lowest-level iron-armored warriors could dominate in Twilight Mountain, slaughtering early transformation realm demon beasts like dogs. What about the higher-ranked bronze-armored warriors? Lu Chen is present. A stern voice suddenly rang out from beyond the courtyard, clear and penetrating into the inner yard. Lu Chen felt a flicker of surprise. The voice was unfamiliar. None of his fellow outer disciple initiates spoke thus, nor did the pillar transmission elder, Zhou Song, and Hu Tai, the 2 senior attendants, were certainly not its source. Then who could it be? Stepping outside his dwelling and opening the courtyard gate, Lu Chen found himself face-to-face with 2 young cultivators. The one in front possessed sun-bronze skin and an exceptionally robust frame, nearly 2 meters tall, towering and imposing. The second young man stood slightly behind, his expression cold and severe, lips thin, a figure seemingly impervious to approach. More significantly, both cultivated at an exceedingly high level, far beyond Lu Chen's own latest stage chi condensation realm. He could not even discern their true cultivation base. Each was at least at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, perhaps even transcending it. Inner disciple status, and among the strongest of them. We serve the disciplinary hall, rumbled the sun-bronze towering youth, producing an official jade token bearing the disciplinary hall's insignia. You are Lu Chen. Why has the disciplinary hall sought me out? The thought flashed across Lu Chen's mind before he replied calmly, indeed I am. According to Inner Affairs Hall records, you were still at the pinnacle of mid-stage chi condensation yesterday. How then have you advanced to latest-stage chi condensation today? The broad-shouldered youth spoke, his gaze sharp and probing, as if seeking to strip Lu Chen bare down to his very marrow. Such tone, such demeanor. Something had gone awry. A subtle ripple stirred within Lu Chen, but no panic surfaced. I had long stood at the threshold, breakthrough came naturally. Abruptly shifting course, the towering youth asked, did you ascend Muai Mountain yesterday? I accepted the Blood Savage Rhinoceros Horn assignment from the Inner Affairs Hall. I did go there. Did you encounter outer disciples Ma Chi Lu Buozhong or Yu Shaoxian? The youth raised a palm, revealing a jade talisman. With a single sweep of his fingers, ethereal light coalesced upon its surface, projecting 3 translucent figures, Ma Chi Lu Buozhong and Yu Shaoxian, the very same trio Lu Chen had met on Muai Mountain. Had those 3 committed some transgression on Muai Mountain? And now, had it somehow entangled him? I did indeed meet them once. Pausing briefly, Lu Chen added, have they violated sect regulations? The towering youth withdrew the talisman with a flick of his wrist, his predatory gaze sweeping over Lu Chen again and again, long silent, unnerving, before finally demanding, voice low and grave, truly you know nothing. I do not. They are dead, 3 of them, none spared. All perished on Muai Mountain, bodies utterly obliterated. The disciplinary hall youth locked eyes with Lu Chen, his gaze unblinking. And you? You alone ascended Muai Mountain yesterday, and you alone saw all 3 dead. So the disciplinary hall viewed him as the prime suspect in their murders. Lu Chen's mind went momentarily blank. Why had they died? He distinctly recalled their descent from the mountain. Wait, those rogue cultivators engaged in illicit hunting whom Ma Chi's group had stumbled upon. Lu Chen lifted his head sharply. As I descended yesterday, I overheard Ma Chi and the others apprehend several rogue cultivators poaching on Muai Mountain. Rogue cultivators poaching on Muai Mountain. The burly youth's gaze lingered on Lu Chen. Then abruptly he waved dismissively. Remain within the sect grounds for the next few days. Once this matter is clarified, your innocence and your freedom shall be fully restored. The sect houses elders skilled in divination and fate calculations. Such arts shall swiftly yield an. Just as the two turned to leave, the silent, cold-lipped disciple paused and glanced back. Brother Lu, is it true you entered the sect only a month ago as a new outer disciple? Indeed, Lu Chen nodded. To reach latest stage chi condensation in under 2 months, you will surely enter the inner sect before long, Brother Lu. The disciple offered a faint praise, his voice drifting softly as he walked away. Should this tragedy involving Ma Chi and the others prove unrelated to you upon entering the inner sect, you may choose to cultivate atop Mingjing Peak. The great elder of Mingjing Peak oversees the disciplinary hall. His authority within the sect carries considerable weight. Lu Chen watched the two disciples recede into the distance and sensed something deeply amiss. Could it be they've just staged this entire performance to recruit me into the Mingjing Peak disciplinary hall? First intimidate with authority, then dazzle with privilege, finally extend the invitation. Is this a calculated script? No matter, let it be. Cultivation's steady advancement toward the spirit transformation realm. That remains the sole priority. Far along the mountain path, well beyond Lu Chen's courtyard, the two disciplinary hall disciples halted in unison. Their stern, icy countenances dissolved, instantly replaced by light, unrestrained laughter. Senior brother Zhongyi, do you think it worked? Zhang Bingsung, the thin-lipped, cold-faced youth, asked with a sly smile. Zhongyi, broad-shouldered and grinning broadly, replied, judging by his reaction, I'd say the odds are strongly in our favor. Inner disciples from other peaks instinctively yield ground before our Mingjing Peak disciplinary hall. Brother Lu Chen clearly felt that weight just now. And your final invitation? I doubt he'll remain unmoved. Back when I was still an outer disciple, I myself envied the authority of Mingjing Peak's disciplinary hall seniors deeply. Originally, the massacre of Ma Chi and his companions warranted only a perfunctory investigation. Successful resolution would be welcome, but failure would simply necessitate summoning the disciplinary hall's divination-savvy elders. Yet unexpectedly, their inquiry at the outer sect's inner affairs hall led directly to Lu Chen. And further astonishment followed this. Lu Chen was not merely a novice, but one who had entered the sect less than 2 months prior. Yet his strength was unmistakable. Not only had he grasped the true essence of the sword, but he had also reached the apex of mid-stage chi condensation. Such progress was extraordinarily rare. A disciple of such evident talent was precisely the kind Mingjing Peak wished to claim, hence their carefully orchestrated confrontation earlier. They knew full well that Lu Chen likely bore no connection to Ma Chi's demise. First, Lu Chen had never known Ma Chi or his companions. Second, if he truly had slain 3 outer disciples, would he dare appear so openly within the outer sect? Was his courage so reckless? Or his contempt for the elders' divinatory arts so profound? Or was it perhaps a deliberate affront to the elders' mastery of fate calculations? It mattered little whether Lu Chen was involved. What mattered was using this incident to impress upon him the unparalleled prestige of the Mingjing Peak disciplinary hall, planting in his heart the seed of its supreme standing. Thus, when the time came for him to join the inner sect, Mingjing Peak would almost certainly be his first choice, dual benefit flawlessly achieved. Yet Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong could hardly have foreseen that Lu Chen was no guileless youth. He possessed keen perception, sharp intuition, and had already seen through their ploy nearly in its entirety. The cultivation world is indeed a place that devours people. Countless cultivators are willing to kill for any bit of resources or treasures in pursuit of immortality. This is hardly surprising. This is a cruel land where people prey on one another, and everything must be spoken in the language of strength. In the small courtyard, Lu Chen felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. The silent disappearance of Ma Chi Yu Xiaoxuan and Lu Bo Zhong deeply moved Lu Chen. What kind of place is Muai Mountain? It is the territory governed by the Dongming Sect. Yet even in their own territory, disciples of the sect still face danger and may even lose their lives. More importantly, Lu Chen was present at that time. Fortunately, Lu Chen was not greedy, so he escaped a calamity. If at that time he had harbored any ill intentions, wanting to take some credit for capturing the poachers with Ma Chi and the others, he might not be standing here alive. He was merely a small outer sect disciple at the chi condensation stage, which is the lowest level in the cultivation world. Even with the military casket of the cultivator and armor-clad Dao soldiers, he could at most contend with those at the spirit transformation stage. Those who dare to kill disciples of the Dongming Sect on their own turf cannot be ordinary scattered cultivators. Don't be naive, common scattered cultivators simply lack the courage. I must quickly increase my strength. Lu Chen mused as he hurried towards the outer sect's affairs hall. Currently, he had 15 copper-armored Dao soldiers in his military casket, all at the spirit transformation stage. If he encountered a cultivator at the spirit transformation stage, he could eliminate them in an instant by catching them off guard. However, once he faced an opponent beyond the spirit transformation stage, the outcome would be uncertain. Cultivators are different from demonic beasts. Demonic beasts are low in intelligence, so even crossing realms to kill them is not difficult. But cultivators have magical artifacts and spells, and they may employ underhanded tactics. Successfully crossing realms to kill depends entirely on the type of cultivator one encounters. If the opponent is a brash type relying on the copper-armored Dao soldiers to control earth and fire techniques with their solid and indestructible bodies and immense strength, they can definitely achieve kills across realms. But if the opponent is cautious, even if they can't win, they will flee. Then there's Lu Chen himself, who is still at the late stage of chi condensation. Training the copper-armored Dao soldiers has greatly enhanced his physical body, bringing him close to the threshold of the spirit transformation stage. However, it has not provided much help in refining chi. He still needs to cultivate himself. Moreover, upon reaching the late stage of chi condensation, Lu Chen found it much harder than progressing from the early to mid-stage of chi condensation combined. Even with the aid of the military casket, it would take at least a year of normal meditation and chi refining to reach the perfection of chi condensation. Although this speed is already quite fast, Lu Chen remains somewhat dissatisfied. Thus, Lu Chen planned to go to the affairs hall to ask Zhou Song for some pills that could aid his cultivation. Spirit stones were also essential. Only with both could he improve his strength more rapidly. Soon he arrived at the affairs hall. Brother Zhou, do you have any pills suitable for the late stage of chi condensation? Lu Chen found the steward Zhou Song. Zhou Song slowly set down the accounts in his hand and replied, naturally, there are pills suitable for the late stage of chi condensation. Late stage of chi condensation. Suddenly he looked up at Lu Chen. You have broken through again. It was indeed the late stage of chi condensation, and the realm looked stable, appearing not to be a recent breakthrough. With Zhou Song's level of insight, he could see Lu Chen's foundation at a glance. Why so fast? When they met yesterday, wasn't he still at the peak of the mid-stage of chi condensation? Is the bottleneck in realms just a decoration for Lu Chen? He took a deep breath, and his evaluation of Lu Chen rose another level. This Lu Chen's talent is probably not the kind that gallops ahead in the early stage only to be stuck at a bottleneck in the mid-stage, and thus fades away. He thought for a moment and suddenly whispered, did some disciples from the law enforcement hall come looking for you earlier? Lu Chen replied, yes, just a moment ago. Zhou Song's heart sank. It's over, the bandits from the law enforcement hall of Mingjing Peak want to take you. Lu Chen is the excellent disciple he had chosen in advance for Elder was Feilai Peak. How could those guys from Mingjing Peak want to take him away? This is outrageous. Steward Zhou became anxious, but upon reflection it made sense. With Lu Chen's momentum, if those inner sect members discovered him, they would never let him go easily. The elder in charge of passing down teachings, being the first to interact with Lu Chen and knowing his talent and foundation, must have already set his sights on Lu Chen for Wudao Peak. Interestingly, they from Feilai Peak are still newcomers, while the law enforcement hall of Mingjing Peak has to be a bit later. But Mingjing Peak is quite powerful, at least stronger than Feilai Peak. If it comes to a contest, Feilai Peak might not be able to compete with Mingjing Peak. This is troublesome. Steward Zhou thought for a moment and felt that Feilai Peak had no hope. Because Feilai Peak mainly manages the sect's internal affairs, and for rising stars like Lu Chen with such momentum, the sect would definitely prioritize sending them to Mingjing Peak or Dojin Peak. Both of these peaks are the mainstays of the sect's strength, especially Mingjing Peak, which not only enforces the law internally, but also captures and confronts those cultivators who have offended the sect. Dojin Peak only deals with external matters. Whether competing for various resources for the sect or dealing with any emergent lands, it is the disciples of Dojin Peak who charge to the front. Moreover, the cultivation world has never been a peaceful place. Conflicts arise between sects, and demonic practitioners occasionally appear to kill and seize treasures. There are even demonic sects constantly causing trouble, never allowing for tranquility. Thus, whenever a talented disciple arises in the sect, they are generally sent to Mingjing Peak or Dojin Peak. Occasionally, those with exceptionally outstanding comprehension may enter Wudao Peak. Otherwise, it is quite rare for Feilai Peak to get a chance. Suppressing various thoughts, Steward Zhou then looked at Lu Chen again. In just under 2 months, you have entered the late stage of chi condensation. Your speed is already quite fast. Do you still need to rely on pills for cultivation? He pointed at the many outer sect disciples on the other side who were taking on tasks. Look at them. Some have been in the sect for 10 years, some for 20, and even 30 years. Many are still stuck at the chi condensation stage. Why should you be in such a hurry, brother? Once you enter the inner sect, it may not be as easy and carefree as the outer sect. He subtly reminded Lu Chen. Once you enter the inner sect, you will have to work for the sect. Even if the disciples of Falai Peak only manage internal affairs, many will still be sent by the sect to oversee various properties, which also carries risks. Personal pursuits are different, brother. Zhou does not need to persuade me. Lu Chen waved his hand. Strength is the best way to counter risks. Is there no risk in the outer sect? How did Ma Qi Lu Bo Zhong and Yu Xiaoxian die? Zhou Song shook his head and ceased to persuade him. Geniuses are always eager to forge ahead, striving for tremendous progress. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Lu Chen can consistently stay ahead of the many outer sect disciples. There are 3 types of pills suitable for qi condensation cultivation: Lingyuan pill, Yuchan pill, and Duxing pill. Which one do you want? Lu Chen asked. Which one is the best? Zhou Song replied without hesitation. Naturally, the best is the ascension pill. This pill contains 2 main ingredients, the ascendance herb and the yuan fruit, which are both excellent spiritual herbs for enhancing strength. However, this pill is not cheap. One costs 10 merits. 10 merits are equivalent to 10 medium-grade spirit stones, which is indeed not cheap. No wonder Zhou Song did not recommend him using the pills. It seems only the wealthy could afford them. For ordinary disciples, being able to practice with medium-grade spirit stones is already quite good. The key is that this pill can only shorten the time required. It cannot allow you to break through immediately. However, what Lu Chen lacks right now is time. 10 merits per pill is acceptable. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Previously, he broke through to the condensation stage within a month, earning a total of 98 merits. He spent 30 merits to buy the corpses of 15 armored demon cattle, leaving him with 68 merits. Later, he slayed the blood barbarian rhinoceros horn on Misty Mountain, earning 5 merits, bringing his total to 73 merits available. I want 4 ascension pills, and in exchange 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Medium-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 merit each, which is much cheaper than the pills. Zhou Song took the identity jade token that Lu Chen handed over, deducted 50 merits, and then retrieved the pills and spirit stones, solemnly advising, pills should not be used excessively, or it may lead to an unstable foundation. As for the ascension pill, it is best to take 1 every 5 days. With 4 ascension pills combined with medium-grade spirit stones with your talent, brother, you should be able to reach the peak of condensation stage within a month. Lu Chen accepted the pills and spirit stones, thanking him with a smile, before leaving the Internal Affairs Hall and heading towards the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. The armored Dao soldiers were all cultivated into copper armored Dao soldiers. During this process, Lu Chen unexpectedly comprehended the first layer of the true meaning of fire, and he could conveniently cultivate the fire spell as well. The armored Dao soldiers were all cultivated into copper armored Dao soldiers. During this process, Lu Chen unexpectedly comprehended the first layer of the true meaning of fire, and he could conveniently cultivate the fire spell. He had already used his 2 free selections from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion to choose the Earth spell and the sword control technique. To learn any remaining spells, he could only exchange them for merits as per the sect's rules. During his exchange for the fire spell, the elder guarding the 10,000 Laws Pavilion solemnly advised him, "Young man, do not be greedy. Spells and cultivation rely on quality, not quantity." Lu Chen said little in response, merely smiling in acknowledgement. The elder saw that Lu Chen was not heeding his words and had no choice but to give up. In the following days, Lu Chen took an ascension pill and indeed made rapid progress. With the assistance of medium-grade spirit stones, his strength began to increase at a visibly accelerated pace. This created a positive feedback loop. The higher his realm, the more Dao soldiers he could sustain, and the more Dao soldiers he had, the stronger his strength became, which in turn further strengthened his physical body. On the 6th day, is brother Lu Chen in? Outside the house there was a call. Lu Chen recognized the voices of the 2 disciples from the law enforcement hall. He stepped out of the house and opened the courtyard gate, indeed seeing the bronze-skinned, tall and robust disciple along with another cold-faced one with thin lips. They were Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong. The matter regarding Ma Qi and the other 2 being silenced has been investigated, and it has nothing to do with you, brother. You are free to come and go in the sect now, Zhong. He said, his tone noticeably improved from last time. Lu Chen felt a stir in his heart and asked, "Can you tell me who harmed Ma Qi and Yu Xiaoxian?" Zhong Yi hesitated for a moment, glanced at Lu Chen a couple of times, and ultimately did not conceal the truth. Just a group of reckless rogue cultivators. They only dare to hide in the dark like filthy rats that cannot see the sun. Sooner or later we will root them out and slay them all. As he spoke, Lu Chen could clearly sense the killing intent in Zhong Yi's words. Evidently, these so-called reckless rogue cultivators were not easy targets, and they had already become enemies with the Dongming Sect. Rogue cultivators dare to oppose the Dongming Sect. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. In his impression, rogue cultivators were typically impoverished and lacked complete cultivation methods. When did they have the audacity to challenge major sects like the Dongming Sect? Zhang Bingsong, who had been silent all along, patted Zhong Yi's shoulder, which was brimming with killing intent. Do not mislead Brother Lu. There are indeed capable individuals among rogue cultivators, but do not underestimate them. Indeed, those at the very bottom are often destitute, even lacking proper cultivation techniques. But those who can rise among rogue cultivators are all fierce characters. They often commit acts of murder and treasure theft, resulting in greatly improved strength. Over the years, many rogue cultivators have provoked the Dongming Sect, and many have perished at the hands of the sect, naturally creating numerous enemies. Recently, those rogue cultivators who have enmity with the sect seem to have formed a tacit understanding and are targeting the sect's disciples. The dead are not limited to just Ma Chi and his 2 companions. More than 10 outer disciples have been killed while on missions. If Brother Lu wishes to take on a mission recently, perhaps you could consider it. Within the sect's territory, there are resource points for demonic beasts. Those vicious rogue cultivators seem to be targeting the disciples in such areas. Are you suggesting I take on missions in those dangerous areas? Lu Chen was about to complain when he suddenly realized, is your intention to bait them? Use myself as bait to draw out those rogue cultivators who wish to target the Dongming Sect. These brothers from the law enforcement hall are truly ruthless. However, this is standard procedure. The only concern is whether those rogue cultivators will fall for it. You truly understand, brother. Zhang Bingsong praised, saying, in recent days, many brothers from the law enforcement hall have been deployed to watch for those rogue cultivators, but the results have not been good. Those rogue cultivators are quite adept at observing the situation, and they often do not reveal themselves where law enforcement hall appears. After a brief exchange, Zhang Bingsong and Zhong Yi took their leave. Dare to challenge the Dongming Sect's authority? Are they truly just ordinary rogue cultivators? Lu Chen pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. He could imagine that the elders and guardians of the sect would not overlook this matter. It was not something a mere outer disciple like him should worry about. Even Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong, both disciples of the inner law enforcement hall, were way stronger than him. What use was his idle speculation? Returning to the courtyard, Lu Chen took an ascension pill and swallowed it before continuing his practice. On the 20th day, I've reached the peak of the condensation stage. Having consumed all 4 ascension pills, he reached the peak of condensation stage in 20 days, 10 days ahead of Zhou Song's estimate of 1 month. Lu Chen took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him gradually calm down. Good news, he had perfected the condensation stage. Bad news, the merits were gone. The gap between the peak of condensation and the spiritual transformation stage is immense. To break through, one needs potent medicine, or one can slowly rely on time to temper themselves. However, this process will take longer than the time spent from the late condensation stage to the peak. Conservatively estimating, it would take over a year. But Lu Chen could not wait that long. He always felt an invisible storm was approaching the Dongming Sect. With the assistance of medicinal pills, the experience of cultivation is truly 2 entirely different dimensions compared to without. Even for someone like Lu Chen, who has talent akin to that of a latest-stage chi-gathering cultivator with the aid of the soldier-raising Immortal Coffin, it would still require at least a year of arduous practice to achieve perfection. However, after consuming 4 ascension pills, Lu Chen was able to complete his cultivation in just 20 days, saving over 300 days. A truly astonishing feat. This is also why countless disciples always flock to the Internal Affairs Hall to accept various sect tasks, which is a benefit exclusive to disciples of large sects. With ample resources, the speed of cultivation is far beyond that of those struggling solitary cultivators. After leaving the small courtyard, Lu Chen headed straight for the Internal Affairs Hall. After spending a good half an hour inside the Internal Affairs Hall, Lu Chen finally emerged. He had accepted 2 tasks in one go: to exterminate demons in Wuguan County and to investigate unusual occurrences in Dongming County. Originally, the Internal Affairs Hall did not allow disciples to accept multiple tasks at the same time, but as the saying goes, connections make things easier. Elder Hu Tai opened a backdoor for him, allowing him to accept both tasks seamlessly. As for the previous suggestion from Zhang Bingsong to take on tasks in areas rich with demon beasts, Lu Chen simply ignored it. He knew that reckless solitary cultivators were causing trouble there, so why would he want to venture into that mess? The key point is that there was no extra reward. Wuguan County. In the county town at the Fragrant Gathering Tower. There's no pattern to the demons' killings. Villages outside the county town were wiped out in a single night, and dozens of people died in the eastern part of the town, while even more perished in the south, leaving everyone clueless about the demons' intentions. With over 100,000 households in Wuguan counting millions of people in front of this demon, it's no different from crops in the fields. They could be harvested however it pleased, causing widespread panic among the populace. In the past, our fragrant gathering tower was always packed, but now we barely see a few guests all day. How everyone is hiding from the demon, afraid to step outside. Today is uncertain and tomorrow is unknown. We don't know when this will end. Sigh. A waiter at the fragrant gathering tower lamented to the handsome young man in green before him, sighing deeply, his eyes reflecting a hint of unmasked fear. The young man in green was none other than Lu Chen. The information from the sect's internal affairs hall was pitifully sparse, consisting of just a simple sentence: there is a demon causing chaos in Wuguan County with an unknown number and estimated strength between qi gathering and spirit transformation. Thus, upon arriving in Wuguan County, Lu Chen began to inquire about the demon's information. For such demon hunting tasks lacking clear information, there are generally two approaches. One is to ascertain the specific number, strength, and type of the demon. If one believes their strength is insufficient, they can return to report their task and still receive a modest merit reward. The second is to locate the demon and eliminate it completely. The merit reward will vary depending on the number and strength of the demons. Has no one seen what this demon looks like? Lu Chen pondered and then asked. The small thin waiter replied, those who have seen the demon are all dead. Who knows what it looks like? No one has seen it. So we still have to question whether it's really a demon causing chaos. This is troublesome. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Where was the last place of the demon's chaos? He needed to personally check on the deceased to ascertain whether it was human or demon-inflicted. The small waiter was taken aback. Are you really going to investigate? Before Lu Chen could respond, he hurriedly advised, that demon is very wicked. It would be best not to provoke it, sir. The small waiter was taken aback. Are you really going to investigate? Before Lu Chen could respond, he hurriedly advised, that demon is very wicked. It would be best not to provoke it, sir. Once the expert from the Immortal Sect arrives, Wuguan County will be safe, and it would be better to directly examine the demon's corpse, then wouldn't it? A high-ranking expert from the Immortal Sect. Lu Chen's gaze flickered for a moment. Wasn't that referring to himself? He discreetly took out 2 taels of silver from his bag and handed it over. So where was the last chaos caused by the demon? The waiter immediately beamed with joy. This extraordinary young man was indeed generous, handing over 2 months' worth of his wages in one go. He accepted the silver and blurted out, the last chaos caused by the demon occurred in Baishui town outside the county town, and it happened just yesterday. But I must advise you, sir, it's best not to get involved in this. It can be deadly. Lu Chen smiled, just asking casually, serve the food, please. After a hearty meal, Lu Chen left the fragrant gathering tower. The waiter watched as Lu Chen descended the stairs and couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. What a fine young man. Oh, why must he go to confront that demon? Curiosity can truly be dangerous. He withdrew his gaze and began to clear the dishes, unaware that the handsome young man who had just descended the stairs had silently vanished into the earth, disappearing without a trace. Lu Chen burrowed underground, accompanied by bronze-armored soldiers, heading straight towards Baishui town. He had no intention of contacting the county officials. The demons and spirits had gained intelligence, and they might even be smarter than humans. If he approached the county officials directly, the unknown demon could very well detect him. Of course, it might not be a demon at all. It could also be a practitioner of the demonic path, which would require even greater caution. It was safer to investigate in secret. Baishui town. To the east of the town, over 100 officials and constables from the county had already surrounded the area. Some brave villagers had approached, wanting to see what the victims of the demon looked like. Only upon seeing the bodies, their chests ripped open, organs excavated, skulls shattered, and brains eaten, did they turn pale and flee. The county officials, grimly carrying out the deceased citizens' bodies, ultimately confirmed that at least 76 people had died due to the demon's rampage yesterday. All had their hearts and brains devoured, with some corpses having half their heads gnawed away, leaving behind gruesome bite marks that made one's scalp tingle. Even the officials who had seen such scenes numerous times still felt their hair stand on end, sensing an unknown malevolent presence lurking in the shadows. Damn it, how many people has this murderous demon eaten? Why hasn't the heavens struck this beast down yet? An official cursed through gritted teeth. Soon the high-ranking experts from the Immortal Sect will arrive. Ooh, I'll definitely take a couple of swings at this beast. Where did this wild dog come from, thinking it can still eat people? One of the officials picked up a stone and hurled it at the few wild dogs that had come sniffing around the scent of blood. The wild dogs ran off for a while, but were still reluctant to leave until the officials drew their knives and swiftly killed 2 of them, causing the remaining wild dogs to whimper and flee. Bah! If we can't kill the demon, can't we take care of a few wild dogs? An official cursed angrily, still unsatisfied. He picked up stones and chased after them, driving the last few wild dogs back into the mountains. Wild dogs that dare to eat human flesh. A tall, muscular constable furrowed his brow, stepping forward to one of the dead wild dogs, kicked it twice, and suddenly drew his knife, slicing open its belly, revealing a small fragment of a bone that had not been fully digested. "Constable Song, that's a human finger bone," an experienced coroner said after taking a glance, his expression grim. Constable Song's face immediately darkened. "Go slaughter those few wild dogs that escaped. It's one thing for the demon to eat humans, but now even wild dogs dare to do so. This is outrageous. Recently, monsters have caused chaos, resulting in many deaths and countless disappearances. It is unknown where these wild dogs have found human flesh, causing Captain Song, already troubled by the disturbance, to suddenly flare up with anger. Captain Song, they are just a few wild dogs. It won't be too late to deal with the chaotic monsters once the experts from the Immortal Sect have taken them down." Another constable stepped forward and said softly. In fact, he was reminding the angry Captain Song that the monsters could appear at any moment, and they should not let a few wild dogs endanger the lives of the officers. Captain Song wore a sullen expression and remained silent. After a while he spoke up. "In recent days the Yamen has collected many corpses, yet I have not seen any sign of those monsters. If we do encounter those monsters, it would be good to see what kind of vile creatures dare to be so ferocious." Unable to kill the man-eating monsters, he decided to vent his anger on a few wild dogs instead, or else his rage would be hard to quell. With that, Captain Song took the lead and charged into the mountains. Although he could not match the practitioners, he was still a skilled fighter, and not without the ability to retaliate against monsters. Seeing this, the other constables and officers hesitated for a moment, but still mustered the courage to follow. To the east of Baishui town is a wild forest outside the town, which is not a large mountain, merely a low slope densely covered with trees. With a surge of anger, Captain Song walked with the strength of a dragon and tiger, quickly leading the group of officers and constables into the low mountain. At first they were uneasy, but as they encountered no dangers, and the gentle winter breeze relaxed their tense hearts, they began to let go of their initial resistance and grew bolder. Before long, a constable shouted, "What a cunning beast, it knows how to hide." Upon hearing this, Captain Song approached, and indeed found the few wild dogs that had previously fled huddled in a thick thicket of brambles. Without close inspection, they would be nearly undetectable. "Surround them and kill them." Captain Song waved his hand, and the officers and constables quickly moved to encircle the thicket, drawing their knives to strike. The wild dogs, startled, barked and scattered. The constables swiftly took them down, and in no time they had dispatched the wild dogs completely. These man-eating beasts cannot be allowed to live. Yet Captain Song was still unsatisfied. He stepped forward and hacked the dead wild dogs into several pieces, finally releasing the pent-up anger in his chest. "Those who feast on human flesh shall meet a violent end at the jaws of their kind." Having chopped them up for the wolves, the officers moved in with their knives, and under the chaos of blades the wild dogs were dismembered, surely attracting the wolves from the mountains with the scent of blood. Captain Song casually swung his blood-stained steel knife through the brambles to wipe off the blood. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly felt something and looked up towards the treetops. To his surprise, he saw two yellow-furred monkeys crouched atop the dense tree branches. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that the two monkeys were also watching him, their amber eyes seemingly carrying a strange significance which felt inexplicably eerie. "Fetch me my bow." Captain Song's heart tightened as he shouted. Instantly, a constable presented him with a 10-stone, approximately 600 pounds, large bow. Captain Song's archery skills were unmatched throughout Wuguan County. With a 10-stone bow, he could easily draw it to its full moon form. Twang! The sharp sound of the bowstring being drawn to its limit echoed, and in the next moment the arrow shot forth like lightning, directly targeting the yellow-furred monkeys in the treetops. Monkeys usually live in groups, and with no other monkeys nearby, these two seemed particularly out of place, making them worthy of elimination. Captain Song was known for his swift decisiveness and acted upon his thoughts. However, with the speed of a 10-stone bow, the arrow shot out like a meteor, yet the monkey did not move, continuing to stare at Captain Song, sending a chill down his spine. Smack! A small, slender monkey hand shot out, moving so fast it was barely visible, and the arrow was caught in the monkey's grip, crushed into two pieces. Monster! Captain Song's pupils suddenly constricted, and every hair on his body stood on end as if shocked by electricity. The other constables and officers felt their hearts leap as if gripped by an invisible hand. Demon monkey. The monkey in the treetops slowly opened its mouth, uttering a hoarse and sharp human voice. "You killed my dog," which I raised casually. "Are you going to kill me too?" Captain Song forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart and coldly shouted, "Vile creature, can the 1,000 lives lost in Wuguan County be attributed to you?" With that, he drew his bow again and shot an arrow that burst forth with a bang. "You seek death." The monkey bared its teeth in anger, suddenly standing up and grabbing the incoming arrow, tossing it back with a force several times greater than that of the 10-stone bow, creating a series of explosive sounds. Power surged from its legs. Captain Song was about to dodge, but the arrow was already in front of him. His pupils shrank to the size of pinheads, cold sweat poured out, and his heartbeat stopped. My life is over. Thud. A hand as large as a brown rock suddenly reached out, like a giant fan, blocking the arrow in front of Captain Song. The arrow, which could have produced explosive sounds, fell to the ground, leaving only an inconspicuous black mark on the rocky hand. Gathering earth to form soldiers. Earth-type magic. The monkey atop the treetops leapt up, glaring at the stone figure that had seemingly emerged from the ground, towering over 2 meters. Practitioner, since you have come, why not reveal yourself? Do you think this clay figure can block me? There was no response, but the stone figure did. Without a word, the giant hand lifted, causing the earth to tremble, and a series of massive earth-type forces surged upwards like dozens of giant pythons, crashing towards the 2 yellow-furred monkeys in the treetops. Roar! The 2 monkeys howled to the sky. Their originally slender bodies suddenly bulked up, transforming into towering figures over 5 zhang, approximately 3 meters tall, muscles bulging, their eyes crimson, unleashing a fierce demonic aura as they smashed their fists to shatter the earth-type forces with astonishing might. At that moment, the stone figure suddenly vanished from its original spot and reappeared atop the earth-type forces that had surged skyward, delivering a punch that echoed through the air. The 5 zhang tall monkey swung its fist, colliding directly with the stone figure. Bang! The stone figure stood firm, unyielding like a mountain. In contrast, the 5 zhang monkey's fist was rebounded, its massive arm trembling, its eyes filled with ferocity. What immense strength! What a sturdy clay figure! Where did this practitioner come from? Its voice thundered like a roaring storm, shaking the old trees. Still there was no response. Another 5 zhang monkey suddenly lunged, reaching for the stone figure's head. Bang! The earth-type forces moved as if commanded by the stone figure, effortlessly raising a massive stone wall from the ground that blocked the monkey, producing a thunderous sound. Roar! The monkey furiously roared, pounding the stone wall with 2 mighty fists, smashing it to bits. At the very moment the stone wall shattered, the stone figure's hand suddenly reached out with immense force, piercing through the giant monkey's chest, and then withdrew, pulling out its heart and crushing it. Roar! The other giant monkey went berserk. Practitioner, die. Boom! Boom! Earth-type forces surged from below like giant pythons, entangling and trapping the giant monkey, allowing it to rage and shatter one earth-type serpent after another to no avail. It was trapped. The stone figure vanished again and re-emerged from within the earthen prison, striking silently, its power akin to landslides, delivering a blow that shattered the giant monkey's skull. Everything came to a halt. The group of constables stood frozen in place, watching everything unfold in a flash, suddenly rising and then abruptly ending, feeling lost and filled with confusion. Practitioner, experts from the Immortal Sect, have arrived. A single thought illuminated Captain Song's mind like a flash of lightning. Chief Inspector Song, of course, knew nothing of Cultivator's divine arts. Yet the colossal monkey's furious roars, Earth assembly into soldiers, Earth traversal art, Cultivator, why not reveal yourself? Formed a coherent thread, the stone golem that had saved his life was undoubtedly the spell work of an Immortal Sect master. Masters from the Immortal Sect had truly arrived. Without ever revealing themselves, they struck with thunderous force, crushing both rampaging, ferocious demon monkeys where they stood. Chief Inspector Song swiftly recovered from his terror and clasped his fists in salute toward all 4 directions. Might this be a master from the Immortal Sect? Uncertain of the master's location, he bowed in every direction. Surely one gesture would face the right way. Unbeknownst to him, the Immortal Sect master remained over 10 zhang beneath the earth. Not a single bow had been aimed correctly. Before he could finish speaking, a weightless voice drifted into his ear. Make no commotion. Attend to your duties. His words abruptly cut off. Had the Immortal Sect master taken offense? Chief Inspector Song stood frozen, thoughts churning within. Or perhaps the demonic creatures have not yet been fully eradicated, so the Immortal Sect master remains concealed, awaiting their voluntary exposure. Quick-witted, he raised his hand and commanded, seal your lips tight. What you witness today must remain buried deep within your bellies. Withdraw. The constables and yamen runners exchanged bewildered glances, sweat streaming down their brows. Though utterly baffled, they fled the woods in panic, scattering like startled birds. By then, serpentine currents of earth traversal energy had already coiled around the 2 slain demon monkeys, drawing them soundlessly into the depths of the earth. The stone golem likewise dissolved into those same earth traversal currents and vanished beneath the ground. Deep underground, Lu Chen stood upon another bronze-armored Dao soldier, this one bearing him forward as it burrowed silently. Before him the earth rippled like water, and the corpses of the 2 demon monkeys sank gently downward from above. Demon monkeys at the early stage of the spirit refinement realm, yet the disparity between them and my bronze-armored Dao soldiers is staggering. He fell into quiet contemplation, then withdrew a bamboo slip from his spatial pouch. Instantly a drop of vital blood, drawn from the very heart, floated forth from each corpse and vanished into the slip. This was his mission slip, required for verification by the sect's internal affairs hall upon return. He stowed the slip away, then casually gathered both slain demon monkeys into his immortal coffin for Dao soldiers. Demon monkeys at the early spirit refinement realm no longer held any value for Lu Chen, not formidable enough to nourish his Dao soldiers, though perhaps serviceable as fodder. He glanced toward the stone golem, the bronze-armored Dao soldier, and offered quiet praise. Well done. The Dao soldier, elated by the commendation, lowered its head and gently nuzzled Lu Chen's palm. Yet the bronze-armored Dao soldier bearing him seemed less pleased, shifting its massive frame restlessly. Lu Chen sighed, gazing down. You're quite impressive too. Instantly the bearer stilled. Such a hulking mass. Do you fancy yourself a babe? Must I praise you too? Lu Chen muttered inwardly, then lapsed into silence. In truth, he had arrived in Baishui town long before, merely choosing not to surface, instead trailing Chief Inspector Song and his men through the earth itself. Only when Chief Inspector Song engaged the demon monkeys did Lu Chen deploy a single bronze-armored Dao soldier, who dispatched both beasts in mere moments. This marked the Dao soldier's first true combat. Its prowess proved extraordinary against such a being. Even spirit refinement realm cultivators were little more than defenseless chicks, felled in 3 blows, crushed without resistance. Foremost, the bronze-armored Dao soldier commanded earth traversal energy with consummate mastery. Its command so profound that even Lu Chen himself, versed in earth traversal arts and bolstered by cultivation techniques, admitted he fell short. Secondly, the Dao soldier possessed uncanny combat instinct and prodigious strength. Few spirit refinement realm practitioners could withstand even 3 strikes before being reduced to pulp. Moreover, the bronze-armored Dao soldier wielded not only earth traversal energy, but also fire traversal energy, which it had not yet deployed. Clearly, it deemed full power unnecessary against mere early-stage spirit refinement demons. And indeed it was so. In fact, Lu Chen commanded 15 identical bronze-armored Dao soldiers. Were he to unleash them all, good heavens, unimaginable. Lu Chen inwardly whistled in awe. Thankfully they were his. Returning to thought, demon monkeys. Were these truly the sole source of chaos in Baishui town? He felt uncertain, yet something nagged at him. All had proceeded too smoothly. Unless fate intervened, this affair was far from concluded. That in truth was why Lu Chen had remained unseen. After reflection, he summoned all 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers, dispersing them silently across the subterranean layers of Wuguan County. Bronze-armored Dao soldiers were not living beings. They bore no life signs, emitted no aura. Blending seamlessly into the earth, even the most perceptive cultivator would struggle to detect them. Furthermore, as their master, Lu Chen perceived everything his Dao soldiers saw and heard. Each served as an extension of his own senses, a silent network of eyes and ears. Let us see how many more demons still lurk within Wuguan County. Wuguan County Yamen. An elderly servant, broom in hand, froze mid-sweep the spirit monkeys. They are dead. A second elder, wiping dust with a cloth, sensed the shift and drew near what has occurred. The sweeping servant slowly straightened, his clouded eyes clearing. Sharp, cold, and piercing disciples of the Dongming Sect have arrived. Asked the elder woman. How do you know? The servant resumed, sweeping voice hollow. My 2 spirit. Before she could reply, Chief Inspector Song entered with his constables and yamen runners. Every face pale, every gaze unfocused, adrift in shock. Without drawing attention, the elder woman raised her hand and swept it before the eyes of one trembling yamen runner, whose steps halted instantly, eyes vacant and dull. Little one, what did you encounter? Why such unrest in your spirit? Her voice carried a subtle, hypnotic resonance. The runner stood motionless, silent, struggling, then murmured dully, wild dogs, man-eating wild dogs, dead. She pressed gently, and what else? No rush, speak slowly, take your time. The runner replied woodenly, also, demon monkeys, dead. Chief Inspector Song forbids us to speak. The sweeping servant's cloudy eyes flashed with sudden clarity, cold, ruthless, and lethal. The elder woman lifted a hand, gesturing for silence, and asked softly, who slew the demon monkeys? A stone golem. The stone golem slew them. A stone golem. The elder woman frowned in deep thought. Earth assembly art. Earth traversal spellcraft. She pressed further, whose stone golem was it? Did you see its master? The runner shook his head blankly. After a long pause, the elder woman swept her hand across the runner's brow. He blinked, awareness returning. Glancing once puzzled at the 2 elders, he hurried away. What devilry, why did I lapse? The Dongming Sect masters have not revealed themselves. How cautious, mused the elder woman hesitantly. Could it be, they've already sensed something? The sweeping servant continued his task, voice low and venomous, "My spirit monkeys shall not die in vain." The old woman spoke with a hint of indifference. "If it weren't for the trouble caused by the demon monkey you raised, this matter wouldn't have escalated to such a degree." Her dissatisfaction was almost palpable. The old servant sweeping the floor corrected her sternly. "That is a spiritual monkey." The old woman grew increasingly displeased. "Because of your demon monkey, the people from the Dongming Sect might think that the beasts in this area have been dealt with and returned to the Dongming Sect. How will we hunt down the people from the Dongming Sect then?" The old servant replied coldly, "The beast is still here. Even if the people from the Dongming Sect return, they will certainly come again. The only difference is that it will be other disciples of the Dongming Sect hunting us. But my spiritual monkey cannot die in vain. The one who killed my spiritual monkey must pay with blood." 5 Pass County. Beneath the county office, a copper-armored soldier had witnessed everything the old woman and the sweeping servant did, yet he remained motionless like a lifeless stone, standing silently underground. Far beyond the county town, Lu Chen naturally heard and saw everything that the old woman and the sweeping servant had said and done. So there's a big fish behind this. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. They couldn't be considered big fish. Both the old woman and the old servant were merely at the peak of the transformation realm. But if they wanted to hunt down the disciples of the Dongming Sect, they would most likely be reckless, loose cultivators mentioned by the law enforcement hall disciples Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong. "So you're hunting down people from the Dongming Sect? Just wait, it'll make sure your head is twisted." Lu Chen silently took out a communication jade talisman. Night. Occasional dark clouds drifted by, obscuring the bright moon, causing the night to flicker in brightness and darkness. In 5 Pass County to the north of the city, Captain Song rubbed his forehead as he returned home, feeling as if needles were pricking his brain. "Strange, why does my head suddenly hurt?" Earlier, as he left the county office, he had momentarily lost focus when he encountered the sweeping servant and the old woman, which was odd, as he had never had headaches in all these years. Could it be because I encountered the demon monkey today? This was possible. It was said that demonic energy could be harmful and ordinary people who encountered demons would fall ill even if they weren't eaten. "Daddy, look, I brought you a talisman for protection from Mommy." A little girl about 7 or 8 years old dashed out from the house, holding a small silk pouch. Captain Song's serious expression immediately softened, breaking into a smile. "Can you put it on for Daddy?" He picked up the little girl and rubbed her face with his stubbled chin. "Hee hee." The little girl leaned back, continuously letting out a clear bell-like laughter. "Daddy's beard is so itchy." "So my little girl is ticklish." Captain Song raised his chin again, about to rub it against the little girl's tender cheeks, and the father and daughter engaged in playful banter. A young woman dressed in plain clothes emerged from the house, smiling as she watched the playful father and daughter. After a moment, she gently said, "Come inside the house." Captain Song, still holding the little girl, softly asked, "Did you go out today?" The young woman nodded slightly. "I went to the temple in the city to pray for safety. There have been demon troubles in the county lately, and you go out every day, which makes me worried. The demons in the county have been dealt with by experts from the Immortal Sect, so it won't." Before he finished speaking, Captain Song's expression gradually froze, and even his hands that held the little girl started to tremble. Then his body completely stiffened, as if mechanically. He slowly raised his head to look at a massive figure that had silently descended upon the courtyard wall. "Demon." He abruptly handed the little girl to the woman and quickly pushed her into the house. "Close the door and don't come out no matter what noise you hear." "Old Song." The young woman's panicked voice came from inside, but Captain Song could no longer hear a word. His eyes turned red and his right hand pressed firmly against the hilt of his knife at his waist. On the courtyard wall, a giant wolf over a yard long, with its entire body covered in bristling green fur and eyes glowing with a ghostly green light, coldly stared at Captain Song. Only then did it suddenly speak in human language. "The child in the house is tender. It should taste quite good." Upon hearing this, Captain Song's blood surged, and he drew his sword like a madman, unleashing a cold flash as he swung it toward the wolf's head. "Go to hell, you monster." Before he could finish, a sudden force pulled at his feet, grabbing him and throwing him towards the door. He rolled upon landing, startled and furious, and when he looked up, he discovered a familiar stone giant had appeared before him without him noticing. His anger and fear vanished, replaced by the joy of seeing a savior. "The experts from the Immortal Sect have arrived." He had seen this stone giant during the day, and it had effortlessly killed 2 demon monkeys outside by Shui Town, showcasing extraordinary strength. Gathering earth to form soldiers, the earth manipulation technique. The ghostly green gaze of the wolf shifted away from the stone giant as it swept around, but saw no one. It turned to flee, saying, "Since there's a cultivator present, I shall retreat." Just a beast with awakened intelligence, feasting on flesh and blood, trying to act sophisticated. A dazzling flying sword appeared from nowhere, striking like a bolt of lightning with the sound of thunder, instantly severing toward the wolf's head. At the same time, the stone giant raised its hand, and beneath the ground waves of earth manipulation surged up like a whirlwind spiraling out, as if a mountain was collapsing, crashing toward the fleeing wolf. Bang! The wolf's front paw slammed down heavily, deflecting the flying sword with a metallic clang, sending demonic energy swirling and sparks flying. So it turns out you're just a little brat at the condensation realm who has grasped the true essence of the sword. The wolf licked its paw that had swatted away the sword, and then to everyone's surprise curled its lips into a cruel smile as it looked at the suddenly appearing young man in the courtyard. The young man was naturally Lu Chen. He cast a faint glance at the wolf licking its paw, saying, "Just a green-haired wolf pretending to be a master. Does your paw hurt?" The wolf's cruel smile gradually faded as it lowered its paw, only to find a gaping, bloody wound opening at its feet deep enough to see bone caused by Lu Chen's flying sword's true essence. "You should die." The wolf seemed enraged. It was a mid-transformation demon, yet it had been wounded by this minor condensation realm human cultivator, and this young man in green had noticed it. This was an utter disgrace. But before the wolf could lash out, the stone giant had already vanished, reappearing at the end of the earth manipulation force right in front of the wolf. Boom! With a tremendous force, the copper-armored soldier struck with a fist as large as a shovel, seemingly exploding the turbulent air and raising heavy earth manipulation power, smashing down toward the wolf's forehead. A mere earth manipulation technique, what can it do? The wolf growled lowly, raising its other front paw to whip up a demonic wind and fiercely countering the punch from the copper-armored soldier. However, before the wolf could finish its sentence, the boundless power from the copper-armored soldier erupted suddenly, causing the wolf's eyes to bulge out, and its entire front paw shattered inch by inch, producing a series of clear, crunching sounds of bones breaking. It was the sound of bones snapping into pieces as if crushed by a boulder. What kind of monstrous strength is this? The wolf's mind produced its last thought, followed by a mournful howl of woe. The copper-armored warriors possessed not only brute strength, but also an indestructible physique, with their bodies encased in layers of solid stone formed from earth elemental power. The earth element is heavy, being the ultimate in defense. This is no mere empty claim. After several layers of impact, the limbs of the demon wolf were reduced to a bloody pulp, its head crushed, leading to its demise. Lu Chen approached unhurriedly, retrieving the task bamboo slip, having collected a trace of the demon wolf's heart's essence. He then stored the deceased demon wolf within the soldier-rearing immortal coffin. From the outside, the lifeless demon wolf appeared as if it had been placed into a cosmic bag, indistinguishable from view. Everything had come to an end. Only then did Captain Song force himself to steady his trembling body. Just a moment longer, and he would have perished in the jaws of the demon wolf, unable to save his wife and daughter from its deadly maw. It was Lu Chen's appearance that saved his life, and that of his entire family. Thud! With that sound, the valiant warrior who dared to draw his blade against the demonic creature as a mere mortal knelt directly before Lu Chen, without a word, and bowed his head 3 times in rapid succession. "A master saved my life outside Baishui town, and now saves me again. This life is bestowed by the master. I have no means to repay it, so please allow me to offer you 3 bows." As he spoke, he continued to bow, his forehead bruising from the impact. Lu Chen swiftly stepped forward to assist him, whispering, "It's not over yet, hurry and stay inside." "Not over yet." Captain Song paused for a moment, then quickly rose and dashed into the house without another word. As a mere mortal warrior, he couldn't assist Lu Chen. All he could do was not be a hindrance. At that moment, a sinister laughter echoed from the top of the courtyard wall. "Hey, among the outer disciples of the Dongming Sect, a person like you has actually emerged. To have slain spirit monkeys and demon wolves while at the peak of the Qi condensation realm is truly impressive." The tone shifted, "But I wonder how long the Dongming Sect will grieve after killing you." Without waiting for Lu Chen to respond, another angry voice rang out. "That spirit monkey was raised by me, not—" Lu Chen followed the voice and saw somehow 2 old figures on the courtyard wall. One was a short, slightly hunched old man with a head full of silver hair, and the other was a wrinkled old woman. The 2 peak experts in the transformation realm had already been seen by his copper-armored warriors in the yamen. He had guessed that these 2 old fellows would come here to ambush him, especially since he had previously communicated with Captain Song outside Baishui, a town, instructing him not to reveal his killing of the spirit monkey. Clearly he intended to act secretly and had not left Wuguan County. These 2 old fellows could easily learn everything through mesmerism from Captain Song. Unsurprisingly, the demon appeared tonight, and Lu Chen showed up to slay the demon, with these 2 old fellows also appearing. What surprised Lu Chen slightly was that this demon wolf had chosen to target Captain Song's family, which was conveniently not far from where he hid his copper-armored warriors beneath the yamen, allowing for a quick arrival. "Do you have the confidence to keep me here?" Lu Chen asked, showing no signs of panic, instead displaying curiosity. The silver-haired, hunched old man spoke coldly, filled with anger. You killed my spirit monkey, you must pay with your life. The old woman calm and leisurely teased, those two monkeys are this old fool's treasures. Little guy, it seems tonight you can only leave your life behind. Lu Chen gestured to the copper-armored warrior that had slain the demon wolf. The stoic, copper-armored warrior understood and quietly burrowed into the ground, appearing to dissolve away. Then it took a step back, nonchalantly declaring, brothers from the law enforcement hall, it's time to come out and catch the fish. Catch the fish. Both the hunched old man and the old woman were taken aback, quickly realizing, oh no, this brat has lured us out as bait. They were filled with rage and disbelief, who originally they had intended for the demon wolf of Wuguan County to serve as bait to lure out the disciples of the Dongming Sect. Unexpectedly, this brat had made himself the bait and lured them out first. The calm and composed demeanor they had before feeling fully in control was completely discarded at this moment. They were now in a state of panic, with the only thought in their minds, flee. They turned around and summoned their sword light, preparing to escape on their swords. However, a tall figure had somehow blocked their path from behind. Another cold and slender figure stood in front of them. It was none other than the inner disciples of the law enforcement hall from Mingjing Peak, Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong. Mice hiding in the sewers, afraid to show their faces, have ultimately still fallen into my hands. Zhong Yi's tall figure exuded an overwhelming presence as he grinned, revealing his sharp, white teeth. The hunched old man and the old woman felt a chill run down their spines, their backs prickling with fear. In the chi opening realm, you actually regard this old fool highly. The hunched old man took a deep breath, avoiding Zhong Yi's gaze and sweeping past Zhang Bingsong, who had his arms crossed. This brat is truly calculating. The cold and sinister gaze fell once again on Lu Chen, who was leisurely watching the show. At that moment, the hunched old man quickly transmitted to the old woman, I will block these two chi openers. You go capture that chi condensation brat. This is our only chance for survival. Be quick. The old woman's gaze flickered, revealing a hint of bitterness. How could she boast, thinking that a mere peak transformation realm could challenge two chi openers? Not to mention, they were powerful disciples of the law enforcement hall from the Dongming Sect. She feared that before they even acted, her life might already be forfeit. Old fool, you don't plan to use me as a hostage to escape, do you? Lu Chen chuckled. It appeared he was mocking the old man, but in reality he was reminding Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong that they should stop playing cat and mouse and focus on killing the fish. The hunched old man, realizing his thoughts had been exposed by Lu Chen, grew furious. This damned brat. Swish! The flying sword tore through the air, seemingly slicing through the night sky, appearing before the old man's eyes in an instant. The next moment, a head flew off. The old woman stood frozen, staring blankly at the scene, her head having already fallen without her realizing. Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong, both in the chi opening realm, struck simultaneously, leaving the two old transformation realm experts without any power to resist. They were mere one-strike targets. Each of them held a head, stepping through the night sky toward Lu Chen. The cold and thin-lipped Zhang Bingsong pondered aloud. How did junior brother find these two mice? These rogue cultivators opposing the Dongming Sect hid very deeply. Even the disciples of the law enforcement hall from Mingjing Peak and Dojin Peak had worked hard for a long time. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen had just come out to perform a task and directly found the two. Lu Chen thought for a moment. I had some good luck. Zhang Bingsong's eyes sparkled as he examined Lu Chen closely. Finally, he smiled and said, junior brother's luck is indeed quite remarkable. Though there was luck, what mattered more was caution and intelligence. If it had not been Lu Chen who came to Wuguan County to slay the demons, but another outer disciple, it was likely that it wouldn't have been these two old fellows dead, but the disciples of the Dongming Sect instead. As he was about to leave, Zhang Bingsong reminded him once more, find those two mice, and you will also have credit. The Internal Affairs Hall will reward you accordingly. I'm off now. Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong, the inner disciples of the Mingjing Peak's law enforcement hall, moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, they had reached the horizon. Another blink, and even the gleam of their swords was no longer visible. The passage to enlightenment. Very impressive. I wonder if the copper-armored warriors can withstand the lethal flying swords of these two senior brothers. Lu Chen pondered, estimating that it might be a bit difficult. However, the hunchbacked old man and the old woman, both peaks of the transformation realm, were actually within Lu Chen's grasp with the 15 copper-armored warriors. The question is, why should he take action himself? The celestial coffin for nurturing soldiers wouldn't be of any use against these two old geezers, and the Internal Affairs Hall likely wouldn't credit him with merits, because these loose cultivators targeting the Dongming Sect were hard to justify. Oh, it reeked of killing the innocent to gain merits, which would be counterproductive. But sending a message back to the sect to summon the inner disciples from the law enforcement hall was a different matter. They were already on the lookout for these loose cultivators targeting the Dongming Sect. Lu Chen could use himself as bait to lure these two old geezers out, and then Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong could directly take action to eliminate them. This way Lu Chen would also earn some merits, get rewarded without lifting a finger. What's not to like? In the end, what is the greatest advantage of being a sect disciple? It's having people behind you. A calling for help is the most powerful skill every sect disciple possesses. This is the benefit of being a disciple of a major sect. If you defeat the lesser ones, the stronger ones might not come, but as long as you explain the situation, the sect will definitely help you sweep away those reckless individuals. Unlike those struggling loose cultivators who do not have such treatment, if they encounter pursuit, they can only continue to be hunted, which is terribly tragic. Of course, one's own strength must still come first. Without sufficient power, you might not even have the opportunity to call for help. Not wishing to disturb Captain Song's family any longer, Lu Chen left a remark. The demon in Wuguan County has been eliminated. I'm off now. By the time Captain Song cautiously stepped out of the house, Lu Chen's figure had long since vanished. This young celestial figure seemed to always anticipate his enemies and execute his tasks flawlessly. Could it be that all celestial beings are this extraordinary? Captain Song gazed at the night sky with a hint of melancholy. Is it truly that there is a distinction between the celestial and the mortal? The young woman stepped out, gently holding Captain Song's hand that hung down, and softly whispered, "Old Song, the celestial being has already left. Let's go inside and rest." "Daddy, did a celestial being really come to our house just now?" The little girl peeked her head out of the door, showing no fear, but rather curiosity. Captain Song looked at his wife beside him and the adorable little girl at the door, and suddenly smiled. "Let's go back inside and sleep. The celestial world is good, and what is there to complain about in the mortal realm?" Under the night sky, the sword glimmered like flowing light, fleeting by. Riding the wind on his sword, Dongming Sect suddenly spoke. "Do you still remember the stone man that junior brother Lu summoned when he eliminated the demon?" Zhong Yi, tall and robust with bronze skin, nodded. It must be from the earth elemental art's ability to mold earth into soldiers, but it seemed excessively powerful, truly astonishing. Even though Lu Chen himself was only at the peak of the chi condensation stage, the earth elemental art he performed could easily crush a mid-stage demon wolf of the transformation realm. Dongming Sect said, "Junior brother Lu's understanding of the earth elemental true meaning may be exceedingly profound, at least at the third layer, or even the fourth layer. If not, how could the stone man he conjured with the spell easily crush a mid-stage demon wolf of the transformation realm?" Zhong Yi's heart trembled. This junior brother is hiding quite deep. Among the inner disciples who had already entered the passage to enlightenment, none had comprehended any true meaning to the third layer, let alone the fourth layer. Generally, comprehending the second layer of true meaning would be enough to perfect the passage to enlightenment. Comprehending the third layer of true meaning would be sufficient to break into the profound law realm, cultivating magical power, and traversing the universe, yet Lu Chen remained in the chi condensation stage, having practiced for less than 2 months. Such foundation and potential are simply astonishing. In the future, we should get closer to junior brother Lu and try to bring him to Mingjing Peak. Perhaps we will need to rely on him someday. Dongming Sect expressed a sense of helplessness. The gap between people can sometimes be larger than that between man and dog. In reality, it wasn't that significant because the stone man was not something Lu Chen had conjured using the earth elemental art, but rather the copper-armored warriors produced by the celestial Coffin for nurturing soldiers who were inherently adept in earth and fire elements and could not be measured by the layers of true meaning. However, both Lu Chen's accompanying spiritual treasure and the celestial Coffin, as well as the copper-armored warriors, were completely unknown to outsiders. Naturally, Zhong Yi and Dongming Sect would never think along those lines. Captain Song would not know that Lu Chen, the cunning one, had not yet left Wuguan County. After exterminating the demon wolf and those 2 old geezers who sought to hunt the disciples of the Dongming Sect, Lu Chen remained on guard, staying in Wuguan County for another 3 days until he confirmed that no more demons were emerging before finally leaving. Lu Chen did not return to the sect first, but took a detour to Dongha County. This task was not about exterminating demons, but rather investigating the unusual activity at Mangnia Mountain in Dongha County. According to reports from Dongha County, an inexplicable green aura had started to disperse from Mangnia Mountain 6 days ago, and initially, the Qinghe County officials thought it was demonic energy. However, on the day the green aura dispersed, many who had gone up the mountain to gather herbs or firewood encountered this green aura and found nothing unusual. It offered neither benefits nor harm. But later the green aura increased significantly, and now it had begun to rise. What Lu Chen needed to do was to investigate the source of this green aura and whether there were any hidden dangers. It wasn't very difficult since it was merely an investigation. Once the situation was clear, the sect would naturally provide a countermeasure. Most likely it was nothing significant, otherwise the task wouldn't fall to Lu Chen, an outer disciple. Mangnia Mountain. The mountain is not high, but it stretches and winds almost through the entirety of Dongha County and half of Pingliang County, already classified as a mountain range. There are many ferocious beasts and strange creatures within. Ordinary folk dare only to gather firewood and herbs on the outskirts. Only cultivators have the ability to venture deep into the mountain. When Lu Chen arrived at the Mangniu Mountain in Dongha County, it was completely deserted. Not even insects or birds could be seen. The sprawling Mangniu Mountain, stretching for nearly 10 miles, was enveloped by the unknown green aura. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Lu Chen recalled numerous texts he had seen in the sect, yet he could not find any records resembling this green aura. Strange. He casually gathered a wisp of the green aura with his true chi to probe it, but it did not react at all. It seemed like just an ordinary colored gas with no discernible scent. Unusual occurrences often indicate the presence of demons. Caution is paramount. The principle was to maintain stability. The copper-armored warriors should go take a look. This was also the reason why Lu Chen accepted this task. Other disciples dared not recklessly investigate the issue of Mangniu Mountain. But he dared. Well, it was his copper-armored Dao soldier that dared. The ground undulated as a tall copper-armored Dao soldier formed from the power of earth emerged, striding toward Mangniu Mountain. As it advanced, no insects, birds, or beasts were seen. The mountain was eerily silent. With the copper-armored Dao soldier witnessing all this and hearing everything, Lu Chen's heart subtly filled with more speculation. This suddenly emerging green aura was definitely not simple. The copper-armored Dao soldier continued onward, following the densest area of the green aura, delving deeper. Finally, as it approached the heart of the mountain, it encountered a deceased demon boar. From its appearance, it was at the level of the spirit transformation realm, and it had not been dead long, only within the last few days. The wounds on its body were all from claws and bites, indicating it had perished at the hands of other demonic beasts. Moreover, the demon beast's physical body was formidable, still exuding demonic energy. Even after many days, it remained almost as if alive. It was rumored that powerful cultivators, even after 1,000 years of sitting in meditation, would not decay, remaining vividly lifelike. This deceased demon boar certainly could not possess such capabilities, yet it could still be used to nurture. Thus, the copper-armored Dao soldier summoned the power of earth and sank the dead demon boar into the ground, while Lu Chen sent another Dao soldier underground to collect the corpse. Unexpectedly, there's an additional harvest, Lu Chen said with delight. The corpses of demon beasts were valuable items akin to precious medicinal pills for him, who possessed the nurturing coffin for soldiers. The copper-armored Dao soldier continued forward, and the further it went, the more demon corpses it encountered. There were bodies of both chi condensation and spirit transformation realms, with the former being more numerous. Through Lu Chen's mental connection, the copper-armored Dao soldier spared no demon corpse, sinking them all into the earth. Another Dao soldier burrowed underground to bring back the corpses, piling them up like a small mountain. Finally, after nearly an hour of advancing, Lu Chen, through the copper-armored Dao soldier, saw the source of the green aura from Mangniu Mountain. It was a strange tree, entirely green like jade, resembling a winding green snake only half a zhang tall, with a green fruit the size of a chicken egg at its top, appearing as if the green snake was spitting out a pearl. Truly extraordinary. What is this? Even though he was merely observing through the copper-armored Dao soldier, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. A good treasure, definitely a good treasure. Though he did not recognize what this green fruit resembling a green snake's pearl truly was, Lu Chen knew that as long as he acquired this fruit, his future cultivation pills would certainly be plentiful. It was even quite possible that this green fruit could significantly enhance his strength. But soon a wave of trepidation washed over Lu Chen, and his gaze was drawn to the area surrounding the strange tree. Surrounding this snake-like strange tree, layers upon layers were filled with various demon beasts. Upon a cursory glance, there seemed to be no less than several hundred, perhaps even close to 1,000. Particularly eye-catching was a massive black tiger lying beneath the strange tree, nearly 10 zhang long, exuding overwhelming demonic energy, incredibly fearsome. What level of demon tiger is this? Surely it can be called a mountain lord. Lu Chen felt his heart race. It was rumored that if a tiger demon achieved a certain level in cultivation, it could be called a mountain lord, commanding the mountains and veins of the earth, becoming a ruler or deity of the mountain. Fortunately, it was the copper-armored Dao soldier that approached, devoid of any life aura, existing as a mere stone, and as long as it did not move chaotically, it would not draw attention. Had it been Lu Chen himself, the Dongming Sect would likely have been in an uproar. And there is. Lu Chen continued to observe the depths of Mangniu Mountain through the copper-armored Dao soldier. In addition to the nearly mountain lord-level demon tiger, there was also a giant python. Even coiled, its serpentine body was nearly 100 zhang long, and its head bulged with a flesh lump as if it were about to grow horns. Hissed this snake demon, could it be about to transform into a jiao? The more Lu Chen looked, the more alarmed he became, gasping in shock, but his cultivation was too low to discern the depths of these terrifying demon beasts. Damn it, a major incident is about to occur. With so many demon beasts gathered, Lu Chen resolutely did not believe that nothing strange would happen. He dared not linger for even a moment longer, quickly burrowing underground and heading straight for the Dongming Sect. Get away as far away as possible. What extraordinary green fruit, to hell with it. Though treasures are great, nothing is more important than one's life. There was no way to snatch it with the copper-armored Dao soldiers. That demon tiger and demon python were simply too powerful. At the same time, he connected with the copper-armored Dao soldier that had entered the depths of Magnia Mountain, ordering it to retreat as quickly as possible. However, at that moment, the black tiger and giant python, which had remained still beneath the snake-like strange tree, almost simultaneously raised their heads, looking at the copper-armored Dao soldier enveloped in stone. A stone spirit. The demon tiger's voice was like thunder, whispering softly, causing countless demons to prostrate, not daring to move. A mere stone creature dares to covet such an opportunity. Seek death. Go eliminate it. The demon python's cold vertical pupils scanned the copper-armored Dao soldier. Swish. The copper-armored Dao soldier instantly burrowed into the ground and fled. Lu Chen immediately understood how the numerous demon corpses the copper-armored Dao soldier had collected when entering the mountain had come about. They were likely all eliminated by the demon tiger and demon python, who would not allow any demon beast other than themselves to approach that strange tree. The copper-armored Dao soldier, enveloped in the power of earth and appearing as stone, was misidentified as a stone creature. It did not belong to either the demon tiger or the demon python, thus it had to be cleared away. Almost simultaneously, 5 or 6 large gray-furred demon mice followed closely, also burrowing underground in pursuit of the copper-armored Dao soldier. In response, the demon python and the demon tiger did not pay them any more attention. This strange tree, resembling a green snake, was a sacred object for demons, possessing a deadly allure for them. It was not surprising that the stone creature would be drawn to it, but humans would not feel any such attraction. Having distanced himself from Magnia Mountain, Lu Chen suddenly halted deep underground. 6 demon mice are chasing after us. 6 demon mice, 5 of which are at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, and 1 likely exceeds the spirit transformation realm, being a chi opening realm demon. 6 against 15, no, counting himself, it was 6 against 16, the advantage was on his side. Eliminating these 6 demon mice would be perfect for replenishing his copper-armored Dao soldiers. That 1 exceeding the spirit transformation realm could be kept as a seed for nurturing soldiers. Perhaps it could cultivate into a silver-armored Dao soldier. For Lu Chen, this was an excellent opportunity. Counting the previously collected demon corpses along with the 2 demon monkeys and 1 demon wolf he had killed in Wuguan County, this wave could potentially elevate all 15 of his copper-armored Dao soldiers to silver-armored Dao soldiers. This trip had been incredibly profitable. Without the Dao soldiers, Lu Chen would have run as fast as he could, but now with the Dao soldiers, he was not the one being besieged by 6 demon mice. Rather, he was leading 15 copper-armored Dao soldiers to besiege these demon mice. The copper-armored Dao soldiers corresponded to the spirit transformation realm, and being neither alive nor dead, they did not fear death. Their bodies were incredibly sturdy and powerful, and possessing mastery over earth and fire, they had the potential to contend against chi opening realm adversaries. They could even pile up to defeat a chi opening realm demon mouse. Lu Chen was eager to give it a try. He connected with the copper-armored Dao soldier that had burrowed out from Magnia Mountain, deliberately slowing its speed, luring those 6 demon mice closer. Otherwise, with the copper-armored Dao soldier's speed of burrowing through the earth, it could easily shake off the 6 demon mice until they were out of sight. In this chase, an escape half an hour had already passed. Finally, the copper-armored Dao soldier, wrapped in the power of earth, abruptly halted, while the 6 demon mice, who had been hot on its heels, suddenly shifted from anger to joy. Finally, it can't run anymore, stone creature, die. The largest gray-furred demon mouse, nearly a zhang long, squeaked angrily. The other 5 demon mice understood and advanced, surrounding the copper-armored Dao soldier. With 6 demon mice encircling it, the stone creature found itself trapped. However, at that moment, another Dao soldier, entirely enveloped in hard rock, burrowed in and blocked the demon mice's path. Following closely behind one copper-armored Dao soldier after another appeared a full 15 Dao soldiers, trapping the 6 demon mice completely. One of the demon mice gasped in surprise. "Oh no, we've been counter-surrounded. We've fallen into a trap. This stone monster deliberately lured us here." Another demon mouse said. 15 silent copper-armored soldiers wrapped in rocks formed by the power of earth appeared, even larger, nearly 3 meters tall, their expressionless faces exuding an immense sense of oppression. What a cunning stone monster, attempting to lure us to our demise. The largest demon mouse spoke coldly. "But you mere beings of the transformation realm dare to scheme against me. How ridiculous. The gap between the transformation realm and the chi opening realm is a vast chasm, like an insurmountable barrier that separates the stone monsters from the great demon mice. The difference is the difference. The chasm is the chasm. The divide of realms cannot be crossed merely by Besides, there are only 15 stone monsters, which isn't many, while our Demon Mouse clan has 6 plus the Great Demon Mouse in the Chi opening realm. The advantage lies with us. Why panic? A bunch of oblivious stone monsters, let's kill them all. The Great Demon Mouse shouted. Yet before the words fell, the power of earth below surged violently. The surging power of earth was like a tsunami raging through the vast sea, transforming into thick giant pythons that surged forth. Boom. To the copper-armored soldiers that were born to command the power of earth, the ground beneath was their domain, enhancing their strength beyond measure. Damn it. The Great Demon Mouse let out a sharp howl, now laced with a hint of panic. To it, the entire ground seemed to have morphed into a thick muddy swamp, restricting its earth-burrowing abilities akin to molten iron, gradually solidifying until it ultimately turned into a solid iron plate, trapping it utterly. If the Great Demon Mouse was struggling, the other 5 demon mice in the transformation realm were even worse off. They squealed in terror, desperately trying to break free from the binds of earth power to escape underground. But the overwhelming earth power, like thick giant pythons, had already tightened its grip. Boom. The ground trembled violently, causing the earth to shake for miles around. One of the transformation realm demon mice let out a piercing shriek, conjuring a giant mouse head with sharp teeth fiercely biting down on the earth python. However, beneath the ground, the power of earth was immensely powerful. The earth python crushed the conjured demon head as if it were nothing, and suddenly a copper-armored soldier wrapped in rock emerged at the front of the earth python, unleashing a tremendous force and smashing the demon mouse's head to pieces. Meanwhile, 10 copper-armored soldiers charged towards the Great Demon Mouse, merging into the rolling earth power, continuously launching attacks against it. What can a mere transformation realm stone monster do to me? The Great Demon Mouse's body radiated astonishing demonic energy, its long, thin tail whipping with overwhelming power, shattering one earth python after another. Even when squeezed by the endless power of earth, it was still difficult to fully restrain the Great Demon Mouse. Its ferocious might was undeniable as a copper-armored soldier silently merged with the earth power and seized the Great Demon Mouse's tail, but it was flung away by the tail, shattering the rock armor formed by the earth power. Watching from a distance, Lu Chen was astonished. As expected of a Great Demon Mouse that surpasses the transformation realm, it's truly not something ordinary that can be compared to. This was the first time he had seen his copper-armored soldier's rock armor shattered so easily, especially in the domain of the copper-armored soldiers. Lu Chen had no doubt that if this weren't underground, the copper-armored soldiers might not even get close to the Great Demon Mouse. Fortunately, the copper-armored soldiers possess sturdy bodies that cannot be destroyed. They can withstand it. As long as this Great Demon Mouse cannot break through the copper-armored soldiers' defenses, the stalemate will ultimately lead to its demise. It's a pity I can't teach these copper-armored soldiers magic. Otherwise, with their innate command over earth and fire, they could unleash the full power of earth and fire spells, increasing their strength several-fold. Lu Chen felt somewhat regretful. He had tried to teach earth and fire spells to the copper-armored soldiers, but it was completely futile. He could communicate with the soldiers through his thoughts, and they would understand, but he couldn't merge his intentions into their bodies, unable to grasp the essence of their command over fire and earth, and in turn the soldiers couldn't acquire his spells. Thus, even though the copper-armored soldiers could command earth and fire, they could only rely on their mastery of earth power, clumsily manipulating it to strike, and could not employ spells like cultivators to maximize their output. Otherwise, with the boundless power of earth beneath them, if 10 mighty earth spells were unleashed, the Great Demon Mouse would have long been reduced to a dead mouse. Boom. Another transformation realm demon mouse had its head smashed by a copper-armored soldier and died. Boom. 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 Then the last 3 transformation realm demon mice were also smashed in succession. In the same realm, especially in the domain of earth, the copper-armored soldiers had nearly become invincible. Killing these transformation realm demon mice was as simple as crushing a chick. Damn it, you stone monsters should all die. The Great Demon Mouse went mad, watching helplessly as 5 transformation realm demon mice were killed. Because all 15 copper-armored soldiers had surrounded it, and what infuriated it even more was the overwhelming strength of these copper-armored soldiers. It erupted with all its might, several times attempting to take down 2 copper-armored soldiers, first only to shatter the rock armor formed by the power of earth, after which the copper-armored soldiers simply reformed their armor and charged at it again. These copper-armored soldiers were like indestructible Iron Men. You couldn't kill them, but they could kill you. The Great Demon Mouse could already foresee that if the struggle continued, it would certainly be the one to die. Roar. In the next moment, the Great Demon Mouse seemed to enter a frenzy, emitting a roar akin to a tiger's, its massive demonic power taking on a blood-red hue. Boom. The long, thin tail lashed out, shattering a copper-armored soldier's rock armor, and sending it crashing deep into the ground. With another lash, 3 copper-armored soldiers pushed forward, channeling the overwhelming power of Earth into a massive river of Earth. Bang! The mouse's tail struck, shattering the Earth power, sending the 3 copper-armored soldiers tumbling and flying. But there were not just 4 copper-armored soldiers, but a total of 15. While 4 copper-armored soldiers were flung away by the tail, the other 11 had already merged into the Earth power, suddenly emerging beneath the great demon mouse and firmly gripping its limbs. 2 more copper-armored soldiers seized the great demon mouse by its ears, while the last copper-armored soldier, harnessing the immense power of Earth, formed a heavy punch that struck fiercely at the great demon mouse's reddened eye. Sizzle! At the same moment, the power of Earth surged, transforming into one massive sword after another, radiating sharp sword intent, like lightning, slashing down and piercing the great demon mouse's other reddened eye. Lu Chen chose the most critical moment to strike, piercing through the great demon mouse in one blow. The great demon mouse let out a heart-wrenching scream, thrashing violently, but the remaining copper-armored soldiers simultaneously unleashed a torrent of violent Earth power, crushing the great demon mouse dead on the spot. A dead mouse, 16 against 1, and still not dying in a group fight. Lu Chen moved forward, meticulously inspecting all 15 of his bronze-armored Dao soldiers, only to find that they bore not a single scratch. Indeed, their physical bodies are indestructible. Even the Qi condensation realm demon mice cannot break through the defenses of my bronze-armored Dao soldiers. Lu Chen felt quite pleased. However, this is also due to being underground, which greatly enhances the bronze-armored Dao soldiers. If the fight were to occur above ground, the outcome would likely be different. Moreover, this large demon mouse lacked powerful flying swords, otherwise the bronze-armored Dao soldiers might not withstand the onslaught of a Qi condensation realm foe. I have heard that the demon beasts of the Qi condensation realm can already condense demon cores. As Lu Chen's thoughts began to take shape, a bronze-armored Dao soldier stepped forward forcefully, piercing its hand into the demon mouse's skull and pulling out a demon core the size of a pebble. Lu Chen took a look and then instructed the bronze-armored Dao soldier to place it back inside the demon mouse's head. The demon core can also be used to nourish the Dao soldiers, and with the strong physique of the large demon mouse, the effect would be even better. He did not linger and collected the corpses of the 6 demon mice into the soldier-nourishing Immortal Coffin. Taking a brief glance, he saw that the soldier-nourishing Immortal Coffin was already piled high with demon corpses. A few were demon monkeys and demon wolves he had killed himself, while the remaining over 100 were corpses he had gathered from Tongyo Mountain. There were more than 50 Qi condensation realm demon corpses, and the rest were at the transformation realm, with only the recently slain large demon mouse belonging to the Qi condensation realm. To raise all 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers to silver-armored status, these demon corpses should be sufficient. Lu Chen was not entirely sure, but he speculated it might be about right. Without further delay, he sat on one of the bronze-armored Dao soldiers and returned to the sect. Interestingly, halfway underground, Lu Chen encountered a gigantic earthworm that had already evolved into a demon beast and reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. However, this earthworm was not fortunate. It ran into Lu Chen and was directly surrounded and killed by the 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers. Lu Chen thought for a moment, and suddenly remembered that this place seemed to be a small town called Qingshi Town. There was a task posted in the Internal Affairs Hall stating that earthquakes occasionally occurred in this town, causing villagers who went up the mountain to gather firewood or hunt to fall into crevices and disappear. The government suspected that demons were causing trouble underground, but despite sending many disciples from the sect, no traces of demons had been found. Perfect, I can also take on the task of exterminating demons in Qingshi Town. Ooh, I might earn some merit. Lu Chen left joyfully. This mission could be said to have yielded significant rewards. He went to Wuguan County to slay demons and encountered reckless rogue cultivators who aimed to hunt the disciples of the Dongming Sect. He went to the Tongyo Mountain in Dongha County to investigate strange movements and encountered a gathering of demons along with a peculiar tree resembling a green serpent. The merit gained here was definitely much higher than that of typical tasks, and importantly, Lu Chen also collected a pile of demon corpses, which was another great benefit. In Wuguan County, a shadow resembling a ghost silently weaved through the crowd unnoticed by anyone. Wearing a blue fox mask, the figure was tall with hair interspersed with black and white, casually tied back with a wooden hairpin draped in a gray robe with white edges. With a casual step, it vanished from the street in an instant. When it reappeared, it was outside a small courtyard in the northern part of Wuguan County. If Lu Chen were here, he would recognize this as the home of Captain Song, where the hunchbacked old man and the old woman who sought to hunt the disciples of the Dongming Sect had met their end. The figure in the blue fox mask paused at the entrance, suddenly raised a hand in a beckoning gesture, and 2 indistinct figures floated from within the courtyard into his palm. Upon closer inspection, they were none other than the old man and woman whose heads were severed by Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong. They were already old, yet they served no purpose. He lightly clenched his fist, shattering the two figures in his hand, and then looked towards Dongha County. The dragon transformation fruit over there must be ripening soon. Dongming Sect, how will you respond this time? At the Dongming Sect in the Outer Sect's Internal Affairs Hall, Lu Chen stepped forward with a group of disciples taking on tasks, and soon it was his turn. Elder Hu, I have 2 tasks to submit. He called out, taking out 2 task bamboo slips and handing over his identity jade token. A Lu old brother has returned. Hu Tai, who had been stern-faced, immediately broke into a smile as he took the 2 task slips and first looked at the one from Wuguan County. 2 drops of heart's blood from initial stage transformation realm demon monkeys and 1 drop of heart's blood from a mid-stage transformation realm demon wolf. He was startled, unable to help but glance at Lu Chen a couple more times. Goodness, he managed to slay 3 demon beasts at full chi condensation. Demon beasts are different from mindless creatures. They are quite similar to cultivators and possess strong physical bodies. Generally, cultivators do not have a significant advantage against demon beasts of the same realm. Yet Lu Chen actually killed 3 in one go. Could it be that his mastery of the sword has reached a breakthrough? Hu Tai wondered, is it really that easy to achieve a breakthrough in sword mastery? Of course not. If it were that easy, he would have long since broken through to the chi condensation realm and entered the realm of profound methods, freely traversing the cosmic void instead of staying here as a steady elder. Putting aside his distractions, Elder Hu began to calculate 2 initial stage transformation realm demon monkeys would yield 10 merits. 1 initial stage transformation realm demon beast would yield 5 merits, which is quite substantial. When Lu Chen bought the peak chi condensation armored demon bull from Zhou Song, it was only worth 2 merits per beast. If sold to the sect, it would certainly not fetch more than 2 merits. The initial stage transformation realm is only 1 level higher than peak chi condensation, so 5 merits is actually quite good. Additionally, there was a mid-stage transformation realm demon wolf that would yield 8 merits, and completing the task would also grant 2 merits, totaling 20 merits. Elder Hu was about to credit the merits to Lu Chen's identity jade token when he suddenly paused. Wait, slaying demons in Wuguan County. There are rogue cultivators hunting disciples of the Dongming Sect in Wuguan County. The law enforcement hall said that the disciple who assisted in slaying rogue cultivators in Wuguan County was Lu Chen. Goodness, he earned a fortune from this one task. The law enforcement hall also granted a reward of 10 merits, meaning that for this one task, Lu Chen earned 30 merits, equivalent to 30 mid-grade spirit stones or 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. These 30 merits would take other Outer Sect disciples a lot of tasks to earn at least 10 tasks, and they couldn't be ordinary simple ones. If it were tasks that only rewarded 1 merit or half a merit, it would take several months to earn these 30 merits, because simple tasks are also hard to come by, as many people compete for them. Finally, Elder Hu took out the task bamboo slip from Dongha County. This was an investigative task with only Lu Chen's recorded details of the situation in Tongyo Mountain on the slip. As Elder Hu glanced at it, he sat up straight, and after a couple of looks, his eyes filled with shock. By the time he finished reading, Elder Hu abruptly stood up. Suspected Mountain Lord Demon Tiger, a giant python likely on the verge of transformation, and a strange tree producing green fruits that resemble a green serpent spitting pearls. This. Something big is happening. No, it's that Lu Chen has achieved a great feat. This matter is of great importance, and as a mere steward, I fear I cannot determine the specific merit. Hu Tai lightly shook the bamboo slip in his hand, which represented the task of Mangyu Mountain in Dongha County, and said, Brother Lu, please return and wait. I believe there will soon be good news, and I will notify you then. While speaking, Hu Tai took out his communication jade talisman and left a message for Lu Chen. Lu Chen had anticipated this. Mangyu Mountain was teeming with too many demonic creatures, and there was even a demon tiger that seemed to have achieved the status of Mountain Lord, and a giant python on the verge of transforming into a dragon. Hu Tai, as a steward with insight, truly did not have the authority to make a decision. Thank you, steward. Lu Chen clasped his fists. Then I will await your good news. With that, he headed towards where Steward Zhou Song was located. Hu Tai hurriedly took out a communication jade talisman and transmitted the news he had received from Lu Chen back to the higher-ups of the Internal Affairs Hall. He had a premonition that this matter would not be simple and might lead to significant events. Intersect Flying Peak. The short and stout 5th elder looked at the communication jade talisman in his hand containing the message from Hu Tai, and the more he read, the tighter his brows furrowed. After a moment, he finally raised his eyebrows in anger. A strange tree resembling a green snake, like a green fruit spitting pearls. Damn it, who brought the dragon transformation fruit to Mangyu Mountain? This dragon transformation fruit is a sacred medicine for demonic creatures rumored to enable transformation into a dragon. Of course, this is merely a legend, and does not truly allow for transformation into a dragon. However, if that giant python which already showed signs of transformation were to consume it, it would undoubtedly become a dragon. Additionally, there is a demon tiger suspected of having achieved the status of Mountain Lord. If it were to swallow this dragon transformation fruit, its ascension to Mountain Lord would be certain rather than just a suspicion. He took out the communication jade talisman, intending to send a message, but then abruptly put it away. If these two creatures have reached such a level, how could the outer sect disciples possibly infiltrate Magnia Mountain and uncover everything? Moreover, he returned to the sect safely. If it were an ordinary disciple, let alone the top outer sect disciples in the Qi transformation realm, even inner sect disciples in the insight realm would likely be devoured by those demonic creatures without a trace. This kid has some talent. The fifth elder couldn't help but take another look at the communication jade talisman, Lu Chen. That little fellow who broke through to the peak of Qi transformation in less than 2 months and comprehended the true meaning of the sword. He could be my personal disciple. This kid is not simple. Mingjing Peak and Dojin Peak will probably be fighting over him. Forget it, there's no need for me to get involved in this excitement. In a rush, he transformed into a streak of light and headed straight for Mingjing Peak. Lu Chen, of course, knew nothing of all this. At this moment, he had already arrived in front of Zhou Song. Brother Zhou, do you have any pills that assist in breaking through from Qi transformation to spirit transformation? Moi. Zhou Song looked up in surprise at Lu Chen and said, your aura is stable without any superficial signs, your foundation is solid, and you can indeed prepare for a breakthrough. His words carried a sense of wonder. Less than 2 months ago, Lu Chen had just broken into the late Qi transformation stage, and now in less than 3 months, he was already ready to break through to the spirit transformation realm. Such speed is indeed fast, and it is fast enough to be concerning. The Qi spirit pill requires 40 merits. With your foundation breaking through should be a piece of cake. Zhou Song casually took out a jade bottle and shook it. Do you have enough merits to purchase it? He remembered that after Lu Chen bought the Ascension Pill and an additional 10 mid-grade Spirit Stones last time, only 23 merits remained in his Identity Jade token. He was unaware that later Lu Chen went to the Hall of 10,000 Laws to exchange for a Fire Element spell and ended up with only 13 merits left. Lu Chen presented his Identity Jade token, just enough. 40 merits is still manageable. He earned 30 merits from the task in Wuguan County, and he had 13 merits left from before, so buying this Qi Spirit Pill would leave him with 3 merits to spare. Zhou Song smiled. You earn merits quite quickly. After receiving the pill, Lu Chen quickened his pace back to his small courtyard. He did not rush to swallow the Qi Spirit Pill. Instead, he focused his consciousness into the celestial soldier Coffin. Brothers in copper armor, feel free to eat. With Lu Chen's permission, the 15 copper-armored Dao soldiers who had been unable to contain themselves for a long time began to absorb the massive pile of demonic corpses. As the Dao soldiers grew stronger, it would also enhance Lu Chen's physical body, allowing him to slightly improve his true Qi. Thus, Lu Chen only allowed the Dao soldiers to absorb those demonic creatures' essence while he was in seclusion. Under the full efforts of the 15 copper-armored Dao soldiers, the mountain of demonic corpses gradually began to diminish. One by one, the demonic corpses in the Qi transformation realm turned to nothingness as they were completely absorbed by the Dao soldiers. Soon, the demonic corpses in the spirit transformation realm were also decreasing. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already seated himself cross-legged, feeling the power feedback from the celestial soldier Coffin continuously strengthening his physical body. This was not a sudden surge of power, but rather a steady enhancement, like a gentle stream slowly but ceaselessly increasing. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. I miscalculated. He had initially estimated that more than 100 demonic corpses would be enough for the 15 copper-armored Dao soldiers to advance to silver-armored Dao soldiers, but the outcome was not as expected. The copper-armored Dao soldiers remained copper-armored Dao soldiers, albeit much stronger than before. They were very close to upgrading to silver-armored Dao soldiers, but still lacked that final step. No worries, once I break into the spirit transformation realm, I will go hunt some more demonic beasts. Within the Dongming Sect, there were plenty of resources for demonic beasts, even those at the Qi transformation realm, but beyond that there were none for the Xuanfa realm. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, adjusting his mindset, and once again sat down with closed eyes. Next, I will break through from Qi transformation to spirit transformation. Opening the jade bottle, he poured out a round emerald green pill and swallowed it whole. In an instant, a vast medicinal power spread from within Lu Chen, rapidly surging into his Qi Si and Dantian, flowing through all his meridians. For a moment, Lu Chen felt as if the true Qi within him had transformed into a raging fire, scorching hot. Conversely, his true Qi began to continuously condense and refine, gradually transforming towards another layer as the primordial Immortal Sutra operated. What is the spirit transformation realm? The spirit transformation realm refers to a transformation in the level of power. The Qi transformation realm is about solidifying true Qi, emphasizing the transformation of the void into the tangible. In contrast, the spirit transformation realm transforms true Qi into spiritual power, which is fundamentally different from true Qi. The same unit of spiritual power can easily crush 10 units of true Qi or even 100 units. This is not an exaggeration, but a fact. There is a vast difference between the two. Lu Chen was able to easily slay demonic creatures and beasts in the spirit transformation realm, with his Qi transformation realm strength relying on his Dao soldiers rather than his own strength. Dao soldiers do not possess true Qi or spiritual power. Their physical bodies are formidable and their strength astonishing, making them akin to body refinement practitioners. The difference lies in their ability to master earth and fire, manipulating the powers of heaven and earth, thus growing even stronger. Even when facing higher-level demonic creatures, they can rely on their powerful physiques to engage in direct confrontation. Boom. It was as if an invisible shackle had been broken. The true Qi within Lu Chen had completely vanished, replaced by extraordinarily powerful spiritual power. In the spirit transformation realm, within my celestial soldier Coffin, I can raise 10 more Dao soldiers. Indeed, each minor breakthrough within the Qi condensation realm allows one to cultivate 5 additional Dao soldiers. Upon ascending to the spirit transformation realm, that number doubles to 10. This increase is not limited solely to the major leap from Qi condensation to spirit transformation. Rather, every subsequent breakthrough, whether into the mid or late stages of the spirit transformation realm, grants an additional 10 Dao soldiers. This is Lu Chen's true trump card. His personal cultivation accounts for only a fraction of his overall strength. The Dao soldiers housed within his immortal coffin of soldier cultivation constitute the overwhelming majority. At present, his immortal coffin already houses 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers, and they are on the verge of ascending to silver-armored status. With 10 more added, their number will swell to 25. Even Lu Chen himself could scarcely fathom the staggering might of 25 Dao soldiers. Previously, while still at the peak of the Qi condensation realm, he had slain a Tonkia-level great demon rat, a being 2 major realms above him, using only 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers. Now imagine those upgraded to silver-armored, and their ranks expanded from 15 to 25. It was unthinkable how swiftly that great demon rat would perish. A pity, the seeds are insufficient, Lu Chen murmured with quiet regret. Having now entered the spirit transformation realm, the 15 Dao soldiers he previously cultivated have all neared the apex of bronze-armored potential, poised to ascend to silver-armored status at any moment. Given his current cultivation level, it would be pointless to select just any spirit transformation level beast or fiend to forge new bronze-armored Dao soldiers. Henceforth, he would cultivate only silver-armored ones. Silver-armored Dao soldiers command the 3 grand elemental forces, earth, fire, and water, possessing far greater physical resilience and raw power. Whether upon open earth within volcanic calderas or beneath rivers, lakes, and oceans, they suffer no weakness. In fact, their strength surges in such environments, vastly surpassing bronze-armored Dao soldiers. Correspondingly, they align with the Tanxiao realm. In essence, once Lu Chen cultivates even a single silver-armored Dao soldier, he shall dominate unchallenged throughout the entire Tanxiao realm. Not even monstrous beasts could withstand them, let alone cultivators wielding spirit artifacts or arcane spells. If one silver-armored Dao soldier proves insufficient, what of 10? What of 20? They would simply overwhelm you by sheer numbers. Of course, Lu Chen currently lacks the means. There are simply too few suitable beasts available. Fortunately, he had recently slain a Tonkia-level great demon rat using his bronze-armored Dao soldiers, an ideal candidate for cultivating a silver-armored Dao soldier. With a mere thought, the corpse of the great demon rat within the immortal coffin began undergoing the slow, meticulous process of Dao soldier cultivation. Though progress was measured, requiring no less than 3 hours for full ascension, Lu Chen felt no urgency. He could wait patiently. He had already laid out his plan. Upon completing this silver-armored Dao soldier, he would accept a mission rich in Tonkia-level beast resources. Once he secured enough specimens to fill his quota, he would advance to the inner sect. As these thoughts unfolded, a clear, melodious voice rang out from beyond the courtyard gate, feminine yet imbued with a bold, spirited timbre. Whose voice was this? Utterly unfamiliar. Lu Chen paused, then stepped outside and opened the gate, only to find a graceful young woman standing before him in a dark-hued gown. Her features were exquisite, her eyes especially radiant, luminous as twin stars. Her long hair gathered high in a simple black hairpin, accentuating her tall, lithe frame. Even beneath the form-fitting attire, not an ounce of superfluous flesh marred her silhouette. Her figure was both elegant and strikingly voluptuous. Most arresting of all was her temperament. Not the gentle demure sort, but one brimming with heroic vigor and unreserved candor like a heroine sprung from ancient martial novels. Moreover, her cultivation was formidable. Though Lu Chen had recently entered the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, he could discern nothing of her true strength, conservatively estimating her at mid-Tongxiao realm or higher. Upon seeing Lu Chen emerge, her eyes gleamed faintly. Youthful, handsome, bearing a quiet air of valor. Clad in azure robes, he stood tall and lean, his gaze sharp as starlight conveyed both refinement and unmistakable masculine vitality. Neither aloof nor effusive, but warmly grounded. "You are Lu Chen, junior brother Lu," she asked, appraising him with a swift, keen glance. "I come from the enforcement hall of Mingjing Peak, and my name is Xianqi." She paused briefly, then cut straight to the matter. "Was it you who investigated the situation in Donghe County and Mangnia Mountain?" So that was why she had come. Lu Chen nodded. "Indeed." Xianqi flipped her palm upward, revealing a bamboo slip. "This is your reward from the sect for that mission, 50 merit points. Take it to the Internal Affairs Hall to redeem it." 50 merit points. That surpassed even the combined rewards from slaying demons in Wuguan County, and from assisting Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong in eliminating 2 rogue cultivators. Lu Chen hastily clasped his fists in salute. "Many thanks, Senior Sister Xian, for delivering this in person." He accepted the slip. 50 merit points would suffice to acquire additional pills for cultivation. Xianqi waved her hand dismissively, her bright eyes returning to Lu Chen. "Senior brothers Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong told me your earth element techniques are extraordinary, especially your ability to gather earth into soldiers, which stands out among peers. Even at the peak of the Qi condensation realm, your earthen soldiers clad in armor were said to transcend realms and slay a mid-stage spirit transformation wolf. Is this true?" Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong. Those loose-lipped gossips. How utterly vexing. That was no mere earthen construct. It was a bronze-armored Dao soldier. And Lu Chen had no intention of revealing his Dao soldiers so soon, for they were bound to his innate treasure, the immortal coffin of soldier cultivation. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen replied firmly, "That is correct." Xianqi's already luminous eyes sparkled anew. "It seems, junior brother, you have plumbed profound depths in the true essence of earth. Come, let us test our skills. As it happens, I too possess considerable mastery over earth element techniques, including the art of gathering earth into soldiers. Rest assured, I shall not leverage my cultivation realm against you. Only the technique itself shall be contested. The art of gathering earth into soldiers demands deep comprehension of earth's true essence. And at the Tongxiao realm, grasping true essence becomes mandatory. If one's divine soul remains underdeveloped, cultivation inevitably stagnates. Xianqi was at least at the late Tongxiao realm, meaning her grasp of Earth's true essence must reach at least the 2nd tier. Lu Chen's own comprehension of Earth's true essence resided at precisely that level, no more no less. Whether such mastery could truly enable a Qi condensation peak cultivator to slay a mid-stage spirit transformation wolf, he himself could not say. He had never once employed the earthen soldier technique in actual combat. How could he possibly know? He did not, but Xianqi certainly would. If the 2nd tier of Earth's true essence proved insufficient to empower such a feat, then his fabricated tale about earthen soldiers slaying wolves would instantly collapse, exposed before Xianqi's discerning gaze. "Damn it, Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong. I helped you earn merit, and you repay me with trouble. Fine, next time fortune smiles, you won't even catch a whiff of it." Lu Chen inwardly railed against Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong, then turned to Xianqi with a warm sunlit smile. "It would be my honor to receive senior sister's guidance." With that, he vanished silently into the earth. Beneath the surface, he summoned a bronze-armored Dao soldier and swiftly enveloped it in dense earthen armor, drawing upon the earth element force. When Lu Chen reappeared before Xianqi, a towering stone giant, nearly 3 meters tall, stood beside him. "Senior sister, please proceed." Xianqi looked at Lu Chen's actions in astonishment, a flicker of confusion passing through her bright eyes. Why does junior brother Lu choose to burrow underground while using the earth formation technique? Could it be that this way the earth formation technique would be even more powerful? I understand. A thought flashed through Xianqi's mind. "Junior brother, wait for me a moment." After leaving that remark, Xianqi swiftly burrowed underground. When she reappeared, a towering stone giant stood beside her, even taller than Lu Chen's bronze-armored soldier, reaching over 3.5 meters, surpassing a yard in height. It looked quite similar to the bronze-armored soldier wrapped in stone armor, just more imposing. Lu Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, forming a 6 with one hand. "We can start now." Xianqi pointed at the stone giant towering over a yard. Without any unnecessary words, the bronze-armored soldier stomped heavily, moving as swiftly as thunder, charging fiercely towards Xianqi's stone giant. At the same moment, the over-yard-tall stone giant struck back its punch like the sound of a drum, powerful, as if it could bear a mountain. Bang! A thunderous crash reminiscent of mountains colliding rang out. With the first punch, Qianqi's stone giant had its arm brutally shattered by the bronze-armored soldier. Bang! Emboldened by its earlier success, the bronze-armored soldier, upon shattering the stone giant's arm, seized its head and abruptly yanked it off. Then it moved again, turning into a fleeting shadow, crashing down from above, smashing the over-yard-tall stone giant into a pile of rubble. Everything was decisively finished. The bronze-armored soldier silently sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. In the small courtyard, only a heap of broken stones remained, along with a stunned Qianqi. It seemed she hadn't yet processed what had happened, her bright eyes blankly staring at the scattered stones, then glancing at the bronze-armored soldier that had disappeared underground. Finally, she looked at the somewhat nonchalant Lu Chen, opened her mouth, and then closed it again. She opened her mouth again, but then closed it once more. Ultimately unable to hold back, she spoke, "Your earth formation technique. I mean your earth formation technique. Never mind." At the end of her words, Qianqi seemed to have lost all her strength, as if she had been heavily struck. Lu Chen understood what Qianqi wanted to say. It was simply, "Why is your earth formation technique so remarkably different from mine?" In comparison, Qianqi's earth formation technique resembled a very large muggle, while Lu Chen's was akin to a ferocious dragon emerging from the deep wilderness, immensely powerful and ruthlessly efficient, moving with extreme swiftness, completely unlike a mere stone figure formed from earth energy devoid of any intelligence. To this, Lu Chen could only think, "Hee, you haven't seen the more extraordinary capabilities yet." His bronze-armored soldier also commanded both earth and fire elements. If it were to truly fight, it would be far from the friendly display he had just shown. Well, it was just friendly, because the bronze-armored soldier had merely showcased less than 1/5 of its true strength. The ordinary earth formation technique lacks the ability to harness both earth and fire energies, nor does it possess the astonishing combat instincts of the bronze-armored soldier. The earth formation technique is, to put it simply, a minor spell used for dealing with mindless beasts. It can withstand damage, but if you aim to use it for slaying demons or dueling, I'm afraid you're putting too much pressure on this little spell. However, the earth formation technique can actually create not only humanoid figures, but also dragon-shaped tigers or leopards, as long as you wish for it. The quantity is limitless, provided your strength is sufficient. Qianqi merely wanted to compare whose spell was more profound, which is why she only produced one earth elemental soldier to measure their strengths. But the outcome was brutal. Her earth formation technique was crushed into dust by Lu Chen's bronze-armored soldier, leaving Qianqi questioning her very existence. Is it really true that the same spell in different hands has such a vast disparity? Why is that? Lu Chen is clearly just a newly initiated disciple in the spirit transformation realm, not yet even a full member of the inner sect. And she, even in the inner sect, is not an unknown figure. She is a notable peak-level practitioner of the spirit channeling stage. With just one more step, she could enter the realm of mystic technique, traversing the cosmos, and even compete for a position among the direct disciples of the Dongming Sect at Mingjing Peak. Even in the ancestral land of the Dongming Sect, deep in the starry sky, she would have her place. Yet in her strongest field of earth spells, she was utterly overwhelmed by this unremarkable outer sect. Her mastery of earth energy is not at the second layer, but the third layer, a level only attainable by those in the realm of mystic technique. Could it be that Lu Chen has reached the fourth layer of earth energy? Thank you for your guidance. Seeing Qianqi's bright eyes seemingly losing their light, Lu Chen cleared his throat and spoke. Qianqi sighed deeply, and after a moment her gaze turned resolute. "Teach me." "Lu Chen, what can I teach you?" "Teach you to cultivate a military fairy Coffin as well. This is a bronze-armored soldier, not merely the earth formation technique." "I'm sorry, but I can't teach you this." Lu Chen refused. Qianqi blinked her bright eyes and humbly said, Lu Chen remained unmoved. "Spirit stones. Good deeds would work too." Looking at this sister Qianqi, who was clearly generous in demeanor, yet appeared quite humble, at this moment Lu Chen still felt indifferent. "Good looks won't feed you, will they?" "Of course not. The secret of the military fairy Coffin cannot be exposed. It won't work for anyone." But this sister Qianqi seems rather stubborn, determined not to give up until she reaches her goal. Lu Chen stated earnestly, "This is my ultimate skill, and I cannot pass it on." Qianqi blinked her bright eyes, looked around to see no one was watching, then breathed a sigh of relief before stealthily approaching Lu Chen and whispered, "If all else fails, I could become your disciple. Out there you call me senior sister, and when no one's around I call you master. How about that?" Lu Chen felt a vein pop on his forehead. "So it's each to their own, huh?" His expression darkened, and he patiently explained, "Actually, this cannot be taught. It's a matter of talent. It's innate, you understand, right?" Qianqi wore a look of refusal, almost as if her beautiful face was saying, "Do I look like a fool to you?" 7 big characters. Let me tell you, if I weren't unable to win, I'd have my soldier throw you out right now, you know. Lu Chen's mind raced. This sister was not easily fooled, and he needed to come up with a more forceful way to send her off. Alright, let's lay it all out. Junior brother, this technique of mine isn't actually the earth formation technique. Before he could finish, a glimmer of wisdom flickered in Qianqi's bright eyes as she struck her hands together. I knew it. The earth formation technique couldn't possibly be this powerful. Hurry and teach me. Lu Chen interrupted in time. Listen to me, this grand technique is actually something I obtained by chance from a mysterious existence whose name cannot be spoken. Qianqi's bright and beautiful large eyes swept back and forth over Lu Chen several times. Can Lu Chen's words be trusted? Of course not. From the beginning until now, Lu Chen's statements have changed 3 times, and with each change his expression shifts accordingly. His acting is quite good, but Qianqi does not believe him. However, there is one thing that can be trusted and inferred. This spell is very likely not the Earth Soldier's technique. It is probably taught to him by powerful cultivators outside the sect. As for the so-called mysterious existence whose name cannot be spoken, which would cause death if taught to others, Qianqi does not believe it. However, this spell ultimately does not belong to Lu Chen, and teaching it to her is indeed improper. After all, there are still a couple of truths in what he says. It can't be that every word he speaks is false. Qianqi smiled knowingly, believing that even if she hasn't seen through all of Lu Chen's words, she has grasped the gist. Well, since it was passed down by a high master, I won't press further. Goodbye. Qianqi waved her hand, not exposing Lu Chen's lies, and turned to leave without any hesitation. This was a stark contrast to her previous relentless pursuit. Unfortunately, Qianqi does not know that not a single truth exists among Lu Chen's 10 statements, let alone half a sentence. Throughout the entire conversation, only the word soldier in Earth Soldiers was somewhat relevant. Watching Sister Qianqi stride away, Lu Chen let out a sigh, harboring vigilance. Since Sister Qianqi is leaving so freely, she must have other intentions. I need to be wary of her in the future. Moreover, when entering the inner sect in the future, I must avoid Mingjing Peak. Otherwise, staying on the same peak as Sister Qianqi, I estimate I won't have any peaceful days. Taking the time to check on the great demon rat in the nurturing coffin, which had yet to be transformed into a silver-armored soldier, Lu Chen headed to the administrative hall, first exchanging the bamboo slips sent by Qianqi for 50 good deeds, and then using the 50 good deeds to obtain 3 purple spirit pills that could assist in cultivating the spirit transformation realm. The purple spirit pill costs 15 good deeds, each, leaving Lu Chen with only 8 good deeds after spending 45. I'm out of good deeds again. Lu Chen sighed. Cultivation is not something that can be achieved casually by oneself. With Lu Chen's aptitude and accompanying treasures, without the aid of pills and middle-grade spirit stones, he would still be stuck in the late stage of the chi condensation realm. Steady cultivation and breaking through to the spirit transformation realm would at least take 2 to 3 more years. Reaching the spirit transformation realm would require even more time, increasing exponentially. After all, cultivation is about seizing the fortune of heaven and earth and relying on oneself. It is a gradual and extremely slow process. This process has merely been shortened by Lu Chen through pills and middle-grade spirit stones. In reality, pills are also made from various spiritual herbs found in heaven and earth. Spiritual herbs consume the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and spirit stones are formed from the spiritual energy of the world. All of this is a natural creation of the universe. If I were to advance to an inner sect disciple now, I should receive a reward from the sect, which would temporarily suffice for my cultivation needs. As he pondered, Lu Chen returned to his small courtyard. The silver-armored soldier is about to be formed. The water spell should also be prepared. Previously, when the iron-armored soldiers were promoted to copper-armored soldiers, and when nurturing 5 copper-armored soldiers, he had grasped the ability to briefly merge his mind with the soldiers, allowing him to comprehend the earth and fire elements that the soldiers were naturally able to control. He had taken this opportunity to advance the true essence of earth to the 2nd layer and the fire essence to the 1st layer. This time, with a full 15 copper-armored soldiers being promoted to silver-armored soldiers and the ability to nurture another 10 silver-armored soldiers, he must seize this opportunity. He aims to comprehend the earth essence to the 3rd layer or even the 4th layer, while the fire essence must at least reach the 2nd layer. The water essence that the silver-armored soldiers can control also needs to be comprehended. As of now, Lu Chen has only cultivated the earth and fire spells. The water spell has yet to be prepared. It is a pity that the soldiers do not control the sword path, otherwise his sword essence could also rise to a higher level. The sword path emphasizes slaughter, and its killing power is astonishing. Lu Chen would not easily give it up. After entering the inner sect, he will have to spare time to diligently cultivate sword techniques to gain insights into higher levels of sword essence. While the soldiers are important, his own strength cannot lag behind. After planning his future cultivation path, the nurturing Coffin in his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled lightly, and Lu Chen felt a sense of awareness. The silver-armored soldier is complete. Mysterious feedback power surged from the Coffin, spreading through Lu Chen's limbs and organs, gradually strengthening his physical body and increasing his strength. He was overjoyed and immediately sat cross-legged, immersing his mind into the nurturing Coffin to take advantage of the moment to comprehend. Sure enough, at the moment the silver-armored soldier was formed, Lu Chen once again merged with the silver-armored soldier, experiencing the power of earth, fire, and water that the soldiers could control. The innate advantages of the silver-armored soldier are becoming increasingly pronounced. Although the earth, fire, and water powers controlled by the soldiers cannot be measured by true essence, it can be roughly judged that the earth power controlled by the copper-armored soldiers has likely already reached the 4th or 5th layer of true essence, while fire essence is slightly inferior, probably not exceeding the 3rd layer. The silver-armored soldiers surpass this, and when translated into earth true essence, they may have completely reached the 5th layer rather than merely touching it. At this moment, as Lu Chen merged into the silver-armored soldier, he felt the profoundness of earth true essence, the fierceness of fire true essence, and the inclusiveness of water true essence, experiencing a substantial uplift, as if his soul had been sublimated. His comprehension of true essence rapidly ascended. This process lasted only about a quarter of an hour, 15 minutes before coming to an end. Even so, Lu Chen's earth true essence had risen significantly, already reaching the peak of the 2nd layer, ready to break into the 3rd layer at any moment. The fire and water true essences had not yet been thoroughly comprehended, showing little change. No rush, there will be plenty of opportunities. Lu Chen opened his eyes, suppressing the restlessness in his heart. Now he has only nurtured 1 silver-armored soldier, and he can nurture 9 more plus the 15 copper-armored soldiers that will be promoted to silver-armored soldiers. These are all his opportunities. Next, let's take a look at the newly formed silver-armored soldier. As soon as Lu Chen thought of this, the silver-armored soldier in the nurturing Coffin abruptly appeared before him. Standing almost a yard tall, certainly over 3 meters, it stood before Lu Chen, towering over him by a small margin. Its entire body was a silvery color, as if forged from metal, remarkably sturdy, with an arm thicker than Xianqi's waist. Its face remained vague, lacking distinct features, but it vaguely resembled Lu Chen. He took out his flying sword, releasing an astonishing sword intent, gliding the sword lightly across the silver-armored soldier's arm, producing a piercing metal scraping sound, as if unbreakable. Good. Lu Chen's eyes brightened, unleashing all his spiritual power and sword intent to the utmost, instantly slashing through the air, landing on the silver-armored soldier's arm with a resounding crash. It remained as unbreakable as before, not even breaking its skin. This body, I fear, even a master who has just entered the mystical realm would struggle to budge. Lu Chen was overjoyed. He had exerted all his strength, pushing the sword's true essence to its peak, yet the silver-armored soldier did not even budge, nor did it utilize the earth power for defense. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of being a silver-armored soldier. Let's take it out for a spin. After sheathing his flying sword and putting away his Dao soldiers, Lu Chen headed straight for the Internal Affairs Hall. He needed to take on a mission to venture out of the sect, primarily to hunt more demon beasts to sustain his silver-armored Dao soldiers, while also allowing the 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers to advance. The demon beasts required for this mission would likely be numerous, so he couldn't rely on merit points to purchase them. With insufficient merit points, Lu Chen would have to hunt them himself. Well, rather, he would let the Dao soldiers do the hunting. As mature Dao soldiers, they should be self-sufficient. After spending a little more than half an hour with the deacon Hu Tai in the Internal Affairs Hall, Lu Chen finally exited the sect. This time the mission he accepted was to go to Lingyao Mountain to collect 10 pairs of white-scaled elephants and tusks with a reward of 8 merit points, and there were demon beasts of the opening realm in Lingyao Mountain. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that previously on his way back to the sect, Lu Chen had encountered a peak-level demon creature, a worm of the transformation realm, in Qingshi Town. He had intended to find this task to exchange for some merit points, but it turned out that it had already been accepted by an outer sect disciple named Liang Ping, leaving Lu Chen with no choice but to give up. He wondered if Liang Ping had inadvertently gained some merit points, or if he would simply be unable to complete this, since the mission target had already been eliminated by Lu Chen on his way. The demon corpse had been completely absorbed as nutrients by his bronze-armored Dao soldiers. Forget it, this task was no longer relevant to him. It was much more interesting to take the Dao soldiers out to be self-reliant. He once again burrowed underground, sitting atop the newly cultivated silver-armored Dao soldier, moving with astonishing speed. The distance from Dongming Sect to Lingyao Mountain was 1,000 miles, but at the speed of the silver-armored Dao soldiers burrowing, it took less than an hour to arrive. Lu Chen summoned all 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers along with 1 silver-armored Dao soldier and swaggered up Lingyao Mountain. Upon entering Lingya Mountain, one of the bronze-armored Dao soldiers quietly burrowed underground, and when it reappeared, it was already beneath a fierce iron-toothed sheep, grabbing its head and pulling it underground, smashing it to death with 2 punches at an astonishing speed. What followed was a continuous onslaught. Whenever they encountered a demon beast, a Dao soldier would step forward and easily hunt it down. Even when faced with groups of demon beasts, they continued to push through effortlessly, without Lu Chen needing to lift a finger. During this time, Lu Chen also encountered several fellow disciples from Dongming Sect, who were also on missions in Lingya Mountain, all of whom looked at Lu Chen with the utmost shock. Goodness Outer Sect disciples were cautious when doing missions in Lingya Mountain, fearful of inadvertently alarming the demon beasts of the opening realm, yet Lu Chen was striding boldly. Hunting demon beasts was as simple as butchering chickens or dogs, and Lu Chen didn't even have to lift a finger. The stone golems effortlessly swept them aside. This was hardly a mission, it felt more like sightseeing. Lu Chen chose not to engage in conversation, merely nodding to acknowledge them before continuing his path of destruction. As they traversed, the roars and cries of demon beasts echoed, only to quickly fade. After about half an hour, Lu Chen suddenly halted, his eyes lighting up, finally encountered a demon beast of the opening realm. A crimson flame fierce tiger born with the ability to control flames, its claws as fierce as steel whips, capable of inflicting injury merely by brushing against them, a particularly ferocious type of demon beast. Even disciples of the transformation realm dared not provoke it. But Lu Chen dared, well, to be precise, his Dao soldiers dared. Don't damage it, you preserve the entire corpse. With Lu Chen's command, the 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers, along with the silver-armored Dao soldier, surged forward, overwhelming the crimson flame fierce tiger amidst a thunderous roar. Flames erupted, but they posed no threat to the Dao soldiers, as both the bronze-armored and silver-armored Dao soldiers wielded fire abilities. Such flames were nothing to be concerned about. Led by the silver-armored Dao soldier, they unleashed the earth's power beneath, forming a massive hand that pinned the crimson flame fierce tiger down. Despite the fierce tiger's furious roars and the fiery onslaught it unleashed, it could not break free from the grasp of the earthen hand. Even more despairing for the fierce tiger was that the silver-armored Dao soldier had silently integrated with the earthen hand, and when it reappeared, it was already on the tiger's back, delivering 2 powerful punches that left the tiger disoriented. As the 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers surrounded and attacked, delivering punch after punch, the opening realm demon tiger had no room to resist and was swiftly beaten to death by the swarm of Dao soldiers. Opening realm beasts are not that tough. Lu Chen stepped forward, collecting the intact corpse of the crimson flame fierce tiger into his nurturing coffin before continuing to ascend the mountain. At this moment, his nurturing coffin was already piled high with various demon beast corpses, all of which were at least from the transformation realm. He had no interest in the gathering Qi realm beasts. Still lacking 8 opening realm beasts. He had already killed several white-scaled elephants for the task and collected 6 pairs of tusks. Another hour passed, and nearing the mountain's peak, Lu Chen stepped forward with a light gait, collecting the corpse of a giant canine demon beast over 10 feet long into his nurturing coffin. That's the 7th opening realm demon beast. Keep going, the more the better. The higher the level of demon beasts, the better the nourishment for the Dao soldiers. Next, Lu Chen led his 16 Dao soldiers, sweeping through the mountain from the foot to the peak, then changing direction to scour from the peak back down, achieving remarkable results. Just from the opening realm demon beasts, he had killed a total of 18 and close to 100 from the transformation. Lu Chen even suspected that the already scarce opening realm demon beasts in Lingya Mountain had been wiped out by his Dao soldiers, as he had searched several rounds without sighting any more, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied. Time to wrap up. With enough demon beasts, he would return to the sect to nurture his silver-armored Dao soldiers. Just as Lu Chen was about to burrow underground, he suddenly looked up at a spot halfway up the mountain, where a blood-red sword light surged into the air, filled with killing intent, accompanied by what seemed to be ghostly howls. Wait, isn't that a disciple of Dongming Sect? Lu Chen's heart stirred as he suddenly remembered the 3 individuals, Ma Qi, Yu Xiao, Xian, whom he had encountered while on a mission in Muai Mountain. Those 3 whom he had only met once were already dead under the blade of an unknown rogue cultivator. Later, the law enforcement hall of Mingjing Peak, led by Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong, specifically sought him out to inform him that there were reckless rogue cultivators hunting Dongming Sect disciples. Lu Chen had also encountered 2 old rogue cultivators in Wuguan County, but he had lured them out and eliminated them. Now he was witnessing a similar scene. Hesitating for a moment, he gestured with his hand, and instantly 10 bronze-armored Dao soldiers burrowed underground, quickly reaching the halfway point of the mountain beneath the sword light. Using the vision of the bronze-armored Dao soldiers, Lu Chen saw a formidable rogue cultivator emanating a shocking aura, wielding a bloodthirsty sword. One was waving a ghostly banner summoning 100 ghosts. Another released 2 black-haired zombies emitting a chilling aura. But to Lu Chen's surprise, there were no Dongming Sect disciples being killed. These 3 rogue cultivators taking the path of evil were being entangled by 3 inner disciples of the Dongming Sect at the opening realm. Turns out Dongming Sect was prepared all along. I almost forgot that Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong had previously told Lu Chen to undertake missions in areas rich in demon beast resources to lure out those reckless rogue cultivators. It seems that the sect had never let its guard down, continuously fishing for rogue cultivators in these regions. These reckless rogue cultivators have truly walked into the mouth of a cannon. It's deserved. Lu Chen had no intention of intervening, since the inner sect disciples have already caught the fish. Capturing these rogue cultivators should pose little problem. It would be much more practical for him to return to the sect and nurture his Dao soldiers. Just as he was about to summon back the 10 bronze-armored Dao soldiers he had sent out to assess the situation, Lu Chen suddenly paused. He saw that the 10 bronze-armored Dao soldiers deep underground had their eyes shining brightly, intently focused on the 2 black-haired zombies and the numerous ghostly entities screaming through the air. Furthermore, an overwhelming desire was continuously conveyed to Lu Chen's heart. The meaning was simple: good things want to eat. You want to eat black-haired zombies. And those ghostly beings cultivated by evil cultivators. Your tastes are quite wild. Lu Chen fell into contemplation for a moment. The fact that the Dao soldiers wanted to eat indicated that these were undoubtedly good things, and of course they could eat. The problem was eating zombies was one thing, but why not spare the ghosts either? Though he couldn't comprehend it, Lu Chen expressed his support. If there were good things for the taking, why not indulge? After some thought, Lu Chen took the remaining 5 bronze-armored Dao soldiers and 1 silver-armored Dao soldier and burrowed underground. When there are good things, one cannot be stingy. Those 10 bronze-armored Dao soldiers who went first should have their share, and the 6 beside him should not be left out. In the blink of an eye, they reached halfway up the mountain, yet Lu Chen did not reveal himself. He couldn't see the situation above ground from underground, but the Dao soldiers, being born with the ability to manipulate earth, could. He used the soldiers' vision to carefully observe the center of the battle. 3 rogue cultivators at the Qi condensation realm, all practicing evil arts, looked fierce. One of them, an old man with a skull-like face, gripped a ghost banner, his eye sockets sunken, making him appear particularly terrifying. The one raising black-haired zombies was no better off. With yellow teeth and green eyes surrounded by a miasma of death, he looked neither human nor ghost with disheveled hair. The only somewhat normal one was the burly man wielding a blood-slaying flying sword. His eyes were blood-red, his head completely bald, lacking even eyebrows, exuding a fierce and malevolent aura. The 3 inner sect disciples facing off against them wore sky-blue long robes. Upon closer inspection, one could see a small embroidered flying sword on the collar's white trim. So it turns out they are brothers from the sword-fighting peak. One of the pillars of strength in the inner sect is indeed sword-fighting peak, along with the Mingjing peak. The difference lies in the fact that the law enforcement hall of Mingjing peak enforces laws both within and outside the sect. Sword-fighting peak, however, only enforces laws externally. Anyone randomly picked from the sword-fighting peak possesses incredible killing power, and no disciple from sword-fighting peak has hands that are free from enemy blood. Within the sect, perhaps the reputation of Mingjing Peak's law enforcement hall instills more fear among disciples, but outside the sect, the disciples of sword-fighting peak are the true killing machines. Anyone opposing the Dongming Sect would not be unaware of the name of sword-fighting peak. Among the 3 disciples of sword-fighting peak, one appeared youthful, with a deeply etched frown on his forehead, looking both old and young, possessing a unique charm. He embodied the sword, his brilliance shining forth as an astonishing sword intent surged, causing the blood-slaying flying sword to emit a continuous mournful cry. A young giant nearly 2 meters tall resembled an iron tower. Though his face was somewhat simple, the battle intent in his eyes was astonishing. With iron fists that unleashed unmatched power, he struck the 2 black-haired zombies, sending them tumbling. The last one was a young woman with fair skin, though her features were unremarkable. She exuded an ethereal aura, forming seals with her hands, moving so quickly that only afterimages could be seen, with an undercurrent of thunderous power dancing in her palms, exterminating malevolent spirits. The killing talent from sword-fighting peak actually resorts to such ambush tactics, truly shameless. The emaciated old man with deep-set eyes and a skull-like face glared intently at the fair-skinned woman, forming hand seals, gritting his teeth. Are you allowed to wantonly kill our sect's weaker disciples, while we of sword-fighting peak are not permitted to retaliate? There's no such reasoning in this world. The fair-skinned woman spoke indifferently. Before her words faded, she suddenly opened her mouth, unleashing a torrent of azure flames. The flames then transformed into a sword flashing like lightning and suddenly pierced through the old man's shoulder. Ah, you treacherous scoundrel, may you suffer for this. The old man with a skull-like face cried out in pain, nearly dropping the ghost banner from his grasp. The fair-skinned woman was about to provoke him further with words making the old man reveal even greater flaws when she suddenly heard a faint voice beside her sister. I have a method to break his ghost banner. Just hold him off. Is there still a disciple from Dongming Sect here? Who is it? The fair-skinned woman remained composed, her thoughts fleeting as if nothing had happened. At that moment, a massive force of earth manipulation surged from underground, forming one swirling sandstorm after another shooting skyward. Within the whirlwinds, one could vaguely see over 10 towering stone figures rushing towards the chaos of ghostly entities. Though not entirely clear, it was evident that those towering stone figures feasted on ghosts, each consuming faster than the last. In the blink of an eye, the once fearsome sight of 100 ghosts had vanished without a trace, and the ghostly howls had ceased. It was quick, too quick, to the point where the emaciated old man hadn't even reacted, and the ghost banner in his hand had already dimmed entirely, subsequently backfiring, causing him to spit out a mouthful of reverse blood and roar in rage. Who ruined my 100-ghost banner? His heart filled with shock and anger. He even felt a tinge of fear. What on earth were those stone figures in the swirling dust? How could they devour even the malevolent spirits refined from living beings? Could they be something even more terrifying? However, before the emaciated old man could grasp everything, in his shock and fury, a sword of azure flames accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder pierced through his head, in an instant nailing him to the ground. At that moment, the swirling smoke and dust re-entered the ground, taking with them the indistinct stone figures that vanished from sight. Brother, I have a method to deal with this black-haired zombie. Do not make a fuss, just kill that corpse controller and leave the black-haired zombie to me. A faint voice suddenly echoed in the ear of the towering giant. The giant, as strong as an iron tower, felt a stir within. He had clearly seen the scene of the 100 ghosts being devoured, and he immediately understood that there was assistance from a fellow disciple. At once he maintained his composure, unleashing astonishing strength as he struck out with both fists, moving like a mountain, the force akin to thunder, reaching his opponents with lightning speed, and in a tremendous crash sent the two black-haired zombies flying. At that moment, he suddenly abandoned the two black-haired zombies, taking 2 swift steps, as if shrinking the distance, and instantly attacked the corpse controller with yellow teeth and green eyes. He was a body-refining practitioner unrivaled in close combat. Any practitioner of Qi cultivation who came within reach of him, even those a couple of small realms stronger, could be torn apart by him, even more ferocious than the savage beasts of the wilderness. Roar! The two black-haired zombies, having been sent flying, roared and leapt up, attempting to charge once more at the Iron Tower giant. At that moment, a series of hands wrapped in stone suddenly emerged from underground, grabbing hold of the two black-haired zombies. Their terrifying strength surpassed even that of the indestructible black-haired zombies. With a single pull, they dragged the two black-haired zombies deep underground in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Puff! The corpse controller with yellow teeth and green eyes spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, shouting in anger, "Who killed my black-haired zombies? How dare?" The words "damn it" were barely half spoken when the towering man rushed forward like a shadow, delivering a punch that shattered the head of the corpse-raising man into a pulp. The last remaining scattered cultivator, a bald man with red eyes and no eyebrows, controlling the blood-red flying sword, was horrified, who was attacking from the shadows. In an instant, the ghostly man and the corpse-raising man, who were previously at a slight disadvantage, were both killed on the spot. The most terrifying part was that even the ghostly creatures they had painstakingly refined throughout their lives were devoured, and the black-haired zombie was obliterated. How could they continue fighting like this? Originally, these 3 disciples from the sword-fighting peak were already quite difficult to deal with. Now, with the ghostly man and the corpse-raising man dead, he was left all alone, fearing he would soon be turned into mush. Run! Without a second thought, he maneuvered the blood-red sword light to flee for his life. However, how could the 3 inner disciples of the sword-fighting peak let such an opportunity slip away? The pale-skinned woman had already formed a seal with lightning flashing and harboring a violent force, instantly transforming into a lightning sword that struck the bald man, causing him to spit blood. At the same time, the young man with a deep furrow on his forehead made his move, transforming himself into a sword as the sword energy and intent surged like a great river, immediately dispelling the blood-red flying sword. The towering man made his final strike, turning into a blur as he seized the bald man and violently tore off his hands and feet, turning him into a helpless figure wailing in agony. Unable to bear the sound of the wailing, the towering man slapped him, knocking him unconscious and tossing him aside. A practitioner of the channeling realm with a body that connects to 100 orifices could live up to 300 years with astonishing vitality. Even if he lost all 4 limbs, as long as his head remained, he could survive. This bald man would not die so easily. Sister Yinji, do you know which fellow disciple secretly assisted just now? The towering man Ho Liehu looked at the pale-skinned woman, whose features were unremarkable, scratching his messy hair as he asked. Yunji lowered her brow and pondered for a long time, finally shaking her head. The voice was very unfamiliar, definitely not a disciple of the sword-fighting peak. I do not know who it was. Ho Liehu murmured, not a disciple of the sword-fighting peak. After thinking it over without result, he turned to Zhu Xinji, who had a deep furrow on his forehead. Brother Zhu. Before he could finish, Zhu Xinji waved his hand. Don't ask me. I don't even know whether the fellow disciple who assisted us is male or female. Ho Liehu had at least heard the sound transmission with Yunji. He didn't even get a response, just guessing with his toes. From the voice it sounded like a man. Ho Liehu thought for a moment, and then looked back at the bald man who had his hands and feet torn off. Strange, why would he not want the credit for this achievement? Zhu Xinji replied, perhaps it's because he feared we would misunderstand and accuse him of trying to take credit, which is why he did not reveal himself. Upon hearing this, Ho Liehu immediately felt a surge of respect. This fellow disciple truly has noble intentions. Assisting from the shadows, not seeking credit or recognition, and leaving after the matter is resolved, truly high-minded and worthy of deep friendship. Of course, Ho Liehu would not imagine that Lu Chen had already taken all the benefits he deserved and fled after the matter was settled, having nothing to do with high-mindedness. A stone man capable of devouring ghostly creatures. Is it a spiritual artifact or a secret technique? Yunji murmured to herself, still lost in thought. That mysterious fellow disciple, if nothing else, must be an incredibly formidable senior brother. This much was beyond doubt. With just a casual strike, he swept away hundreds of ghosts, obliterating 2 black-haired zombies, and even managed to remain undisguised. Such strength was something none of the 3 could match. But that mysterious fellow disciple could. What a pity I am not destined to meet him. Before long, he returned to the sect. Lu Chen went straight to the internal affairs hall, handing over the 10 pairs of white-scaled ivory needed for the task, easily earning 8 merits. Then Lu Chen visited the 10,000 Methods Pavilion, spending 10 merits to exchange for water-based spells. The elder stationed at the pavilion had grown tired of him, and Lu Chen was happy for the peace. However, the merits he had just acquired were already running low, leaving only 6. He should go raise his soldier. Returning to his small courtyard, Lu Chen closed the door tightly. He thought for a moment, fearing that Xianqi from Mingjing Peak would come to bother him again, so he hung a sign outside saying "Do not disturb" during closed-door training. Only then did he feel satisfied as he returned to his room. Having just devoured hundreds of ghosts, my soldiers should show some response, right? Lu Chen could hardly wait to immerse his consciousness in the soldier-raising Immortal Coffin. However, he saw that the 15 copper-armored soldiers, including the silver-armored soldier, had not shown any increase in strength. Did they eat for nothing? No, the previous soldiers had clearly been unable to move when they saw those ghostly creatures. Don't even mention how strong their longing wills were. To say that eating was of no use would surely be incorrect. The soldiers connected with Lu Chen's mind seemed to understand what he was thinking. Among them, the silver-armored soldier actively guided Lu Chen's consciousness, as if wanting him to comprehend something. Could it be? Lu Chen vaguely began to understand something, and suddenly immersed his consciousness completely into the silver-armored soldier. In an instant, the profound sensation of clearly sensing the mastery of earth, fire, and water by the soldiers flooded back, causing Lu Chen's heart to tremble. After devouring hundreds of ghosts, his soldiers had undergone such an astonishing transformation. From now on, he must feed the soldiers liberally, allowing them to consume all manner of ghostly beings. After devouring hundreds of ghosts, his soldiers had undergone such an astonishing transformation. From now on, he must feed the soldiers he could inhabit the soldiers, genuinely experiencing the profound mastery of earth, fire, and water, which would propel his true understanding to new heights. This was a benefit that other practitioners could only dream of. Unfortunately, before Lu Chen could enjoy the joy for too long, that profound feeling quickly faded, and he could no longer connect with the earth mastery of the silver-armored soldier. It seems that merely 100 ghosts is far from enough to bring about a complete transformation in my soldiers. But that didn't matter, as long as he knew that devouring ghosts could lead to the soldiers' metamorphosis, that was sufficient. There would be many opportunities in the future to find these things for the soldiers to consume. This was a very good He suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at the 2 black-haired zombies. These ghostly beings carried a sinister quality somewhat similar to the soldiers, being equally tough and incredibly strong. The difference was that zombies exuded corpse energy akin to the true energy or spiritual force of practitioners, while soldiers did not. However, soldiers naturally mastered the powers of earth, fire, and other natural forces, far surpassing these zombies by several levels. Additionally, soldiers were not evil beings, unlike these black-haired zombies, which needed to be fed with various human blood. In contrast, soldiers seemed to have a strong restraint against such ghostly entities, especially against ghostly beings which could be directly devoured, opening Lu Chen's eyes. These black-haired zombies should provide even more nourishing sustenance for the soldiers than beast corpses. Otherwise, the previous soldiers wouldn't have expressed such a strong desire when seeing the black-haired zombies. Moreover, beast corpses and zombies are both corpses, but zombies are created through special evil techniques or naturally born from the nourishment of innate energy. Perhaps it is this difference that makes them more attractive to soldiers. Good 2 black-haired zombies and nearly 150 spirit realm beasts along with 18 channeling realm beasts should be enough for all my copper-armored soldiers to be promoted to silver-armored soldiers. Lu Chen silently estimated the quantity and concluded it would suffice. He first selected 9 of the strongest among the 18 spirit-opening realm monstrous beasts corpses to cultivate his silver-armored Dao soldiers. The remaining 150-odd spirit refinement realm monstrous beasts corpses were all allocated to his 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers. Should this still prove insufficient for their ascension, he could always supplement with additional spirit-opening realm corpses later. As time flowed onward, the spirit refinement realm corpses gradually diminished, while the 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers steadily grew in strength, and in turn the feedback power they emitted steadily enhanced Lu Chen's physical body. Upon reaching the spirit refinement realm, Lu Chen had already clearly perceived that the incremental boost to his chi cultivation from the Dao soldiers' feedback had become virtually negligible. In stark contrast, the comprehensive enhancement of his physical form grew increasingly pronounced. He surmised that once all 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers ascended, and the remaining 9 spirit-opening realm corpses likewise matured into silver-armored Dao soldiers, his corporeal strength would fully shatter the confines of the spirit refinement realm and surge into the spirit-opening realm, his vital energy surging like a mighty river in full flood. His tendons, bones, skin, muscles, and internal organs had long surpassed the limits of ordinary humanity. Even the phrase steel sinews and iron bones fell short of conveying the sheer ferocity of his physique. At full exertion, even without formal training in corporeal martial arts, he could effortlessly tear apart a late-stage spirit refinement realm cultivator who dared draw near. My chi cultivation remains only at the early stage of the spirit refinement realm, yet through the Dao soldier's feedback my physical prowess is on the cusp of breaking through spirit refinement and ascending into spirit opening. A thought flickered across Lu Chen's mind, the towering iron-hard giant Ho Lai Tiger from Dojian Peak whom he had encountered earlier at Lingyao Mountain, a fellow Bada cultivator whose might had been dazzling. Even against 2 spirit-opening realm zombie-like monstrosities brimming with necrotic toxins and corpseki corruption, Ho Lai Tiger stood unshaken. And once within arm's reach, even a spirit-opening realm corpse damer crumbled as easily as a rag doll torn asunder at a single tug. Humph. After entering the inner sect, I must diligently master corporeal martial techniques. Lu Chen resolved this firmly in his heart, for his physical strength, amplified by the Dao soldiers, far outstripped his chi cultivation. Moreover, he concealed his corporeal might entirely, reserving it as a hidden trump card, one capable of delivering devastating, unexpected blows when the moment demanded. Time slipped away and dusk fell swiftly. Winter had settled in, and night winds howled fiercely. But cultivators long transcended such mundane discomforts, and Lu Chen, with his extraordinary physical resilience, felt them even less. They have arrived. At that very instant, Lu Chen sensed it. A torrent of immense feedback power surged forth from within the immortal coffin of soldier cultivation, flooding instantly into his limbs, meridians, and viscera, accelerating his physical evolution beyond all prior bounds. As anticipated, after absorbing nearly 150 spirit refinement realm monstrous beasts corpses as nourishment, his 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers underwent complete ascension, transforming into silver-armored Dao soldiers. Simultaneously, that profound, ineffable sensation returned, the ability to merge consciousness with his Dao soldiers and intuit their mastery over elemental forces. Lu Chen prepared in advance, stilled his mind, and sank deeply into that resonance. Perceiving the earth element's profound weight, the fire element's fierce volatility, and the water element's life-sustaining grace, his comprehension of the earth element's true essence surged forward at an astonishing pace. After an indeterminate span, the newly cultivated silver-armored Dao soldiers also solidified fully, and Lu Chen's physical body shattered the final barrier of the spirit refinement realm, stepping triumphantly into the spirit-opening realm. With his body now attuned to the spirit-opening realm, an awe-inspiring torrent of vital energy erupted from him. Like a colossal blazing furnace radiating searing heat, every fiber of flesh and blood seemed coiled with the explosive might of primordial dragons. In parallel, his comprehension of the earth, fire, and water elements' true essences advanced dramatically. Dawn broke. Lu Chen stood motionless in his courtyard, 25 silver-armored Dao soldiers. My physical body has broken into the spirit-opening realm. The earth element's true essence has soared to the apex of its 3rd tier, the fire element's true essence has reached the 3rd tier, the water element's true essence has attained the second tier. My current strength. It was formidable, truly formidable. Yet his chi cultivation remained only at the early stage of the spirit refinement realm. Still, should any spirit refinement realm cultivator dare challenge him, he would need neither Dao soldiers nor brute strength. Merely a casual fireball spell would reduce them to ash. True essence of the fire element at the third tier was a domain reserved for nascent soul realm cultivators. No mere spirit refinement realm practitioner could withstand its overwhelming force. Though his strength had surged, Lu Chen did not yet leave his quarters. Instead, he began mastering the water elemental artifices while simultaneously ingesting the 3Z Ling pills and supplementing with mid-grade spirit stones to further amplify his cultivation. Nearly 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. The 3Z Ling pills were fully consumed and Lu Chen's chi cultivation advanced modestly, approaching the peak of the early spirit refinement realm. With just 2 more pills, he estimated he would readily ascend into the mid-stage of the spirit refinement realm. The water elemental artifices were now mastered. Among the 4 true essences he had thus far comprehended, however, the sword essence lagged furthest behind, still confined to its first tier. This stemmed primarily from the fact that since mastering sword articulation techniques, he had ceased deliberate cultivation of sword essence. In contrast, earth, fire, and water essences had flourished under the Dao soldier's resonance, leaving sword essence far behind. Still, it mattered little. Once inside the inner sect, he could train at the sect's true essence steels, where comprehension of sword essence would surely rise swiftly. Today I enter the inner sect. Lu Chen adjusted himself to peak condition and strode resolutely from his The root cause lay in the mandatory sect examination required for entry. This assessment evaluated multiple dimensions, including the duration between initial enrollment and attainment of the spirit. The root cause lay in the mandatory sect examination required for entry. This assessment evaluated multiple dimensions, including the duration between initial enrollment and attainment of the spirit refinement realm, to gauge whether one's potential had already been exhausted. It also scrutinized the solidity of one's foundational cultivation and the proficiency of one's arcane arts. A mere advancement in realm unaccompanied by disciplined artifice practice rendered one ineligible. Those who had already grasped a true essence received substantial bonus points for such mastery, signaled inevitable ascension into the spirit opening realm. Finally, the examination varied depending on which peak one sought to join. Dojin Peak or Mingjing Peak's Enforcement Hall tested combat prowess. Feilai Peak assessed administrative acumen, while Wudao Peak examined insight and depth of understanding regarding spells and cultivation methods. Danxiao Peak evaluated alchemical skill, Zhuabing Peak tested artifact forging mastery. As for the sect master's lineage, it accepted no outer sect disciples, selecting only the most exceptional talents from among the inner sect. Emerging from his courtyard, Lu Chen traversed the outer sect and entered the inner sect examination hall. Though the hour was early, the grand hall already teemed with outer sect disciples, some so aged they appeared middle-aged. Since the spirit refinement realm conferred a lifespan of 180 years, appearing middle-aged implied they were likely 70 or 80, perhaps even 90 or 100 years old. Of course, others, like Lu Chen, retained youthful appearances, yet this did not guarantee actual youth, for certain cultivation techniques and longevity elixirs could preserve outward appearance indefinitely. Guided by attendants, Lu Chen proceeded directly to the far left of the hall, where a middle-aged steward sat rigidly upright behind a desk. His goatee neatly trimmed, his demeanor stern. His calm gaze swept over Lu Chen, confirmed his spirit refinement realm cultivation, and then spoke tersely. Produce your identity jade token. Taking the jade token, the steward glanced briefly, then paused, peering again more closely, disbelief flickering across his face. He turned it over, repeatedly scrutinizing it intently for half a minute before lifting his head in genuine astonishment. You are this year's newly enrolled disciple. In the year 863 of the Southern Chu, he entered the sect in September. Is this not precisely the year 863? It was early September when he joined, and now it is early December. In just over 3 months, not even 4, he has progressed from an ordinary person to the initial stage of the transformation realm, and it is not merely a recent breakthrough. He is already on the verge of reaching the peak of the initial stage and can soon advance to the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Such speed of cultivation is remarkable, truly remarkable. With this thought, the goat-bearded steward quickly took a purple jade token and inscribed with his mana the words, Lu Chen, less than 4 months into cultivation, nearly at the peak of the initial stage of the transformation realm. Grade A. A Grade A evaluation is equivalent to a perfect score. However, a perfect score can vary as some disciples attain Grade A just barely meeting the threshold, while Lu Chen achieves it because Grade A is the highest score possible. A Grade A rating grants 100 merit points. Lu Chen is it. Have you thought about which peak in the inner sect you wish to enter? The goat-bearded steward forced a smile on his serious face to appear more affable, though the effect was somewhat. Before Lu Chen could respond, the goat-bearded steward continued. I come from Feilai Peak. My surname is Chen. If you do not mind, you may call me senior brother. Oh, so you are senior brother Chen. Lu Chen responded without hesitation, which greatly pleased the steward. I wonder, have you considered Feilai Peak? The steward from Feilai Peak eagerly began to promote his peak. Feilai Peak manages the internal affairs of the sect, overseeing resource allocation and recruitment of disciples, all handled by our peak. There are numerous benefits in this, and it is not like the sword-fighting peak or the bright mirror peak, which are constantly facing crises. It is indeed a great place. Are you not tempted? Lu Chen smiled and replied perfunctorily, if the sect does not interfere, entering Feilai Peak would naturally be wonderful. However, with his current performance, the sect would surely send him to the Bright Mirror Peak or the Sword-Fighting Peak, leaving no room for other peaks. Good. Steward Chen expressed increasing satisfaction, repeatedly praising him, wishing he could add another grade A evaluation, entirely unaware that Lu Chen's smile was sincere, yet filled with perfunctory intent. Once Lu Chen departed, Steward Chen saw that no other disciples approached, so he took out a communication jade talisman to send a message to the 5 elders of Feilai Peak. Master, there is a prodigy among the outer disciples named Lu Chen who has reached the peak of the initial stage of the transformation realm in just over 3 months. Come quickly to claim him. This is a long-standing tradition among the inner sect's peaks. When they encounter an outstanding genius disciple, they simply compete to claim them. Those who act quickly will have, those who act slow will lose. Every steward in this assessment hall is aware of this. Once a genius disciple appears, everyone knows. Feilai Peak. The short, stout elder with gray hair looked at the communication jade talisman in his hand, lost in thought. Lu Chen, is he entering the transformation realm? This outer disciple had initially caught his attention with his remarkable talent, although he had not seen the person. He had come across the name several times. This was nearly the 4th time he had received a message about a disciple wanting to claim Lu Chen for Feilai Peak. Yet with such an outstanding disciple, Sword-Fighting Peak wants to claim him, Bright Mirror Peak also wants him, and the sect's rules are blocking Feilai Peak from claiming anyone. How could they compete? He wanted to claim him, but the problem was, damn it, let's just claim him first. The elder gritted his teeth, and his figure instantly vanished from Feilai Peak. Feilai Peak has not produced a talented disciple in a long time, as any genius disciple is either claimed by Bright Mirror Peak or Sword-Fighting Peak, leaving Feilai Peak with nothing. The other peaks, such as Danxia Peak, focus on alchemy and are not on the same track as Feilai Peak and several others, while the Weapon Forging Peak is similar, emphasizing different qualities. Only Feilai Peak and Wudao Peak consistently fail to secure outstanding disciples. In fact, Feilai Peak is worse off than Wudao Peak. Wudao Peak, at least, is an important place in the sect for studying techniques and arts concerning the foundation of the sect. If they were to encounter a disciple with exceptional comprehension, Sword-Fighting Peak and Bright Mirror Peak would have to step back. But what does Feilai Peak have? It is merely a place for managing internal affairs. Why would they need such an outstanding disciple? The elder did not see it this way. As one of the 6 major peaks of the inner sect, how could they not have a formidable successor? How could that be acceptable? If he were to pass away, the vast Feilai Peak might not even find a capable person to assume the role of Peak Master. How could that be? They must claim him. This time they must claim him. In the inner sect assessment hall, Lu Chen arrived at the 2nd assessment location. This assessment evaluates whether the foundation is solid and the proficiency in spell cultivation, also known as the life and death test. Generally, passing this assessment guarantees entry into the inner sect. The only difference lies in which of the 6 peaks in the inner sect would want you. Indeed, not only do the disciples select their preferred peak, but the 6 peaks in the inner sect also have their own preferences. If your comprehension is average and you wish to enter Wudao Peak, forget it, they won't want you. For those with average combat power wishing to enter the Bright Mirror Peak's law enforcement hall to flaunt their authority within the sect, I'm sorry, Bright Mirror Peak certainly will not want you. However, if you want to enter Sword-Fighting Peak, you still have a chance. They accept anyone, but those who are weak will die quicker. As for Danxia Peak and Weapon Forging Peak, they require talent in alchemy and weapon forging respectively. Anything else is less important. Without these 2 talents, no matter how sharp your wits are, you won't get in. Who doesn't know the advantages of Danxia Peak? Learning alchemy means you won't run short on the medicinal pills needed for cultivation. Although Weapon Forging Peak may not match Danxia Peak's prestige, it is still a good place. If you excel in forging, you can become a master. As for Feilai Peak, well, it is still possible to squeeze in depending on whether one knows how to navigate the situation, which is why Feilai Peak has the most disciples. Unlike the first assessment where only Steward Chen was present and it was merely a registration point. This 2nd assessment site, the Life and Death Test, is much more important with a total of 5 stewards, 1 each from Danxia Peak, Weapon Forging Peak, Sword Fighting Peak, Bright Mirror Peak, and Wudao Peak. When Lu Chen stepped into this place, 2 outer disciples were already queuing up. The young disciple in front received a jade token distributed by Steward Chun, but unlike Lu Chen's purple token, it was a green one. Grade B, having entered the sect for just over 10 years, not bad. Achieving the initial stage of the transformation realm in 10 years is already considered fast, and the talent is not lacking. At the main table, an elder with gray hair spoke, looking at the disciple with a hint of approval, and asked, Liang Ping, which spell do you cultivate? I cultivate wood-based spells, and also study fire-based spells, Liang Ping respectfully replied. Have you comprehended their true meaning? The elder asked again. Liang Ping shook his head, not yet. Among the 5 stewards at the table, a middle-aged woman spoke up. Since you cultivate wood and fire spells, come and try your skills with me in the back. Seeing this, Liang Ping realized it was the steward from Danxiao Peak speaking, and he immediately felt relieved. After bowing, he stepped confidently through the door behind the middle-aged woman. Lu Chen watched the young man disappear behind the door and suddenly recalled something. Liang Ping, the guy who took the task from Qingshi town, so it's him. But I wonder if this disciple named Liang Ping has completed that task. In any case, the task's target, that peak-level monster in the transformation realm, was taken down by Lu Chen on his way. So, if this counts as Liang Ping completing the task, then he has essentially gained a merit from Lu Chen for free. Just thinking about it makes Lu Chen feel like he's at a loss. I'll have to ask him later. As Liang Ping entered the door behind the middle-aged woman, a middle-aged disciple ahead of Lu Chen also stepped forward, taking out a jade token that was white. Ding Zhong evaluated that it takes over 50 years to enter the transformation realm. The 5 stewards at the top were already used to it. Niu Baijing, which school of magic do you practice? I practice all 5 elements of magic, and I have also learned sword control techniques. Generally, disciples who have stayed in the outer sect for many years will delve deeply into their magical arts, with many life-saving spells learned, such as invisibility, turtle breath techniques, and pseudo-death escape techniques, which are not within the 5 elements, and they all practice them, as they are quite useful. Have you grasped the true meaning? A steward inquired as per the rules. Niu Baijing replied, I had some insights a few days ago, and was fortunate to grasp the first layer of the true meaning of earth magic. Upon hearing this, the 5 stewards immediately adjusted their postures. Let's see you try. Niu Baijing pointed to the ground, and immediately power of earth gathered, forming a small earthen dog that ran around him before dissipating. Gathering earth to form a soldier, you have indeed entered the door of the true meaning of earth magic. One of the stewards, a burly figure who was half a head taller than the average person, even while seated, exclaimed in delight, Do you wish to join my sword fighting peak? Once the true meaning is grasped, it signifies that the respective magical art has been perfected, allowing one to perceive the true essence of heaven and earth through that perfected magic, which is inevitable. The natural laws of everything in the universe are laid out before the eyes of the world, yet the world fails to comprehend or harness the power of heaven and earth. The reason lies in the lack of the key to unlock the understanding of the natural forces of heaven and earth, which is what magical arts represent, crafted by practitioners to serve as the key for comprehending nature. What sword fighting peak has my mirror peak has too? What sword fighting peak lacks my mirror peak still possesses? Another steward with a short beard and a thin face spoke up, not giving the sword fighting peak steward any face at all. Gentlemen, there are quite a few disciples at sword fighting peak and mirror peak. Why not let Niu Baijing join my enlightenment peak? I see that this junior Niu seems to have the potential for late bloomer. Once he awakens, his talent will surely be exceptional. Joining my enlightenment peak will be mutually beneficial. An elderly man with a fair beard and an ethereal demeanor chimed in. For a moment, the stewards from sword fighting peak and mirror peak fell silent. Why not ask this junior Niu what his own wishes are? To be able to comprehend the true meaning at the transformation realm is indeed rare and naturally worth contending for among the peaks. Moreover, the enlightenment peak steward is actually correct. The concept of late bloomers is not just a saying. In the cultivation world, there are many who start off mediocre, but surge forward with great strides later on. If Niu Baijing truly is destined to be a late bloomer, then missing out would be a significant loss. Niu Baijing seemed to have a simple disposition. He scratched his head and finally looked at the enlightenment peak steward. I will follow the old steward's guidance. The enlightenment peak steward immediately smiled while stroking his beard. Good. Niu Baijing, for this stage, I will give you a grade A evaluation. You take this jade token and enter my door. As Niu Baijing expressed his thanks and stepped forward to take the purple jade token representing a grade A evaluation, he was about to enter the door of the enlightenment peak steward when he suddenly heard the voices of the stewards from sword fighting peak and mirror peak almost simultaneously. Junior Niu, if you cannot pass the assessment at enlightenment peak, you may come to my sword fighting peak or mirror peak. Clearly, it does not mean that just because the enlightenment peak steward acknowledges it, he could enter the enlightenment peak. there are still specific assessments unique to the Enlightenment Peak that he must pass. Sword Fighting Peak and Mirror Peak only evaluate based on combat power, which is not particularly difficult for a disciple like Niu Baizheng, who has been through many years of trials in the Outer Sect, as such old Outer Sect disciples have already honed their magical arts to a high level, making their combat power quite formidable. Once Niu Baizheng left, the 5 stewards at the table turned their gazes towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen understood and lifted the purple jade token he held. Entered the sect in September of the 863rd year of Southern Shu. A new disciple from this year. Approaching the peak of the early transformation realm. Grade A evaluation. The burly steward from Sword Fighting Peak leaned forward suddenly, his gaze burning, staring intensely at the purple jade token in Lu Chen's hand. In fact, with the strength of these 5 stewards, even if they were 10 or 100 zhang away, they could still clearly see the words on the jade token in Lu Chen's hand. Yet the burly steward from Sword Fighting Peak leaned forward, clearly showing surprise. Entering the sect this year, and it's only been a little over 3 months, not even 4 months, yet you are already at the early transformation realm, close to peak level. Little fellow, your cultivation speed is indeed a bit fast. The middle-aged woman steward from Danxia Peak expressed her admiration. Although the cultivation speed is fast, I wonder how your magical arts are progressing. The elder steward from Zhuiying Peak with gray hair smiled, his eyes crinkling with satisfaction. The elder steward from Enlightenment Peak with white hair and an ethereal demeanor immediately spoke up. Little fellow, which school of magic have you practiced? At this moment, a disciple undergoing the same assessment entered. Seeing the 5 stewards at the top, 4 of them spoke simultaneously, and he was instantly astonished. Who is this person that has drawn 4 stewards to speak at once? Such a situation is indeed rare. For example, the earlier disciple Liang Ping had only been asked a question by the steward from Zhuiying Peak. Later it was the steward from Danxia Peak who noticed Liang Ping's intention to join Danxia Peak before continuing the conversation. Under normal circumstances, typically only one steward would speak, and after a few questions they would not continue. No joke. These stewards are all high-level figures in the Xuanfa realm, living for 500 years, capable of traversing the cosmos and starlit skies. Who do you think is worthy of their active inquiry, let alone receiving praise? Ordinary disciples wouldn't even dare to think of such things. Yet the young-looking Lu Chen has drawn the attention of 4 stewards speaking at once, and it is clear they all bear goodwill. Especially the burly steward from Sword Fighting Peak, who seemed eager to act. What's going on? The disciple could not help but tiptoe, peering over Lu Chen's head to see the slightly raised jade token. A purple jade token, at least a grade A evaluation. This is nothing to worry about. The disciple immediately retracted his gaze with a frown. At least it was a grade A evaluation. He quietly turned the green jade token representing a grade B evaluation behind his back. What bad luck with a grade A evaluation being in front. His grade B evaluation didn't shine brightly. So you are Lu Chen? The steward from Mirror Peak, who had been silent and seemingly deep in thought, seemed to finally recall something, standing up abruptly. I will give you another grade A evaluation. No need for assessment. Directly join my Mirror Peak. How about that? What? No need for an assessment. Directly given a grade A evaluation and directly joining Mirror Peak. Not only did the disciples lined up behind Lu Chen freeze, but the other 4 stewards also turned to the short-bearded, thin-faced steward from Mirror Peak, their eyes filled with doubt. This fellow from Mirror Peak seems to be hiding something he doesn't want others to know. These sect stewards, each a venerable cultivator with centuries of cultivation under their belt, possessed eyes as keen and piercing as polished mirrors. The moment the short-bearded, gaunt-faced steward of Mingjing Peak spoke, the others had already surmised the matter with startling accuracy. Either Lu Chen had long been singled out for favor by Mingjing Peak, or else he bore some profound connection to one of its mighty elders. Or perhaps something extraordinary about Lu Chen himself had drawn the attention of a Mingjing Peak elder. In short, something was amiss. Hold. Bo Li Xiong, the burly steward of Dojian Peak, raised a hand in restraint. Brother Wang's words are ill-considered. As a steward of Mingjing Peak's law enforcement hall, how dare you flout the sect's own regulations before anyone else? This steward believes it best to proceed strictly according to established protocol. At these words, the 3 stewards from Danxia Peak, Zhubing Peak, and Wudao Peak settled back with serene composure, eager spectators awaiting the unfolding drama. Clashes between Dojian Peak and Mingjing Peak were commonplace, especially over recruitment, since both peaks specialized in martial cultivation, their duties overlapping significantly. Having spoken, Bo Li Xiong gave Wang Shulu no chance to retort, turning his gaze directly upon Lu Chen. Young man, tell us, what cultivation art do you practice? Lu Chen opened his mouth to reply, only for Wang Shulu of Mingjing Peak to glare fiercely at Bo Li Xiong. Brother Bo Li, must my Mingjing Peak seek your approval before claiming a disciple we've long marked for ourselves? Enough empty talk. Today brother Lu Chen will join Mingjing Peak, and no one, not even you, shall stand in our way. After all, this youth had entered the outer sect barely a month ago, and already grasped the sword intent. Moreover, according to Zhang Yi and Zhang Bingsong, Lu Chen's comprehension of Earth Qi intent ran even deeper. In Wuguan County, he'd summoned Earth into living soldiers and slain a demonic wolf, despite being vastly outranked in cultivation. Conservatively speaking, Lu Chen's mastery of Earth Qi intent had already reached the apex of its second tier, or possibly even ascended into the third. What does the third tier of Earth Qi intent signify? It is a realm attainable only by nascent soul cultivators, meaning that even if Lu Chen advanced no further, his ascension into the nascent soul realm remained utterly assured. Would you not fight tooth and nail for a disciple guaranteed to reach the nascent soul realm? Indeed, every intersect peak would vie fiercely for such a treasure. And yet, Lu Chen had achieved this mastery in less than 4 months since entering the sect without ever having accessed the inner sect's true intent spirit steels. Once he did, his comprehension of true intent would undoubtedly surge forward in an explosive leap. In truth, Lu Chen's future held no ceiling. At the very least, he would ascend to the nascent soul realm. Beyond that lay the Dao embryo realm, the Yin spirit realm, even the Yang spirit realm. His potential limitless, his destiny luminous. Who could behold such a disciple and remain unmoved? Wang Shilu would sooner brawl with Bo Li Xiong, the brute himself, than let him slip away. And should he lose the fight, then he would summon someone from Mingjing Peak who could prevail, until Bo Li Xiong the brute stood humbled and subdued. So Mingjing Peak truly scouted him long in advance. Fortunate indeed that I intervened just in time. Bo Li Xiong surged to his feet. A torrent of astonishing vital energy erupted from his body, coalescing above his head, layer upon layer, until in the blink of an eye it roiled like a blazing crimson cloud, searing and terrifying. Wang Shilu, your audacity grows bolder by the day. To defy the sect's sacred statutes, and speak such brazen arrogance. Who granted you such temerity? At Bo Li Xiong's thunderous roar, the fiery cloud above his head surged anew, condensing into a colossal Vajra deity, towering behind him, its divine authority vast and overwhelming, gazing down upon all sentient beings. Wang Shilu yielded not an inch. His gaze sharpened, and instantly surging fire qi gathered from across heaven and earth. Then came a gale fierce, and wildfire fed on wind wind fanned the flames. Within a breath an inferno blazed overhead, coalescing into a wind fire divine dragon, its head raised high, coils coiled tight, its gaze locked unflinchingly upon the towering Bo Li Xiong. What? You wish to test your strength against this steward? Very well, let us see which of us trembles first. When two nascent soul cultivators, capable of soaring freely among the stars, unleashed their wrath, the other stewards seated above remained unruffled. But the young outer sect disciple standing beside Lu Chen turned deathly pale. It felt as though infinite seas were collapsing inward from every direction, crushing him deep beneath the ocean's crushing weight. 10,000 leagues of water pressing down, pinning him motionless, suffocating him utterly. Cold sweat poured from his brow, his robes clung drenched. His heart screamed inwardly, just who is this senior brother? Here were two inner sect stewards, both nascent soul cultivators, both from legendary martial peaks Mingjing Peak and Dojin Peak, and they were ready to draw blood over one recruit. Was he a celestial immortal reborn? Was this rivalry truly so fierce? Yet human joys and sorrows rarely resonate. While the stewards prepared to clash, Lu Chen felt only bitter helplessness. When gods battle, what hope remains for a mortal? His life hung by a thread. Though Bo Li Xiong and Wang Shilu had yet to strike, their rising auras grew more terrifying by the second. So much so that even the three stewards of Danxia Zhubing and Wudao Peaks, once content to watch, now sensed unmistakable danger. In times past, disputes between Dojian and Mingjing Peaks over recruits had rarely escalated beyond sharp-tongued debate. Verbal duels where victory went to the most persuasive speaker and the winner claimed the disciple. But actual combat, such occurrences were exceedingly rare, and each time they loomed it signaled the emergence of a truly extraordinary talent. Lu Chen, the outer sect's Lu Chen. We've never heard of him. The stewards of Danxia and Zhubing Peaks fell into deep contemplation, scouring memory after memory, yet drawing a blank on the name. The elder steward of Wudao Peak, white-haired whitebeard radiating transcendent grace, also strained his recollection. Unlike his peers, however, he did recall something. Lu Chen. Wait, yes, the newly initiated Lu Chen. The very one mentioned by Elder Lu Hongwang, the outer sect's transmission master. The youth whose cultivation speed defied belief and who had grasped the sword intent. Yet, if he had mastered only the first tier of sword intent, would that truly provoke Wang Shilu of Mingjing Peak and Bo Li Xiong of Dojin Peak to near combat fury? Could it be? Lu Chen has performed some astonishing feat unknown even to me. Indeed, it must be so. Look no further than Wang Shulu and Bo Li Xiong's fervor. Any observer would recognize Lu Chen's exceptional nature. But if Wang Shulu and Bo Li Xiong were truly about to clash, could his aged limbs and bones still match theirs in battle? The elder steward of Wudao Peak silently withdrew his spirit communication jade talisman. If he couldn't fight them himself, he would summon reinforcements immediately. Delay any longer, and the prize would vanish. Second elder, hasten to the inner sect assessment hall to secure the recruit Lu Chen. The one elder, Lu Hongguang, mentioned. Bo Li Xiong of Dojian Peak and Wang Shulu of Mingjing Peak have already mobilized for full-scale contention. This steward suspects Lu Chen possesses untapped potential unknown even to Wudao Peak. Under no circumstances may we miss him. Clad in flowing white robes, his hair and beard snow white, the second elder, radiant with transcendent dignity, set aside his jade talisman at once. Lu Chen, Dojian, and Mingjing Peaks have begun vying for him already. No wonder fifth elder rushed down from Feilai Peak, so he too raced here to claim him. He paused, then broke into sudden clarity. If Dojian Peak may claim him, and Mingjing Peak may claim him, and Feilai Peak may claim him, then why not Wudao Peak? This disciple belongs to Wudao Peak. Even the sect master himself would find our claim just and unassailable. Which Lu Chen could it possibly be? The two sect elders from Danxia Peak and Juebing Peak glanced at Bei Li Xiong and Wang Shulu, tense as drawn swords radiating overwhelming aura on the verge of clashing in earnest. Then at the elder from Wudao Peak, who stood quietly, withdrawing a spirit communication jade token. For a moment they hesitated. Perhaps they too should join the fray. True, they did not know this Lu Chen, but if everyone else was scrambling for him, he must be extraordinary indeed. To stand aside while Danxia and Juebing Peaks missed out would feel like a grievous loss. After brief reflection, however, both elders slipped their jade tokens back into their sleeves. No use meddling. Danxia refines pills, Juebing forges artifacts. Best to sit back and watch the spectacle. Yet this Lu Chen truly seemed exceptional. Their gazes swept past Bei Li Xiong and Wang Shulu, who still glared at each other, and settled upon Lu Chen himself, who likewise watched the scene with quiet, feigned bewilderment. His acting was unconvincing. The innocence and confusion rang hollow, and the corners of his mouth betrayed a faint, involuntary twitch. Contrast him with the disciple standing behind him. The latter's authenticity was unmistakable, drenched in cold sweat, trembling from soul to marrow, paralyzed by sheer terror. More tellingly, the disciple was already gasping under the crushing pressure of Bei Li Xiong's and Wang Shulu's terrifying presence. Lu Chen, by contrast, appeared utterly unaffected. Neither his physical body nor his spiritual essence stirred by the awe-inspiring aura of these profound law realm cultivators. Grasping the true intent strengthens the soul. Even at the lowest tier of chi refinement, one must have open meridian passageways to withstand the oppressive force of the profound law realm. This Lu Chen's comprehension of the true intent must reach at least the second level. Yet his chi refinement cultivation remains only at the initial stage of spirit transformation. How then does his body remain unscathed? Could his physical frame be extraordinarily resilient? Having entered the sect less than 4 months ago, he has already grasped the true intent to at least the second level and attained the early stage of spirit transformation. When then did he find time to forge his body? The elders from Danxia and Juebing Peaks furrowed their brows ever deeper. This Lu Chen, truly extraordinary, profoundly extraordinary. No wonder Dongyan Peak, Mingjing Peak, and even Wudao Peak's elders were vying, overtly or covertly, for him. What they witnessed might merely be the tip of an iceberg, yet even that fragment was enough to stir awe in seasoned masters. Bei Li, you dare contest Mingjing Peak for this disciple? The wind and fire divine dragon coiling above Wang Shulu's head grew increasingly fearsome. His eyes narrowed slightly. Though open combat among elders within the inner sect assessment hall was inappropriate, he felt an overwhelming urge to subdue Bei Li Xiong outright. This man knew nothing of Lu Chen, yet insisted on inserting himself, infuriating beyond measure. Outer sect disciples advancing to the inner sect fall under the recruitment purview of all 6 inner sect peaks. Does Mingjing Peak's jurisdiction over the law enforcement hall grant its special privilege? Brother Lu hasn't even taken his assessment, and yet you claim him already. I leave other peaks be, but Dongyan Peak will brook no such presumption. If you wish to seize him, first overcome me. Bei Li Xiong's towering frame exuded immense pressure. Behind him, his blood, chi divine spirit blazed with celestial authority, so potent that even Wang Shulu's wind and fire divine dragon seemed poised to collapse beneath its weight. Pitter-patter, footsteps echoed as outer sect disciples flooded toward the hall, stealthily gathering at the doorway to witness the commotion. What's happening? Are the assessment elders about to brawl? Looks like they're fighting over someone. Which outer sect disciple is this formidable? Not even admitted to the inner sect, and already provoking profound law realm elders to near combat. Is he a celestial immortal reborn? Don't be envious. Anyone capable of inciting such fierce competition among profound law realm elders cannot possibly be ordinary. Or else your dogmouth will be torn off. The sour-faced disciple flinched and clapped a hand over his mouth. Meanwhile, disciples already accepted into various peaks factions, and even assessment elders, peered curiously from behind their respective doorways. So it's Bailey Elder, the most hot-headed, and Wang Elder of Mingjing Peak. They've always argued without fighting. Why today do they argue and prepare to strike? Who's this outer sect disciple causing such a stir? Let me see. What? Wang Shilu of Mingjing Peak wants to fight Brother Bailey of Dongyun Peak. Clearly Mingjing Peak has grown arrogant. Two elders stormed forth from the portal behind Bailey Xiong, seething with indignation. Moments later, two elders emerged from Wang Shilu's portal, glaring fiercely. It seems Dongyun Peak forgets Mingjing Peak's dignity. From the portals behind, the elders of Danxia Zhuibing and Wudao Peak's other elders also peered out, but refrained from intervening, smiling indulgently instead as spectators. Assessments were tedious, some amusement was welcome. The once serene assessment hall had devolved into chaos. Tension crackled, thickly threatening to ignite full-scale conflict between Dongyun and Mingjing Peaks. Suddenly a gale erupted within the hall, and a short, stout elder with silver-streaked hair materialized amid the whirlwind. Oomph! Elders of the inner sect assessment hall brawling like street thugs over a recruit. Have you no shame? Disperse, immediately. With a flick of his sleeve, a profound, ineffable force surged forth, extinguishing Bailey Xiong's blood qi divine spirit in an instant and dispersing Wang Shilu's wind and fire divine dragon as though it were mere mist. Such terrifying pressure, such awe-inspiring divine manifestations. Before this elder they dissolved like illusions vanquished by a single breath. Fifth elder. The elders from Danxia Zhuibing and Wudao Peaks recoiled in shock and hurried forward to pay formal respect. Even Bailey Xiong and Wang Shilu, moments earlier consumed by fury, quickly subdued their tempers and bowed deeply. We greet the fifth elder. The crowd of curious disciples froze, breathless, spineless, on the verge of collapsing where they stood. Disaster. Even the fifth elder, who governs Feilai Peak, has been roused. Now punishment surely looms. Lu Chen, who had feigned panic while secretly observing, swiftly joined the others in bowing and proclaiming, "We greet the fifth elder." Shameful. You disgrace the inner sect. How proud you must be. The fifth elder fixed a stern glare upon the elders of Dongyun and Mingjing Peaks, especially Bailey Xiong and Wang Shilu, whose very breath stilled under his gaze. Turning away from them, he fixed his attention upon Lu Chen, and his expression softened markedly. You are Lu Chen of the outer sect. Lu Chen replied humbly, Indeed I am. This has nothing to do with me. Please spare me. The fifth elder scrutinized Lu Chen closely, his deep abyssal eyes seeming to pierce through flesh and spirit, and nodded repeatedly, steady, profound qi, solid foundation, exceptional mastery of the true intent. Remarkable. Less than 4 months since your entry, yet such accomplishments. Excellent, excellent. A thought flickered in Lu Chen's mind. This fifth elder too cannot perceive my innate treasure, the immortal coffin of weapon cultivation. Having spent over 3 months within the sect, Lu Chen had encountered numerous profound law realm masters, including Bailey Xiong and Wang Shilu, but none had discerned his innate treasure. Though the fifth elder's exact realm remained unknown, his effortless suppression of Bailey Xiong and Wang Shilu suggested he far surpassed the profound law realm, conservatively a Dao embryo realm master, perhaps even a Yin spirit realm elder. Yet even this unfathomably powerful elder failed to perceive his immortal coffin of weapon cultivation. Have I been overly cautious? This fifth elder was already the most formidable being Lu Chen had ever encountered, yet even he appeared unable to perceive Lu Chen's innate treasure. Could it be that such an innate treasure was inherently imperceptible to outsiders? Lu Chen resolved that once admitted into the inner sect, he would diligently seek out all available texts concerning innate treasures, especially since none had been found during his time in the outer sect. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, the fifth elder spoke again. Young one, would you consent to join my Feilai Peak and become my direct disciple? What did you say? Bailey Xiong, Wang Shilu, and the other examination hall cultivators, who had stood respectfully aside in silence, were stunned into momentary stillness. You old rascal, you've been scheming all this time just to snatch him away. Bailey Xiong was both shocked and his fury stemmed from the fifth elder's utter audacity, a venerable inner sect elder who presided over Feilai Peak daring to strut into their examination hall and flaunt his authority. To Bailey Xiong, the fifth elder had clearly come solely to assert dominance. After all, talent recruitment at the examination hall was routine, nothing extraordinary. Did such a high-ranking elder truly need to descend in person? Nonsense. He was simply wielding his status and power to seize what he wanted. Yet his astonishment was genuine. Though Bai Lixiong loathed admitting it, he could not deny the sheer magnitude of the fifth elder's offer. Who was the fifth elder? A nascent soul cultivator of the ancient realm, his lifespan exceeding 1,500 years. Even should his physical body perish, his ancient could persist in the mortal world, reincarnate, or seize another's body. Unless slain by heavenly tribulation or unforeseen calamity, such a being was virtually immortal. To put it plainly, the Southern Chu dynasty had endured only 863 years, far less than the fifth elder's own longevity. More significantly, he governed Feilai Peak, the very heart of the sect's internal administration, and wielded immense wealth. To become his direct disciple was a prospect so dazzling that even Bai Lixiong, an inner sect official, felt a pang of envy. Would one not stride through the sect unchallenged? Yet it was unthinkable. To wrest a disciple from Dojin Peak was strictly forbidden. Bai Lixiong silently retrieved his spirit communication jade talisman. An outer sect prodigy named Lu Chen has emerged. Mingjing Peak seeks him. The fifth elder himself has arrived to claim him. Bai Li admits defeat. I beg the third elder to come swiftly. At that very instant, Wang Shulu likewise withdrew his talisman and summoned reinforcements. If Feilai Peak boasts the fifth elder, then Mingjing Peak has its great elder, so who fears whom? Lu Chen gazed upon the fifth elder's invitation, torn and uneasy. To refuse would be unforgivable. Lu Chen himself knew it. Should he offend the fifth elder, every official on Feilai Peak might spit upon him, and even a single drop would drown him. Yet Lu Chen possessed the immortal Coffin for cultivating Dao weapons, a treasure utterly incompatible with bureaucratic duties within the sect. He belonged beyond the sect walls, hunting monstrous beasts to nourish his Dao weapon, enduring trials to strengthen his cultivation. To remain idle managing internal affairs. That made no sense whatsoever. Would that not render the immortal Coffin utterly wasted? Accepting the fifth elder's offer was undeniably auspicious, but wholly unsuited to him. Even the fifth elder's unmatched strength could not slay mighty demons and deliver them to Lu Chen's lips, nor would his vast fortune ever fund Lu Chen's personal cultivation from his private reserves. Such indulgence defied reason, and no true master trained disciples thus. And if Lu Chen began as a mere administrative official, how much wealth could he possibly amass? He would struggle to afford even the corpses of slain monsters needed to nurture his Dao weapon, let alone the pills essential for his own advancement. So what plausible excuse could he offer the fifth elder? While Lu Chen searched for a graceful refusal, the onlookers outside watched with envious bloodshot eyes. The senior officials above remained outwardly composed, yet inwardly yearned to replace Lu Chen. Truly, Lu Chen's fate is extraordinary. To earn the favor of the fifth elder, who commands Feilai Peak, is to secure future authority at the highest echelons of the sect. Damn it! Why does such fortune never fall upon me? The spectators writhed inwardly, watching Lu Chen poised on the cusp of transcendence, more agonizing than death itself. Lu Chen too suffered, but the fifth elder's unwavering gaze pinned him in place, awaiting his answer. Fifth brother, have you begun recruiting direct disciples inside the examination hall? A spectral ancient voice echoed suddenly throughout the hall, seeming to emanate from every direction. Not only the disciples, holding their breath in awe, could not locate its source, even the senior officials above scanned left and right in bewilderment. Their distinction lay in recognizing the voice, familiar, unmistakable, as belonging to one of the sect's supreme elders. Disciple pays homage to the second elder. The elder cultivator from Wudao Peak bowed first. Immediately after, Bai Lixiong, Wang Shulu, and the others followed suit. Though the disciples knew not the second elder's visage, seeing their superior's bow left them no choice but to kneel as well. Why has the second elder come? The fifth elder narrowed his eyes, cursing inwardly. Indeed, securing Lu Chen would prove far more difficult than anticipated. Before the words faded, the second elder, clad in flowing white robes radiating celestial grace, materialized beside the stout fifth elder. Their contrast was stark. The fifth elder now resembled a nameless stunted gourd. This elder too has come for Lu Chen. The second elder spoke plainly, his benevolent serene gaze settling upon Lu Chen, only to pivot abruptly. Third brother has arrived as well. Not only have I come, our great elder has not lagged behind either. A thunderous, aged voice boomed forth, and another towering upright figure stepped into view. He appeared strikingly youthful, broad sword-like eyebrows, eagle-sharp eyes, betraying an indomitable, domineering nature. Yet strangely, his very presence exuded an aura of decay. None other than the third elder master of Dojin Peak. Had I not come, brothers 2, 3, and 5 might well have shattered this examination hall to pieces. A calm voice followed, soft yet chilling, sending shivers down spines. As the words settled, a gaunt ascetic elder stood before the third elder, long silvery white eyebrows nearly veiling his eyelids, his stern countenance evoking that of a cold, unyielding judge, the great elder sovereign of Mingjing Peak. In an instant 4 of the 6 inner sect peaks were represented, and all 4 had come expressly for Lu Chen. Lu Chen himself was dumbfounded. Yet even the onlookers, disciples and officials alike gasped in disbelief. Their earlier envy had vanished entirely. They now saw Lu Chen not as a fortunate prodigy, but as a youth ensnared in a surreal battlefield, dwarfed beneath the looming shadows of 4 colossal mountains. Merely imagining his predicament was enough to grasp the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Had only one elder arrived, Lu Chen's fortune would have been unquestionable. But 4. Whichever he chose, he would inevitably offend the other 3. How could he choose? Every option was wrong. Every choice meant alienating 3 elders and gaining the favor of only 1. Was that not a terrible bargain? Indeed, it was ruinous. 3 against 1. Who else would suffer such loss? Suddenly, ordinariness seems rather pleasant, murmured a disciple, exhaling in quiet relief. Do not console yourself. Should you ever be coveted by 4 elders simultaneously, you'd laugh yourself awake. You are Lu Chen. The young 3rd elder, his sword-like eyebrows arching high and eagle-sharp eyes piercing through the air, ignored the other elders beside him and fixed his gaze upon Lu Chen with calm authority. His voice was serene, yet beneath its surface lay an invisible, suffocating pressure. Even a cultivated spirit integration realm disciple would likely stammer in terror before such presence. Yet Lu Chen exhaled, inwardly relieved, and hastily bowed. Indeed. Solid foundation, robust Kiblud, and insight into 4 true intentions. Not bad. The 3rd elder nodded approvingly. I hereby grant you the highest rating, Jiashang, for Dojin Peak. From this day forth you shall join our peak as an ordinary inner sect disciple. How does that sound? Hold on. Elder 1, gaunt and refined of countenance, frowned and interrupted. Brother 3, this is the trial hall. Restrain your domineering ways. This youth is not yours alone to claim. Mingjing Peak also desires him. Elder 2 nodded lightly as if drifting on wind and cloud. Wudao Peak 2 has no objection to taking him. I arrived first, Elder 5 stated coldly. The 3rd elder swept his gaze across the 3, the palpable dominance dissolving instantly, replaced by helplessness and sorrow. Brothers, do you truly remain unaware of my condition? He sighed deeply. I have but a few years left to live. If Dojin Peak fails to secure an outstanding successor soon, will it still stand as the sect's sharpest blade against the outer world? Will those vengeful clans we eradicated, those vicious remnants of the demonic Tao, those monstrous beasts, will they still fear Dojin Peak? Another sigh escaped him. If I depart now, will Dojin Peak remain Dojin Peak at all? At these words, Lu Chen's heart lurched. Even a figure like the 3rd elder is nearing his end. He hardly looked it. Among the elders, the 3rd elder appeared the youngest, his towering muscular frame seemingly capable of wrestling a celestial dragon barehanded. There was nothing about him that suggested imminent demise. Moreover, from the 3rd elder's tone, this was clearly no mere assignment as an ordinary inner sect disciple. It was a succession bid. Elder 1 fell silent. So did elders 2 and 5, though their twitching lips betrayed a torrent of unspoken curses. Yet strangely none refuted him further. Brother 3, proceed as you deem fit, Elder 1 declared curtly before sweeping his sleeve and departing, evidently displeased. Elder 2 shook his head, then vanished without a whisper. Elder 5 opened his mouth, raised a finger, lowered it, raised it again, nearly jabbing it toward the 3rd elder's nose, before finally letting out a sharp, icy snort and vanishing into thin air. Lu Chen pondered silently. This 3rd elder. He possessed something extraordinary. No, something profoundly extraordinary. Young man, take this. The 3rd elder instantly shed his earlier helplessness and sorrow, reverting to that indescribable, overwhelming dominance, his seamless shift in demeanor leaving one utterly stunned. He withdrew a violet jade token and tossed it casually toward Lu Chen. Before Lu Chen could even catch it, the elder had already vanished. Lu Chen caught the token. Engraved upon it were only 2 characters: Jiashang. Brother Lu, take this one too. Bai Lixiong first shot a challenging glance at Wang Shou Lu, then approached Lu Chen with a genial smile, offering him another violet jade token. It bore the same characters, Jiashang and Lu Chen's name. Thank you, senior brother, Lu Chen replied, accepting the token with gratitude. No need for formalities. We shall soon be brothers of Dojin Peak. Cultivate diligently. The 3rd elder holds exceptionally high hopes for you. Bai Lixiong waved dismissively, then beckoned another Dojin Peak attendant. Brother Ding Rong, this is Brother Lu. He is now under your care. Please look after him well. Naturally, Ding Rong replied with a warm smile, the face of a gentle, approachable young man. Brother Lu, please follow me. After bowing gratefully to Bai Lixiong, Lu Chen fell into step behind Ding Rong and quickly departed the trial hall. Petty triumph. Wang Shou watched Lu Chen recede into the distance, then glanced at Bai Li Xiong's smug grin, snorted disdainfully, and turned away, refusing to spare him another glance. Only Bai Li Xiong's boisterous laughter echoed through the hall, deep, unrestrained, and utterly jubilant. On the mountain path leading to the inner sect's Dojin Peak, Lu Chen couldn't resist asking, "Senior Brother Ding back in the trial hall? Our third elder. I mean the other elders." He struggled to find suitable phrasing, unable to skirt around the third elder's declaration of impending death, or the fact that the elders' rivalry had been in essence a contest over him. His question thus lacked focus. Ding Rong smiled and waved a hand. "I've heard he's been saying he's on his deathbed for over 3 centuries. Lu Chen. So, this third elder was indeed extraordinary. Others might assume he lied outright, even deceiving his own peers, but Lu Chen knew the truth ran far deeper. Who were these elders after all? Masters who governed entire peaks of inner sect disciples. Could they truly fail to discern whether the third elder stood at death's threshold? Of course they could. And Lu Chen noticed something else. Though the third elder appeared the youngest among them, an aura of decay, of imminent dissolution, clung to him like rust on ancient bronze. In other words, he should have perished over 3 centuries ago, yet had somehow clung to life, defying fate itself for all that time. And judging by appearances, he might yet endure longer. Perhaps this was precisely why Elder One and the others, though furious, ultimately yielded Lu Chen to Dojin Peak. For no one could say with certainty how much longer the third elder would last. He might outlive every other elder, or truly have only years remaining. This uncertainty left the others no ground to object, so they reluctantly acquiesced. "I heard he sustained a Dao wound over 3 centuries ago, one that has never fully healed," Ding Rong added quietly. Lu Chen nodded, asking no further questions. One did not pry into elders' affairs. Thereafter, Senior Brother Ding Rong meticulously outlined Dojin Peak's structure and customs, leaving Lu Chen with a steadily deepening understanding of the peak. Dojin Peak was led by the third elder, its peak master, and supported by 8 additional elders, most of whom rarely remained on the peak. They were either hunting demonic beasts abroad, pursuing rogue cultivators of the demonic Dao, or confronting formidable independent cultivators, or even rival sects, who dared challenge Dongming Sect's authority. In short, they were either locked in combat, or en route to it. Combat was Dojin Peak's sole raison. Furthermore, the third elder had 2 direct disciples and 5 named disciples, all forged through blood and battle on Dojin Peak itself. Slay enough demons and accumulate sufficient merit, and one earned discipleship under the peak master himself. Even those of modest talent could become disciples of the other 8 elders. Thus, between the lines, Ding Rong conveyed this truth. Though the third elder held Lu Chen in high regard, and might genuinely intend to groom him as heir, Lu Chen himself must prove worthy. Otherwise, the peak master's approval alone meant nothing. Dojin Peak upheld no tradition of direct appointment, only merit earned in fire. To this, Lu Chen felt no resentment, only wholehearted agreement. He dreaded being abruptly named the peak master's direct disciple, then confined to solitary cultivation in the mountains until attaining some arbitrary realm. Such seclusion would render his companion artifact, the immortal Coffin of weapon nurturing, utterly useless. A system demanding self-made excellence suited him perfectly. Besides, he harbored no intention of inheriting Dojin Peak. With the immortal Coffin at his side, his path stretched far beyond Dongming Sect, and even beyond the southern Chu Kingdom, into the stardust cosmos and onward to the fabled immortal path itself. That was his true pursuit. Now that I've entered the inner sect, let me set a modest goal: surpass the third elder, to become Dojin Peak's strongest, most formidable cultivator. By the way, Junior Brother Lu, you have 3 purple jade tokens rated. Do not overlook them, as they are extremely useful, Ding Rong emphasized. The purple jade tokens can be exchanged for 100 merits at the inner sect's administrative hall. At the Tower of True Intent, 1 token can be exchanged for a day of enlightenment time. Additionally, you can go to the 10,000 Methods Pavilion in the inner sect, where 1 token can be exchanged for 3 advanced spells. Lastly, your clothing and flying sword from the Sword Duel Peak can also be exchanged for better ones. Follow me, let's go to the administrative hall to collect your items. Goodness, the A-rated purple jade tokens are truly worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. It might even be worth more. With the Tower of True Intent and spells involved, how many merits would it take to exchange? He had a total of 3 purple jade tokens, which equated to 300 merits, 3 days of enlightenment time at the Tower of True Intent, and 9 advanced spells. Unbelievable. Before long, they arrived at the administrative hall of the inner sect, located beneath the main peak. Amidst the bustling crowd, Ding Rong skillfully led Lu Chen through, quickly reaching a heavyweight, middle-aged female steward. "Steward, by this junior brother of mine has just joined the Sword Duel Peak. Could you please issue all the necessary items?" The steward, with a robust yet fair complexion, was surprised and inquired, "Why is Steward Ding here at the administrative hall? instead of the assessment hall to evaluate disciples. Yet she thought to herself, having Steward Ding from the assessment hall personally guide this new disciple of Sword Dual Peak is quite impressive. With only 2 narrow slits for eyes, she instinctively glanced at Lu Chen, but couldn't discern much. His cultivation base was solid, yet it was not enough to warrant Ding Rong personally leading him. Junior brother, please hand me your previous outer sect identity token. Lu Chen thought for a moment and handed over his outer sect identity token. Steward Bai took a glance at Lu Chen, year 863 of the Southern Chu, September. A new disciple who entered this year, and in less than 4 months has reached the Qi transformation realm. Impressive. No wonder he is led by Steward Ding personally. The assessment token from the assessment hall also needs to be given to me, said the plump steward, her tone growing more amiable as she looked at Lu Chen, revealing a smile that she deemed friendly, yet was rather unattractive due to her excess fat. Here is the A-rated purple jade token, Lu Chen replied with a smile, handing over 1 token. A-rated. The steward's eyes, which had already been narrow, squinted even further, making them almost invisible. A genius. In less than 4 months, achieving the Qi transformation realm and receiving an A rating in the first assessment is quite reasonable. However, the life and death trial assessment is the main focus, and the final assessment of the Sword Dual Peak is of utmost importance. These 2 assessments cannot simply be achieved through rapid cultivation. The life and death trial evaluates whether one's spell cultivation is on point, while the Sword Dual Peak's examination is extreme, focusing solely on combat strength. A talent like Lu Chen, who cultivates so quickly yet has only been initiated for less than 4 months, would likely have little time to practice spells, and even less to hone his combat strength, so his rating might not be that high. Steward Bai thought this, and continued amicably, please hand over the other 2 assessment tokens as well. Lu Chen obediently presented the other 2, A-rated purple jade tokens. Suddenly Steward Bai's eyes, which had only been 2 narrow slits, widened in surprise, revealing her round eyeballs for the first time. A-rated. All A-rated. This is no genius, this is a prodigy. Finally, when Ding Rong led Lu Chen out of the administrative hall, Lu Chen's equipment had undergone a complete transformation. Firstly, the original low-grade flying sword and shield were replaced with high-grade spiritual flying sword and shield, elevating them by at least 1 level. Under normal circumstances, just entering the inner sect and having a C rating could exchange for 1 high-grade magical weapon, a B rating for 1 low-grade spiritual weapon, and only with an A rating could one exchange for a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Lu Chen with 3 A ratings was entitled to 2 high-grade spiritual weapons. As for a D rating, I'm afraid it can only be exchanged for a mid-grade magical weapon. The power disparity among magical weapons, spiritual tools, and treasures is immense. Spiritual tools are already exceedingly precious. Typically, only those at the mystic realm can utilize spiritual tools, and even then they may not necessarily be of high grade. Only the Dongming Sect, being wealthy and powerful, could afford such treatment. Secondly, his original Chinkoan bag was also replaced with a high-grade storage ring, which was similarly an A-rated privilege. Lastly, his outer sect identity token was swapped for 1 from the Sword Dual Peak's inner sect, which also had 300 merits on it, along with the remaining 6 merits from his previous outer sect token. With 306 merits in hand, Lu Chen, who had never been this affluent before, immediately exchanged for 10 purple spirit pills, spending a total of 150 merits, and then traded 20 merits for 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Even Ding Rong, as a steward, looked on with envy. Being a genius is wonderful. To be able to be so affluent just after entering the inner sect. If only he had such a fortune when he first entered, that would have been a dream, let alone being able to afford such medicinal pills for cultivation. Afterward, Ding Rong took Lu Chen on a tour of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion and the Tower of True Intent, before finally leading him back to the Sword Dual Peak and arriving at a vacant small courtyard. Unlike the outer sect, the small courtyards in the inner sect have restrictions. Without the owners unlocking item, outsiders cannot enter freely to disturb, making it more suitable for closed-door cultivation. At last, everything was settled, and Ding Rong had taken his leave. Lu Chen finally exhaled a breath of relief in his new small courtyard. Overall, this time, entering the inner sect could be deemed successful. Although the process was winding, he had successfully entered the long-anticipated Sword Dual Peak instead of the Bright Mirror Peak. The Bright Mirror Peak had that clingy senior sister Xian Qi, who Lu Chen had decisively ruled out. Next, I will cultivate steadily for a while. Once I break through to the early Qi transformation realm and step into the mid-stage, I should continue hunting for demon beasts to nurture new Dao soldiers. Lu Chen planned his upcoming schedule. Once he entered the mid-Qi transformation realm, he would be able to nurture 10 more Dao soldiers, significantly boosting both his overall power and physical strength. By the way, I also need to choose a good body combat technique from the 10,000 Methods Pavilion and begin cultivating it. Currently, his physical strength far exceeded his Qi refinement strength, reaching the Aperture realm, which was his hidden trump card, known to no one. However, without a body combat technique, his physical strength wouldn't be able to showcase much. It's akin to possessing the strength of the Qi refinement to Qi transformation realm, yet having no spells cultivated, one would only be able to rely on spiritual force to fight. How much combat strength could one truly exert? Having a higher realm than the opponent would only lead to being overpowered. Right, I need to visit the Tower of True. With the newly acquired high-grade spiritual sword in hand, how could I not improve my understanding of sword intent? For other Qi transformation realm disciples, the first level of sword intent may seem impressive, but for Lu Chen, it is the lowest level. His earth and fire true intents had already reached the third level, while even the water true intent, which he was currently comprehending, had reached the second level. Which one isn't higher than the sword intent? It's simply inadequate. Even with a high-grade spiritual sword, he wouldn't be able to unleash its full potential. He must catch up quickly. Furthermore, the newly acquired high-grade spiritual sword shield and storage ring also need to be refined. Calculating this way, he would be extremely busy in the upcoming period. Lu Chen felt an inexplicable sense of urgency, which instead fueled his fighting spirit. By the way, I wonder if the demons I saw last time at Magnia Mountain in Dongha County have been completely wiped out by the sect. I forgot to ask senior brother Ding Rong about it before. But that's fine, I can ask later. It's just that Lu Chen was quite tempted by that tiger demon, which seemed to have transformed into a mountain lord, and that giant python, which was about to transform into a flood dragon. If those two formidable demons were slain, and their corpses were given to him for nurturing Dao soldiers, he couldn't even imagine what incredible Dao soldiers he could cultivate. Golden, armored Dao soldiers. Or 5-element Dao soldiers. Just thinking about it made Lu Chen excited. Moreover, there were not just these two formidable demons, hundreds, or even thousands of demons were gathered, none of which were below the Qi transformation realm. Additionally, if the sect hasn't rushed to act, the demons on Magnia Mountain have likely gathered even more by now. For Lu Chen, or rather for the treasure of his birth, the nurturing soldier Immortal Coffin, these are all the best elixirs and medicines, immensely useful. Oh, not just that, far from it, there is an extremely extraordinary exotic tree on Magnia Mountain, resembling a green snake bearing a green fruit. Even the tiger demon, which seemed to have transformed into a mountain lord, and the giant python, which was about to transform into a flood dragon, were coveting it. It is undoubtedly a top-notch treasure. There are simply too many good things there. In the inner sect at the Hall of All Methods, the elder guarding the hall looked at the purple jade token handed to him by Lu Chen and exclaimed, "What a good lad. Tell me about your situation, and I can explain things to you. After that, you can select your spells, which will give you a better foundation." Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied, "I excel in earth, fire, and water spells, and I have some proficiency in swordsmanship." The elder with disheveled white hair nodded after hearing this, saying, "In that case, you can choose sword techniques. Let me explain further. The earth, fire, and water spells are too singular. For instance, fire spells can only summon the power of fire from heaven and earth, but cannot simultaneously incorporate earth and water. In contrast, swordsmanship has no fixed meaning and represents the ability to encompass everything. In the future, once you comprehend the true essence of earth, water, and fire, you can integrate them into your sword techniques, enhancing their power." With just a few words, Lu Chen suddenly understood and broadened his perspective. It was actually a very simple principle. Earth spells rely solely on the power of earth and one's own spiritual energy, but Lu Chen's true meanings of fire and water, including the true meaning of the sword, would be rendered useless. Thus, whether Lu Chen chose a more profound earth spell or a fire spell, he could only exert at most 1/5 of his strength, or even less. Choosing swordsmanship would allow him to consolidate all his strength, making it the best choice. "Thank you for clearing my doubts, elder." Lu Chen expressed his gratitude. The elder gestured for Lu Chen to enter the Hall of All Methods to select his spells. After bowing again, Lu Chen stepped into the Hall of All Methods. He found that the Hall of All Methods in the inner sect was at least 10 times larger than that in the outer sect, with rows of bookshelves that made it feel like he had entered a vast mountain with no end in sight. He did not rush to select sword techniques, but searched aimlessly. At one moment, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, found it. It was a book related to innate treasures. This type of book was related to cultivation, but was not spells, techniques, or secret arts, and could be browsed freely without requiring merit points in exchange. Lu Chen casually picked up a book titled Innate Essays and read it thoroughly, deep in thought. After a while, he put one book down and picked up another. This continued for nearly an hour until he let out a long breath and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, innate treasures cannot be detected by outsiders. Even before reaching a certain level of strength, the owner could not manifest the innate treasure. As described in one of the ancient texts, innate treasures are nourished by the essence of heaven and earth. Initially formless yet filled with mystery, they are hidden in the unknown. They cannot be seen by external observers. However, when the owner's strength is sufficient, the innate treasure can be manifested, such as swords, knives, guns, cauldrons, and so forth, all capable of materializing to slay enemies with supreme might. There are also auxiliary innate treasures that do not need to be manifested externally, which can still function without appearing outwardly even at a high level of strength. For instance, one ancient book recorded an innate treasure that strengthens the soul, which exists solely within the soul, guarding and enhancing it without needing to be externalized. So as long as I do not actively manifest the heavenly soldier Coffin, no one will know I possess an innate treasure. Lu Chen sighed in relief, feeling he could be more liberal with his future Dao soldiers. Who would have thought that his Dao soldiers, which seemed similar to the spell of summoning earth into soldiers, were actually nurtured by an innate treasure? He set the ancient books down and began searching again in the hall of all methods, his steps feeling much lighter. Before long, he picked another book titled Summary of Wonderful Techniques. This book recorded many practical minor spells such as dust removal technique, purification technique, invisibility technique, binding technique, breath holding technique, chi observation technique, dream entry technique, eye obstruction technique, and breaking illusions with spirit eyes, among others, totaling over 100 types. Some names, although grandiose, were not profound, yet most could be quite useful. Previously, when Lu Chen was in the outer sect, he focused solely on enhancing his strength and did not have time to learn these techniques. Now it was just the right time to catch up. However, this book, Summary of Wonderful Techniques, could not be exchanged with the purple jade token. It was more advantageous to trade it for merit points, which cost only 50 merit points. In contrast, the more profound inner sect spells require hundreds, even thousands of merit points, making it clear that exchanging for them with the purple jade token was more beneficial. After selecting Summary of Wonderful Techniques, Lu Chen strode towards the swordsmanship area, where there were tens of thousands of sword classics. He took his time to look through them all, and after another hour passed, he finally chose a sword technique titled 9 Heaven Sword Classic, simply because it had the highest price. If exchanged for merit points, this sword classic would require 9,900 merit points. According to its overarching principles, if cultivated to perfection, this sword classic could rival the might of divine abilities. Of course, reaching that level also demands exceedingly high requirements of one's cultivation. Lu Chen was still far from that stage. Divine abilities are transcendent techniques above spells said to be mastered only by immortals. It is rumored that the Dongming Sect possesses some legends about it, but it is uncertain whether they are true or false. Having obtained the 9 Heaven Sword Classic, Lu Chen did not leave yet. Instead, he headed straight for the area of physical combat techniques, ultimately selecting a method called Earthly Fiend Dragon Combat Technique. The reason was simple: this physical combat technique was also priced the highest, requiring 9,900 merit points, on par with the 9 Heaven Sword Classic, and reaching its peak was said to enable one to combat true dragons exceptionally fierce. Moreover, like sword techniques, this physical combat technique could incorporate any true meaning to enhance it. However, Lu Chen did not stop there. He then walked to the technique area and chose a book titled Great Cave Clear Bright Classic, which was also one of the most expensive among the techniques. Lu Chen actually did not need the techniques. His innate treasure, the Heavenly Soldier Coffin, contained a primordial, indestructible classic, but this was not suitable for outsiders to know, so he needed a sect's technique to cover it up. Otherwise, as his cultivation rapidly increased, the fact that he had never practiced the sect's techniques would inevitably be exposed. With that, Lu Chen contentedly exited the Hall of All Methods. When the elder guarding the hall saw Lu Chen's selections of the 9 Heaven Sword Classic, Earthly Fiend Dragon Combat Technique, and Great Cave Clear Bright Classic, black lines appeared on his forehead. This kid didn't even consider if they were suitable, he just picked the most expensive ones. Yet it must be said that the choices Lu Chen made were indeed the most top-tier spells and techniques. The spells are excellent and the techniques are also superb, but the difficulty of cultivation is not ordinary. Many disciples with exceptional talent have chosen these techniques and spells, yet ultimately achieved nothing. The elder could not help but remind him, "Have you thought this through?" Lu Chen smiled and replied, "I want change, just these will do." Given that he possessed an innate treasure, there was no need to elaborate on his talent. If he could not even cultivate the great spells beneath divine abilities, then the threshold of the innate treasure would indeed be too low. The purple jade token, which allowed the selection of 3 techniques or spells, was now depleted along with 50 good deeds. Lu Chen, who initially believed he had become affluent, now felt less so, as his good deeds had fallen below 3 digits, leaving him with only 86. Fortunately, he still had 2 purple jade tokens left, which could exchange for 6 more spells. There were indeed many more spells he needed to acquire, such as a powerful earth evasion technique, and a formidable wind control spell, or perhaps a cloud riding technique. Additionally, he needed to study formations, otherwise he might find himself trapped by them in the future, unable to even touch the exit. There was still much to learn, but Lu Chen's energy was limited at present, so he could only proceed step by step. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Lu Chen activated the restrictions and fully immersed himself in his training. In the morning, he practiced the Nine Heavens Sword Classic. In the afternoon, he honed the Earthly Dragon technique, and at night, he consumed pills to enhance his cultivation. As winter gave way to spring, 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye, and the early spring wind remained chilly. Yet within the small courtyard, there was a surge of vital energy, as if a furnace were ablaze, sending waves of heat into the air. Lu Chen wielded a high-grade spirit sword, his blood boiling like molten lava. As the true essence of the sword erupted from him, its might soaring, as if reaching the heavens, both domineering and ethereal. At a certain moment, his sword intent surged higher, suddenly breaking through a certain shackle. The chill of the early spring wind was silently sliced apart by the rampant essence of his sword intent dissipating into nothingness. The 9 heavens represent the 9 skies, each corresponding to a great sword force. Now I have become. Lu Chen slowly exhaled, and though it was a mere casual action, that breath seemed to transform into an indestructible sword, creating a sound that tore through the air, ultimately piercing the solid ground and leaving a deep sword mark. What are the 9 heavens? The 9 heavens refer to the 9 skies: Xinxiao, Qingxiao, Bixiao, Danxiao, Jingxiao, Yuxiao, Longxiao, Zixiao, and Huxiao. The 9 heavens sword classic features the 9 great sword forces, each of which is further divided into 33 variations representing the 33 heavens. This sword classic can be used for sword techniques or for slaying with a sword in hand. With Lu Chen's current strength, he could only practice the Langxiao sword force among the 9, and he had already mastered it to a realm of consummate skill. What surprised him even more was that just moments ago, when his Langxiao sword force reached consummate mastery, his sword intent, which had been stuck at the first level, smoothly transitioned into the second level, greatly enhancing his strength. It is also worth mentioning that he had made considerable progress in the Earthly Dragon technique. The Earthly Dragon technique consists of 72 forces representing 72 main murderous stars in the sky known for their ferocity. Thus, this technique is divided into 72 great forces, each more ferocious than the last, with the 72nd force capable of battling true dragons. Lu Chen's physical strength was even greater, so he had mastered 7 of the forces: Di Kuei, Di Sha, Di Yong, Di Jie, Di Xiong, Di Wei, and Di Ying. Lastly, he had broken through to the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm over 20 days ago, and he had already made significant progress within that stage. Out of 10 purple spirit pills, he had refined 6, leaving 4 remaining. If he refined them all, he was confident he could reach the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Having entered the mid-stage, he could now cultivate 10 more Dao soldiers in his spirit soldier coffin. Fortunately, he had previously preserved 9 monster corpses at the Qi opening realm and 2 black-haired zombies, which were just enough to cultivate 10 silver-armored Dao soldiers. Now he had already cultivated 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers. Taking advantage of the emergence of the newly cultivated 10 silver-armored Dao soldiers, Lu Chen seized the opportunity to comprehend true intent, successfully breaking through the earthly true intent to the 4th layer, while the fire true intent reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer, and the water true intent smoothly transitioned into the 3rd layer as well. At the same time, the power feedback from the 10 silver-armored Dao soldiers greatly enhanced Lu Chen's physical body, making it so that even a body cultivator at the late stage of the Qi opening realm might not be able to fully suppress him. If he also accounted for the 7 newly mastered forces of the Earthly Dragon technique, Lu Chen was even confident he could press a latest-stage Qi opening body cultivator to the ground. The Earthly Dragon technique is merely a technique, and its power varies in different hands. For someone like Lu Chen, not only did he possess a body at the Qi opening realm, but he also wielded the 4th layer of Earthly True Intent, the 3rd layer of Fire and Water True Intent, and the 2nd layer of Sword Intent. His Earthly Dragon technique was simply extraordinary. Within the Qi opening realm, he was undoubtedly among the most formidable body cultivators. In just 2 short months, Lu Chen's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation, especially with the Earthly Dragon technique and 9 Heavens Sword Classic, both of which were notoriously difficult to master, now successfully cultivated. If this were to be revealed, it would surely astonish many. However, Lu Chen remained low-key. For these 2 months, he had focused solely on cultivation, avoiding any public display of his abilities which he deemed too childish. Strength is a source of confidence for oneself, not a means to show off. One must not lose sight of this principle. Next, I need to change my direction of cultivation. Lu Chen sheathed his high-grade spirit sword and began to plan his future training schedule. The Earthly Dragon technique and 9 Heaven Sword Classic had nearly reached the peak for his current realm. Any further progress would depend on the accumulation of time and daily comprehension. Thus, Lu Chen would focus on enhancing his cultivation and understanding the sword intent at the Tower of True. As for the remaining Earthly Fire and Water True intents, he wouldn't need to comprehend them at the tower. He could understand them when his Dao soldiers advanced, which would save him many opportunities. However sword intent was unavoidable, Dao soldiers inherently lacked the capability to master it. Additionally, he needed to refine the hundreds of practical spells from the compendium of wonderful techniques, which would require a substantial amount of time. Fortunately, over these 2 months, Lu Chen had already mastered cleansing technique and dust removal technique as they were needed in daily life. He also invested significant effort into practicing the breath concealment technique and invisibility technique, which were exceptional skills for hiding and concealing while out and about. Although not particularly profound, their practicality was astounding. While contemplating his future training schedule, the restrictions outside the small courtyard suddenly rippled. Who is touching the restrictions of my courtyard? Lu Chen felt a stir in his heart and opened the door. He saw a young woman standing outside the courtyard gate, her skin fair features unremarkable, clothed in a long green dress, yet her ethereal demeanor elevated her plain appearance considerably. It's her. Lu Chen's memory instantly recalled an encounter at Lingyao Mountain. Coincidentally, the young woman was Yunji, whom he had met at Lingyao Mountain, who had slain the ghostly cultivator raising spirits, and whose 100 ghosts had been devoured clean by Lu Chen's Dao soldiers. Is it Lu Chen, Junior Brother Lu? Yunji's unremarkable eyes lingered on Lu Chen's handsome and impressive face for a moment before she spoke, her voice clear and pleasant. Indeed. May I ask why this senior sister has come? Yunji raised her hand to tuck back her loose hair that had fallen over her forehead, inadvertently adding a touch of charm. About 3 months ago, Junior Brother discovered the gathering of monsters at Tongyo Mountain in Dongming County. Now that the dragon transformation fruit on that mountain is about to ripen, the monsters that needed to be there have mostly gone, and the sect is preparing to encircle and eliminate the monsters at Tongyo Mountain tomorrow. The Peak Master specifically instructed me to ask if Junior Brother would like to join. Lu Chen's eyes instantly brightened. The treasures of Tongyo Mountain were indeed still there. He definitely wanted to go, ideally right now. As expected, the sect did not rush to take action surrounding and slaughtering the monsters gathered at Tongyo Mountain, but instead waited until now. If it were Lu Chen, he would have done the same. Opportunities that present themselves are always welcome. Waiting a little longer might attract even more monsters, and when the time is right, he could sweep them all in one go, ensuring that Yezhou would remain peaceful for quite some time. After all, there are only so many monsters in Yezhou. Although new monsters are constantly being born, they also need time to grow. Killing one batch naturally means fewer left. Moreover, the strange fruit produced by that tree resembling a green snake is the dragon transformation fruit. This means that the exotic tree he saw back then was indeed not yet mature, otherwise it should resemble a green dragon, not a green snake. Thank you, senior sister, for the reminder. I am indeed very interested in the Tongyo Mountain matter. Lu Chen expressed his willingness to go, though not very strongly. He couldn't let others see that he was eager to acquire the corpses of the monsters for cultivating his Dao soldiers, could he? Anything unusual must have its risks. No one would incessantly think about killing those monsters for no reason. My name is Yunji, she said. Junior Brother Lu, please follow me to accept the task. She twisted her slender body, fastening her waist with a belt resembling the water snake waist described in books, which was quite fitting, albeit somewhat ordinary. Upon seeing Yunji's waist, a thought crossed Lu Chen's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Pa, why should I care about her body? How vulgar. Following Yunji's footsteps, they headed toward the peak of Dojin Peak. By the way, I've heard that Junior Brother is particularly skilled in the art of earth manipulation to form soldiers. Even senior sister Xuanqi from Mingjing Peak admits she is not as good. If given the chance, could I also witness your skills? On the way, Yunji inexplicably spoke, as if joking. It's just a minor technique. There's nothing remarkable. Lu Chen instinctively replied, but quickly realized, no, she is testing me. This seemingly ordinary senior sister Yunji had an acute intuition. Previously, when he was at Lingyao Mountain, he did not reveal himself, but instead let his Dao soldiers consume 100 ghosts and captured 2 black-haired zombies. However, this senior sister Yunji clearly had inquired about some information and suspected Lu Chen. The key was that she had guessed correctly. However, Lu Chen would certainly not admit it. The accompanying treasure of raising soldiers, the celestial coffin, was invisible to outsiders, but a Dao soldier capable of consuming 100 ghosts would draw attention, and that was not a good thing. Lu Chen has always disliked matters that could lead to trouble. You might guess, but I will never admit it, then you would have no way to take me on. The art of earth manipulation to form soldiers may be a minor technique, but Junior Brother's ability in it may not be so ordinary. It might even consume 100 ghosts and become a nemesis of evil. Yunji continued forward, casually speaking about mundane matters. She was still testing. Lu Chen felt shocked and shook his head repeatedly, seemingly unwilling to believe. How could the art of earth manipulation to form soldiers have the ability to consume 100 ghosts? Senior Sister Yun, please do not deceive me. Such a technique, I haven't even seen it, let alone heard of it, he claimed. I have seen it, Yunji chuckled lightly. Perhaps Junior Brother will have a chance to see it in the future. As she spoke, Yunji looked back at Lu Chen with a meaningful glance. I would indeed like to see it, Lu Chen replied with great anticipation, as if yearning for it. With such good acting skills, are you trying to get yourself killed? Seeing Lu Chen's eager expression, Yunji immediately lost interest in probing further. This guy was tight-lipped and could not be coaxed into revealing anything. Or perhaps the one who helped them that day was really not Lu Chen. Yunji had some doubts, for the sincerity in Lu Chen's eyes truly did not seem like an act. Since returning from Lingyao Mountain that day, Yunji, Ho Liehu, and the others had inquired and learned that within the sect there were fellow disciples who were stone people. Ultimately, they received news from Mingjing Peak that the outer sect's Lu Chen was particularly adept at the art of earth manipulation to form soldiers, having killed a mid-stage monster wolf at the chi condensation stage using this technique. Beyond that, no other disciple matched the characteristics of the stone people. Coincidentally, that day Lu Chen was indeed on a task at Lingyao Mountain concerning the white-scale ivory. In the end, Yunji did not think much of it and changed the subject. You caused quite a stir when you entered the inner sect. Even the Peak Master and the elders were alarmed. Now all 6 peaks in the inner sect are saying that you are the only successor chosen by the Peak Master of Dojin Peak, which may not necessarily be a good thing. A tall tree attracts the wind. I believe you understand this principle. Lu Chen pondered. So am I being envied by other disciples? Or perhaps those who originally hoped to inherit the position of Peak Master after the fall of the 3rd elder of Dojin Peak have developed dissatisfaction towards him. It's not that I am afraid, but rather I am speaking the truth. To be honest, I have no interest in the position of Peak Master of Dojin Peak, Lu Chen said after some thought. Yunji could not help but look at Lu Chen a couple more times and suddenly smiled. With your current strength, even without saying it, everyone knows you cannot become the Peak Master of Dojin Peak. Pausing for a moment, she continued, the reason some are dissatisfied is that there are too many such rumors which annoy some fellow disciples. So the fellow disciples within the sect are not really worried that I will steal the position of Peak Master of Dojin Peak, but rather that such nonsensical remarks are irritating. Lu Chen suddenly felt much better. Yunji was surprised. Aren't you angry? Lu Chen smiled. I am quite pleased. How could one be happy when looked down upon? Lu Chen was indeed somewhat interesting. He was young and arrogant with considerable talent. If it were another young man under the same conditions, he would likely shout, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, do not bully the young and poor, and then suppress his anger, seeking to slap those who looked down on him in the face. But Lu Chen did not. He seemed much happier than when he heard others say he was to become the only successor of Dojin Peak. What a strange person. Yunji was quite curious as to why Lu Chen, who was still just a young man, could have such a temperament. The task at Tongyo Mountain is from Dojin Peak itself, so there is no need to go to the Inner Affairs Hall. Leading the way, Yunji soon arrived at a place called Dojin Hall, halfway up the mountain. At this moment, many disciples of Dojin Peak were already present in Dojin Hall. Upon seeing Yunji lead Lu Chen, and most of the disciples' gazes fell on Lu Chen. Is this the one known as the successor of Dojin Peak? Lu Chen, mid-stage of the transformation realm, entered the sect this year, and his cultivation speed is indeed fast. Fast cultivation speed does not necessarily mean one is strong. Low whispers occasionally reached Lu Chen's ears, but he did not pay them any heed. He had no need to prove anything to anyone, as it was meaningless. What would it matter if he proved himself? Could he get more powerful monster corpses? If that were the case, Lu Chen would not mind considering it, but unfortunately, that was not the case. After he received the task of surrounding and suppressing the Tongyo Mountain from the steward here, he bid farewell to Yunji and returned to his small courtyard. Tongyo Mountain. Lu Chen stroked his chin. If I could cultivate that tiger suspected of becoming a mountain lord into a Dao soldier, and that giant python about to transform into a dragon. Is there an opportunity? Perhaps there is. With so many disciples from Dojin Peak attacking, and reportedly 2 elders leading them, he might just be able to pick up some leftovers. The next day, at the mountainside of the Sword Duel Peak outside the Sword Duel Hall, on the spacious square, more than 500 disciples of the Sword Duel Hall gathered, including disciples of the profound realm capable of traversing the cosmic void, and elders whose breaths were as deep as the ocean, along with the majority being chi-connecting realm disciples, while the spirit transformation realm disciples were the least. Lu Chen was among the crowd, with the pale-skinned, unremarkable Yunji on his left, and the burly body cultivator, Ho Liehu, on his right, alongside the young, yet slightly aged Zhu Xinji, who had a deep furrow on his forehead. The leading elders are Zhang Kuei and Lu Zifu. This expedition to the Mangniu Mountain is guaranteed to succeed. Zhu Xinji seemed excited, eager to try. Lu Chen quietly asked, are these 2 elders very powerful? Ho Liehu replied in a deep voice, naturally, our 8 elders of the Sword Duel Peak are all at least high-level Dao embryo experts, and Zhang Kuei and Lu Zifu rank among the top 3. How can they not be strong? Pausing for a moment, Ho Liehu lowered his voice. Junior brother Lu, was it really not you who helped us that day at Lingyao Mountain? Lu Chen helplessly said, I was indeed at Lingyao Mountain that day, but given my current strength, even if I wanted to help, I couldn't. Ho Yehu, being easier to fool than Yunji, nodded in agreement. Though your strength, junior brother Lu, is decent to deal with the 100 ghosts and slay the black-haired zombies, you indeed fall short. Yunji, rolling her eyes silently at the gullible Ho Yehu, scoffed. This body cultivator really thinks he can extract information from junior brother Lu? He must be completely fooled. After thinking for a moment, Yunji suddenly asked, Junior brother Lu, the news from Mangnia Mountain was brought back by you, right? Are the monsters there very strong? Lu Chen nodded. There is a tiger demon suspected of having achieved the status of mountain lord, and a giant python serpent on the verge of transforming into a flood dragon, along with countless other monsters. But that was just the situation over 2 months ago. Now the number of monsters gathered around the dragon transformation fruit can only be greater. Upon this statement, the reactions of the three were varied. Ho Yehu rubbed his fists together, saying, Good, this expedition to Mangnia Mountain will surely yield great rewards. Zhu Xinzi's furrow deepened. With so many monsters gathered, can the over 500 disciples of the sword dual peak really handle it? Yunji pondered. The appearance of the dragon transformation fruit is suspicious. With so many monsters gathering such a large disturbance, could it be that only our sword dual peak is mobilized? What about the Mingjing peak? Lu Chen remained silent, only casting another glance at Yunji, thinking this seemingly unremarkable sister Yunji is quite clever. She quickly grasped the key point. It coincided with Lu Chen's own speculation. In terms of the situation, even if over 500 disciples of the sword dual peak gathered at Mangnia Mountain, they wouldn't hold an advantage, or rather the advantage would not be significant. Moreover, the dragon transformation fruit seems to have some issues. Lu Chen speculated that aside from the sword dual peak, the sect must have kept some backup, and whether that involves the Mingjing peak remains unknown. Are all the disciples of the sword dual peak gathered? At the high stone steps leading to the sword dual hall, the small-framed elder Zhang Kuei inquired of a sword dual hall steward before him. They are all here, the steward promptly replied, having already accounted for the number of disciples. Since everyone is here, we shall depart from Mangnia Mountain, the sooner the better. Another elder with disheveled gray hair, Lu Zifu, urged. Elder Zhang Kuei nodded, suddenly raising his voice like a thunder shaking the surroundings. All disciples of the sword dual peak, heed my command, enter my alchemy cauldron. As he spoke, Zhang Kuei raised his hand and threw out a small, ancient bronze artifact resembling a teapot. It swiftly enlarged in midair, obscuring the sun and hovering above the entire mountainside square. The disciples responded loudly and flew towards the mouth of the alchemy cauldron, disappearing within. This is a treasure for capturing and refining monsters capable of accommodating living beings. It contains another world within. Yunji explained this to Lu Chen, then together with Ho Liehu, Zhu Xinji, and Lu Chen, they jumped into the cauldron's mouth and entered the alchemy cauldron. In the blink of an eye, the square that was once crowded with disciples of the sword dual peak was now empty. Elder Zhang Kuei waved his hand, and the massive alchemy cauldron shrank again, becoming the size of a palm, landing back in his hand. Old Lu, let's go. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu Zifu and Elder Zhang Kuei transformed into beams of light, vanishing into the sky. The steward of the sword dual hall waiting nearby cupped his hands and called out, May the two elders return victorious soon. As his voice faded, everything fell silent. In Dongha County, Mangnia Mountain. Mangnia Mountain spans the entirety of Dongha County and half of Pingliang County. The strange azure energy was even more concentrated than when Lu Chen first arrived, recklessly spreading and almost enveloping the entire Mangnia Mountain range. Not even the Mangnia Mountain in Pingliang County was spared. At this moment, deep within Mangnia Mountain, the source of the strange azure energy, which was once merely a bizarre tree resembling a blue serpent, had now truly grown, reaching 2 to 3 zhang in height, resembling a blue dragon preparing to soar to the heavens. The bark of the trunk resembled dragon scales with branches like dragon claws and whiskers. The crown of the tree resembled a dragon's head, opening its mouth to release a blue exotic fruit appearing from afar, as if a blue dragon was spitting out pearls. Beneath the blue dragon tree, countless monsters gathered, including a tiger demon suspected of having attained the mountain lord status, and a giant python on the brink of transforming. But now there was also a golden-furred giant ape towering over 6 zhang, holding a lance as thick as a pillar, gazing at the tiger demon and the giant python. The dragon transformation fruit is ripening, and the dragon energy is surging, covering the entire Mangnia Mountain range. Do you tigers and pythons think that the overlord of this area, the Dongming Sect, is unaware? The giant ape spoke in a rough voice. If you want to keep this dragon transformation fruit, then join forces with me. Otherwise, by the end, not only will you be unable to keep this fruit, but you may not even save your own lives. The tiger demon growled, filling the mountain with silence. You need not worry about it. This dragon transformation fruit you cannot take, nor do we need your help. Retreat. At the end of the sentence, the tiger roared, shaking the entire Mangnia mountain. The giant python about to speak suddenly raised its massive serpent head. Who dares to peek from the side? You sinful creatures should know that this place is the territory of my Dongming Sect. Why do you still dare to linger here, thinking my sword dual peak will not fare well? A light reprimand echoed the sound, rolling like a tide instantly, suppressing the tiger's roar and the python's hiss. In the next moment, the small-framed Zhang Kuei and the disheveled elder Lu Zifu of sword dual peak descended from the sky step by step, walking through the void. Beneath their feet seemed to be an invisible heavenly ladder supporting these two high-level experts, not falling to the mundane world. Sword dual peak. Damn it, the killers of the Dongming Sect have indeed arrived. The golden-furred giant ape bared its teeth in anger. Countless monsters looked up at the sky, their demonic aura surging wildly, rolling toward the heavens. The dragon transformation fruit belongs to my demon clan. Oh, no one can take it, not even sword dual peak. The giant python hissed, its forked tongue flickering, sweeping towards the sky. The killers of sword dual peak are truly interesting to deal with. The tiger demon lowly growled, kill. At this command, the monsters became ferocious, shouting in unison, kill. A rolling demonic aura surged up like a raging fire, obscuring the sun. Thousands of monsters from Mangnia Mountain, including the tiger demon suspected of having reached the mountain lord status, the giant python about to transform, and the golden-furred giant ape, all moved at this moment, charging towards the two elders stepping through the sky. Disciples of sword dual peak, heed my command, slay the demons, leaving none alive. Zhang Kuei threw out the alchemy cauldron, and over 500 disciples of sword dual peak surged out from within. Lu Chen squeezed among the crowd, quickly scanning the battlefield. Subsequently, his invisibility and breath-concealing techniques activated instantly, allowing him to retreat far away from the center of the battle, like a transparent person, eventually landing on the edge of the conflict and burrowing into the ground. In a chaotic battle, one may be accidentally injured. The underground is my domain. Fellow silver-armored Dao soldiers, it's time to get to work. As Lu Chen chanted, he summoned 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers into the battlefield. In silence, 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers wielded the power of earth, transforming into thick stone armor, then emerged from the ground and charged forth from the outskirts of the battlefield. Beneath their stone armor, each silver-armored Dao soldier stood about 10 feet tall, devoid of any life force, appearing like phantoms, striking down any demons they encountered. Especially as the disciples of Dojian Peak engaged in a fierce battle against the hordes of demons, neither side noticed the sudden appearance of these lifeless, ghostly soldiers. In the sky above, elders Zhang Kuei and Lu Zifu displayed their formidable might, facing three opponents: a demon tiger that seemed to have achieved the form of a mountain lord, a giant python on the verge of transforming, and a golden-haired giant ape, yet they still maintained the upper hand. They struck the demon tiger, sending it howling to the heavens, and caused the giant python to bleed into the sky. The golden-haired giant ape was the strongest, wielding a pitch-black iron spear that roared with the power of thunder, shaking the sky like an explosive thunderclap, the terrifying winds threatening to cause landslides. Numerous demons were slaughtered by the aftermath of the giant ape's iron spear, and some disciples of Dojian Peak were caught in the crossfire, but fortunately elders Zhang Kuei and Lu Zifu kept watch over them. Otherwise, the repercussions for the disciples would not have been merely injuries, but death. In the skies, the elders battled the formidable demons, while many disciples of Dojian Peak were engaged in their own fierce fights. Puff! A dog demon, howling as it charged toward a disciple of Dojian Peak, was suddenly struck down by a towering stone giant that crushed its head with a single punch before dragging it underground, disappearing from sight. Puff! Another massive wolf demon, as black as ink, bared its teeth and howled, targeting a disciple surrounded by demons, attempting a surprise attack to seal its throat. However, at that very moment, a silver-armored Dao soldier unexpectedly reached out from below, seizing the wolf demon's hind leg and dragging it underground, where its iron fist smashed down, crushing the wolf demon's skull. Such instances of Dao soldiers appearing and swiftly slaying demons unfolded continuously at the fringes of the chaotic battle. Nevertheless, this chaotic skirmish extended over a vast area, and no one noticed. Not to mention the disciples of Dojian Peak, who were outnumbered. Even the hordes of demons who had the advantage in numbers remained unaware. Powerful demons at the Xuanfa realm clashed with the disciples of Dojian Peak at the same level, battling from the ground to the skies, even crashing down from the heavens to the depths of the earth, creating a tremendous uproar. However, at this level, eradicating an opponent of the same realm was exceedingly difficult unless there was an overwhelming disparity in strength. Yet, even demons of the Xuanfa realm, who could traverse the cosmos, possessed bloodline heritage. How could they be utterly suppressed? The battle between the Tongxiao realm demons and the disciples of Dojian Peak was particularly brutal, with demons continually being slain while more disciples were surrounded and torn apart by the overwhelming number of demons. Everywhere was chaos, everywhere was a melee. Perhaps just a moment ago it was in the east, yet the next moment it could have already reached the heavens or moved to the south. The boiling demonic energy, terrifying spiritual force, sword chi, and spiritual artifacts unleashed their powers recklessly. This was a life-and-death struggle. Either the demons would perish or the disciples of Do Jian Peak would die with no room for luck. Even Lu Chen, who had burrowed deep underground, encountered numerous demons and disciples of Do Jian Peak battling from the surface down to the depths, but he concealed his presence and hid away, thus avoiding notice. Occasionally, when he saw a severely wounded demon fleeing underground, he did not hesitate to strike, piercing it through with a swift sword, his actions precise and without error. At the same time, he continuously traversed the depths, and whenever a Dao soldier killed a demon and sank it below, he would appear immediately to collect it into his spirit-enhancing coffin. In just half an hour, the spirit-enhancing coffin was piled high with demon corpses like a small mountain. The lowest were Tongxiao realm demons. He had already lost interest in the lower-tier Linghua realm demons. His comprehension of the true essence of Earth had reached an extraordinary depth, having attained the fourth layer of earthly will. Even the demons or disciples of Do Jian Peak at the Xuanfa realm, even those who had turned to earth power, could hardly match him. Thus his situation was extremely secure, and he could not be considered a coward avoiding battle, for his silver-armored Dao soldiers were wreaking havoc on the surface. Though 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers seemed considerable, they were insignificant compared to the thousands of demons and over 500 disciples of Dongming Sect. Yet perhaps precisely because the silver-armored Dao soldiers were so ruthless in their slaughter, they finally attracted the attention of many demons. Damn it, there are treacherous and cunning beings hiding underground ambushing us. Let's take down these sneaky bastards first. A peaked Tongxiao realm demon monkey roared, its towering body swelling, its eyes blood-red, and its muscles bulging with terrifying strength, charging fiercely at a silver-armored Dao soldier. At the same moment, over 100 demon monkeys howled and surrounded the 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers charging forward. These demons have detected us. Lu Chen murmured from underground, yet remained unperturbed, instead smiling faintly. Good attacking one by one cannot compare to this swarm of over 100 demon monkeys coming at once. Moreover, these 100 demon monkeys were likely the offspring of that golden-haired giant ape, each bursting with vitality and demonic energy. As they attacked together, it was even more beautiful, for the corpses of such demons were most suitable for nurturing Dao soldiers. Boom! In the depths, the powerful earth energy converged around the 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers, forming walls of bronze and iron to confine the 100 demon monkeys. At that instant, countless sparks flared between heaven and earth, ultimately transforming into torrents of flames that roared across the land, mingling with the earth power that trapped the demon monkeys, igniting them like fire in a jar, incinerating everything. Roar! Damn it, this cunning and treacherous Do Jian Peak uses powerful spells as break. The demon monkeys howled in anger, trapped by the bronze and iron walls formed by earth power and engulfed by the raging fire, causing chaos as they roared in all directions. Kill them, leave not a single one alive. Lu Chen silently conveyed his thoughts, and the 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers transformed into gods of slaughter amidst the sea of flames. They silently merged into the sea of flames, into the bronze and iron walls formed by earth power, appearing and disappearing like ghosts, each time striking down a demon monkey with unmatched ferocity, smashing its chest or skull. This was an almost one-sided massacre. Within the domain of fire and earth powers, the combat strength of the silver-armored Dao soldiers was astonishing, leaving the demon monkeys in despair. Even though the demons roared with demonic energy, swinging iron rods to smash through one bronze wall after another and scattering the raging flames, it was all in vain. The power commanded by the Dao soldiers was nearly inexhaustible. More terrifying was the silent, yet powerful silver-armored Dao soldiers blending into the fray, appearing and vanishing. The demon monkeys could not withstand them. In just a short time, over 100 demon monkeys were killed, howling in anguish and losing all will to fight. They attempted to flee but could not escape the inferno and the bronze walls forged by earth power, waiting only for the slaughter by the Dao soldiers. This is a windfall, a tremendous profit. Lu Chen hurriedly traversed underground to collect the corpses, watching the pile of demon bodies in his spirit-enhancing coffin grow taller, his eyes shining with excitement. This is all treasure. Boom. A giant golden-haired ape nearly 2 zhang tall suddenly charged out, delivering a punch that struck down like a collapsing mountain, shattering the bronze walls forged by the fire element power of the silver-armored Dao soldiers, scattering the flames born of that power. Which mouse dares to slaughter my golden monkey clan? Show yourself and fight. The golden-haired giant ape roared, having smashed the earth and fire element barriers, its eyes gradually turning crimson as if it was about to go berserk. Yet it had arrived a moment too late. Even after shattering the bronze walls of earth element and dispersing the raging fire element, it still could not save a single demon monkey. In fact, not even a single demon monkey's corpse could be seen. All those killed by the silver-armored Dao soldiers had vanished without a trace. They had sunk into the ground, now taken into the celestial coffin for nurturing by Lu Chen, never to be seen by this giant ape. Hidden deep underground, Lu Chen, taking advantage of the vision of the numerous silver-armored Dao soldiers, saw the nearly 2 zhang tall frenzied giant ape, its overwhelming demonic aura boiling with blood energy, like raging flames warping the air around it, as ripples formed, and the giant ape's momentum continuously soared, poised to fall into a state of rage at any moment. However, Lu Chen was not the slightest bit flustered. Instead, he grew increasingly excited. Finally, a creature of the mystical realm has arrived. The creatures of the Qi-connecting realm could only nurture silver-armored Dao soldiers, but now Lu Chen's Dao soldiers had already become silver-armored. Thus, what Lu Chen sought now was a creature of the mystical realm that could nurture golden-armored Dao soldiers. This nearly 2 zhang tall mystical realm golden-haired giant ape was just what he needed. Surround it and slay it, Lu Chen commanded. In an instant, 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers erupted into action. The earth trembled as the Dao soldiers controlling the earth element surged forth, and with 35 Dao soldiers jointly manipulating the earth element, the force was immense, like a river rushing forth from beneath the entire Mangyu mountain. Like a series of colossal tornadoes, there were as many as 35, ultimately converging into one, resembling a true river of earth element charging towards the mystical realm golden-haired giant ape. You cowardly schemers, do you think a mere handful of mud golems can defeat me? The mystical realm golden-haired giant ape roared, its eyes glowing with a bizarre red light that seemed to ignite like flames. Then the giant ape began to rapidly swell and grow, soon reaching 10 zhang in height. With a punch, it struck down with a resounding boom. Boom. The gigantic fist, as large as a small hill, collided with the river of earth element, causing the void to tremble as if Mangyu mountain itself were about to collapse. However, the river of earth element was far too terrifying. It was the fused force of 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers controlling the earth element, and the weight of the river was no less than that of a colossal mountain. In just a brief collision, it sent the giant ape, now 10 zhang tall, crashing down into the ground. At that very moment, as the giant ape fell into the ground, silver-armored Dao soldiers suddenly appeared, grabbing hold of the giant ape's feet, while other silver-armored Dao soldiers surged from the river of earth element, attacking the giant ape's crimson eyes. How dare you? The giant ape roared, its feet trembling as it unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, attempting to crush the silver-armored Dao soldiers beneath it. Yet the silver-armored Dao soldiers were immensely powerful, bolstered by the earth element from beneath, and were surprisingly able to withstand the giant ape's struggles, pinning it firmly in place and forcing it deeper into the ground. Boom. The giant ape swung its arms, channeling an overwhelming demonic aura as it hammered down at the silver-armored Dao soldiers charging at it, resulting in a terrifying clash. With the first punch, 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers were sent flying like rag dolls, crashing deep into the ground. With the second round, another 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers were pulverized, crashing into the earth and causing the ground to crack. Yet more Dao soldiers charged fearlessly, one delivering a punch that struck directly at the giant ape's left eye. Pooh! The red light in the giant ape's left eye surged violently, transforming into a demonic glow that shattered the stone armor of the silver-armored Dao soldier. Almost simultaneously, another silver-armored Dao soldier charged in, and as the red light in the giant ape's left eye faded, it delivered a punch that exploded the giant ape's left eye. Roar! The giant ape roared in fury, unable to bear the pain. But what awaited it were more silver-armored Dao soldiers charging fearlessly again, smashing its right eye. Even more ferocious silver-armored Dao soldiers following the giant ape's massive pupil, drilled into its brain, forcefully prying open its skull and spilling out hot monkey brain, ultimately meeting their demise. The once 10 zhang tall giant ape rapidly shrank, returning to a height of just 2 zhang, as the silver-armored Dao soldiers from beneath exerted force, dragging it underground, making it disappear from sight. Good, a mystical realm demon corpse in hand, Lu Chen said, filled with inexplicable excitement. This is a valuable asset capable of nurturing golden-armored Dao soldiers, and it's my first time possessing one. Hiss! Where did this fierce person come from? A disciple from Dueling Sword Peak amidst the chaotic battle noticed this scene and was immediately astonished. Previously, the silver-armored Dao soldiers had been battling mere Qi-connecting realm demons, which were naturally inconspicuous. But the giant ape just slain was a genuine mystical realm demon monkey capable of traversing the cosmos. Yet after just a few brief exchanges, it was completely surrounded and brutally killed by those stone soldiers, its skull shattered and its brain pulverized, showing extreme ferocity. Even more terrifying was that these stone soldiers were remarkably tough, akin to bodies of adamant. Even when the demon monkey unleashed all its might to drive them deep underground, they would soon emerge again, lively and fierce. Stone soldiers. Are they formed by gathering earth? No, the ability to gather earth and form soldiers does not possess such might. They resemble puppets crafted through puppet arts enhanced with various precious materials. A disciple of the mystical realm felt a surge of tumultuous waves in their heart. Even while engaged in battle with demons, they couldn't help but express their doubts, communicating with another disciple. Puppets. Indeed, they seem very much like it. There is no trace of life, yet they possess fierce combat instincts and are unafraid of death. When did Dueling Sword Peak produce such a formidable master of puppet arts? Why have I never heard of them? Indeed, frightening. Even the most skilled puppet masters typically only manage to create 2 or 3 exceptional puppets, which is already rare. To see over 30 powerful puppets attacking together is truly unprecedented. My goodness, this level of puppet mastery is even more terrifying than the zombies created by those evil necromancers. Moreover, this master of puppet arts from Dueling Sword Peak has yet to reveal themselves, yet has already slain a mystical realm demon monkey. If they unleash their full power, one can only imagine how spectacular it would be. All the disciples of Dueling Sword Peak were astounded. Even the demons were wide-eyed, keeping their distance from the silver-armored Dao soldiers. However, after slaying the golden-haired giant ape, the 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers vanished into the ground again, disappearing without a trace. Among those present, only Yunji Holiehu and Zhu Xinji, who were battling demons, were deeply shaken upon seeing the valiant silver-armored Dao soldiers and exclaimed in unison, "It's that one. It's him." Holiehu felt a surge of excitement within. It was these stone beings that had once helped him slay 2 black-furred zombies on Lingyao Mountain. Indeed, they've appeared again. Is it Lu Chen? Yunji scanned the surroundings, yet in the chaos of battle, Lu Chen's figure remained elusive. Even though she couldn't see Lu Chen, Yunji remembered the stone beings vividly. They had once devoured 100 ghosts right before her eyes, creating a chaotic scene. Now seeing these peculiar stone beings again, they seemed even more formidable than those she had encountered on Lingyao Mountain. Could it really be Lu Chen? Yunji couldn't help but feel a mix of astonishment and doubt. If these strange stone beings were indeed Lu Chen, then he was terrifying beyond measure. He was merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, yet he could command these peculiar stone beings to battle against monsters of the mystic law realm. It was unheard of to slay demons while crossing 2 major realms. Especially since Lu Chen had never even revealed himself, the mystic law realm demon monkey had already had its skull crushed. Was slaying demons truly this easy? What did their life and death struggles amount to where they risked their lives at every moment? Just foolishness. And the question remained, were these terrifying stone beings truly the handiwork of Lu Chen? It was hard to speculate, nearly impossible to guess, because up until now not only Yunji, but even the senior disciples of the Sword Duel Peak in the mystic law realm couldn't figure out what these strange stone beings actually were. For it was only because of Lu Chen that there existed Dao soldiers in this world. Before him, there had been no Dao soldiers, and naturally, no one could have known of their existence. People could only guess and speculate within their existing understanding, but it was meaningless, for Dao soldiers transcended their comprehension. People could only guess and speculate within their existing understanding, but it was meaningless, for Dao soldiers transcended their comprehension. At that moment, all the demon monkeys of the Diamond Ape clan erupted in rage, forsaking their original opponents and charging toward the silver-armored Dao soldiers. They understood that the peculiar stone beings were not the true aggressors, but their anger had to be vented. The death of the mystic law realm Diamond Ape demanded retribution. You demon beasts, do you really wish to turn the world upside down? A senior disciple of the Sword Duel Peak in the mystic law realm coldly shouted, attempting to restrain the rampaging demon monkeys. However, these demon monkeys of the Diamond Ape clan went berserk, their bodies swelling and their strength surging, gathering in a short time to attack the place where the silver-armored Dao soldiers had vanished. Among these demon monkeys of the Diamond Ape clan, there were 6 in the mystic law realm, while the others were in the aperture realm, boasting considerable strength. Unfortunately, Lu Chen remained hidden, and the silver-armored Dao soldiers had already burrowed into the ground, preparing to continue hunting demons, showing no concern for the enraged Diamond Apes. Do you think hiding underground will prevent my Diamond Ape clan from harming you? 6 mystic law realm Diamond Apes roared in fury, then burrowed into the ground. The Earth Escape technique is not a particularly profound spell. Human cultivators can perform it, and so can demon beasts. Under the ground is the domain of the Dao soldiers. Do a bunch of demon monkeys dare boast here? Lu Chen paid no mind to these Diamond Apes that had burrowed underground. Dao soldiers naturally master the power of earth akin to the favored children of the earth, far superior to the demon monkey's earth escape technique. They could easily toy with these demon monkeys. However, that would be the limit. 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers could encircle and kill a mystic law realm diamond ape, perhaps even two, but against 6 Lu Chen's silver-armored Dao soldiers must avoid their prowess. It's a pity I don't have time to cultivate golden-armored Dao soldiers, otherwise these demon monkeys would perish in this underground, becoming nourishment for my military celestial coffin. Lu Chen, deep underground, looked at the demon monkeys scattered in anger beneath the earth, filled with regret. 6 mystic law realm demon beasts represented the potential to cultivate 6 golden armored Dao soldiers. To Lu Chen at this moment, it was akin to windfall. Unfortunately, their bones were too tough. He couldn't gnaw through them yet. Perhaps I could collaborate with other senior brothers in the mystic law realm. Lu Chen pondered thoughtfully. The advantage of the sect lies in having many fellow disciples that shouldn't be wasted. He could fully cooperate with other senior brothers, and the efficiency of killing would likely be even higher. With this thought, Lu Chen used the vision of the silver-armored Dao soldiers to begin searching for cooperation targets amidst the chaos above the ground. The senior brothers fighting in the sky can be disregarded. In the sky, it is not the battlefield of Dao soldiers. While they can fight there, it is far less efficient than mobilizing earth power on the ground. The power of fire is unaffected, but the control over earth power diminishes, and naturally their strength decreases. Moreover, Dao soldiers possess no magical power. To soar into the sky, they must master fire energy to levitate, which is still limited compared to grounding themselves. Fortunately, there are quite a few seniors in the mystic law realm fighting in this mountain. This body-refining senior looks good. Lu Chen's gaze through the perspective of the Dao soldiers landed on a robust man resembling a small giant. Probably due to his body-refining techniques, this giant stood at least 10 feet tall, clad in black battle armor, wielding a massive hammer whose head was the size of a water tank. When he swung it, it struck like thunder, and even steel bones would shatter under a single blow. At that moment, this body-refining giant was locked in a fierce battle with a black-striped demon tiger, neither side willing to yield. This senior will assist you in slaying this demon tiger. The credit is yours, and the demon corpse will belong to me. What do you say? A vague voice suddenly echoed in the ears of the body-refining giant. He thought for a moment and replied, "Was that mystic law realm demon monkey slain by you just now?" At this point, all the disciples of the Sword Dual Peak were fighting desperately. The only one with free time was the mysterious figure leading over 30 stone beings to battle the mystic law realm demon monkeys of the Diamond Ape clan. Indeed, if I assist you, this demon tiger can be annihilated in an instant. The vague voice echoed again. If I join forces with you, those demon monkeys of the Diamond Ape clan will likely come after me immediately. Don't bring me harm. The body-refining giant, resembling a small titan, not only did not feel relieved, but rather outright rejected the offer, fearing to attract the plague that was Lu Chen. At this time, Lu Chen was still being hunted by the Diamond Ape clan. If he cooperated with Lu Chen, then the demon monkeys would lose track of Lu Chen and shift their target onto him. What a joke. If all 6 mystic law realm demon monkeys came to surround him, no matter how strong his body-refining skills, how many nails could he really drive in? He would likely be surrounded and reduced to ashes in an instant. Lu Chen's words momentarily faltered, but he was adept at persuasion and quickly continued. Killing this demon tiger means the end for those Diamond Ape clan members. At that time, the merit of those 6 mystic law realm demon monkeys will be yours to choose from. How much good karma is there in that? Isn't it worth the risk? The body-refining giant hesitated. Are you confident you can wipe out those diamond? Lu Chen's voice rang out again. Brother, rest assured, there are more than just you among the disciples of the Sword Dual Peak here. Meaning I have plenty of collaborators, you can rest easy. The body-refining giant's heart stirred. Directly eliminating the merit of the Diamond Ape clan would be an absolutely grand achievement. Not to mention the good karma would definitely be substantial. Little did he know Lu Chen had no other helpers. This body-refining giant was his first ally. If that is so, I will trust you. The burly body refinement senior brother could not withstand Lu Chen's patient coaxing and chose to cooperate. To claim he was not tempted by such a large share would be a lie. Besides, Lu Chen did possess certain methods. If those strange stone men worked with him, cutting down Xuanfa realm fiends would truly be no great difficulty. My name is Dongming Sect. When you strike, just give the word, junior brother. There was no reply. Lu Chen had already begun to cajole. No had already contacted another blade-wielding senior brother who was slaying fiends. Senior brother, cooperate to slay the fiends, the merits to you, the fiend corpses to me. How about it? He was succinct and to the point. As his vague transmitted words reached the ear, the blade-wielding Xuanfa realm disciple of Dojin Peak quickly responded, not with an answer, but with a question. Those strange stone men, are those your handiwork? Yes. Who are you? I don't recall anyone like you at Dojin Peak. After this battle ends, even without you saying it, I know. You must be the Lu Chen, the Peak Lord snatched away from the hands of the Great Elder, Second Elder, and Fifth Elder. You certainly have something unique. Cooperation is possible, but how can you guarantee that the Jingang Yuan clan's fiend apes won't besiege me? Rest assured, senior brother. Those who join with me are far more than just you. Senior brother Dong is already waiting for the right moment, and a few other brothers are present as well. The fiend apes of the Jingang Yuan clan have reached the end of their days, nothing to worry about. Senior Dong Tsuingong. The blade-wielding senior brother glanced instinctively toward Dong Tsuingong, and by coincidence the hulking Dong Tsuingong was looking back. Their eyes met, and as if exchanging some silent message, both felt the same thought rise almost at once. There are indeed allies. It's settled. My name is Han Rong. Count me in for the cooperation. Again there was silence, for Lu Chen had been busy soliciting partners. No had found a third collaborator. A woman in an azure gown, her hair bound with a jade pin and dark tresses flowing like a breath of immortality, appeared, ethereally beautiful, with a somewhat frosty bearing. Her eyes shone like cold stars, her nose delicate, lips tightly set, her figure was perfectly proportioned, and her bosom was at least fuller than that of the unremarkable senior sister Yunji. Senior sister, cooperate to slay the fiend's merits to you, the corpses to me. What do you say? The fair-skinned, striking, cool-tempered sister replied lightly, I want the fiend corpses as well. Lu Chen, goodbye. Without the fiend corpses, what use is his busy work? He was no one's toady. The sister's tone gained a trace of hesitation. Wait. Those strange stone men are yours. Lu Chen, indeed. Are those strange stone men puppets? More or less. Cooperation is acceptable. Once this is done, how about gifting me a puppet? She wanted his Daobing. As if, farewell. I can trade Shangong benevolent merit for one, or a fiend corpse will do. Lu Chen could not be bothered to reply, and moved on to seek the next partner. At last, his empty-handed wheedling bore fruit. Lu Chen found 3 wholehearted senior brothers, Dong Tsuingong, Han Rong, and the unshaven sword-brisk Zhou Li. There was also the discerning senior sister Zhao Qiong. Senior sister Zhao Qiong was likewise strikingly beautiful, plump in figure, round-faced, with large eyes, altogether endearing. Crucially, she was not aloof. Though she spoke little, she was far easier to get along with than the chilly sister, who coveted Lu Chen's Daobing. 4 Xuanfa realm assistants will be enough. Lu Chen made up his mind, and without hesitation transmitted his voice to Dong Tsuingong with his great hammer, and to Han Rong, who fought with a blade. 2 senior brothers strike. No sooner had he spoken than Dong Tsuingong, engaged with a black-striped fiend tiger, found sudden inspiration. His vat-sized hammer crashed down with a roar, wind and thunder exploding as if a mountain were collapsing. The opposing fiend tiger roared, black stripes flashing, its forepaws poised to strike. But the front limbs could not lift. Beneath the earth, 5 silver-armored Daobing emerged simultaneously and seized the tiger's 4 limbs. Damn you, how dare you! The fiend tiger snarled. With a thunderous impact, the vat-thick hammer fell. The tiger's skull was crushed like a melon, utterly annihilated. Dong Tsuingong beamed, it truly works. He did not hesitate, quickly drawing a mission bamboo slip and extracting a thread of the dead tiger's heart-tipped blood, evidence of achievement that could later be exchanged for Shangong benevolent merit. The fiend tiger's carcass was soon dragged deep beneath the earth by the Daobing and taken by Lu Chen into the Yongbing, Xiangguan nurturing soldier Immortal Coffin. Almost at the same moment, 100 zhong blade light surged from Han Rong's palm, cleaving the sky. The rolling wave split the air as if parting an endless sea, blotting out heaven and earth. The colossal fiend snake he faced hissed without sound, its iron-like tail whipping, yet it could not lift. Several immensely strong Daobing had appeared, and together gripped the tail, rendering it immobile. You slew the Jingang Yuan clan, and now dare menace my python. The fiend snake snarled in fury, but before the words finished, Han Rong's 100 zhong blade had fallen, and in an instant the snake's head flew free. Han Rong's taut expression eased. He produced the mission bamboo slip, hurried forward to gather a thread of the snake's heart-tipped blood, and the Daobing dragged the carcass beneath the earth. Senior brother Zhou, senior sister Zhao, strike swiftly. Lu Chen's voice rang in the ears of Zhou Li and Zhao Qiong at the same moment. The Jingang Yuan apes that had burrowed underground to seek him could at any moment discover that his Daobing had risen to the surface, so the faster he moved the better. The swifter he acted, the less time he left the ape clan. Die. The unshaven Zhou Li almost exploded, his astonishing sword key, like countless blades, forming a surging river of steel that seemed to rend the void itself. The Xuanfa realm fiend wolf he faced howled, billows of demonki spewing from its mouth, a plump jade green orb glinting within. Before the orb could be spat out, several Daobing suddenly emerged from beneath the earth, seizing the wolf's throat and wrenching it to the ground. A hissing torrent of sword ki swept through and severed the wolf's head. Elsewhere, Zhao Qiong, voluptuous and fair-formed seals with rapid hands and summoned layered misty phantoms, water element power converged into frost that spread swiftly with the force of a 1,000-mile freeze. The fiend rat she faced grinned, and in an instant tunneled into the earth. But several Daobing had already been waiting beneath the soil, not expecting the rat to go underground. They collided with it in a most ferocious clash. A silver-armored Daobing struck with bold force, drawing on vast earth element power, in a single punch, smashing thunderously against the rat's steel-whipped tail. In sheer physical might, the silver-armored Daobing was by no means inferior to a Xuanfa realm fiend. Another silver-armored Daobing pushed earth energy and suddenly forced the rat from the ground. Damn! The rat cried in alarm, but the moment it was forced out, it was engulfed by frost and frozen into an ice sculpture. An ice blade then severed its head. Good. 4 Xuanfa realm fiend corpses secured. Lu Chen rejoiced beneath the earth. Counting the golden-furred giant ape he had slain alone, he now held 5 Xuanfa realm carcasses. In other words, once he broke through to the late stage of Hualing, he could immediately raise 5 Jinjia Daobing golden-armored Daobing. Jinjia Daobing command earth, fire, and water elements. More importantly, they can wield metal element power to form a Vajra body, shining with metal's edge and impervious like a diamond. Compared to silver-armored Daobing, they are incomparably superior, able to rival and even suppress Xuanfa realm adversaries. Had Lu Chen already possessed 5 Jinjia Daobing earlier here in Mangnia Mountain, he might already have been slaughtering freely. No need to broker alliances, no need to seek the cooperation of fellow disciples. However, at present Lu Chen is still only at the mid-stage of the transformation of spirit. The 35 Dao soldiers nurturing within the Immortal Coffin are already at full capacity, and to nurture new Dao soldiers, he must wait until he breaks through to the late stage of the transformation of spirit. By that time, he will be able to nurture 10 new Dao soldiers, bringing the total to 45 Dao soldiers. Therefore, the minimum goal for this expedition to Tanyo Mountain is to obtain 10 corpses of monsters at the Mystic Law Realm. The highest goal is to capture that beast tiger suspected of having attained the Mountain Lord level, the giant python, that is about to transform into a dragon, and the powerful monkey of the King Kong ape clan. The excess target is to also seize the dragon fruit. Wait, am I starting to get carried away? Indeed, I am getting carried away. Not only do I dare to think about the beast tiger suspected of having attained the Mountain Lord level and the giant python that is about to transform, but I even dare to think about the dragon fruit. No, I can't get carried away, absolutely can't get carried away, or I'll die quickly. Killing 4 monsters at the Mystic Law Realm at once has stirred quite a commotion. Just as Lu Chen anticipated, the 4 old disciples of the Fighting Sword Peak at the Mystic Law Realm, Dong Tsungong Han Rong, Zhou Li, and Zhao Qiong, suddenly erupted, swiftly slaying their peers at the same realm, creating a huge stir. How could it not attract attention? Moreover, those are Mystic Law Realm beings, capable of roaming the cosmos. How many Mystic Law Realm monsters have perished so far? Only a handful could be counted on one hand. Yet at this moment, as Lu Chen's Dao soldiers intervened, 4 Mystic Law Realm monsters were instantly slain. That guy really made a move, and with a single strike, it was a guaranteed kill. The previously aloof and cool-tempered senior sister with whom Lu Chen had communicated earlier felt a slight shock in her heart. What surprised her even more was that Lu Chen had actually managed to gather 4 Mystic Law Realm old disciples to join forces, and they were reaping great rewards. Looking at herself, she was still entangled with a Mystic Law Realm demonic bull, unable to separate life from death in a short amount of time. She felt a hint of regret. If she hadn't tried to exchange for Lu Chen's peculiar stone puppet earlier, perhaps Lu Chen wouldn't have so decisively rejected her. However, a single corpse of a Mystic Law Realm monster is also worth quite a bit of merit. Although it still pales in comparison to the value of achievements, it is getting closer to balancing out. Sharing the spoils, could it be considered asking for help? This cool-tempered senior sister couldn't understand, but looking at Zhao Qiong, Dong Tsungong, and the other old disciples of the Mystic Law Realm, who had already slain monsters with Lu Chen's help at lightning speed, while she was still battling with a Mystic Law Realm monster, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. This Lu Chen has a terrible attitude when it comes to asking for help. Friends of the King Kong ape clan, those strange stone people are no longer underground. Come quickly to encircle and annihilate them. A Mystic Law Realm monster was alarmed and fearful that the elusive Dao soldiers might suddenly appear for a sneak attack, meeting the same fate as the 4 Mystic Law Realm monsters killed before them, so it quickly called out to the King Kong ape clan that had burrowed underground to chase after the Dao soldiers. Sure enough, as soon as the monster's words fell, the King Kong apes that had searched underground without results began to emerge. 6 Mystic Law Realm King Kong apes, filled with demonic energy, roared, "Those who dare to kill my King Kong ape clan hiding in the sewers like cowardly vermin, come out and fight." Friends of the King Kong ape clan, kill those 4 disciples of the Fighting Sword Peak at the Mystic Law Realm. They have teamed up with that sinister fellow who controls the stone puppets. A Mystic Law Realm monster directly pointed out Dong Tsungong Han Rong, Zhou Li, and Zhao Qiong. Although I know you're trying to use the strength of my King Kong Ape clan to hold back those 4 disciples of the Fighting Sword Peak who have freed their hands, my King Kong Ape clan truly accepts this. The mystic law realm demon monkey of the King Kong Ape clan spoke coldly, its anger undiminished, yet its mind remained sharp, instantly seeing through the purpose of the monsters that had alerted them. Kill these 4 guys, let's see if those vermin still dare to hide. The 6 mystic law realm demon monkeys erupted with overwhelming demonic energy and charged towards Dong, Suingong, and the others. At the same moment Dong Suingong, Zhou Lihan Rong, and Zhao Qiong heard Lu Chen's voice in their ears. I will hold off those 6 mystic law realm demon monkeys, you just need to kill. As soon as the words fell, the 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers underground emerged without any warning. Every 6 Dao soldiers held back 1 mystic law realm demon monkey. Only one of the monkeys was entangled by 5 Dao soldiers, but these 5 Dao soldiers were the strongest among all the silver-armored Dao soldiers. These Dao soldiers did not seek victory. They relied solely on their formidable physical strength, fearlessly charging forward, fiercely holding back the demon monkeys. Boom! Mighty and immense earth elemental power surged from beneath the ground, transforming into giant earth serpents. Moreover, specks of fire elemental power gathered from various places in the heavens, and the earth similarly merging into those earth serpents like fiery iron chains, entangling the 6 mystic law realm demon monkeys with unmatched force. Indeed, they have come. The 6 King Kong apes roared in fury, glaring fiercely at the 35 Dao soldiers that emerged from the ground, just hiding in the sewers like insects. Come and die. Dong Suingong, Zhao Qiong, and the others were never the targets of the King Kong apes. It was these Dao soldiers and the elusive Lu Chen that were. Boom. The overwhelming demonic energy erupted. The figures of the 6 mystic law realm demon monkeys suddenly inflated like balloons, growing to over 10 feet tall, and they struck out, smashing the earth serpents wrapped in flames. However, as the earth serpents entwined with fire elemental power exploded, 6 silver-armored Dao soldiers charged out, their terrifying strength combining the weight of the earth and the brutality of fire, attacking fiercely. A bunch of lifeless objects, what can they do to me? The demon monkey growled, its palms surging with demonic power, transforming into an iron rod, as thick as a pillar, sweeping in all directions with the force to shatter mountains and split the earth, its terrifying speed creating afterimages as it struck 2 silver-armored Dao soldiers away. The might of the mystic law realm is fiercely unyielding, even with the silver-armored Dao soldiers who possess immense strength far beyond ordinary chi-opening realm beings and are neither alive nor dead. There remains no chance of a direct confrontation against this mystic law realm demon monkey. Unless they outnumber their opponents by a significant margin, otherwise they can only serve to restrain. This is still considering the silver-armored Dao soldiers' bodies are indestructible. If it were any chi-opening realm practitioner, they would be pulverized into scraps by this demon monkey's strike, and even chi-opening realm body cultivators might not be able to withstand it. However, as 2 silver-armored Dao soldiers were struck away, 2 more Dao soldiers charged, and 6 silver-armored Dao soldiers took turns to advance, unyielding to pain, fearless of death. As ever brave, the mystic law realm demon monkey grew increasingly furious, yet could not truly kill the silver-armored Dao soldiers. Damn it! The demon monkey burned with rage. These strange stone creatures, though seemingly as weak as insects, could simply not be killed. Their bodies robust to an unimaginable degree. Unless armed with extremely sharp magical treasures, perhaps they could directly shatter these strange stone beings. In an instant, 6 enraged mystic law realm King Kong apes were all held back by 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers. Despite being beaten throughout, the Dao soldiers seemed utterly unfazed, completely indifferent, and remained ferociously relentless. All 4 of you attack together and kill the largest demon monkey in the southeast direction. Dong Suingong, Han Rong, Zhou Li, and Zhao Qiong almost simultaneously received Lu Chen's transmission. In an instant, the 4 of them struck together. A giant hammer the size of a water tank, astonishing sword lights, sword energy, and icy spells instantly overwhelmed the largest mystic law realm demon monkey in the southeast direction. Before its roar, damn it, could finish, that demon monkey was already dead. Kill the one in the northwest direction. The transmission rang out again. Boom. Another demon monkey perished. Kill the one in the northeast direction. Lu Chen's transmissions echoed continuously. With each transmission, a mystic law realm demon monkey fell like a death knell, reminiscent of the iron judge that collects souls in the underworld. With each sound, a demon perishes. In just 7 or 8 breaths, 3 demon monkeys of the mystic law realm perished. The remaining 3 demon monkeys were furious, urging stop this entanglement and retreat quickly. Originally, the 6 mystic law realm members of the King Kong ape clan held an advantage even against Dong Suingong and his 4 companions, especially with Lu Chen's Dao soldiers. Yet in the blink of an eye, 3 of the King Kong apes had died. Not only was it impossible to eliminate Lu Chen, who was hidden underground, even Dong Xingong and Zhao Qiong's group were enough to keep them occupied. Fleeing was their only escape. Can you escape? The towering Dong Xingong sneered, advancing with a copper hammer the size of a water jar. Simultaneously with the death of the 3 demon monkeys, all 35 Dao soldiers surrounded them. Each demon monkey had to face at least 10 Dao soldiers who were fearless of pain and death. Even if they couldn't kill these demon monkeys, they could hold them back. Without any suspense, the 4 senior disciples of the Sword Peak, Dong Xingong, Zhao Qiong, Han Rong, and Zhou Li, coordinated with Lu Chen's Dao soldiers, almost slaughtering the remaining 3 Mystic Law Realm demon monkeys as if they were merely chickens being butchered. The 6 Mystic Law Realm demon monkeys yielded 4 hearts' blood, and all the demon corpses were sent into Lu Chen's celestial coffin for nurturing soldiers. Good 11 Mystic Law Realm demons in hand. Lu Chen, still hidden underground, could not help but feel excited. Dong Xingong, Han Rong, Zhou Li, and Zhao Qiong were equally thrilled. Mystic Law Realm demons are just this week. Dong Xingong grinned, his voice booming, slightly smug. Of course he had reason to be proud. Mystic Law Realm demons, after all. In the past it had been exceptionally difficult for him to kill even one. Yet just moments ago he had personally slain 7 Mystic Law Realm demons. How could he not feel proud? Of course the 7 demons had all been taken down with the help of Lu Chen's Dao soldiers and teammates like Zhao Qiong, but he played his part too. Before the assistance of junior brother Lu's puppets, brother Dong had a tough fight against the demon tiger Han Rong, teased from the side. Dong Kungang's face darkened. I contributed as well. Speaking of which, junior brother Lu's puppets are indeed impressive. Though they may not match the strength of Mystic Law Realm demons, they can take a hit. With the strength of Mystic Law Realm demons, they couldn't harm those puppets at all. Moreover, their immense strength allowed them to manipulate earth and fire. If I had such powerful puppets, I would be unbeatable even within the Mystic Law Realm. Zhou Li, with his scruffy beard, looked on enviously. Unlike the joy of Lu Chen, Dong Xingong, Zhao Qiong, Zhou Li, and Han Rong, the disciples of the Sword Peak, who witnessed the overwhelming slaughter of the King Kong ape clan's 6 Mystic Law Realm demon monkeys, and the demons themselves, were shocked and terrified. The disciples of the Sword Peak were somewhat astonished, merely surprised by the exceptional quality of Lu Chen's Dao soldiers. The demons, however, were utterly terrified. The King Kong ape clan has been annihilated. 7 Mystic Law Realm members, along with over 100 Spirit Aperture demons, had all been slain. Who would be next? Jiao Mang clan, heed my command, quickly retreat from Tongyo Mountain. A demon snake roared, attempting to flee. No matter how good the transformation fruit was, it could not compare to one's own life. Is it possible to escape now? The disciples of the Sword Peak, fueled by a desire for battle, held the demons firmly in place. Meanwhile, Dong Xingong, Han Rong, Zhao Qiong, and Zhou Li, the 4 Mystic Law Realm elders, joined in the slaughter, attacking any demon they encountered. Currently, the Sword Peak had established an absolute advantage over the Mystic Law Realm experts and could freely hunt down the demons. Without any targets to collaborate with, Lu Chen no longer focused on killing Mystic Law Realm demons. Instead, he directed the silver-armored Dao soldiers to hunt down the numerous Spirit Aperture demons, moving with astonishing speed. Essentially, 2 silver-armored Dao soldiers could combine their strength to crush Spirit Aperture demons. With 35 Dao soldiers attacking simultaneously, their speed of slaughter was unimaginable. After an unknown amount of time, the demonic aura above Tongyo Mountain had significantly diminished, with fewer and fewer demons around, leaving behind blood and severed limbs everywhere. The disciples of the Sword Peak had begun searching for injured or slain comrades, cleaning up the battlefield. In this battle, the demons were completely annihilated, but the Sword Peak also suffered considerable losses. Over 50 disciples perished. This was an extremely astonishing number, given that only about 500 disciples had come to the Sword Peak. 50 deaths represented a 10% loss, and many more disciples were injured. However, Lu Chen remained unscathed. In fact, he had not exposed himself at all. It was entirely the Dao soldiers who fought and killed. Interestingly, his Dao soldiers also emerged without a scratch. The celestial coffin for nurturing soldiers was already piled high with demon corpses, with over 300 Spirit Aperture demons alone, and some Transformation Realm demons, though not many. With the Dao soldiers having no tasks left, Lu Chen decided to continue hiding underground, using the vision of the Dao soldiers to look up towards the sky. Strange, where have elders Zhang Kuei and Lu Zifu gone, along with that demon tiger suspected of becoming a mountain lord, the giant python about to transform, and that large King Kong ape? Lu Chen was puzzled. In the sky above, there were no traces of them. Could they have gone into the cosmic starry sky? There was indeed such a possibility, as Mystic Law Realm beings already possessed the ability to traverse the cosmic starry sky. Elders Zhang Kuei and Lu Zifu, along with those powerful demons, were likely far beyond the Mystic Law Realm. It would not be surprising if they had entered the cosmic starry sky. With no target left, Lu Chen's gaze naturally fell upon the transformation fruit. However, most of the disciples of the Sword Peak were guarding around this transformation fruit tree, forming layers of protection. I wonder if this thing is useful or useless for my Dao soldiers. Lu Chen fell into deep thought. After some consideration, he quietly sent 3 silver-armored Dao soldiers to stealthily approach the transformation fruit tree, which now resembled a green dragon. As expected, upon nearing, the 3 silver-armored Dao soldiers simultaneously conveyed an intense desire for the transformation fruit, even more so than when they first saw the 100 ghosts. It's useful and very useful. Lu Chen took a deep breath, his mind racing. Was there a way to obtain this transformation fruit tree? It was difficult, extremely difficult. Because this transformation fruit tree was no longer a masterless object, it had fallen into the hands of the Dongming Sect. So what were the chances of snatching this transformation fruit tree from the Dongming Sect? Probably. Perhaps. A 1 in 10 million chance of success. Of course, the greater likelihood was that the disciples of the Sword Peak would simply reduce it to dust. Naturally, Lu Chen wouldn't be foolish enough to snatch it directly. This thing belonged to the Dongming Sect's Sword Peak, and I, Lu Chen, was also part of the Sword Peak. Rounding up, doesn't that mean I have a share too? No doubt about it. This transformation fruit tree belongs to me, Lu Chen, so what's wrong with me using it? Beneath the dragon-transforming fruit tree, senior sister Feng Yu, elegant, aloof, and breathtakingly beautiful, hesitated for a moment before gliding forward with graceful steps to stand beside Zhao Qiong, whose figure was lush and whose beauty rivaled her own junior sister Zhao. Zhao Qiong blinked in surprise. She herself was reserved, even taciturn, but senior sister Feng Yu was legendary for her icy silence, speaking even less than she did. Why then had she approached her now? Senior sister Feng, is something amiss? Zhao Qiong asked first. Feng Yu paused a beat, then murmured, behind that strange stone golem. Is it Lu Chen? Zhao Qiong froze momentarily, then replied, it must be him. Senior sister Feng, do you harbor interest in junior brother Lu Chen? By the end, a mischievous spark, bright, burning, and utterly gossipy, flickered deep within her eyes. The coldest and most exquisite maiden of Dojin Peak had taken notice of its most outstanding new disciple Lu Chen. How delightfully intriguing. Zhao Qiong swiftly banked that gossipy flame, then surreptitiously retrieved a handful of nuts from her spatial ring, slipping one into her mouth with practiced subtlety. Her luminous eyes fluttered, her lips pressed together, gently chewing, her expression as endearing as a little squirrel awaiting Feng Yu's next words. Oblivious to Zhao Qiong's quiet antics, Feng Yu frowned. I mean, did you, or rather your group, truly share credit for slaying the demon with Lu Chen? And did he claim the demon corpse? Zhao Qiong blinked, then hastily swallowed the nut still in her mouth before replying earnestly. We didn't aid Lu Chen in slaying the demon. We cooperated. We took the merit, he claimed the corpse. Merit can be exchanged for far more virtuous deeds. We were the ones who gained advantage. Feng Yu exhaled slowly, her breath deep and measured. Cooperation. I see. So from the very beginning, Lu Chen had never sought her assistance. He had merely proposed an equal partnership, yet she had underestimated his worth and overestimated her own standing, offering terms that were inherently unequal, even demanding his golem as if it were a token of submission. Naturally, Lu Chen had dismissed such a proposition outright. In truth, the fault lay entirely with her. Zhao Qiongdong, Suingong Han Rong Zhou Li, they had all negotiated smoothly with Lu Chen. Only she had turned the matter upside down, insisting on claiming his golem. How could that possibly be justified? A sudden warmth flooded Feng Yu's cheeks. Shame burned fiercely, quietly deep within her chest. She turned and walked away, leaving Zhao Qiong holding a dried nut, uncertain whether to pop it in her mouth. Until after a long contemplative pause, she finally did. How peculiar. And not a word of explanation. Lifting her gaze, Zhao Qiong suddenly spotted a bizarre stone golem, nearly 10 feet tall, emerging silently from the earth nearby, striding steadily toward the dragon-transforming fruit tree. Junior brother Lu. Her eyes lit up, not hers alone. Every Dojin Peak disciple gathered beneath the tree now turned as one, their gazes drawn irresistibly to the towering stone golem. It was Lu Chen's Dao soldier, though none recognized it by that name. Yet all had witnessed its terrifying might firsthand. Dozens of such soldiers coordinating flawlessly could slay demons at the profound law realm. Even 5 or 6 acting in concert could pin down a profound law realm demon. Their bodies were unervingly impervious, seemingly unbreakable, insensible to pain, indifferent to life or death, and ferociously unstoppable. Many seasoned profound law realm disciples stood among them. Yet when they imagined themselves in such a confrontation, they knew full well flight would be their only recourse. To be ensnared by those Dao soldiers meant certain death. I heard junior brother Lu, the one personally claimed for Dojin Peak by our peak master, is still only at the spirit refining realm. Yet his puppetry artistry has already reached such heights. A junior disciple murmured in awe. Junior brother Lu is held in high esteem by the peak master himself. Best not entertain reckless notions, retorted Han Rong, ever clutching his blade, his voice cold and edged. Dongming Sect taught puppetry arts, yes, but nothing approaching the sophistication of Dao soldiers. Moreover, puppetry consumed staggering quantities of rare materials and treasures. Each masterful puppet demanded mountains of resources. The disciple who spoke first was clearly speaking in veiled barbs, hinting that Lu Chen possessed hidden extraordinary opportunities. Han Rong had collaborated with Lu Chen before, and sword cultivators, direct unyielding blade and body as one, despised underhanded scheming above all. Puppetry arts are profoundly intricate and esoteric. Even if such an opportunity lay bare before certain people, they'd lack the capacity to seize it. Zhou Li, his beard unkempt, cradled his treasured sword and gave a frost-laced smile. You. The middle-aged disciple bristled his thick brows and broad features belying a sharp, envious smile. Before he could finish, Dong Tsuingong, towering, imposing, his voice a low, resonant rumble. Cut in. Junior brother Lu's puppets can slay profound law realm demons. That much has already been proven by a demon's life. Best temper your tongue, brother Zhang Jingji. His enormous bell-like eyes locked onto the man, each syllable deliberate, unflinching. Oomph. Zhang Jingji snorted, seething, but met Dong Tsuingong's gaze, and in the end swallowed his fury. Puppetry arts, however refined, remain external aids. True cultivation must root itself in the self. Never abandon the essence for superficial gains, lest one fall irredeemably short. An elder disciple spoke at last, eyes closed in serene meditation. His hair was streaked with silver, his face etched with the quiet dignity of a weathered farmer. His tone was calm, yet carried undeniable authority, compelling sincere respect. Only after his words did the crowd settle into complete silence. Though Dong Tsuingong, Han Rong, and Zhou Li privately disagreed, none dared contradict him. Zhuang Wenping, the most senior profound law realm disciple of Dojin Peak, already nearing the Dao fetus realm, was known for his unwavering integrity and fondness for mentorship. Junior brother Lu, so it was you back at Lingyao Mountain. Ho Lai Tiger strode forward boldly and slammed a heavy fist against the chest of the 10-feudal Dao soldier. Ho Lai Tiger himself was a body cultivation practitioner, broad-shouldered and massive. Yet even he stood dwarfed by the silver-armored soldier having to raise his arm fully just to land the blow. What made it more amusing was his immediate recoil, his face contorting as he hissed, "SSH. What kind of ironclad monstrosity is this?" My hands throbbing. He was a body cultivation practitioner. The Dao soldier, though mute, bowed deeply in apology to Ho Lai Tiger, then turned and offered a formal salute to all the fellow disciples gathered beneath the dragon-transforming fruit tree. Onlookers murmured in wonder. Junior brother Lu's puppet possesses remarkable sentience. Yet this was but a hint of sentience. Legends spoke of peerless puppeteers whose creations were indistinguishable from living beings, masters of arcane arts and divine techniques impossible to tell from flesh-and-blood cultivators. Then why does junior brother Lu linger underground? The demons have been eradicated. Surely no danger remains. Perhaps he's simply exceedingly cautious. I've long wished to meet the disciple our peak master personally claimed for our peak. What extraordinary bearing must he possess? A young female disciple said, eyes alight with anticipation. After saluting the assembly, the Dao soldier strode directly toward Zhao Qiong. She, being a profound law realm disciple, stood closest to the dragon-transforming fruit tree. No one obstructed its path. Instead, disciples parted willingly, watching with open curiosity. After all, they all knew it belonged to Lu Chen, and they were all brothers and sisters of Dojin Peak. They guarded this place solely against demonic incursion, not against their own kin. These senior brothers truly are paragons of virtue. Deep underground, Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with quiet triumph. I knew it. The dragon-transforming fruit tree bears fruit meant for me, Lu Chen. Clearly my senior brothers hold the same conviction. All he needed now was for the silver-armored Dao soldier to draw near, so he could inhale a few deep draughts of its potent spiritual energy and test whether the dragon-transforming fruit truly lived up to its legendary restorative power. Senior brother Lu. Zhao Qiong blinked, her large eyes curiously surveying the towering stone golem now standing before her. She raised her hand, then let it fall. She raised it again, then lowered it once more, before finally giving in and running her fingers over the golem's stony surface. This stone is truly hard. The golem, cold and unyielding, stepped back a pace, leaving her touch to meet only air. Had the golem been capable of speech, Lu Chen would surely have said, "Please show restraint." So I'm not allowed to touch. Zhao Qiong froze like a child caught misbehaving, her hands suspended midair, neither daring to press forward nor willing to withdraw, her wide eyes blank with bewilderment. After a moment's thought, Lu Chen gestured for the golem to step forward twice, and granted her several more gentle touches. Her confusion melted into delight. Casually, she slipped a nut into her mouth and began chewing quietly. The other disciples, watching with quiet amusement, feigned nonchalance as they drifted closer, then just as casually extended their hands, eager to feel the golem's surface for themselves. Exactly the effect I intended, Lu Chen mused with a knowing smile, then abruptly willed the golem to vanish beneath the earth. To onlookers, it appeared to flee their curious, probing hands. Senior brother Lu is rather stingy, Zhou Li muttered awkwardly, withdrawing his outstretched hand with a dry chuckle. Indeed he is. Han Rong lowered his blade. He had meant to strike the golem lightly, to see if even a flake of stone might chip away, but missed his chance entirely. He recalled how earlier spirit cultivation beasts had managed to dislodge fragments of the golem's stony armor. Surely his blade could do the same. If only Lu Chen hadn't been so miserly with the opportunity. Just a touch. It won't fade the color. Ho Yehu rubbed his calloused palms, still sorely disappointed at having missed his chance to feel Lu Chen's golem. Seeing the golem vanish underground as though fleeing, the disciples chuckled, not at all perturbed. After all, Lu Chen's golem had merely retreated from its peers' grasping hands. Though the earth beneath them cradled the roots of the hualong fruit tree, surely no golem would dare consume tree roots. One would feast upon the hualong fruit itself, not covet the tree. Lu Chen, however, was precisely coveted. His golem slipped silently into the soil, then wrapped its arms around a thick root of the hualong fruit tree and began drawing forth its essence. Instantly, the silver-armored golem shimmered with a soft, ethereal light. An unfathomable divine resonance flowed from the hualong fruit tree, slowly absorbed, slowly circulating across the golem's form, sparking subtle, ineffable transformations within it. It truly works. Lu Chen murmured, thoughtful. His golem possessed an uncanny appetite for the bizarre, the unnatural ghost Jiangshi, even the potent hualong fruit, which held extraordinary power over beasts, and now, astonishingly, even the tree itself. Consuming Jiangshi or beasts alike strengthened the golem directly. But consuming ghosts served a different purpose. It deepened Lu Chen's bond with the golem, allowing him to intimately sense and wield its sovereign power. So what then would consuming the hualong fruit tree bestow? For beasts, the hualong fruit enabled dragon though not true dragons, but rather a profound refinement of bloodline. A kind of evolutionary ascension, the most precise term Lu Chen could conceive. A serpent nearing its transformation into a geodragon would achieve that metamorphosis instantly upon ingesting the fruit. A black-striped tiger beast would ascend to the rank of Shan Jun, the mountain sovereign. As for the great golden ape, Lu Chen could not yet fathom the direction of its advancement. Then what of my golem? Could it possibly evolve? Silver armor ascending to gold armor followed the natural path of cultivation. No evolution required to reach that stage. Wait, what is this? Without warning, Lu Chen sensed a faint nascent well emanating from the silver-armored golem, still cradling the hualong fruit tree's root and drawing its essence. It was indistinct, profoundly indistinct, so vague that even Lu Chen could not decipher its yearning. It seemed constrained by some unknown limitation, unable to articulate itself fully. Or perhaps its evolution remained incomplete. Promising, exceedingly promising, Lu Chen breathed elated. Though he could not yet grasp the nature of the change unfolding within the golem, he knew, instinctively, that it was auspicious. Just as after devouring 100 ghosts, the golem had granted him deeper attunement to its sovereign force, greatly aiding his comprehension of Tao principles. Likewise, this hualong fruit tree clearly did not serve to boost raw strength, but offered something far more profound. And such profundity was precisely what Lu Chen cherished most. Strengthening a golem was simple enough. Hunt beasts, feed their essence to it. Power would accrue. But achieving true metamorphosis, no, not mutation, but transcendence to a higher order, demanded rare karmic opportunity. Clearly, the hualong fruit tree was one such rare opportunity. All of you, eat freely. Eat your fill. This tree belongs to me. I'd be a fool not to claim my share. Thrilled, Lu Chen dispatched his remaining 34 silver-armored golems beneath the hualong fruit tree, each seizing a root and beginning to draw its essence without hesitation. Meanwhile, the disciples of Dojin Peak remained utterly unaware. Their gaze remained fixed upon the divine hualong fruit glowing at the treetop, a supreme boon coveted above all by beasts, yet offering little benefit to human cultivators, though it could serve as valuable currency in exchanges with them. Beyond Nyonyo Mountain, beneath the clouds, a figure draped in gray robes edged with white faded into the mist. His face concealed behind a blue fox mask, he stood tall, his hair a mingling of black and white loosely bound by a wooden hairpin. Behind him stood a woman in white robes, her features veiled by a mountain cat mask, and a broad-shouldered man in dark robes wearing a white tiger mask. The Dojin Peak sect of Dongming Sect has indeed arrived, though regrettably not their peak master. The mountain cat-masked woman rasped, her voice brittle as an ancient crone's. Naturally, this is Dongming Sect's territory. What great beast could possibly manifest here? That we've drawn the golden ape, black-striped tiger beast, and Zhao serpent clans is already remarkable. The dark-robed man sneered. The blue fox-masked figure cast a cold, piercing glance at him. If the peak master were to appear, how confident are you of restraining him? Greed is a serpent swallowing an elephant. One must eat slowly bite by bite. Even a grand sect like Dongming must be dismantled gradually. Rash ambition will only bring your ruin. The white tiger-masked man snorted. Is timidity truly strategy? I refuse to endure such With that he stepped forward, straight toward Nyonyo Mountain. Let me begin by slaying a few insignificant Dojin Peak disciples, to whet my appetite. Watching him vanish into the clouds, the mountain cat-masked crone murmured, had we allied early with the golden ape, Zhao serpent, and black-striped tiger beast clans, not a single Dojin Peak disciple would survive. The blue fox-masked figure replied coolly, do you reproach me for refusing to conspire with such fiends? Though we bear grudges against Dongming Sect, this remains a quarrel among human cultivators. Beasts have no place interfering. Never forget, we are human. To collude with monsters is treason. Speak those words again, and I shall spare you no mercy. Beneath the Hualong fruit tree, its form resembling a verdant dragon rearing skyward in the Mangya Mountains, a bored disciple stared at the tree, growing increasingly bewildered the longer he gazed. Why does it feel as if the Hualong fruit tree is shrinking? No. More precisely, it was not shrinking, but gradually losing its divine radiance, withering before his eyes. Withering? That couldn't be right. Yet something was profoundly off. He tapped the shoulder of Zhu Xinji, who sat nearby in silent meditation. Senior brother Zhu, doesn't this Hualong fruit tree seem changed? Zhu Xinji, youthful yet prematurely aged, a deep furrow etched across his brow, lifted his eyelids with mild confusion, glancing first at his junior brother, then at the Hualong fruit tree. You were assigned to guard the Hualong fruits. Why are you staring at the tree? Did you see double? What exactly has changed? Has it not always looked just like this, after all this time? The bored junior opened his mouth, then closed it again, sighing in quiet resignation. Fine. He couldn't quite articulate what had changed, but he sensed unmistakably that it was different from how it had first appeared. Alas, disciples of Dojin Peak fixated solely on the Hualong fruits crowning the treetop. No one spared a thought for the Hualong fruit tree itself. Had the Hualong fruit tree changed? Lu Chen knew best. Not only did he know why it had changed, he also knew precisely what transformation his Dao soldier had undergone. So that is what you meant. Lu Chen suddenly grasped the truth, and an unprecedented surge of elation flooded. Just moments earlier, after 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers voraciously absorbed the tree's divine essence, their hazy, yearning will, previously only faintly conveyed to Lu Chen, had grown ever clearer within his mind. And now, in that very instant, the haze dissolved entirely into crystalline clarity. If consuming 100 ghosts had allowed Lu Chen to better merge his consciousness with his Dao soldiers, enhancing his command and mastery over them, then absorbing the Hualong fruit tree's divine essence had reversed the flow. Now the Dao soldiers could merge into Lu Chen's own consciousness. More precisely, not merely merging, but inheriting all his cultivated knowledge outright. How could Lu Chen not rejoice? A Dao soldier's greatest flaw had always been its formidable power and sovereign command, yet its inability to fully express that power. Now that flaw was gone. Lu Chen could directly transmit his entire cultivation to his Dao soldiers. Whatever he mastered, they would master. Whatever profundity he attained in his arts, that same depth would manifest in their strength. Remarkable. Truly, the Hualong fruit tree is extraordinary. This was no mere evolution. It was genuine transcendence. Not toward golden-armored Dao soldiers, but toward a higher, more perfect state of being. Excellent, excellent. Time to impart the earthly evil dragon subjugation art. Dao soldiers versed in this art would stand peerless among equals. Even body-cultivating cultivators would crumble beneath their might. At that thought, Lu Chen hesitated no longer. Swiftly linking his consciousness with all 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers, he transmitted the 7 supreme forms he himself had mastered from the earthly evil dragon subjugation art: Di Kuei, Di Sha, Di Yong, Di Jie, Di Xiong, Di Wei, and Di Ying, all at once. Yet soon Lu Chen frowned. Why won't it transmit? It wasn't that transmission failed entirely. Only the Di Kuei form successfully embedded itself into all 35 Dao soldiers. The remaining 6 forms failed utterly. As if it's insufficient. The Hualong fruit tree's divine essence is far too meager. Lu Chen understood at once the fault lay not with his earthly evil dragon subjugation art, but with the inadequacy of the divine essence his Dao soldiers had drawn from the tree. Thus, though his Dao soldiers underwent transformation, it remained incomplete, and their capacity to inherit techniques remained severely limited. Not even the 9 heavens sword cannon stood a chance, nor could he fully transmit even the first 7 forms of the earthly evil dragon subjugation art itself. There is still time. This Hualong fruit tree remained robust, still capable of nourishing his 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers with further divine essence. He refused to believe that draining the tree completely would leave his Dao soldiers anything less than utterly. The 35 Dao soldiers continued clinging to the tree's thick roots, ceaselessly drawing nourishment, while Lu Chen himself remained deeply concealed, refusing to reveal himself. One must always keep a reserve. This place had long been infested by demonic beasts. Though disciples of Dongming Peak had recently purged it, Lu Chen still felt uneasy and chose neither to surface nor join his senior peers beneath the hualong fruit tree. Silence was ideal, but should danger arise, those gathered beneath the tree would inevitably bear the brunt. At that very moment, thunderous clouds descended from the heavens, howling gales tearing through the sky as if heaven and earth themselves were collapsing. Countless ancient trees snapped across Magnia Mountain's sand and stone, whirled violently in the maelstrom. What demon dares wreak havoc within Dongming Sect's sacred domain? In unison, hundreds of Dongming Peak disciples rose from beneath the hualong fruit tree, murderous chi surging as they glared upward at the descending storm clouds. Spectre-mongering charlatan, descend now. A Xuanfa realm disciple hurled forth his spirit sword, unleashing a pillar of blinding sword light, cleaving straight into the heavens. A crisp, ringing chime echoed from the cloud sea. Then the soaring sword light shattered. Fragments of the broken blade streaked back down like falling stars. Dongming Peak vermin of Dongming Sect, you remain as detestable as ever. A booming, rugged voice boomed from the clouds, and from their depths emerged a towering figure hovering midair, gazing down upon the disciples with contempt. He wore a white tiger mask and a deep black robe, his frame imposing and immense. The White Tiger. Damn it, the remnant sect of Shirer Xiangzong. Zhuang Wenping, the sternest and most senior disciple of Dongming Peak, rarely showed anger, yet now his gaze burned with cold fury, fixed upon the masked giant hovering above. Shirer Xiangzong, the mortal enemy of Dongming Sect 8 centuries past, had been eradicated, yet like a centipede whose body dies but limbs twitch, its lineage endured. Only inner disciples of Mingjing Peak and Dongming Peak knew this truth. Only inner disciples of Mingjing Peak and Dongming Peak knew this truth. Lu Chen, newly assigned to Dongming Peak, remained ignorant, yet every veteran disciple here knew it well. They had fought these Shirer Xiangzong remnants countless times. A white tiger mask signifies a guardian master, minimum cultivation, Daotai realm. Feng Yue, her demeanor icy, her expression grave, whispered urgently, flee, scatter in all directions. The Daotai realm, where one's entire cultivation coalesced into a foundational Dao embryo, granting eligibility to pursue immortality itself. It dwarfed the Xuanfa realm utterly. No number of Xuanfa cultivators could prevail. Charging forward meant certain death. Boom. The white tiger-masked giant raised a hand. Boundless magical energy roiling forth, condensing into a colossal sky-obscuring palm that slammed downward. I despise your kind most. I'll crush you, all dogs of Dongming Peak. Terror pressed down. Magnia Mountains trembled. An invisible, overwhelming force compressed the very fabric of heaven and earth beneath that single palm. None could move. Only await annihilation, reduced to crimson pulp beneath its descent. Deep underground, Lu Chen fled. Deeper still, I knew this place wasn't safe. Thank the heavens, I kept a reserve. Lu Chen was frantically fleeing deep underground, summoning 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers back to it. Above ground, the many disciples of Dongming Peak under the dragon transformation fruit tree were being crushed by the astonishing might. They could hardly move, let alone escape. They were filled with shock and anger, panicking. At that moment, an inconspicuous disciple of Dongming Peak suddenly had a small rice grain-sized alchemy pot shoot up into the sky, rapidly enlarging, and in an instant 3 figures imbued with tremendous pressure burst forth from within. The remnants of the 12 manifestations sect have kept us waiting for a long time. One elder with gray-white hair and a sharp expression spoke calmly, raising his hand to grasp a sword and striking down from the air. Hiss! The sharp and domineering sword energy soared over 1,000 feet into the sky, effortlessly tearing apart the hand of the white tiger masked man that was trying to suppress it, then slashing upward with a thunderous blow toward the white tiger masked man concealed in the mist. The other 2 figures glanced not once at the white tiger masked man, swiftly vanishing into the horizon, leaving behind indifferent words that echoed through the heavens and the earth. Since the remnants of the 12 manifestations sect have arrived, let them all stay. Bastards, you are plotting against my 12 manifestations sect. The burly man wearing the white tiger mask reacted instantly, filled with anger. These disciples of Dongming Peak were mere bait thrown out by the Dongming Sect. Moreover, the departure of elders Lu Zifu and Zhang Kuei from Dongming Peak was not due to being held back by the demonic tiger that appeared to have attained the form of a mountain lord, or the giant python about to transform into a flood dragon, It was purely to create an opportunity for the 12 Manifestation Sect, luring their people into action. All of this was a trap laid by the Dongming Sect, testing the waters. If no one from the 12 Manifestation Sect appeared, Dojian Peak would kill the monsters of Tongyo Mountain and naturally finish without issue. The 3 Dongming Sect experts hidden in the alchemy pot would not show themselves. However, if someone from the 12 Manifestation Sect couldn't resist making a move, then I'm sorry, they were just waiting for you. Unfortunately, the burly man wearing the white tiger mask coincidentally ran into the spearhead of the Dongming Sect. Even at the peak of the 12 Manifestation Sect, they couldn't compete with my Dongming Sect. Now they are merely a pack of strays with broken backs, yet they still dare to trouble my Dongming Sect. Their death is well-deserved. The elder with gray-white hair and a sharp expression spoke indifferently, holding the sword, stepping upward into the sky, and soon clashed with the burly man in the white tiger mask. The astonishing sword energy surged with immense magical power, shaking the skies for miles, gradually striking up to the celestial sphere, and finally vanished completely above Tongyo Mountain. Before long, another astonishing wave of magical power erupted from outside Tongyo Mountain. It was faintly visible that the 2 Dongming Sect experts who had just emerged from the alchemy pot were battling with 2 other unknown entities, also striking toward the heavens. In an instant, the entire Tongyo Mountain returned to tranquility. The burly man of the 12 Manifestation Sect wearing the white tiger mask had come swiftly and left just as quickly, all occurring in a mere moment. However, the disciples of Dojian Peak, guarding beneath the dragon transformation fruit tree, had all narrowly escaped death, drenched in sweat and as pale as a ghost. Those 3 are the elders from Mingjing Peak. After a long while, one of the disciples of Dojian Peak came back to his senses, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and asked, "Indeed, they are the 3 elders Gao Shi and Huang from Mingjing Peak. Fortunately, the experts of our sect had long been prepared, otherwise we would have likely perished here on Tongyo." The disciples were still trembling with fear, but they did not dare to mention how the sect's experts had used them as bait to fish for the big catch of the 12 Manifestations Sect. Those ancient figures in the sect were all seasoned and often used cunning tactics. They were already accustomed to such things and would later compensate them with merits. Now I understand why junior brother Lu has always been reluctant to show himself, but turns out this guy anticipated the danger all along and chose to hide away instead of coming out. Ho Yehu, as solid as an iron tower, quietly leaned toward Yunji's side, whispering, "This kid is..." Yunji glanced at the tall and strong Ho Yehu beside her, thinking, he's just very aware of the crisis. Well, what does that have to do with being clever? However, upon reflection, no other disciple of Dojian Peak understood the situation better than Lu Chen, so she silently nodded. Junior brother Lu must have at least 100 clever tricks up his sleeve. Lu Chen remained unaware of the behind-the-scene slander from Yunji and Ho Yehu, but he knew that the danger had passed, so he quietly returned with the Dao soldiers to beneath the dragon transformation fruit tree, starting to absorb the wonders of the tree. Finally, after more than 2 hours had passed, the missing elders Lu Zifu and Zhang Kuei of Dojian Peak returned, each carrying a massive monster's head. Elder Lu Zifu held the head of the giant golden ape, while Elder Zhang Kuei carried a tiger's head in his left hand and a snake's head in his right, covered in demon blood, looking exceptionally fierce. All disciples, heed my command, return to Dojian Peak on your own. With a decree from Elder Lu Zifu, the disciples of Dojian Peak immediately complied, either flying with swords riding the wind or treading the air, quickly dispersing. Elder Lu Zifu nodded in satisfaction, then walked through the void, arriving at the dragon transformation fruit tree in just 2 or 3 steps. My, this dragon transformation fruit tree. He furrowed his brows deeply, staring at the dragon transformation fruit tree before him, lost in thought. The dragon transformation fruit tree was still that very tree, still resembling a great azure dragon soaring into the sky, seemingly spitting out a dragon pearl, and that dragon pearl was the dragon transformation fruit. However, the current state of this dragon transformation fruit tree seemed to be withering, or perhaps it was malnourished. Most likely it was malnourished. It appeared to have shrunk significantly, as if withering and fading. Even the dragon transformation fruit at the top of the tree seemed to have lost its luster, no longer possessing that extraordinary quality. Yet strangely, this dragon transformation fruit tree was still intact, and even the dragon transformation fruit had not lost a single piece of its skin. But why was that? Who turned this dragon transformation fruit tree into this? Or is it that the dragon transformation fruit, once ripe, will naturally wither away? I've never heard of such a claim. Elder Lu Zifu was lost in confusion, standing in the void, pondering for a long time before finally deciding to wave his hand, uprooting the entire dragon transformation fruit tree and storing it in the alchemy pot. Once back at the sect, he planned to take it to Danxia Peak for the alchemy peers to examine. They were quite skilled at cultivating spiritual herbs and rare trees, so they should be able to discern what had happened to this dragon transformation fruit tree. Back deep underground in the Dongming Sect, Lu Chen sat behind a silver-armored Dao soldier full of regret. The two elders returned a bit too quickly, otherwise my Dao soldiers could have eaten a bit more of the dragon transformation fruit tree. However, it's still fortunate that at least the portion that belonged to him he did obtain. It might just be that he took a bit too much. He definitely took more than he should have. Perhaps the sect never intended to share a portion with him. But it doesn't matter, after all he did kill demons for the sect, and served as bait, so taking the insignificant dragon transformation fruit tree shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Although he acted as bait hidden deep underground, that guy wearing the white tiger mask probably didn't even notice him. After returning to Dojin Peak, Lu Chen did not rush to receive his meritorious reward. At this moment, the disciples who went to Myriad Mountain to slay demons had just returned and were crowding in the internal affairs hall to exchange for merits. Lu Chen did not wish to join in the commotion. He directly returned to his small courtyard, activated the restrictions, and then let out a long breath. The gains are substantial, but there are slight imperfections. Lu Chen silently summarized his demon-slaying expedition to Myriad Mountain. The harvest naturally was the pile of demon corpses comprising over 300 Chi-opening realm demons, 11 Xuanfa realm demons, and the contributions from slaying these demons could also be exchanged for merits. As for the imperfections, they were not insignificant. The suspected demon tiger that had achieved the status of mountain lord was not captured, nor was the demon python that was about to transform into a flood dragon, and the great golden ape was also beyond reach. In the end, even the transformation dragon fruit. While the transformation dragon fruit tree doesn't count, I managed to obtain a little bit. His 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers also received his inheritance. Although it was not much, only the 3 major forces of the Earth Fiend Dragon combat technique, it was sufficient. A single move can conquer the heavens, especially with the 3 major forces of the Earth Fiend Dragon combat technique, a combat art akin to divine abilities. This is more than just 3 moves, it's quite abundant. Overall, the gains from this expedition were exceedingly vast. Even though Lu Chen had not fully digested these gains, yet his strength had increased significantly. Of course, this enhancement in strength primarily came from his Dao soldiers mastering the Earth Fiend Dragon combat technique. Next, I shall rapidly elevate my cultivation to the late stage of the transformation spirit realm. Then I will select the corpses of 10 Xuanfa realm demons to nurture my golden-armored Dao soldiers. Once my golden-armored Dao soldiers are fully cultivated, any Xuanfa realm demon will be surrounded and slain. To prepare for his future cultivation, Lu Chen took a purple spirit pill and placed it in his mouth, beginning his training to enhance his strength. Previously, he had exchanged for 10 purple spirit pills and had 4 remaining. If he were to refine them all, breaking through to the late stage of transformation spirit should not be difficult. At the top of Dojin Peak, inside the Grand Hall, Elder Lu Zifu and Elder Zhang Kuei sat on the left side, while on the right were the previously mentioned large man wearing a white tiger mask and the 3 elders of Mingjing Peak wearing a mountain cat mask and a blue fox mask. At the upper seat sat the 3 elders of Dojin Peak and the Grand Elder of Mingjing Peak. In the center of the hall lay the corpses of over 50 disciples who had perished during the demon slaying at Myriad Mountain. Some were headless, some were dismembered, and others were left with only their heads. These, the tall and youthful-looking 3rd elder with sword-like brows and hawk-like eyes, glanced over the 50-plus deceased disciples in the hall, and then turned to the gaunt and thin Grand Elder beside him, slowly speaking. Is there still hope? The Grand Elder frowned slowly, rising to approach the remains of the 50-plus deceased disciples of Dojin Peak. After a long observation, he finally said, I will do my utmost. With that, the Grand Elder slowly raised his hand, pressing down into the void. In an instant, a mysterious force surged from his palm, and profound and mystical runes began to leap into the bodies of the deceased disciples of Dojin Peak. This was an almost divine great spell revival, but this great spell was extremely difficult to cultivate. Among the 10 inner elders of the Dongming Sect, only the Grand Elder had mastered this technique, and even then it was not yet perfected. Once the cultivation surpassed the Dao embryo realm, the Grand Elder would also be powerless. Of course, this spell was not all-powerful. It could only revive those whose souls had not completely dissipated. If the soul were entirely obliterated, or if it dissipated on its own, returning to the heavens and earth, it could not be revived. Fortunately, most of the disciples from Dojin Peak who went to Myriad Mountain to slay demons were of the Chi-opening realm. They had opened their ancestral channel at their foreheads, begun to condense their souls, and had even grasped the true essence to protect their souls. If they had not experienced a soul-destroying spell, their souls were likely not entirely dissipated. After a long while, the Grand Elder slowly withdrew his hand, a fine layer of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He exhaled, saying, Fortunately, aside from those 5 whose heads were shattered too severely and whose souls have completely dissipated, the rest can still be saved. The 3rd elder and others looked over and indeed saw many of the deceased disciples exhibiting fluctuations of their souls and faint traces of life, As long as they used the technique of regeneration to restore or reconstitute their limbs supplemented with medicinal pills for healing, it was highly probable they would recover in the future. For those whose injuries were too grave, even if their strength could not recover to its peak, it was still acceptable, at least their lives were saved. It is a pity for those 5 disciples whose heads were completely shattered, their souls have scattered, and they are utterly deceased with no hope of revival. Thank you, senior brother. The third elder expressed his gratitude sincerely, and then called upon disciples to take the rescued disciples for healing. As for those who could not be saved, they could only be given a proper burial, and later disciples would have to go to the homes of the deceased disciples to inform them and provide compensation. Once everything was arranged, the grand hall returned to silence. Did the people from the 12-phase sect remain? The third elder asked coldly. The high elder of Mingjing Peak shook his head, saying, only the mountain cat and white tiger remain. The blue fox used tricks to escape. The third elder raised an eyebrow and was about to explode. Fortunately, the grand elder spoke in time. The blue fox has always been cautious and as cunning as a fox. It is understandable that it escaped. The third elder had no choice but to relent. After thinking for a moment, he turned to Elder Lu Zifu of Dojin Peak. What is the situation with the transformation dragon fruit tree? Elder Lu Zifu looked puzzled. The people from Danxia Peak said that the transformation dragon fruit tree has lost too many miraculous qualities and is already half dead. But I have examined Munia Mountain and did not see anything approaching this transformation dragon fruit tree, nor do I know which ghostly thing stole most of its miraculous qualities. The third elder frowned for a long time, finally waving his hand. Forget it, it is of no use to our human cult. Later it'll just fake the transformation dragon fruit while restore it a bit and exchange it with the demon clan. Those demon beasts won't be able to tell what's good or bad. The third elder truly had a dark heart, even deceiving beasts. The other elders secretly praised him. This was a task they could undertake. After all, it was deceiving the demon clan, and no matter how it was done, it wouldn't be considered bad. I find a disciple from Dojin Peak very interesting, but I wonder if Dojin Peak would be willing to part with him and allow me to take him as my disciple. Elder Shi from Mingjing Peak, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. The third elder was surprised. Which disciple does Elder Shi have his eye on from Dojin Peak? This time Mingjing Peak helped Dojin Peak, especially with the 3 Mingjing Peak elders hiding in the demon refining kettle, and the Grand Elder just used the immensely consuming revival technique to save dozens of deceased Dojin Peak disciples. Had it been in the past, if an elder from Mingjing Peak dared to open his mouth and ask for a disciple from Dojin Peak, the third elder would have slapped him. But this time, it was different. They owed Mingjing Peak a favor and had to repay it. Elder Shi smiled. It is a disciple named Lu Chen. I find his cautious nature very much to. He had observed from the demon refining kettle that even after Lu Chen had slain the demons, he still concealed himself underground, evidently having anticipated the dangers. The key was that Lu Chen's puppet technique was also quite clever. Coincidentally, Elder Shi favored cautious and intelligent disciples like him who did not cause trouble. Undoubtedly, he would live stably for a long time to come. However, as soon as this was said, the third elder's expression instantly darkened. Not only the third elder, but Zhang Kuei, Lu Zifu, and even the Grand Elder of Mingjing Peak all had speechless expressions. As Elder Shi spoke, he keenly sensed that something was off with the expression of the third elder, the master of the Sword Peak. His heart sank, and he tightened his lips, thinking to himself, oh no, it seems I've caused a big trouble. He then glanced at the speechless Grand Elder of the Mingjing Peak, further confirming that what he had just said seemed somewhat inappropriate. But why was that? The third elder truly did not know, for during the inner sect assessment in the main hall, when the Grand Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, and Fifth Elder were competing for disciples, Elder Shi happened to be out of the sect and naturally knew nothing about Lu Chen's great name. Ahem. The Grand Elder lightly coughed, breaking the silence in the hall. Elder Shi, you cannot recruit this disciple from the Sword Peak named Lu Chen. The other 2 high elders of Mingjing Peak, Elder Ming and Elder Huang, nodded in agreement. He truly cannot be recruited. Elder Shi silently nodded, pondering. What have I missed all this time? Is this Lu Chen really that extraordinary? After much thought, Elder Shi still refrained from asking, at least not in front of the visibly displeased third elder. Fortunately, the Grand Elder of Mingjing Peak timely shifted the topic. The century mark is approaching. We should prepare to open the ancient demon remains for the upcoming Qingming Grand Purge. Qingming Grand Purge. The moment these 4 words were spoken, the hall fell into silence. Within, Lu Chen's spiritual power surged suddenly, and then it seemed like 100 rivers returning to the sea, all merging into the Qi Sea in his Dantian, late stage of spiritual transformation. After half a month of painstaking cultivation, exhausting all 4 purple spirit pills, and refining 10 mid-grade spirit stones, Lu Chen finally broke through to the late stage of spiritual transformation. Entering the late stage of spiritual transformation meant that his spirit-raising immortal Coffin could now nurture 10 more Dao soldiers. Finally, I can start nurturing Dao soldiers. He suppressed his excitement and was about to select 10 from the 10 demon corpses of the Xuanfa realm to nurture into golden armored Dao soldiers when he suddenly paused. Wait, this can't be calculated like that. Lu Chen suddenly realized. These 35 silver armored Dao soldiers were different from ordinary ones. Having experienced the miraculous baptism of the dragon transformation fruit tree, they had already learned the first 3 forms of his earth fiend dragon combat technique. Therefore, to nurture golden armored Dao soldiers, he couldn't start anew. He had to select from these 35 silver armored Dao soldiers. Otherwise, if he were to cultivate 10 new golden armored Dao soldiers, although they would be a tier above the silver armored ones, they wouldn't know the earth fiend dragon combat technique, and their strength would be significantly reduced, which would not be worth it. After some thought, Lu Chen directly selected the 10 strongest from the more than 300 demon corpses of the Tanxiao realm to begin nurturing new Dao soldiers. As for the 11 Xuanfa realm demon corpses, they needed to be kept to nourish these 35 silver armored Dao soldiers. When the time came to promote them to golden armored Dao soldiers, they would be soldiers capable of using the earth fiend dragon combat technique, and their strength would surely differ. Even if a practitioner from the Xuanfa realm came, they would be crushed. Now let me see just how powerful these golden armored Dao soldiers can be. Lu Chen whispered softly, and with a thought, the 11 Xuanfa realm demon corpses stacked in the spirit-raising immortal Coffin were suddenly surrounded by the 11 silver armored Dao soldiers who treated them as nourishment and began to absorb. As for the remaining more than 300 Tanxiao realm demon corpses, along with a few spiritual transformation realm corpses, Lu Chen began to consider seriously again. More than 300 Tanxiao realm demon corpses would definitely not be enough to promote the remaining 24 silver armored Dao soldiers to golden armored Dao soldiers. So is there a possibility to concentrate resources and create a new golden armored Dao soldier? To put it simply, it meant that all 300 Tanxiao realm demon corpses and a few spiritual transformation realm corpses would be absorbed by one silver armored Dao soldier to assist it in promoting to golden armored Dao soldier. One golden armored Dao soldier and one that knows the first 3 forms of the earth fiend dragon combat technique would undoubtedly be more valuable than a slightly stronger silver armored Dao soldier. After comparing in his heart, Lu Chen reached a conclusion. He then no longer hesitated and selected the strongest from the remaining 24 silver armored Dao soldiers to concentrate resources on nurturing. Big brother, please don't let me down. Lu Chen felt uncertain in his heart. If after nurturing with these more than 300 Tanxiao realm demon corpses, this silver armored Dao soldier still couldn't promote to golden armored, that would be a huge loss. Well, actually it wouldn't be considered a loss as long as there was no waste and all demon corpses were used on Dao soldiers. It wouldn't count as a loss. After no longer thinking about it, Lu Chen immediately sensed the continuously strengthening silver armored Dao soldiers. The mysterious power feedback from the spirit-raising immortal Coffin surged into his limbs and organs, making his physical body stronger, and ever stronger. He quickly steadied his mind, circulating the indestructible Hunyuan scripture to refine his body with. This process continued for a long time, and Lu Chen's physical strength kept climbing. His blood energy, surging, an unmatched sense of power flooded in, making him feel as if he could shatter mountains and rivers with a mere gesture. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night passed. The next day, Lu Chen suddenly felt a subtle tremor from the spirit-raising immortal Coffin in his consciousness. The golden armored Dao soldier has been formed. An unprecedented joy surged from Lu Chen's heart, instantly filling his heart. Steady, I must not waste this opportunity. He dared not be distracted and quickly immersed his consciousness into the newly formed golden armored Dao. The promotion of a Dao soldier would take a short time, allowing Lu Chen to experience the controlling power of the Dao soldier, which could significantly enhance Lu Chen's true intent. At this moment, Lu Chen felt the heaviness of earth, the explosion of fire, the softness and variability of water, and the sharpness, solidity, immortality, and indestructibility of metal that he had never felt before. The true meaning of metal is the strongest in offense among the 5 elemental true meanings, and also the strongest in defense, arguably the most outstanding one. Once one comprehends this true meaning, offense is unstoppable and defense is as tough as diamond. Time quietly passed in the understanding of true meaning. Unbeknownst to him, the second golden armored Dao soldier was formed, followed by the third, fourth, fifth, and then more and more, driving Lu Chen's physical body to become stronger and his understanding of true meaning to deepen. Finally, another day passed. Within the spirit-raising immortal Coffin, the 11 Xuanfa realm demon corpses had disappeared, replaced by 11 silver armored Dao soldiers who successfully promoted to golden armored Dao soldiers. Then the corpses of the more than 300 Tanxiao realm demons also disappeared, cleanly replaced by another silver armored Dao soldier who successfully promoted to Golden Armored Dao Soldier. Notably, after this Silver Armored Dao Soldier promoted to Golden Armored Dao Soldier, there were still more than 20 Tongxiao Realm Demon Corpses remaining. Thus Lu Chen looked at the remaining 23 Silver Armored Dao Soldiers who had gained nothing and felt a pang of sympathy in his heart, giving these extra 20 Tongxiao Realm Demon Corpses along with those unutilized Spiritual Transformation Realm Corpses to these 23 Silver Armored Dao Soldiers. It's time to take a look at my Golden Armored Dao Soldiers. By the way, the current Lu Chen no longer has only 35 Dao Soldiers, but a full 45. Among them, 10 new Silver Armored Dao Soldiers have been raised. However, these 10 have not achieved any merit, so they did not get to enjoy any of the spoils from the remaining demon corpses, merely watching enviously from the sidelines. There was no way around it. Those demon corpses were earned through the struggle of the previous 35 Dao Soldiers. With so few left, it wouldn't be fair to distribute them to these 10 new Dao Soldiers who have yet to achieve any merit. So for now, they would have to endure. However, Lu Chen still offered some consolation, implying that self-reliance leads to abundance. After a brief moment of reassurance, Lu Chen could no longer contain himself. "My dear Golden Armor, come forth and show yourself." As the thought arose, 12 colossal figures towering over a meter high appeared before Lu Chen. They were at least 4 meters tall, and just standing there made Lu Chen feel a darkness cloud his vision, as if the light itself was being completely obstructed, accompanied by an indescribable sense of pressure. With Lu Chen's height just over 1.8 meters, standing before these towering figures made him feel like a child. Fortunately, the room was tall enough, otherwise these 12 enormous beings would not have fit. Upon closer inspection, he saw that these 12 colossal figures had a dark golden hue seemingly forged from exquisite gold. Their features remained blurred, yet he could vaguely discern a silhouette somewhat resembling Lu Chen. "I truly wish to find a demon beast of the Xuanfa realm to slay." Lu Chen felt a tingle in his hands. Well, to be precise, he wanted to test the strength of the Golden Armored Dao Soldiers, especially the Disha Bolong technique. Clang! Clang! Unable to resist, he struck the arm of one of the Golden Armored Dao Soldiers, producing a clear sound akin to metal clashing. So sturdy. He rubbed his knuckles. After just a few knocks, even his robust physicality felt a bit of pain from the recoil, as if the Golden Armored Dao Soldiers bore an extraordinary property, reflected damage. This was extraordinary. Such a powerful body could likely withstand strikes from those Xuanfa realm demon beasts without budging. With nothing else to test his hands on, Lu Chen reluctantly returned the 12 Golden Armored Dao Soldiers back into the nurturing coffin. The cultivation of these Golden Armored Dao Soldiers has indeed advanced my strength. Lu Chen silently felt the changes within himself. First, his physical body had significantly strengthened, reaching the late stage of the body refinement realm. Secondly, his comprehension of true intent had deepened. The true intent of earth had reached the peak of the 4th layer, fire the 4th layer, as well water also at the 4th layer, and finally, he had gained insight into a form of gold true intent, which had entered the 2nd layer. As for the slight improvement in cultivation from the Dao Soldier's promotion, it was negligible to Lu Chen, now merely a benefit that was hardly worth mentioning. I need to get the gold spells in hand. Moreover, it was about time to claim the merits for slaying demons at Magnia Mountain. Then he could refine the gold spells and finally exchange the merits for pills to enhance his cultivation. The realm of transformation was still too low. Even though his body refinement strength had reached the late stage of the opening Qi realm, the nurturing coffin did not recognize body refinement strength, which left Lu Chen feeling helpless. Time is insufficient, utterly insufficient. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. He had far too many things he needed to raise his cultivation. He had intended to comprehend the true intent of the sword in the True Intent Tower, but had never found the time. There were many small spells requiring practice, and now that the Golden Armored Dao Soldiers had been nurtured, he needed to slay some formidable demon creatures right. Furthermore, the 33 remaining Silver Armored Dao Soldiers needed demon corpses to advance to Golden Armored Dao Soldiers. The highest limit of demon beasts was the opening Qi realm. Beyond that, they were no longer demon beasts. Instead, they would be exotic beasts equally possessing intelligence. Unlike demon beasts, exotic beasts do not pursue transformation, but instead reach the pinnacle in their bloodlines. However, within the territory of the Dongming Sect, there were no resources for exotic beasts. Thus, Lu Chen would still need to hunt demons more, or seek out ghostly entities, zombies, or dragon transformation fruit trees to enhance his Dao Soldiers. I must not rush. I must not rush. Step by step, I can ultimately reach greater heights. Lu Chen exhaled and calmed himself. For a typical cultivator who has not spent decades, if not centuries, on their journey, he had only been cultivating for less than a year. Sometimes rushing too quickly on the path of cultivation might not necessarily be a good thing. For to advance too quickly implies that there are bound to be shortcomings in certain aspects, leading to weaknesses. With weaknesses, one can easily become a target. Lu Chen was unwilling to have any obvious flaws or vulnerabilities. suppressing the vigorous blood vitality resulting from the sudden increase in body refinement strength and the spiritual energy fluctuations following his recent breakthrough to the late stage of transformation. Lu Chen stepped out of his courtyard and headed directly towards the Internal Affairs Hall. Along the way, Lu Chen suddenly sensed something was amiss. Why do there seem to be so many more disciples in the inn? Moreover, more importantly, Lu Chen had heard several times during this period about many inner sect disciples mentioning ancient demon remains, and they will soon open. It's just half a month away. Whenever disciples paired up, they would invariably bring this up. Ancient demon remains. What kind of trouble is this? Could it be that the sect has found some unclaimed secret realm to conquer? Lu Chen felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Ancient demon remains sounds like it is filled with many demon creatures, which is precisely the resource he urgently needs. Taking on tasks usually involves just a few scattered demon creatures wandering within the Dongming Sect territory. Too few. He didn't know when he would gather enough demon corpses to elevate all 33 remaining silver armored Dao soldiers to golden armored Dao soldiers. This ancient demon remains is just perfect. Lu Chen was quite fond of it. No, I need to find a familiar senior brother to inquire about it. Lu Chen was eager to know if this ancient demon remains was indeed as he thought. Continuing towards the Internal Affairs Hall, he heard more inner sect disciples discussing this ancient demon remains. Before long, Lu Chen arrived at the Internal Affairs Hall. He took out the task bamboo slip from his last demon-slaying mission at Mangnia Mountain and found where Steward Bai was naturally blending into the throng of disciples. Hey, why does that senior brother in front of me look somewhat familiar? Lu Chen peered at the back of the senior brother in front of him, unable to resist searching his memory. Wait a moment, the demon slaying at Mangnia Mountain from the sword fighting peak. I think his name was Xian Xiangxing. Wait, wasn't this senior brother supposed to have died at the hands of the demons on Mangnia Mountain? How is he alive again? Lu Chen's heart jolted. Good heavens, in broad daylight, this can't be a zombie resurrection, can it? Where on earth is this place? Dongming Sect. With powerful entities like gods present, a mere zombie resurrection would likely get him killed again in no time. Lu Chen discreetly moved forward for a moment, and in that instant he caught a glimpse of the senior brother's features. Ordinary appearance with a black mole growing in his left eyebrow. Wasn't this exactly Xian Xiangxing? Alive again. Resurrection. Senior brother Xian. Lu Chen attempted to call out. Indeed, the figure of Xian Xiangxing turned around, first appearing puzzled, then, as if recalling something, he smiled and said, "Ah, it's junior brother Lu." Xian Xiangxing had a profound impression of Lu Chen. To be precise, it wasn't just him, but every disciple from Dojian Peak who had gone to exterminate demons at Mangnia Mountain remembered Lu Chen vividly. During the demon extermination at Mangnia Mountain, Lu Chen didn't even need to show his face. He slaughtered mercilessly throughout the mountain, using those strange puppets, even defeating a golden monkey of the Xuanfa realm, while at that time Lu Chen was merely at the midstage of the transformation spirit realm. Looking at Xian Xiangxing himself, he was at the Qi opening stage, a higher realm than Lu Chen with a longer cultivation time. Yet when he actually went to Mangnia Mountain, he only managed to kill halfway before losing his life, and he never even saw how the demon extermination concluded. It was only after being rescued by the Grand Elder using the technique of resurrection that he learned of the full story from other disciples of Dojian Peak. Overall, Lu Chen had played a monumental role and was likely to gain significant merit. His reputation at Dojian Peak had thoroughly spread, yet Lu Chen himself remained focused on arduous cultivation, unaware of the current situation. There's something I'm curious about. I wonder if senior brother Xian could. Lu Chen pondered his wording, preparing to subtly inquire how this senior brother had survived. After all, dying once was not a glorious matter, and it wouldn't do to ask directly, as it might offend him, and end the conversation. Before Lu Chen could finish, Xian Xiangxing waved his hand, interrupting. Are you wondering how I am still alive and standing here? With a bitter smile, he continued, indeed, after my trip to Mangnia Mountain, I did die once. Fortunately, my head hadn't suffered a severe blow, and my soul hadn't completely dissipated, which is why the Grand Elder was able to bring me back with the technique of resurrection. As expected, it is the technique of resurrection. Lu Chen wasn't surprised that the Grand Elder had mastered such a profound technique. His first reaction was, it seems that in the future, whether slaying demons or enemies, one must first smash their heads. Otherwise, one might still come back to life. This point must be remembered. Lu Chen might as well take advantage of this moment to remember this valuable information. As the saying goes, those who survive great calamities must have future blessings. Senior brother Zen's blessings are surely approaching, and his rise will come swiftly. Lu Chen smiled to comfort him. One should always say pleasant things, otherwise if you keep stabbing the knife into people's hearts who would want to befriend you, not being beaten to death is already good enough. Junior brother Lu speaks so sweetly. Xian Xiangxing inexplicably felt much better inside. After dying once at Magnia Mountain, although the disciples of Dojin Peak had said nothing, there was an unintentional, awkward atmosphere that made Xian Xiangxing feel out of place. After all, among so many disciples who had gone to slay demons, he was the one who died. Wasn't that humiliating? However, upon meeting Lu Chen, Xian Xiangxing felt no such awkwardness, and instead felt considerable. One cannot help but say junior brother Lu is highly talented, cautious, and speaks in a way that doesn't hurt others. He truly is an excellent junior brother, and Xian Xiangxing wished to befriend him. Junior brother's words are too flattering. The two continued their conversation as they approached, and soon it was Xian Zhangsheng's turn. The white steward took Xian Zhangsheng's task bamboo slip, carefully sensing it, before saying, slayed 2 mid-stage transformation spirit realm monsters, earning 16 merits. Slayed 1 early stage chi opening realm monster, earning 20 merits. Slayed 1 mid-stage chi opening realm monster, earning 30 merits. Counting the task reward, a total of 116 merits. Xian Zhangsheng's face instantly fell. Unfortunately, he had died too early at Magni Mountain, or else his merits would have been even more. When it was Lu Chen's turn, the normally businesslike white steward suddenly gave a friendly smile. Junior brother Lu, are you also here to submit your Magni Mountain task? She had a deep impression of Lu Chen and naturally remembered that he hadn't come to submit a task. Lu Chen smiled in response. Thank you for your concern. I indeed came to submit this task. As he spoke, he handed over the task bamboo slip. The chubby white steward took the bamboo slip, glanced at it, and her expression immediately turned serious. Upon taking another look, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. Good heavens, you really killed this many demons. 25 transformation spirit realm monsters, over 300 chi opening realm monsters, and one of the Xuanfa realm. This was even more ruthless than many senior disciples of the Xuanfa realm. She couldn't help but ask, Junior brother Lu, did you really slay all of these? Wasn't it possible that several Xuanfa realm disciples had helped Lu Chen accrue merits? It wasn't that the white steward didn't believe Lu Chen, but rather that she couldn't believe the extent of his achievements. It was truly exaggerated to the point of being absurd. Lu Chen was still merely at the transformation spirit realm, while Xian Xiangxing was at the chi opening realm and had barely killed any demons before losing his life. Lu Chen, on the other hand, had emerged unscathed and achieved astonishing merits. Such a situation was something the white steward had never witnessed before. All of these demons were indeed slain by junior brother Lu. All the disciples from Dojin Peak who went to Magnia Mountain can attest to this. Xian Xiangxing did not leave, but waited for Lu Chen to finish adding his affirmation. He further added, junior brother Lu's puppet technique is exceedingly sophisticated. So he had puppets assisting him. That's still quite impressive. The white steward realized and then began calculating Lu Chen's merits, ultimately arriving at an astonishing figure. A whopping 12,800 merits, and Lu Chen hadn't sold a single demon corpse. Therefore, Lu Chen concluded that in fact killing demons of lower realms was more profitable. Although the merits were fewer, it was much easier to accumulate them. However, given the circumstances at Magnia Mountain, the disciples of Dojin Peak were all matched against their respective realms, fighting Xuanfa against Xuanfa, chi opening against chi opening. The demons of lower realms were not foolish and naturally wouldn't engage with the higher realm disciples from Dojin Peak. Exceeding 10,000 merits, not only did Xian Xiangxing feel envious, but even the white steward looked on in envy. Merits are meant to be spent, so Lu Chen promptly bought Qingyang Dan, which is even better than Xiling Dan, for 100 merits each. It is the best pill for breaking through from Transformation Spirit Realm to Chi Opening Realm. Lu Chen bought 2, spending 200 merits before leaving with Xian Xiangxing. On the way, Lu Chen asked, Senior brother Xian, are you aware of the ancient demon remains? Xian Xiangxing was surprised. Junior brother Lu doesn't know. Lu Chen replied, I'm ashamed. I have been in seclusion recently and truly do not know. Moreover, this secret realm is set to open in just half a month. Its arrival draws near. Additionally, the southern Chu kingdom spans 10 vast provinces, and the Dongming Sect commands dominion over 3 of them. The sect's main ancestral mountain lies in Yu Province. The other 2 provinces, Qing Province and Yuan Province, are each governed by a true successor disciple who has established subordinate sect branches. There are disciples from both branches will also join the expedition into the ancient demon ruins. All in all, the ancient demon ruins brim with rare opportunities, yet competition within them will be fiercely intense. Tens of thousands of inner disciple cultivators flooding inside is scarcely imaginable. Yet Lu Chen paid little heed to such so-called opportunities. For him, demons themselves were the greatest resource. The ancient demon ruins are about to open. I must seize every moment to complete more tasks and earn merit points to strengthen my cultivation. Groups of disciples strolled in 2s and 3s, their conversation still centered on the ancient demon. That mission suppressing the Lu clan rebellion in Sanjiang County seems promising. Perhaps One disciple was mid-sentence when he suddenly spotted Lu Chen and Xian Xiangxing approaching Heaton, and instantly exclaimed with delight, "Is that senior brother Lu Chen?" "Oh, it truly is senior brother Lu. He's emerged from seclusion." Another disciple cried out in joyful surprise. Then their glances met, and all four stepped forward in unison toward Lu Chen. "Senior brother Lu, please wait a moment." They hurried forward. Lu Chen looked up surprised and recognized the four as fellow disciples from Dojin Peak, men who had once joined him on the demon-slaying expedition to Mangyu Mountain. "Senior brothers, what brings you here?" The tallest among them, a gaunt disciple, surnamed Gao, smiled. "With the ancient demon ruins soon to open, we four wish to enter alongside you. Would senior brother Lu be willing? They're after my Dao Construct soldiers, so they're trying to recruit me into their team." A flash of insight lit Lu Chen's mind, revealing their true intent. He offered an apologetic smile. "I'm afraid I have no such plans at present." His refusal left no room for ambiguity. He intended to proceed alone. After all, his immortal coffin of soldier cultivation already housed 45 Dao Construct soldiers, including 12 golden-armored warriors. These four Chi Permeation Realm seniors truly offered him no meaningful advantage. Hardly had the words left his lips when booming laughter rang out. "Ha ha. Senior brother Lu, why not join us instead?" At the sound, the group turned and saw 3 more Chi Permeation Realm disciples from Dojin Peak approaching. Xian Xiangxing watched, envious beyond measure to possess such strength. Truly enviable. Fellow disciples vied eagerly to form alliances with Lu Chen, while he, though solidly mid-Chi Permeation Realm, couldn't even draw a single courteous greeting from any peer. Such disparity between cultivators was simply unfathomable. "Senior brother Lu, surely you'll accompany us." Before Lu Chen could decline, yet another Dojin Peak disciple. Before long, over 50 Dojin Peak disciples had gathered, each fervently inviting Lu Chen to enter the ancient demon ruins together. It required no explanation, they'd all come for his Dao Construct soldiers. And who could blame them? Lu Chen's soldiers were undeniably astonishing, their prowess plain for all to witness. Even 35 silver-armored soldiers could simultaneously restrain 6 spirit-forging realm demons, a feat far surpassing the utility of 1 or 2 veteran elders of the same realm. Who wouldn't covet such power? If they formed even a fleeting alliance with Lu Chen, his soldiers could pin down the demons while they delivered the killing blows, reaping rewards without end. "Senior brother Lu, join us. We hear demon corpses benefit you. So all demon remains recovered during this expedition shall belong solely to you, while other spoils may be divided equally." How does that sound? "Senior brother Lu, I already have 3 Chi Permeation Realm demon corpses. Here, take them now." 3 Chi Permeation demon corpses. Hardly impressive. We collectively hold 8. Merely utter your assent, senior brother, and they are yours. One after another Dojin Peak disciples outdid each other in enthusiasm and generosity, competing openly, leaving Xian Xiangxing utterly ignored beside them. Increasingly wistful, were I blessed with senior brother Lu's talent. Even his dreams would surely taste sweet. Lu Chen, however, found the clamor increasingly grating. "Senior brother Lu, disciples of the Chi Permeation Realm offer you little advantage. Why not journey with us instead?" A familiar rugged voice boomed forth. The crowd parted, revealing Dong Tsuingong's towering muscular frame striding forward, accompanied by Han Rong, Zhou Li, and Zhao Qiong, whose full figure and striking beauty drew immediate attention. Good heavens, Spirit Forging Realm seniors have personally sought out senior brother Lu. This was the Spirit Forging Realm. Senior brother Lu was still only at the Spirit Refinement Realm. Xian Xiangxing's eyes burned crimson. When might such overwhelming fortune ever fall upon him? Senior brothers Dong Han and Zhou, and senior sister Zhao, you needn't trouble yourselves with this commotion, Lu Chen said, exasperated. Zhou Li, his beard unkempt, spoke solemnly. We are not indulging in idle spectacle. We extend our invitation with utmost sincerity. This time it wasn't only Xian Xiangxing who felt envy. Every Dojin Peak disciple who'd been clamoring moments before now sank deep into bitter longing, wishing desperately to replace Lu Chen himself. 4 Spirit Forging Realm Masters. Such an escort into the ancient demon ruins would prompt even the most reluctant disciple to empty every last merit point from his pouch without hesitation. From afar, a tall figure paused silently, crowned with jade clad in azure robes. So, that is Lu Chen, the one master himself, seized from the inner disciple assessment hall. His stature was imposing, his spine straight as a drawn sword, his features stern, especially his eyes fierce as a ravenous tiger's, chilling all who met their gaze. Beside him stood a middle-aged disciple, unassuming in appearance, who respectfully replied, "Yes, Senior Brotherly. Indeed, that is Lu Chen." Senior Brotherly, Li Jini, one of the 5 named disciples under the Dojin Peak Master, who was also the sect's 3rd elder. At the pinnacle of the Spirit Forging Realm, he stood on the very threshold of Dao Embryo formation, and thus poised to become a true direct disciple of the Peak Master. Having cultivated for less than 150 years, he was destined to attain the ancient realm. Li Jin's brow furrowed slightly. What merit does he possess that my peers from Dojian Peak fawn over him? He himself, a named disciple of the Dojian Peak master, had never attracted such adulation. Yet Lu Chen still only at the spirit refinement realm. What extraordinary ability could he possibly wield? With a cold snort, Li Jin turned and strode away, abandoning all thought of visiting the administrative hall. Only Fan Sheng, the seemingly humble middle-aged spirit-forging realm disciple, remained behind. He watched Li Jin recede into the distance, then turned back toward Lu Chen, centered amid the fervent throng of Dojian Peak disciples, and narrowed his eyes. Senior brotherly disapproves. Very well. Crossing his arms behind his back, his unassuming demeanor vanished entirely, replaced by icy aloofness and haughty disdain, utterly unlike the meek deference he'd shown before Li Jin. Taking 3 swift steps, he reached the edge of the crowd and spoke aloud. Senior brother Lu, I perceive your talent is uncommon, your prospects bright. Thus you shall accompany me into the ancient demon ruins. His tone was detached, condescending, utterly unlike the eager entreaties of others. His words carried the weight of patronage, like a senior brother bestowing favor upon a novice, expecting nothing less than profound gratitude and immediate acceptance. It stirred an inexplicable ire. Who are you? Your tone is... Dong Tsuingong whirled around furious, but upon recognizing Fan Sheng hesitated and fell silent. He comes with ill intent. Lu Chen concluded inwardly. What is this person's background? Lu Chen quietly transmitted his voice, inquiring of Dong Tsuingong, who had spoken halfway, and then fell silent. There is no provocation without reason unless this person is insane. This question is quite necessary. Fan Sheng, a disciple of Li Jin, Dong Tsuingong responded in a muffled voice, reminding him Li Jin is one of the 5 named disciples of our Dojian Peak's master, so you should gauge your own strength. So he is a named disciple of the 3rd elder of the master. No wonder Dong Tsuingong suddenly fell silent. Lu Chen realized and had already begun to devise a plan. This person does not have a demeanor of arrogance and does not look down on others, but that does not mean anyone can. If you endure this once, there may be countless instances to follow. Therefore, when the first occurrence arises, you must decisively extinguish this bad omen. Then let's beat him half to death. Lu Chen was about to take action, but suddenly asked, what realm is this Fan Sheng? Dong Tsuingong replied, late stage of the Xuanfa realm, very strong, don't confront him, heathen. Lu Chen nodded earnestly, all right. In the next moment, he pushed aside a group of Dojian Peak disciples and strode towards Fan Sheng, who stood with his hands behind his back and a cold expression. With the first step taken, 10 silver-armored Dao soldiers appeared behind Lu Chen. The earth surged with the power of the earth element, transforming into a rolling river of earth, covering the Dao soldiers in hard stone armor. With the second step, 10 more silver-armored Dao soldiers appeared behind Lu Chen. With the third step, yet another 10 silver-armored soldiers. The rolling power of the earth element continuously surged, flowing towards the Dao soldiers. The height of the Dao soldiers, surpassing 10 feet, had reached 30, all following Lu Chen's footsteps. With each step Lu Chen took, 30 silver-armored Dao soldiers followed suit. The inexplicable momentum and pressure immediately spread out, as if heavenly generals from ancient battlefields were leading divine soldiers into battle, captivating the hearts of all. Especially with Lu Chen saying nothing, the 30 Dao soldiers, shrouded in stone armor, exuded coldness and murderous intent, devoid of any life force, making it so that no one dared to breathe loudly. It turns out that Junior Brother Lu's puppets are not merely stone figures, it's just that he has used some mysterious means to refine them, granting these puppets the ability to harness the power of the earth. Some disciples watched the metallic-colored Dao soldiers, crafted as if from dark silver, encased in stone armor, deep in thought. This is how normal puppets should look. However, it seems that Junior Brother Lu's puppet technique is not yet perfected. Those formidable puppet arts can refine puppets into human forms, indistinguishable in appearance and touch from human skin, with no visible precious metallic materials. Some disciples were startled. Junior Brother Lu has such a fierce temperament. Fan Sheng had insulted Lu Chen, and it appeared that Lu Chen already harbored thoughts of beating Fan Sheng to a pulp. Usually this Junior Brother Lu seems quite easy to get along with. There was no arrogance, nor was there a cold rejection from a distance. Who would have expected this Junior Brother Lu to have such a volatile side, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement? Dong Tsuingong watched as Lu Chen led 30 Dao soldiers step by step forward, his face involuntarily twitching. Is this the good you promised? What happened to don't confront, heathen? With the fourth step taken, a 31st Dao soldier appeared beside Lu Chen, but this one was entirely dark gold in color and exceptionally tall, exceeding 10 feet. This was a golden-armored Dao soldier. The increasingly overwhelming power of the earth element surged from beneath the earth, transforming into thick stone armor on this golden-armored Dao soldier, making its already towering figure even more astonishing. I kindly brought you into the ancient demon's ruins, and this is how you respond. Fan Sheng's cold lips curled into a mocking smirk. Lu Chen slowly came to a halt, replying indifferently, I have a bad temper. If you want to stir up trouble, then I can only beat you until you can't speak. Your cultivation of tempering your energy is rather lacking. Fan Sheng remarked playfully, but that's not wrong. Being young and impetuous, one should be like this. However, with these puppets lacking even spiritual intelligence, you cannot hope to contend with me. Furthermore, if your strength is insufficient, even if my words are harsh, you must endure. A temperament too fiery will only harm yourself. His final words were quite profound. Lu Chen was too lazy to argue further. He simply raised his hand and waved forward, stating attack. Boom. The massive form of the golden-armored Dao soldier instantly turned into an afterimage and vanished, only to reappear, delivering a punch toward Fan Sheng's head. At the same moment, a tremendous power of the earth element surged from beneath the ground, transforming into giant earth serpents that violently collided with Fan Sheng. Trivial skills. Fan Sheng let out a cold laugh, pointing like a sword as he commanded swift. In an instant, flying swords rose, transforming into sharp sword energy, and sword energy materialized ceaselessly, generating thousands, ultimately gathering like clouds in the sky. The sword intent erupted, cleanly slicing through the rolling power of the earth. 10,000 transformations, sword cannon. A disciple from Dojin Peak whispered, recognizing Fan Sheng's sword technique. This sword technique possesses immense power, resembling clouds in the sky, unpredictable, and with overwhelming sword energy enveloping everything omnipresent. Boom. The vast sword energy swept through, changing unpredictably, and instantly crashed into the golden-armored Dao soldier. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed endlessly, yet the golden-armored Dao soldier remained unscathed. Instead, its punch turned fierce, as if boundless death energy gathered and erupted alongside the immense powers of the earth, fire, water, and metal converging into one fist. Ultimately, this punch seemed to transform into the earthly fiend star of the 72 earth spirits, ferociously violent to the extreme, releasing rolling death energy. Boom. With this punch delivered, all the sword energy resembling clouds in the sky, the overwhelming net, and the unpredictable nature. All the sword energy was obliterated by a single punch. This punch was far too ferocious, especially in the hands of the golden-armored Dao soldier, towering over 10 feet, unmatched in physical prowess, as if it could truly contend with a true dragon. Boom. The power of the punch shattered Myriad's swords, its might still unyielding and fierce, as the death energy stirred the heavenly and earthly spirits, swiftly arriving at Fan Sheng's face. Earthly Fiend Dragon. Fan Sheng's expression changed drastically, nearly blurting out the words with his earlier indifference, arrogance, and mockery, all disappearing without a trace. However, before he could finish speaking, the astonishing force of death energy had already arrived. In a panic, Fan Sheng's fingers flew as he quickly formed seals while retreating rapidly. At the same time, a high-grade spiritual shield appeared, silver-white in color, as his immense magical power surged. The shield had already blocked the punch from the golden-armored Dao soldier. Boom. The terrifying powers of the earth, fire, water, and metal, accompanied by boundless death energy, along with the infinite might of the golden-armored Dao soldier, erupted together, a single punch shattering the high-grade spiritual shield. The power of the golden-armored Dao soldier was far too strong, much like a celestial being descending to the world, fearsome and horrific, still pursuing the retreating Fan Sheng. How could this be? Fan Sheng's face changed repeatedly, growing paler. However, before he could finish speaking, numerous silver-armored Dao soldiers surged from beneath his feet, grabbing hold of his legs. He could not move. Damn it! Fan Sheng roared in anger, his magical power boiling as he attempted to shake off the multitude of silver-armored Dao soldiers. But the terrifying force of death energy surged, accompanied by a massive fist. Bang! A fist as large as a grinding mill smashed down, unleashing a terrifying force that instantly turned half of Fan Sheng's body into a mist of blood. What kind of magical protection or profound laws traversing the universe are all merely fragile as withered branches in the face of the golden-armored soldiers and the earthly fiend dragon-slaying technique shattering upon contact. Hiss! The earthly fiend dragon-slaying technique. Even junior brother Lu's puppet has mastered this fearsome killing technique. A disciple from the sword fighting peak, witnessing everything, was left dumbfounded, his face pale with shock. That puppet couldn't possibly cultivate the earthly fiend dragon-slaying technique. It lacks spiritual power and vitality. It must be that junior brother Lu himself has mastered this technique and imprinted it onto those puppets using mysterious methods. Incredible, incredible. Fan Sheng, at the late stage of the profound laws, is actually no match for this junior brother Lu. At the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, overcoming two major realms to combat the late profound laws, although aided by the puppet's junior brother Lu truly has remarkable methods. When he does not move, he remains calm, but when he strikes, it is devastating, turning flesh into mud. This junior brother Lu is far from the gentle facade he presents. No wonder he was personally snatched away by the peak master from the inner sect. Even without considering those puppets and puppet techniques, junior brother Lu's own strength is likely far beyond that of an ordinary spirit transformation realm individual. Just the fact that he can master the earthly fiend dragon-slaying technique means junior brother Lu's strength surpasses the vast majority of those in the spirit transformation realm. The disciples of sword fighting peak marveled while no one cared for the Fan Chung whose half-body had been smashed by the golden-armored soldier. He started trouble for no reason and spoke provocatively, so he deserved to be beaten. Lu Chen, how dare you? After half of his body was shattered, a brief numbness was followed by an intense pain that made Fan Chung scream in agony. Anyone who has been injured knows that at first one does not feel the pain, but once the numbness fades, the excruciating pain can truly be life-threatening. How dare I? Lu Chen approached steadily, stopping Tu Zhang away from the half-shattered Fan Chung, with a golden-armored soldier standing in between. There was no other reason. He was afraid this guy would not give up and try to strike again, and the golden-armored soldier could easily smash the other half of his body. I almost forgot to tell you I have a bad temper. If you make me unhappy, I can only make you bleed a little. Lu Chen spoke slowly. I kindly wanted to take you to the ancient demon's ruin, and this is how you treat me. Fan Chung was both angry and surprised, wanting to say more. Lu Chen waved his hand. You don't speak human words, do you? Slap. With that, a silver-armored soldier suddenly vanished from its spot, and when it reappeared, it swung its palm, like a fan, landing a resounding slap on Fan Cheng's face. Half of Fan Cheng's face was left bloodied and mangled, blood and shattered teeth spraying out in a gruesome manner. Lu Chen's soldier would not care whether one was in the profound law's realm or affiliated with Li Jini. Once Lu Chen spoke, even if a celestial were present, the soldier would dare to strike. How could it not deal with a mere Fan Chung? Lu Chen, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. Fan Chung was furious beyond control, his mindset collapsing, even his speech becoming incoherent. Originally, it was because Li Jini could not stand Lu Chen stealing the limelight, and he had taken it upon himself to give Lu Chen some trouble. As a result, instead of troubling Lu Chen, he himself was beaten to a pulp by Lu Chen's puppets. Now the one in trouble was not Lu Chen but him. In front of everyone, he had half of his body smashed by Lu Chen, a newcomer in the spirit transformation realm, who remained unscathed and had not even lifted a finger, all thanks to those terrifying puppets who mercilessly beat Fan Chung. Such an outcome was simply the greatest humiliation Fan Chung had ever faced. If he didn't collapse mentally, it could only mean that his face had been thoroughly wiped off. However, it was evident that Fan Chung still cared about his face. Oh, still want to be cheeky. Lu Chen waved his hand and spoke again. Continue slapping. Smack. The silver-armored soldier's palm lifted again, striking down with a crisp and resounding slap, leaving the other side of Fan Cheng's already bruised face even more mangled, losing all his teeth. At this point, Fan Cheng could no longer speak, only emitting pitiful whines. Let me teach senior brother Fan a lesson. Disasters come from the mouth. Sometimes keeping your mouth shut can save your life. Lu Chen waved his hand to dismiss the soldier and strode away. As for Fan Cheng, he couldn't care less about his life or death. If it weren't for being within the sect and in front of many disciples of sword fighting peak, Lu Chen might have even smashed this guy's head. He had never been a magnanimous person with a good temper. If someone came looking for trouble, they had to pay a price, otherwise who would take him seriously? Those who are weak will be bullied endlessly. Only by displaying strength and means can one crush all this. It's a universal truth that the softest fruit is picked first. Just as a weak rabbit is hunted by predators, humans too should occasionally show a bit of ferocity to cut off most troubles. Lu Chen had already understood this principle in his previous life. So junior brother Lu also has such a... Zhao Qiong blinked her bright eyes, whispering, still unable to recover from the ferocity with which the soldier had battered Fan Cheng's face. So ruthless. It seems junior brother Lu's puppets have become even stronger. Zhou Li sighed in awe. Back when they exterminated demons at Tongyo Mountain, Lu Chen's soldiers had not yet mastered the earthly fiend dragon-slaying technique. If Lu Chen's puppets had possessed such strength back, then they would not have needed to ally with them. It seems that with our current strength we are likely of no help to junior brother Lu. Well, let's put an end to our involvement in the ancient demon's ruin. At the peak of sword fighting peak in the quiet room, Elder Sin slowly spoke. Are you saying that Fan Chung provoked trouble for no reason and was beaten to half his body by Lu Chen? Yes. A disciple outside the quiet room respectfully replied. He even had both sides of his face destroyed while junior brother Lu was unscathed. Elder Sin pondered for a long time, then waved his hand, fighting among fellow disciples and recklessly resorting to violence. Let Lu Chen restore the damaged ground to its original state. If he cannot do so, he shall be punished with 100 lightning lashes. As for senior brother Fan, The disciple outside the quiet room spoke softly, but Elder San's tone turned heavy. Lacking the capacity to accommodate others, he shall be punished to transcribe the pure sutra 1,000 times without the aid of any magical force. Furthermore, he shall receive 300 lightning lashes, and the other half of his body that was not smashed by Lu Chen shall also be beaten until it is destroyed. Until he has endured the punishment of the lightning lashes, he is not allowed to use the rebirth technique to heal his injuries. The disciple outside the quiet room couldn't help but shiver, thinking, Elder San is truly ruthless. Those are lightning lashes. 1 lash down, and even cultivators would be left battered. 300 lashes, and one would lose half their life. Moreover, Fan Sheng had already been severely injured with half his body smashed by Lu Chen. If he were to endure 300 lightning lashes, it would directly mean losing a good portion of his life. But he deserves it. Returning to his small courtyard after exchanging 10 merits for a metal element spell, at the Myriad Law's pavilion, Lu Chen unexpectedly encountered a tall and spirited young disciple dressed in a sky-blue outfit, standing at the entrance of his courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Chen arrive, the disciple spoke expressionlessly. The Peak Master has commanded that those of the same sect who engage in combat with weapons must restore the place of their violent conflict to its original state. Any lapse will result in a punishment of 100 strikes of the Thunder Whip for Lu Chen. Am I to sweep the floor? Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, as he had been prepared for a punishment from the Third Elder. After all, they were fellow disciples, but Lu Chen had not held back in his actions, nearly beating that fellow Fan Sheng to death. Was the Third Elder's punishment really just sweeping the floor? Though it was said to restore the place to its original state, the area where they fought was on the Sword Duel Peak. Both Lu Chen and Fan Sheng knew very well that there was no damage to the mountains or the ground. They had not even dared to break a single stone. At most, the ground had been slightly disturbed by the aftermath, which could easily be fixed with a few sweeps. Was this truly a punishment? Lu Chen suddenly understood. The Third Elder was clearly biased, and very heavily so. The Third Elder has my back. He did not regret abandoning the Mingjing Peak, Feilai Peak, and Wudao Peak to come to the Sword Duel Peak. Lu Chen straightened his posture and said solemnly, Lu Chen accepts the punishment. The tall and spirited disciple nodded, still serious. However, after that single the disciple's serious expression instantly transformed into a smile, giving Lu Chen a thumbs up. Lu Shitty, you handled this quite well. Li Jini was not a magnanimous person, and Fan Sheng following him had caused trouble. It was fine that he was beaten. The Peak Master was aware of the reason and would not blame Lu Shitty. Seeing the expression on this unfamiliar senior brother's face changed, Lu Chen's thoughts turned, and he understood the reason. The earlier seriousness was due to representing the Peak Master of the Sword Duel Peak to convey orders, while the current smiles indicated this senior brother's personal attitude towards Lu Chen. As for whether Fan Sheng's actions were right or wrong, it hardly mattered. The fight had already occurred. With the Third Elder on his side, that was enough. Thank you for letting me know, senior brother, Lu Chen said, bowing in gratitude. The disciple waved his hand, smiling. It's nothing. My name is Zhou Jiqing. We can get to know each other better in the future. Zhou Jiqing, the Peak Master of the Sword Duel Peak, one of the Third Elder's 5 named disciples. No wonder he appeared different from regular disciples. He indeed had some status. Lu Chen bowed again, saying, So it's senior brother Zhou, my apologies for the rudeness. Zhou Jiqing smiled. With Lu Shir's talent, you will surely be accepted under the Peak Master's guidance soon enough. At that time, we will be true brothers of the same sect, and need not worry about such formalities. By the way, you need not go personally to the place where you fought with Fan Sheng. You just spend half a merit, and fellow disciples will help restore it to its original state. It's quite simple. As he spoke, he instructed a few more things before taking his leave. Since it could be done with half a merit, Lu Chen was naturally happy to take a break. After all, he was now a wealthy man with merits exceeding 10,000, and half a merit was nothing. After finding a senior brother named Lu to explain the situation, this Lu Shixiang confidently guaranteed that he would go to the site of Lu Chen's fight with Fan Sheng and begin restoring the battlefield. One must say a professional is indeed a professional. This Lu Shixiang had mastered both earth and wood elemental spells to perfection. Even if he had to restore a broken blade of grass or a shattered stone, he could do it using wood and earth elemental spells. Lu Chen was very satisfied and quickly settled the payment of half a merit. If something like this happens again, next time remember to come find me. Lu Shixiang left with satisfaction. Lu Chen's face darkened. Who would go looking for trouble every day to fight with fellow disciples? There would be no next time. Near the top of the mountain within the courtyard, Li Jini looked darkly at Fan Sheng, whose body was battered and on the verge of collapse, his expression exceptionally grim. At this moment, Fan Sheng was in a pitiful state. His once normal face had been beaten into a pulp, swollen to an exaggerated degree and bloodied with all his teeth missing. One side of his body had completely vanished from the beating, while the other side, though still intact, was not far from disappearing, marked all over with traces left by the thunder whip, still a bloody mess. Looking around, there was no intact flesh visible on his body. Who told you to find Lu Chen? Li Jini suppressed his rage. Useless, truly useless. It was one thing to have him go find Lu Chen for trouble, but to have been beaten to such a state, what realm was Lu Chen after all? Just at the late stage of the transformation spirit realm, while Fan Cheng was at the late stage of the mystic law realm. More importantly, Fan Cheng was one of Li Jini's own. This represented Li Jini's face. Having been beaten to this extent, Li Jini felt equally humiliated. Fan Cheng stammered, but with missing teeth his mouth was leaking air, making it impossible to discern what he said. Li Jini grew increasingly irritable. Just go back and nurse your wounds. I will take care of this matter for you. Even if Fan Cheng was useless and at fault, he was still Li Jini's person, yet he had been so humiliated, this matter would definitely not end here. There would be an opportunity. Lu Chen was in training. However, unlike before, Lu Chen's training now included two additional aspects. The first was practicing the metal element spell. The second was that Lu Chen suddenly realized that he seemed to have never truly fought with anyone. Even though his strength was not weak, he lacked practical experience. When he fought Fan Cheng earlier, he had wondered what he would do if Fan Cheng did not wait for him to summon his Dao soldiers and directly attacked him. He could certainly react, but it would likely not look good. This was the lack of experience, but it did not matter. He had plenty of Dao soldiers, and whether in unknown or group battles, he could quickly accumulate experience. Practicing on the Dao soldiers would do. It is worth mentioning that the incident of injuring Fan Cheng passed just like that. Even the third elder's punishment for him to restore the damaged place was hardly given a second glance. Lu Chen even suspected that if he did not look for someone to repair it, the third elder would probably not bother with it either. Furthermore, ever since he used the Dao soldiers to beat Fan Cheng half to death, more people had come to. They were all looking to form a small group to explore the ancient demon ruins. Disciples from Feilai Peak, Wudao Peak, Danxiao Peak, Zhubing Peak, and Mingjing Peak had all come to inquire, and they had learned that Lu Chen had a need for demon corpses, each bringing a demon corpse as a gift. However, Lu Chen had not agreed to any. Led by the senior elder and the third elder, 3 elders from Dojin Peak and 3 from Mingjing Peak rode the wind and soared through the void, standing motionless in midair as they gazed down upon the 4 directions. Nearby, yet slightly apart from these elders, hovered over a dozen disciples. Youthful in appearance, but radiating an aura as profound and unfathomable as the deep sea, far surpassing any ordinary disciple. Even those exceptional disciples of the arcane law realm, on the very cusp of forging their Dao embryos, appeared diminutive before them. Senior Brother Dong, who are those individuals? Lu Chen murmured softly, transmitting his voice secretly to Dong Suingong beside him. After all, I am a disciple of Dongming Sect. How is it that I recognize not a single one of these formidable figures? His understanding of the sect was profoundly lacking. They are the direct disciples of the 6 principal peak masters, cultivators who have already forged their Dao embryos. Observe the 3 at the center. They are said to be on the verge of breaking through into the ancient realm soon to become true disciples, ranking alongside inner sect elders, the pinnacle among all disciples. Dong Suingong whispered the explanation discreetly. Lu Chen could clearly detect beneath his composure an unmistakable undercurrent of admiration and awe. So indeed, those who stand shoulder to shoulder with the elders in midair must possess strength far beyond that of ordinary disciples, Lu Chen murmured, nodding in sudden realization. Curious once more, he transmitted his voice. How long have they cultivated thus far? Dong Suingong replied, approximately 3 to 4 centuries. He glanced briefly at Lu Chen. If you continue advancing at this pace, even the elders' direct disciples will have no choice but to stand behind you. Senior Brother Dong, please do not flatter me to death. Lu Chen waved his hands hastily. Though I may harbor such ambitions, inwardly speaking them aloud would be quite inappropriate. Are you truly refusing to accompany us, Brother Lu? The ruins of the ancient demonic beasts are fraught with peril. Surely greater safety lies in numbers. Dong Suingong, still unwilling to relent, asked once more. Lu Chen smiled. I fully appreciate Senior Brother Dong's kindness. His words were polite and restrained, yet their meaning was unmistakably clear. Truth be told, Lu Chen now commanded 12 golden-armored Dao Sentinels. Over the past half-month, his own cultivation had surged dramatically. After refining and ingesting a Qingyang pill, he stood on the precipice of perfecting the spirit-refining realm. Within roughly another month, he would begin preparations to break through into the meridian opening realm. His rate of advancement was astonishing. Indeed, only such extraordinary progress could justify Dong Suingong's remark that even the elders' direct disciples might one day fall behind him. Compared to other disciples, who typically required 70 or 80 years, centuries even, To achieve comparable mastery, Lu Chen's cultivation span of less than 1 year was nothing short of preposterous. What made it even more vexing was that to date he had encountered no bottleneck, not the faintest sign of obstruction. Dongming sighed helplessly and said no more. Ever since Lu Chen's battle with Fan Sheng, Dongming had sensed a new breakthrough in his puppetry arts. Previously, Lu Chen's Dao Sentinels lacked the power to slay an arcane law realm cultivator alone. But during that clash, the dark golden-armored Dao Sentinel had genuinely crippled Fan Sheng using the Earthly Slaughter Dragon art. The Earthly Slaughter Dragon art, a grand technique so arduous that even many fellow cultivators of the arcane law realm, specializing in body refinement, found it daunting and near impossible to master. Yet Lu Chen's puppets had already mastered it. Someone's glaring at me. Lu Chen felt a subtle shift in perception and turned his head, just in time to see Li Genie withdraw his gaze from the frontmost edge of the crowd. Unsurprisingly, Li Genie had been watching him. Did he take offense at my beating one of his men, eh? Does he intend to confront me inside the ruins of the ancient demonic beasts? Lu Chen's thoughts flashed like lightning. He resolved to keep a close watch on Li Genie. This man would surely seek trouble again, and if they crossed paths within the ruins, Lu Chen would strike first, leaving him half dead. Li Genie likely believed himself stronger than Fan Sheng, yet he failed to realize that Lu Chen had deployed only a single golden-armored Dao Sentinel against Fan Sheng. Were all 12 unleashed, each delivering a single blow, Fan Sheng would vanish without a trace. So what then was Li Genie but a speck of dust? Are all disciples assembled? Boomed the Mingjing Peak Master, the senior elder, from high above. A sect steward below bowed respectfully and replied, of the 76,000 inner sect disciples, 30,000 who could attend have gathered here. Dongming Sect was vast, its inner sect disciples formed the backbone of the sect, yet it was impossible for all to depart en masse. Most inner sect disciples whose potential had plateaued, unable to advance further, were either stationed across distant territories or remained to guard the sect itself. Some duties, after all, demanded steadfast hands. That 30,000 disciples could assemble for the ruins of the ancient demonic beasts was already an immense number. Moreover, disciples from the Qingzhou and Yuanzhou branches, overseen by true disciples, would also converge, adding significantly to their ranks. Since all attending disciples have assembled, we shall now depart for the ruins of the ancient demonic beasts. At the senior elder's command, elders raised their hands and cast forth vessel after vessel, 3 in total. Upon entering the sky, each vessel swelled, instantly expanding until it blotted out the sun, a sight of unimaginable scale. All disciples, board the vessels, ordered the lead steward directing the orderly embarkation. We're traveling to the ruins of the ancient demonic beasts aboard vessels. Lu Chen frowned. Why not use the demon-taming cauldron, as before, to transport everyone at once? That would be far more convenient. Something was amiss. 1,000 things felt wrong. Lu Chen's instincts prickled sharply. He suspected the sect's senior elders were scheming anew. Though admittedly, perhaps such large-scale mobilizations always employed vessels. Senior Brother Dong, have we always used vessels to reach the ruins of the ancient demonic beasts in the past? Lu Chen couldn't resist asking Dongming. Naturally. The near-total mobilization of inner sect disciples also served to demonstrate the sect's overwhelming strength to smaller sects, thereby exerting quiet deterrence, compelling them to remain obedient. Dongming replied, has it always been vessels? Lu Chen still sensed something subtly off. His intuition had rarely ever misled him. Without pressing further, Lu Chen joined the Dojin Peak disciples boarding the leftmost vessel, guarded by the third elder and his 2 direct disciples. Before long, all 30,000 inner sect disciples had boarded. Then with a thunderous rending of the heavens, the vessels pierced the sky and vanished into the clouds, heading northward toward Yezhou. The ruins of the ancient demonic beasts lay deep within the Gulong mountain range, the northernmost extremity of Yezhou, less than 100,000 li away. At the elder's speed, the journey would take only a few hours. Yet these vessels traveled no faster than a modest pace, requiring roughly 10 hours. Still, that was swift enough, 5,000 li per hour. Time flowed onward. But seated aboard the vessel, Lu Chen grew increasingly certain that calamity loomed. Pity, we are flying high above the earth. To burrow underground would be impossible now. Lu Chen felt a pang of regret. Had it been possible, he would certainly have concealed himself deep beneath the earth. He never doubted his instincts. Within the boundless depths of the cloud layer, where shadows dissolved into obscurity, stood a figure wearing a blue fox mask. Beside him stood others clad in Qilin peacock and azure dragon masks, more than 10 in total. Among them 2 wore dragon-shaped masks. The Dongming Sect cultivators are drawing near. The massive spaceship was shrouded in an invisible force, traversing swiftly beneath the clouds. At such heights, ordinary mortals could hardly see clearly, but cultivators could discern it well. the banner of the Dongming Sect, was fluttering above, strikingly obvious. Every cultivator who saw the three characters Dongming Sect could not help but pause gazing from afar. Even those passing by on their swords under the clouds would early on steer clear, filled with both respect and fear. The Dongming Sect, one of the three dominant sects of the Southern Chu Kingdom, ruling over the entire Southern Chu's 9 prefectures alongside the other two dominant sects. Even the once mighty 12 Manifestation Sect was personally eradicated by the Dongming Sect, making it an undeniable giant. Let alone those loose cultivators, even ordinary sects and cultivation families had to retreat immediately before the Dongming Sect. Moreover, there were rumors that behind the Dongming Sect, deep within the vast cosmic starry sky, there were substantial powers. Many of the true disciples of the Dongming Sect gradually faded from the view of the Southern Chu Kingdom as they ventured into the depths of the cosmos for cultivation. However, I have heard that the Dongming Sect is subtly showing signs of being suppressed by the other two dominant sects of the Southern Chu Kingdom. It seems that among the other two dominant sects, prodigies possessing innate treasures have emerged with astonishing momentum, and not just one. Even within the royal lineage of the Southern Chu Kingdom, which governs only one prefecture, it is said that a prodigy with innate treasures has been born. Yet as one of the three dominants of Southern Chu, the Dongming Sect remained quiet. Recently, the 12 Manifestation Sect, which had been destroyed by the Dongming Sect, seemed to be resurrecting consistently, causing trouble for the Dongming Sect, which was not a good omen. Of course, such words, even if whispered, those smaller sects' families or loose cultivators would not dare to speak in front of the Dongming Sect's traveling ship. No matter how much the Dongming Sect seemed to be under pressure, it was still the overlord of the Southern Chu Kingdom, capable of suppressing a region. However, the disciples and elders on the Dongming Sect's ship clearly did not pay attention to the passing cultivators riding on their swords. Even the usually cautious Lu Chen had no time to look more, as he was thinking if danger truly descends. With the Great Elder and Third Elder present, along with 6 elders from Mingjing Peak and Dojin Peak, as well as the direct disciples of the 6 Peak Masters, the danger should not be great, and these elders might have made preparations. Instead of relying on others, it is better to rely on oneself. As Lu Chen's thoughts shifted, he quietly retreated outside the crowd. In a secluded corner of the spaceship, Lu Chen quickly summoned 2 golden-armored Dao soldiers. If danger truly struck, having the Dao soldiers take the brunt would at least ensure he wouldn't be caught off guard. Almost at the same moment Lu Chen summoned the golden-armored Dao soldiers, the Third Elder discreetly glanced at a secluded corner, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, quite vigilant. Then a faint smile appeared. Not bad. Being able to sense or anticipate impending danger is a talent not possessed by everyone. Moreover, being able to fully trust one's instincts and immediately respond, without placing their safety entirely in the hands of these elders and the direct disciples of the Peak Masters, is even rarer. Those cultivators often live longer. Unless their luck is exceedingly bad, they can usually turn danger into safety and successfully escape. Clearly, Lu Chen was such a cultivator. So stable that even the Third Elder, the Master of Dojin Peak, was growing increasingly fond of him. Boom. Without any warning, the massive ship of the Dongming Sect suddenly shook violently. Soon a disciple shouted sternly, "Who dares to attack my Dongming Sect ship? What audacity! Death awaits!" Shouts echoed in succession as more disciples rushed to the edges of. Outside the ship, a giant feather fan, seemingly large enough to block out the sky, waved, sending down heavenly fire like shooting stars that boomed as they struck the ship's invisible barrier, causing it to tremble incessantly. With a reverse flick, a torrent of sword chi gathered like a celestial river pouring down, creating ripples in the void, the sound of sword howling deafening, ultimately crashing down on the ship, nearly overturning it. Fortunately, the protective array on the ship showed no signs of breaking, steadily blocking the heavenly fire meteors and celestial river sword chi outside. The heavenly fire sword feather has truly arrived. The Third Elder rose from the ship, his young face, which already appeared somewhat domineering, now bore an even sharper killing intent. Just in time. As he spoke, the Third Elder took a step forward, and by the time his words fell, his figure had silently vanished, leaving behind an aged voice echoing on the ship. "All disciples, sit still on the ship. Do not venture outside. Otherwise bear the consequences yourself." Boom. A terrifying wave surged outside the ship. Celestial light erupted, seemingly engulfing the entire sky. Even the sunlight was obscured. If nothing unexpected happened, the Third Elder was fighting against an unknown entity outside the ship. My instincts were indeed correct. Danger is real. Lu Chen remained in that secluded corner. With the Third Elder gone, the senior brothers on the ship were no longer reliable. There was not a single capable fighter left. Truly, depending on oneself was better. However, he was very obedient. Since the Third Elder said not to step outside the ship, he insisted on staying inside. How dangerous could it be outside? Anyone capable of fighting against the Third Elder would not be much weaker than him. Even with numerous golden-armored Dao soldiers going out would just be delivering food, staying put was the best outcome. Moreover, the protective array of the ship seemed very powerful. The massive feather fan outside would definitely not break the ship's formation in a short time. In other words, the ship was quite safe for now. Could it be that those troublesome remnants of the 12 manifestation sect are causing trouble again? Lu Chen focused on the outside of the ship, but the commotion from the Third Elder's battle was so great, with sword chi soaring into the sky and divine light chaotic, it was impossible to see clearly. He could faintly discern figures wearing green dragon masks, Qilin masks, and peacock masks surrounding the Third Elder. Further away, 2 other ships of the Dongming Sect were also erupting into astonishing battles. The Great Elder, along with 6 elders from Dojin Peak and Mingjing Peak, as well as the direct disciples of those elders, were all caught in fierce battles. However, with Lu Chen's level of strength, he could not see clearly whether the Dongming Sect had the upper hand or if the remnants of the 12 manifestation sect were at an advantage. What audacity! No wonder they dare to attack my Dongming Sect's ship, even knowing I am stationed here. It turns out they have hidden agendas masquerading as remnants of the 12 manifestation sect to assist them. Suddenly, the Third Elder's astonished and furious voice echoed from the battlefield, engulfed in divine light, resonating clearly in Lu Chen's ears. Are cultivators from outside the 12 manifestation sect pretending to oppose the Dongming Sect? Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Who would be so bold as to follow the remnants of the 12 manifestation sect to provoke the Dongming Sect within the southern Shu kingdom, not fearing to be hunted down and destroyed? No, since they dared to attack the Dongming Sect, those masquerading as members of the 12 manifestation sect must have some confidence. Dojin Peak's Peak Master, 300 years ago, I did not allow you to perish entirely. Today, I shall gift you another sword. A cold and deep voice emanated from outside the ship, sounding like a woman's voice, and then a terrifying icy sword chi erupted, cutting through the chaotic void, generating winds like tsunamis, even lifting the massive ship. The one who injured the Third Elder 300 years ago has come. Lu Chen felt restless. The situation was very unusual. But the ship was overturned by the terrifying sword chi's gale rolling beneath the clouds, causing all disciples aboard to sway along with it. In Lu Chen's view, the sky and the ground seemed to be spinning back and forth. In a daze, Lu Chen seemed to see another dark, gloomy sky replacing the reality of the sun high above, abruptly enveloping the ship. Not only the ship Lu Chen was on, but the other 2 ships also could not escape, all being engulfed by the dark, gloomy sky. At that moment in the clouds, a withered hand reached out. With a simple motion, the dark sky began to shrink and fold, ultimately transforming into a painting that was grasped by that withered hand. Haha, you have entered my nether ghost domain map, you juniors of the Dongming Sect. Just wait to be devoured by 10,000 ghosts to perish. The sword matron boasts recklessly. Were it not for those elder masters aiding you back, then how could this old man have fallen to your single sword strike? Truly ignorant of heaven's height and earth's depth. Within the battlefield, bathed in divine swordlight, the Third Elder's aged yet domineering voice echoed. At that very moment, the First Elder's voice rang out, the infinite netherworld chart. Even you, an ancient cultivator of the demonic Tao, have appeared. It seems many wish to witness the fall of Dongming Sect. His tone shifted sharply. Very well. Normally you skulk beyond our sight, these remnants of demonic cultivation. But now that you've revealed yourselves, we shall purge you all at once. As his words fell, a radiant sovereign light blazed forth from the First Elder. For an instant, a hazy godlike figure manifested behind him, no larger than the Elder himself, yet radiating overwhelming divine authority, terrifying beyond measure. In that single breath, all sword energy and immortal radiance dissolved into nothingness before the Elder's celestial phantom, space itself seeming frozen in place. Damn it, the Yangshan realm. And this old man has broken through to Yangshan. Retreat now. And, you wretched dogs of the Shire Xiang sect, you've doomed me. Amidst the blinding divine light, panicked and furious voices erupted one after another, only to be swiftly swallowed by the First Elder's blazing Yangshan radiance. The perspective shifted, clouds vanished, the tinted Sanli high sky dissolved, and Dongming Sect's starship emerged above a desolate shadow-draped mountain range, gloomy, suffocating, teeming with countless ghostly silhouettes, as though plunging headlong into the infinite netherworld itself. The 2 golden-armored Dao sentinels beside Lu Chen instantly surged with overwhelming will. Their yearning raw, their restraint shattered, their primal urge to burst from the ship and feed outside almost unbearable. And it was not only the 2 summoned sentinels, even the 10 unsummoned golden-armored sentinels and 33 silver-armored sentinels reacted as cats spotting mice, instinctively straining to pounce, their hunting impulse so fierce it made Lu Chen's skull thrum with deafening clamor. Circumstances remain unclear. Stay calm, stay calm. Lu Chen soothed them for a long while before his golden and silver-armored sentinels finally stilled. Yet even then their instincts still burned with insatiable hunger. And ghosts everywhere outside. Disciples from Dojian Peak cried out aboard the ship, voices edged with unease. For clearly this was no longer the outer world, but a separate spatial realm entirely. They were trapped, or rather, captured, drawn into an unknown dimension whose nature none could fathom. The third elder commanded earlier, under no circumstances are we to step outside the ship. Fellow disciples remember this well. A disciple shouted, urgently warning others against venturing beyond the vessel. The netherworld. Ghosts. I believe I recognize this place, murmured Feng Yu softly, her demeanor serene, her figure exquisite, her features peerless. Senior Sister Feng, where exactly are we? Her peers could no longer contain their questions. I once heard Elder Gao speak of a sinister cultivator of the demonic Tao, the infinite Taoist, who forged a fearsome artifact using 10,000 ghosts as its source and the infinite diagram as its foundation, the infinite netherworld chart. This chart forms its own spatial domain, teeming with 10,000 ghosts. Once ensnared within one, is devoured whole. Unless armed with a rare artifact specifically attuned to subduing specters, even a nascent soul cultivator would meet certain doom. Feng Yu spoke slowly, her cool, measured words chilling the Dojian Peak disciples deeper with every syllable, until their blood ran cold. Even a nascent soul cultivator would perish. Not a single nascent soul elder accompanied them, and even if one had, it might avail them nothing. And, damn it, this time it's not just the remnants of the Xiang sect. Even those ancient demons of the fiendish Tao have come. Our immediate priority is confronting these ghosts, not letting feudal rage cloud our judgment. Senior Sister Feng herself said even nascent soul elders would fall here. What choice do we have but to huddle inside the ship, shielded by its protective formation? No, the ship's formation may not hold against such ghosts. If we fail to escape this realm, the formation will inevitably shatter, and then none of us shall escape the horror of being devoured alive by 10,000 phantoms. Then let us fight our way out. Use the ship's defensive formation as our boundary and cut down the ghosts with flying sword techniques. Perhaps we can slay enough to ease the pressure when the formation finally collapses. A disciple proposed the plan, and it won swift, near unanimous approval. Our elders outside are still locked in battle with the Xiang sect's remnants. The outcome remains uncertain. We must save ourselves. This senior brother's suggestion may well be our sole path to survival. Then, we fight. And without hesitation they reached their decision. All were inner disciples of Dongming Sect. None were weaklings. Trapped in peril, only slaughter could carve a path to life. Lu Chen remained silent throughout, observing his peers' deliberations, and upon hearing the name Infinite Netherworld chart, his mind quickened with new possibilities. The Infinite Netherworld chart, 10,000 ghosts, in an artifact that suppresses ghosts, in well now, what a magnificent stroke of fortune. Was this not in serving dinner on a silver platter? Nothing else, just 10,000 ghosts. An artifact that suppresses ghosts. Did his Tao sentinels count? And certainly, they devoured ghosts as effortlessly as breathing, as if born with innate dominion over spectral beings. And back at Lingya Mountain, when they feasted upon 100 ghosts, they were still merely silver-armored sentinels. Lu Chen dared not imagine the speed with which golden-armored sentinels would consume them. This was the infinite netherworld for all other cultivators, but not for Lu Chen. Without a sound, he quietly cast his 2 golden-armored sentinels beyond the ship, then summoned every remaining silver and golden-armored sentinel one by one, casting them out into the gloom. The ship's defensive formation repelled external threats, but posed no barrier to those already aboard. That was precisely why the third elder had forbidden disciples from stepping outside. Brothers, eat well, drink deep, and spare no courtesy toward that demonic Taoist, the infinite Taoist. And Lu Chen silently instructed his legion of sentinels, and then stood motionless. Yet his actions did not go unnoticed. The sentinels were immense, impossible to overlook, and as Lu Chen cast them forth one after another, every Dojian Peak disciple watched intently. Brother Lu, what are you doing? Dong Suingong turned to him, voicing the question burning in every disciple's mind. Why cast out all his puppets before the battle had even begun? Puppets drew strength from rare, refined materials, but possessed no innate power to subdue ghosts. Was this not simply tossing meat to dogs? Just useless puppets, best used as cannon fodder. Let them charge ahead and clear the ghosts for you see. The Dojian Peak disciples bowed in solemn respect. Brother Lu's nobility knows no bounds. How are puppets made? Puppets are crafted from precious materials, with some rare materials being hard to come by, though the more powerful and sophisticated the puppet, the more so. Although Lu Chen's puppets may appear unimpressive, rough, and vastly inferior to real people. However, the strength of these puppets is genuine, and they have been infused with the earth-shattering dragon technique by Lu Chen using special methods. One can only imagine the exorbitant cost Lu Chen must have incurred to create these puppets. It's possible that this represents Lu Chen's entire fortune. Yet at this moment Lu Chen showed no hesitation and directly threw all the puppets out of the spaceship, facing the myriad of ghosts alone. It is hard to say how many puppets would remain by the end of the battle. There may not even be any scraps left. In short, regardless of whether he can eliminate the myriad of ghosts in this hellish map, Lu Chen will inevitably suffer the greatest losses. This could not help but earn the admiration of the disciples from the sword-fighting peak. Junior brother Lu has great ambition. Ambition? Is he serious? The towering Ho Liehu, the unremarkable sister Yunji, and the furrowed-browed Zhu Xinji exchanged glances, silently closing their mouths. They vividly remembered how on Lingya Mountain Lu Chen's Dao soldiers devoured 100 ghosts as easily as a bird eats a bug. If nothing unexpected happens, Lu Chen's Dao soldiers are extremely restraining against ghostly beings, and those ghostly beings must have some special effect against Lu Chen's Dao soldiers. This is beyond doubt, as Lu Chen had once helped Yunji eliminate 100 ghosts and assisted Ho Liehu in vanquishing 2 black-haired zombies, while Zhu Xinzi's opponent, a blood sword practitioner, was altogether ignored by Lu Chen. It goes without saying that the 100 ghosts and black-haired zombies are what Lu Chen desires. At this moment, he silently tossed all his Dao soldiers outside the spaceship, likely letting them feast on the myriad of ghosts. The other disciples from the sword-fighting peak, completely unaware of this, praised Lu Chen endlessly and even felt a sense of admiration. Junior brother Lu's heart is truly dark. Zhu Xinzi's mouth twitched uncontrollably. It was clear he was targeting those ghostly beings, clearly coveting them, yet he had to frame it as sending those Dao soldiers to serve as cannon fodder, leaving the unsuspecting disciples of sword-fighting peak in awe of him. This guy usually appears amiable, gentle, and humble. Who would have thought his heart is actually dark? Although Ho Liehu, Yunji, and Zhu Xinji knew Lu Chen's heart was dark, they tacitly chose to remain silent. No matter how one puts it, Lu Chen's unleashing of puppets to kill ghostly beings is genuine, without a hint of falsehood, and that is enough. My Dao soldiers have begun to devour the ghostly beings. Through the vision of his Dao soldiers, Lu Chen could clearly see that in the dim, gloomy, and ominously charged ghostly realm, his Dao soldiers were like tigers among sheep. Ghostly shadows lunged at them, but were effortlessly captured and stuffed into their mouths, needing no chewing before being swallowed whole. Goodness, these ghostly beings have no power to resist against my Dao soldiers. Even Lu Chen himself was astonished. Other disciples from the sword-fighting peak could not see the situation deep within the ghostly realm, but Lu Chen had a clear view. More importantly, these ghostly beings are no common entities. The weakest among them are at the aperture opening realm, and the strongest might even have surpassed the mystical law, seemingly on the brink of stepping into the Dao fetus threshold. Feng Yu stated that even high-level experts of the Dao fetus realm could fall within this hellish ghostly realm, and this was no exaggeration. Moreover, having been refined by the uninterrupted Daoist using evil methods, these ghostly beings had lost their intelligence, reduced to mere bloodthirsty instincts. Even if an immortal were to descend, these ghostly beings would dare to charge at them, fighting to the death. Yet such frenzied, bloodthirsty, and immensely powerful ghostly beings appeared weak as ants before Lu Chen's Dao soldiers, with no power to resist whatsoever. Even those terrifying ghostly beings that seemed to have surpassed the mystical law and were on the brink of the Dao fetus realm could not stir even a ripple before the golden-armored Dao soldiers. They are too strong. These Dao soldiers are unreasonably powerful before the ghostly beings, as if they are natural nemesis. Could it be that my Dao soldiers have attained the characteristics of divine weapons? Lu Chen pondered. Divine weapons and heavenly generals carry unparalleled might supported by the heavenly Dao, and are particularly restraining against evil ghostly entities who a mere glance could make countless dark entities tremble in fear and bow in submission. However, his Dao soldiers are still far from being able to make ghostly beings lose their power to resist with just a glance, though their restraining effect remains astonishing. In just a short quarter of an hour, 12 golden-armored Dao soldiers and 33 silver-armored Dao soldiers had devoured hundreds of ghostly beings. After devouring the myriad of ghosts, I wonder if my Dao soldiers will completely merge with me, allowing me to gain an unrestricted understanding of their mastery. Lu Chen was excited and could hardly contain himself. If he could gain an unrestricted comprehension of the mastery of Dao soldiers, his true understanding might just take off on the spot. While Lu Chen was sensing the changes in his Dao soldiers, the disciples of the sword-fighting peak had completely surrounded the outer layer of the spaceship. At this moment, the area outside the spaceship was filled with a mass of fierce and sinister ghosts, all attacking the protective formation of the spaceship. Meanwhile, the disciples on the spaceship were casting various fire-based spells and thunder techniques, which had some restraining effects against the ghostly beings, while also launching flying swords, unleashing sword chi with wild abandon. However, ghostly beings are remnants of living beings after death born from the utmost eon of heaven and earth. Unless faced with absolute restraint, they cannot be quickly killed. Even if a ghostly being is shattered into fragments and turned into eon energy, it can still reassemble and continue attacking the spaceship. Not only was Lu Chen's spaceship in this predicament, but the other two spaceships of the Dongming Sect were also surrounded by layers of ghostly beings with the screams of ghosts echoing loudly and ceaselessly. In this hellish ghostly realm, there are said to be myriad ghosts, but in reality, there are far more. The three spaceships of the Dongming Sect hold 30,000 inner disciples, yet compared to the ghostly beings in this hellish realm, they are simply not on the same level, falling far short. No wonder even experts of the Tao fetus realm cannot leave unscathed from this perilous place. The endless stream of ghostly beings can never be exterminated. The ghostly beings here are unusual, much harder to kill than normal ones. A disciple's face turned pale. If these were ordinary ghostly beings, after being shattered a few times, their eon energy would disperse. When faced with a powerful cultivator, they might even flee. Yet the ghostly beings in this hellish realm cannot be killed even after being shattered 10 times, and they show no fear of death, exhibiting extreme ferocity. This left many inner disciples increasingly alarmed as they continued to kill. As time continued to pass, Lu Chen reached the edge of the spaceship and released his flying sword to slay ghosts, but it was essentially ineffective. His full attention was on the Tao soldiers. The inner disciples on the spaceship were being slaughtered by layers of ghostly beings too afraid to show their faces. In contrast, his Tao soldiers were rampaging within the ghostly realm, eating and capturing ghosts indiscriminately. In just a short hour, the inner layers of the ghostly realm were devoid of any ghostly beings. Yet Lu Chen's Tao soldiers were still not satisfied, turning their attention towards the layers of ghostly beings attacking the 3 Dongming Sect spaceships. As time flowed on, it was hard to tell how long had passed before a certain inner disciple on the spaceship finally sensed something amiss. In hurried glances, he saw dark golden and dark silver hands quietly reaching out from among the layers of ghostly beings, silently grabbing ghosts and disappearing without a trace. What are those dark golden and dark silver hands? The disciple felt a surge of fear as amidst the dark and eerie shadows, layers of ghostly figures seemed to conceal something even more terrifying that was hunting down the malevolent spirits. The disciple dared not to think further, for the more he pondered, the more his scalp tingled. No, this cannot be. This space is within the boundless ghost trap. It is impossible for something capable of hunting spirits to exist here. However, the disciple quickly regained his composure. Then there was only one possibility. Those who were swiftly hunting the spirits, specifically the dark golden and dark silver hands, were the true existence behind them, someone among their inner disciples. Before this disciple could fully comprehend which inner disciple possessed such capabilities, more inner disciples began to notice the dark golden and dark silver hands that were continually snatching away spirits behind the layers of ghostly figures. Quick look, something is hunting the spirits. Hiss, what an impressive technique. Which inner senior brother is responsible for this? Wait, that dark golden color looks somewhat familiar. Doesn't that resemble senior brother Lu's puppet? As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd fell silent and turned to look at Lu Chen, who was still slaying ghosts with his sword. Good heavens, truly remarkable. Are you suggesting to throw your puppet out as cannon fodder? Cannon fodder that slaughters among the myriad of ghosts. Lu Chen smiled sheepishly. My puppet has a slight advantage over the ghostly beings. As he spoke, Lu Chen pinched with his fingers and slowly raised them a little, leaving a small gap, as if emphasizing just a little advantage. You call that a slight advantage? A slight advantage that treats spirits like little chicks. Alright, so you're deceiving us, huh? I can't believe I fell for your tricks. The disciples of the Sword Peak were gritting their teeth in frustration. Yet Lu Chen pretended not to see. I can't believe I fell for your tricks. The disciples of the Sword Peak were gritting their teeth in frustration. Yet Lu Chen pretended not to see. The spirits here were too enticing. He couldn't possibly give up. Devour them all. Everything must be devoured. Not a single spirit can be left behind, for his Tao soldiers needed it. They needed it greatly. After an unknown duration, the number of spirits surrounding the 3 flying ships of the Dongming Sect dwindled, and Lu Chen's Tao soldiers finally revealed themselves. Lu Chen no longer concealed his Tao soldiers, boldly pursuing the spirits to consume them. Thus, the following scene became extremely entertaining for the disciples of the Dongming Sect. The once ferocious and terrifying spirits transformed into weak and helpless lambs, being hunted down by 12 massive golden-armored Tao soldiers and 33 silver-armored Tao soldiers. To be precise, they weren't chasing to kill, for the spirits within the boundless ghost trap didn't know what fear was, only bloodlust and cruelty. Thus, the remaining spirits recklessly charged at the Tao soldiers, while the Tao soldiers welcomed them with open arms, devouring one after another as effortlessly as if they were at a buffet, leaving all the inner disciples wide-eyed in astonishment. What kind of profound technique has Senior Brother Lu's puppets integrated that allows them to consume spirits so recklessly? Impressive. Senior Brother Lu's puppet technique is truly remarkable, especially in restraining spirits. It is simply unreasonable. In my view, even the artifacts of those bald monks from the Buddhist sect may not be as exaggerated as this. Impressive indeed, but Senior Brother Lu's method of crafting puppets is rather lacking. Look at those puppets. They all look as if they were forged from gold and silver, easily revealing themselves as puppets, not resembling ordinary beings at all, still lacking in finesse. Lu Chen paid no mind to the discussions among the inner disciples. He simply watched his Tao soldiers devour his heart, already blooming with joy. Thank you, boundless Taoist, thank you for the gifts of nature. I should be full now. While the Tao soldiers are full, but Lu Chen's appetite is quite large, this number of spirits is just mediocre. After an undetermined period, the ghostly wails ceased to be heard, and that chilling sensation seemed to fade considerably. Within the entire boundless ghost trap, not a single spirit could be seen. Only the 12 golden-armored Tao soldiers and 33 silver-armored Tao soldiers swiftly returned outside the flying ships. In a daze, some inner disciples seemed to have seen one of the silver-armored Tao soldiers burp. This is bizarre. However, a new problem emerged. After the Tao soldiers exited the flying ship, they could not return. They were blocked by the defensive formation of the flying ship, yet Lu Chen was not worried. Because those unable to return to the flying ship were not just Lu Chen's Tao soldiers, but also countless flying swords, magical artifacts, and spirit tools, which had all been released by numerous inner disciples to slay the Tao soldiers, now densely left outside the flying ship. The only thing Lu Chen found hard to endure was his eagerness to see the changes in his Tao soldiers after consuming tens of thousands of spirits, to what extent they had grown. Unfortunately, there were too many inner disciples here. He couldn't risk trying, fearing unforeseen complications. Strange, the myriad ghosts within the boundless ghost trap have all been consumed by Senior Brother Lu's puppets. Why hasn't the boundless Taoist outside noticed? A disciple voiced his confusion. This was too abnormal. Normally, the boundless ghost trap is a treasure of the boundless Taoist. If the spirits within are consumed by Lu Chen's Tao soldiers, it would be equivalent to weakening the treasure, and the boundless Taoist should have sensed it and come to investigate. Yet until now, with all the spirits gone, there has been no sign of the boundless Taoist, which is simply illogical. Could it be that the elders outside have already wounded the boundless Taoist? Very likely. The disciples speculated, yet still dared not to step out of the flying ship to explore the space within the boundless ghost trap, fearing unknown dangers. At that moment, everyone felt the entire space seem to turn upside down and shake along with the 3 massive flying ships of the Dongming Sect, and all the disciples aboard rolling, as if the heavens were tilting and the earth spinning. Simultaneously, an old voice echoed in the ears of the inner disciples. The boundless Taoist of the demon path has been destroyed. Disciples, hurry out. The defensive formation of the flying ship may not withstand the assault of the myriad ghosts until the end. This was the voice of the Grand Elder. Yet after hearing it, the disciples felt an absurd sense of bewilderment. Assault by myriad ghosts. In this boundless ghost trap, where are the myriad ghosts? Not even a shadow of a ghost remains. What is the Grand Elder worried about? Oh, the Grand Elder doesn't know, so there's no issue. The infinite ghostly diagram was spread open in the palm of the Grand Elder, tilting as it was turned. In an instant, 3 large flying ships of the Dongming Sect tumbled out, initially no larger than half a palm size. But as soon as they fell from the infinite ghostly diagram, they immediately restored to their original massive forms, pressing down upon the sky. Also spilled out were tens of thousands of inner disciples of the sect sent forth to slay ghosts outside the ships. Yet they were blocked by the protective array above the vessels, unable to retrieve the countless flying swords and spiritual devices within. Among them, the 45 Tao soldiers of Lu Chen were particularly eye-catching, each one appearing as if overstuffed like a gluttonous boar, seemingly reluctant to move. The third elder's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, focusing on the 12 golden-armored Tao soldiers, then nodding in satisfaction. So this lad still has some tricks up his sleeve. According to the messages that reached his ears, Lu Chen had 35 puppets during the expedition to Mengyu. Later, when he clashed with Fan Xiang at the foot of the sword-fighting peak, he had 36 puppets, among which the one capable of performing the earthly fiend dragon technique enough to suppress those in the mystical law realm was only one. But now looking again, how could there be only one of that dark golden puppet? This fellow had a full 12. If they all charged out within the mystical law realm, few would be able to withstand Lu Chen's encirclement. Indeed, it was an encirclement. This fellow Lu Chen alone could form an army engaging in magical combat, was essentially a brawl. He alone led a group of puppets to beat others. Such unreasonable behavior. Not bad, not bad. After saying not bad twice, the third elder swept his sleeves, and instantly those countless flying swords and spiritual devices along with Lu Chen's Dao soldiers were all swept into the flying ship. Lu Chen was quick and skillful, immediately bringing his Dao soldiers into the celestial coffin for nurturing. To outsiders it appeared as if they were stored in a spatial ring. Let me see how much you've changed after eating so much. Lu Chen was already impatient, his consciousness swiftly sinking into the celestial coffin. On the other side, after the Grand Elder shook out the 3 Dongming Sect flying ships, while holding the infinite hell diagram with one hand, he immediately formed the pure yang seal with his other hand, as if facing a great enemy. Though the infinite ghostly diagram had been seized by the Grand Elder, and the infinite Taoist had been slain, the diagram still belonged to no master, and the Grand Elder could not control the myriad ghosts within. At this moment the Grand Elder opened the ghostly diagram, shaking out the 3 ships of the Dongming Sect, and the myriad of ghosts contained within would inevitably follow suit. The Grand Elder himself was naturally unafraid, but the sheer number of ghostly entities in the infinite ghostly diagram was overwhelming. To eliminate them all, without leaving a single one behind, was not an easy task, even for a high-level expert like the Grand Elder. However, the Grand Elder was thoroughly prepared, waiting left, waiting right, waiting in vain. The Grand Elder frowned slightly. I have heard that the infinite Taoist's infinite ghostly diagram contains thousands of fierce and bloodthirsty ghosts. Even a master in the Tao embryo realm would face peril if they stepped inside. Why at this moment do I see not a single ghost? Could it be that the ghosts can only remain within the infinite ghostly diagram and cannot come out? But wasn't the infinite Taoist already dead and gone? Logically speaking, the entities within the infinite ghostly diagram should have lost control. Something is wrong. The Grand Elder's gaze suddenly sharpened, coldly sweeping over the 3 flying ships of the Dongming Sect. What a wicked obstruction! Could it be that they have possessed the bodies of my Dongming Sect disciples and escaped? The Grand Elder's heart was filled with shock and anger, yet he remained composed as he scanned the 3 flying ships, only to fall back into confusion once again. No, still nothing. The protective formations on the 3 flying ships had not been breached, and the ghosts could not enter, possessing the numerous inner disciples of the Dongming Sect. Moreover, if any ghost did possess someone, it would certainly not escape the discerning eyes of the Grand Elder, a master in the Yang God realm. What exactly is wrong? It cannot be that the 30,000 inner disciples have completely swept away the ghosts from the infinite ghostly diagram, right? What a joke. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Those inner disciples are merely in the mystical law realm. How much strength can they possibly have to sweep away myriad ghosts? To even ensure their own safety from being harmed by the ghosts is due to the Grand Elder's own display of power, slaying the infinite Taoist and seizing this infinite ghostly diagram. You expect those inner disciples to sweep away myriad ghosts? Isn't that asking too much? After pondering, the Grand Elder suddenly reached out with one hand straight into the infinite ghostly diagram, and then a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. After a moment, this confusion deepened further. No, not even a single ghost. Retracting his hand from the infinite ghostly diagram, the Grand Elder carefully sensed for a long while the aura of extreme Yin is dense, and the ghostly energy is overwhelming. It is indeed the lingering aura of the ghosts. Seeing the Grand Elder fiddling with the infinite ghostly diagram for a long time, without moving, the third elder approached through the void, his expression now more serious. Is there something wrong? The diagram must contain ghosts. The third elder was puzzled. It is a ghostly diagram. Of course there are ghosts. The Grand Elder replied, there is indeed a problem. I suspect that I must thoroughly refine this diagram to clear out the ghosts within you. Otherwise, even with my Yang God cultivation, I cannot discern the true nature of its contents. Though the infinite Taoist strength may not be top tier, his refining techniques are indeed remarkable. Such a powerful technique. The third elder was moved, taking the infinite ghostly diagram from the Grand Elder, and after some examination, he was thoroughly convinced. Incredible, truly incredible. Within it clearly lay the aura of extreme Yin and overwhelming ghostly energy, yet not a single ghost was visible. One couldn't help but wonder what kind of bizarre methods the infinite Taoist used to refine such a ghostly diagram. Forget it, this diagram can wait until we return to the sect before handing it over to the elders of the weapons forging peak for further study. The Grand Elder waved his sleeves to put away the infinite ghostly diagram. Those fellows at the weapons forging peak are the best at refining. No matter how strange the infinite Taoist refining techniques, maybe they will surely not escape the discerning eyes of the elders at the weapons forging peak, and they will surely understand it. High above on the 3 seemingly massive flying ships, many disciples looked at the Grand Elder and the third elder fiddling with the infinite ghostly diagram, all of them bewildered. Weren't the ghosts within the infinite ghostly diagram all consumed by senior brother Lu's puppets from the sword fighting peak? Why are the Grand Elder and the third elder still examining it? What level of power do the elders possess? Can we truly see through it? Observe more, learn more, practice more, and ask less. Can the Elder's insights be surpassed by us? Indeed, there must still be insights within the infinite, ghostly diagram. The two Elders' keen eyes must have already discerned something. The disciples suddenly stood in awe. No wonder they are the Elders. On the flying ship of the sword-fighting peak, Lu Chen was also watching the Grand Elder and the Third Elder fiddling with the infinite ghostly diagram, and was curious, so there is still something inside the infinite ghostly diagram. Reacting quickly, he suddenly felt regret. What a loss. Had he known earlier, after consuming myriad ghosts, he should have sent his Dao soldiers to search deeper within the ghostly diagram. Otherwise, what the Grand Elder and the Third Elder were searching for should also have been his share. Hey, wait a minute, could the Grand Elder and the Third Elder be searching for the ghosts within the ghostly diagram? Lu Chen suddenly reacted. But he quickly dismissed this possibility. How could the Grand Elder and the Third Elder, with their immense cultivation, not discern whether there were any ghosts left within the ghostly diagram? Impossible, absolutely impossible. While numerous disciples speculated about what further treasures might remain concealed within the infinite nethermap, Elder 3 drifted gracefully onto the celestial vessel, his robes still reeking of thick coppery blood, a grim testament to the recent slaughter of remnants from the 12-phase sect by the peak master of Dongming Peak. All is settled here. Resume our course as planned. With a casual wave, Elder 3 signaled the vessel onward. Its destination, the ancient Langshan mountain range, the northernmost frontier of Yezhou. Elder 3 then beckoned lightly, summoning a disciple standing nearby. Gongren, come forward and recount in full detail all that transpired after you were drawn into the infinite nethermap. Spare no minutiae. The middle-aged disciple Gongren immediately bowed low in deference, then proceeded to narrate, meticulously and without omission, every event that had unfolded within the infinite nethermap. From the moment Feng Yu first identified the artifact as the infinite nethermap crafted by the Nether Taoist Elder, 3 nodded approvingly, murmuring inwardly, Feng Yu is no ordinary talent. When Gong Ren recounted how certain disciples had proposed deploying flying swords and casting spells from within the ship's protective formation, Elder 3 inclined his head once more in quiet acknowledgement. Yet as the account reached the point where spectral entities began vanishing, snatched away one by colossal hands shimmering with obsidian and argent hues, Elder 3's expression slowly hardened into stillness. And when the tale culminated in the complete consumption of every specter by Lu Chen's puppet, Elder 3 could no longer maintain his composure. Astonishment flashed instantly across his eyes. Lu Chen's puppet devours 10,000 ghosts. Ghosts potent enough to ensnare even Dao fetus realm cultivators, and potentially claim their lives. This youth conceals himself exceedingly well. A flicker of mortified irritation crossed his features before he waved dismissively and said coolly, your battlefield responses were passable. You may withdraw. Gong Run bowed again, turned to leave, then paused, hesitated, and finally glanced back with quiet urgency. Master of the Peak, earlier, I observed both you and Elder 1 scrutinizing the infinite nethermap closely. Was there some hidden profundity within it? Ask only what concerns you. Elder 3 flared inwardly, humiliated that Elder 1's blunder had dragged him into disgrace. An unforgivable shame. Nonsense about the Nether Taoists' masterful forging techniques or invisible phantoms. Utter rubbish. Those ghosts had simply been devoured whole by Lu Chen's puppet. Yet even as this thought arose, Elder 1, aboard another celestial vessel, had already summoned a disciple from the Mingjing Peak to inquire into every detail of the infinite nethermap incident. Upon hearing the conclusion, Elder 1 abruptly withdrew the infinite nethermap and crushed it into dust, uttering only, this map was destined for such a tribulation. It shamed me, so let it forfeit its very existence. With a final wave, he dismissed the stunned disciple, staring at the shattered fragments, forbidding further questions. Lu Chen's puppets. Elder 1 fell into deep contemplation, then, unable to contain himself, projected a Yangshan thought directly into Elder 3's mind. Brother 3, what is your assessment of Lu Chen's puppets? Elder 3 replied airily, if the youth chooses silence, let him keep his secrets. His caution is prudent. Excess only invites imbalance. Elder 1 grew suddenly earnest. What if I reclaim this youth from Mingjing Peak? I'll offer compensation, even aid you in ascending to the Yangshan realm. Elder 3 scoffed coldly. Elder 1, you twist truth with ease. Since when did Lu Chen belong to Mingjing Peak? To speak of returning him is sheer delusion. He was seized by me for Dongming Peak, and thus belongs to Dongming Peak. Elder 1 exploded, old rogue. You cheated. Try seizing him fairly, with strength alone. Cunning is strength. Your failure proves only your inadequacy. What use is Yangshan cultivation if I can still wrest the youth away to Dongming Peak? You dare play such games with me? Go mold clay instead. Lu Chen remained utterly unaware of the sharp-tongued exchange between the two venerable elders. At that very moment, his entire consciousness was immersed within the immortal coffin of weapon cultivation. It felt seamless. That was Lu Chen's most immediate impression. In the merest flicker of thought, he merged effortlessly into one of the golden-armored Dao soldiers, and instantly perceived with startling clarity its dominion over earth, fire, water, and metal energies. Such a feat was unimaginable. Before devouring 10,000 ghosts, Lu Chen could only grasp the Dao soldier's elemental mastery fleetingly, during moments of ascension, and even then only for an evanescent instant. Though consuming 100 ghosts had yielded a marginal improvement, it remained negligible, barely perceptible. He could sense the forces more vividly, but only for a breathless sliver of time, vanishing before he could distill even the faintest insight. Now, however, he could dwell wholly within the golden-armored Dao soldier, freely exploring its command over the four elements. My comprehension of true intent is secured. Lu Chen refused to sink fully into stillness or discard all distractions. He began instead to savor the subtle artistry of true intent. Time flowed on unmeasured, until his spirit was gently expelled from the Dao soldier, severed from its elemental resonance. 1.5 hours, more than sufficient. Estimating the duration, Lu Chen's heart surged with delight. After the Dao soldier consumed merely 100 ghosts, Lu Chen had gained barely a minute of enhanced perception. Now, having devoured tens of thousands of specters from the infinite nethermap, the effect was immediate and profound. 1.5 hours, 3 full hours, offered ample time for deep sustained insight. Moreover, each of the 45 golden-armored Dao soldiers granted 1.5 hours of communion. Cycling through them all would yield 67.5 hours, over 5 days. With his innate acuity, such immersion promised transcendence and true intent comprehension. Furthermore, this transformation in the Dao soldiers was not a one-time occurrence. The Oni-and-a-half limit applied per day, renewing each dawn. Once again, gratitude to the Nether Taoist and to nature's boundless generosity. The Dongming Sect's celestial vessels moved with extraordinary speed. Though delayed briefly by remnants of the 12-phase sect and heretical cultivators of the demonic path, they finally arrived at the northernmost edge of Yezhou beneath a luminous midnight moon. The serpentine, undulating Langshan mountain range stretched before them like a colossal dragon coiling protectively around much of Yezhou. From afar, its primeval forests appeared ancient and untamed, primeval wilderness incarnate. Even before the Dongming Sect's 3 vessels descended, 6 other massive celestial ships already hovered silently in the night sky, awaiting their arrival. Langshan Mountain Range, we have arrived. A senior interdisciple long stationed there exclaimed with elation. Those 6 vessels must belong to the inner disciples of Qingzhou and Yuanzhou, the 2 major Dongming Sect branches, each led by a true transmission disciple. Rumor has it a brazen prodigy emerged from Yuanzhou's branch. Still at the spirit refinement realm, yet he slew a meridian opening realm cultivator in combat. His physique is peerless, perhaps blessed with a rare bloodline. Qingzhou also boasts one, a unique spiritual vein, they say, enabling astonishing cultivation speed. In less than 2 years, he nears the threshold of meridian opening. The disciple trailed off abruptly, as if recalling something vital. 2 years, nearly breaking through to meridian opening. Why compare him at all? Lu Chen of Dojian Peak has cultivated for less than a year, and stands on the cusp of meridian opening himself. As for Qingzhou's so-called exceptional spiritual vein, it is frankly unremarkable. In truth, the soul-devouring spiritual vein in Qingzhou has already broken through to the meridian opening realm. Likewise, that arrogant youth from Yuanzhou bearing the Baxiao bloodline has also entered the same realm. The intelligence you possess is already half a year outdated. Another disciple corrected them with precise information. HSS. Both have reached the meridian opening realm. Then for the upcoming Trigate Assembly, our Yezhou branch may well be at a disadvantage. The Trigate Assembly refers to a customary light-hearted contest held whenever the 3 mountain gates of the Dongming Sect gather for significant events. Typically, it pits newly emerged prodigies from each gate against one another. First, to foster mutual familiarity, second, to showcase their respective gates' rising stars, and third, to broaden those prodigies' horizons, reminding them that beyond every peak lies a higher summit, and beyond every master a greater sage. Naturally, these are merely informal contests. No formal rewards are offered, hence the term lighthearted. Still, victory carries undeniable prestige when spoken of later. Especially for the Yezhou branch, the true ancestral seat of the Dongming Sect. Being overshadowed by the Qingzhou and Yuanzhou branches would be a profound humiliation. By logic, a single province, home to tens of millions, should inevitably produce extraordinary geniuses over time. Yet this time, both Yuanzhou and Qingzhou have unearthed rare spiritual veins and ancient bloodlines, while Yezhou remains barren of such marvels. Truly uncanny. Who said Yezhou has none? Is senior brother Lu not formidable enough? He simply began cultivating too recently. If not for that, even the Baxia bloodline of Yuanzhou and the soul-devouring spiritual vein of Qingzhou would yield before him. Moreover, senior brother Lu commands puppetry arts of transcendent mastery. Should even in Xuanfa realm cultivator descend from Yuanzhou, or Qingzhou Lu would still cast him down without mercy. Trigate assembly, disciple contests. Lu Chen pricked up his ears, but instantly dismissed all curiosity. What merit lies in competing with fellow disciples? Victory brings no tangible gain, or defeat yields even less. Lu Chen cared far more about how many demonic entities dwelled within the ancient demon ruins, whether they were suitable for cultivating Dao soldiers, or whether ghostly beings lurked there offering concrete advantages. Rivalry among peers paled beside the allure of Dao soldiers. Off with you, he thought. Besides, once every century the three gates hold a grand contest, one bearing lavish substantive rewards. Yet Lu Chen estimated he would never witness it. For the last grand contest occurred just last year, the next would not arrive for another 99 years. By then Lu Chen might well have ascended on rosy clouds into the immortal realm, his power so supreme that he would long since have ceased playing games with mere sect juniors. Even the sect master would enshrine his portrait in the ancestral hall, venerating him as a founding patriarch. With that fleeting thought, Lu Chen abandoned further listening and any inclination to intervene, plunging his entire consciousness into the Dao soldier within the immortal coffin of soldier cultivation to fathom its profound essence. All along this journey, Lu Chen had remained ceaselessly immersed in comprehending essences. His metal essence had advanced yet again, breaking past the second layer into the third, and continued deepening steadily. At present the metal essence ranked near the bottom among all essences he had grasped, though the sword essence was excluded, for it could not be accelerated without entering the sect's essence tower and drawing upon the essence spirit steels. Yet Lu Chen had never found time to do so, his focus consumed entirely by cultivation advancement and Dao soldier refinement. To return to the point, precisely because the metal essence lagged furthest, it proved easiest to deepen. Within a day or two he estimated his metal essence would break into the fourth layer, drawing ever closer to the fifth layer of essence belonged exclusively to masters of the Dao embryo realm. Should Lu Chen grasp at his path to attaining that exalted realm would become unshakably assured. Meanwhile, the three aerial vessels of the Yezhou Dongming Sect gradually decelerated as they arrived above the endless serpentine Guolang mountain range. Senior Elder, Third Elder, long parted, yet well met. A gentle voice emanated from one vessel hailing from Qingzhou, soft in volume, yet resonating like rolling thunder across every Dongming Sect disciple's ear, lingering unceasingly. True disciples held status and power equal to, if not surpassing, that of inner sect elders, especially in terms of latent potential which far exceeded that of elders. So Senior Elder has attained the Yangshan realm. I regret having missed the occasion to offer congratulations at the sect. Please forgive my oversight. This voice came from Yuanzhou's vessel, deep and resonant, evoking the illusion of standing before a colossal titan. The breakthrough occurred only recently. Master Yang's ignorance is perfectly understandable. Senior Elder chuckled warmly, then extended an invitation. Master Yang, Master Luo, shall we converse aloft? We welcome the suggestion. The two true disciples from Yuanzhou and Qingzhou replied in unison. Then streaks of rainbow light flashed across the night sky, vanishing into its depths. Immediately afterward, Senior Elder and Third Elder likewise transformed into radiant arcs and soared away, disappearing without trace. Their departure served both nostalgic fellowship and deliberately granted disciples from the three gates space to mingle freely and build rapport. Indeed, once Senior Elder, Third Elder, and the two true disciples departed, the 6 elders from Dojian Peak and Mingjing Peak, as well as the direct and probationary disciples of various peak masters, promptly sought out acquaintances aboard the Yuanzhou and Qingzhou vessels. The remaining inner sect disciples reacted swiftly. From Dojian and Mingjing Peaks, disciples of the Xuanfa realm stepped forward smiling. Brothers from Yuanzhou and Qingzhou, shall we spar? From Yuanzhou's vessel came a hearty laugh. Long have we heard that the Yezhou branch stands as the sovereign seat of the Dongming Sect. Surely its disciples are peerless. Today's timing is perfect. We humbly request guidance from our esteemed Yezhou seniors. From Qingzhou's vessel came a firm reply. We share your sentiment. Guidance is too great an honor. Let us instead exchange techniques. Mingjing Peak's disciple responded. A Yuanzhou disciple proposed, since this is a contest of skill, let each realm, Xuanfa, Meridian Opening, and Huiling, be represented by one contestant, ensuring fairness. Agreed. Qingzhou assented. Dojian and Mingjing Peaks likewise accepted without hesitation. Disciples from Danxia, Zhubing, Wudao, and Feilai Peaks remained largely silent, content merely. After all, Dojian and Mingjing Peaks embodied martial prowess. Their expertise lay precisely here. Disciples from the other 4 peaks engaged less in combat, lacking comparable edge, yet they bore no resentment, choosing instead to stand aside. No need to speak of the Xuanfa realm. For the Huailing realm, senior brother Lu is unquestionably our choice. Lu, senior brother, come quickly. Your moment to shine has arrived. Dong Tsuingong Han Rong, Zhou Liho Lia Tiger Zhu Xinji, and other familiar disciples all turned their eager gazes toward Lu Chen, who remained absorbed in essence comprehension. Do you truly expect me to bully Huailing realm juniors? Lu Chen waved his hand helplessly, his expression earnest. My martial prowess is frankly unimpressive. I'd rather not. Before he could finish, Third Elder's calm voice echoed softly in his ear. Go forth. Win 2 matches in the Huailing realm, and I shall gift you 1 Xuanfa realm demonic corpse. Win 2 in the Meridian opening realm, and you shall receive 10. Win 2 in the Xuanfa realm, and I shall add 2 Dao embryo realm demonic corpses. Had Third Elder truly spoken? Such fortune indeed. Third Elder's heart ran black. He feigned cordial reunion with the 2 true disciples while secretly commanding Lu Chen to shame the Yuanzhou and Qingzhou branches. Yet Lu Chen loved it dearly. Setting aside the Xuanfa realm, winning just the Huailing and Meridian opening matches would net him 11 Xuanfa realm demonic corpses. Where else could such fortune be found? Were they truly 11 Xuanfa realm demonic corpses? No, they were 11 golden-armored Dao soldiers. What truly made Lu Chen's eyes gleam was the promise of Dao embryo realm corpses for defeating the other 2 branches, Xuanfa realm representatives. The Dao embryo realm. That alone could forge 2 5-element Dao soldiers. 5-element Dao soldiers commanded the quintessence of metal, water, wood, fire, and earth, their interwoven cycles unfathomably profound. Their strength, transformations, and hidden potentials remained utterly unknown even to Lu Chen. Yet he knew with certainty 5-element Dao soldiers dwarfed even golden-armored or silver-armored ones. To wield all 5 elements, to harmonize them within a single form, would manifest powers far beyond mere might. He awaited them with bated breath. Overwhelmed with delight, his half-spoken words abruptly shifted tone. Whether I shine or not matters little. I simply cannot abide Yuanzhou and Qingzhou disciples flaunting themselves before our sovereign Yezhou branch. This battle falls to me, and I accept it without reservation. His voice, low and resonant, carried immense persuasive force, stirring his peers' hearts with surging fervor, kindling an urge to cheer him on with thunderous acclaim. Yet Lu Chen paused, then bashfully rubbed his hands together. Senior brothers, might I propose a small negotiation? Dong Tsuingong and the others, still riding emotional waves, laughed heartily. Lu, senior brother, speak freely. Among peers no formality is needed. I have a modestly unreasonable request, one I hope you'll grant. After a brief pause, Lu Chen quickened his pace. Let me take all 3 matches, Huailing Meridian opening and Xuanfa. How does that sound? His peers stared dumbfounded. The excitement evaporated instantly. Did he hear himself? Was Huailing realm not enough? Did he intend to monopolize all 3? Wait, was he truly capable of handling Meridian opening and Xuanfa realms? Well, Lu Chen possessed puppets, so yes, he very much was. Had he not recently left Fan Sheng, a seasoned Xuanfa realm elder from Dojin Peak, half dead at the foot of the peak? Even more astonishing, Lu Chen had held back vastly during that fight. That obsidian gold puppet capable of executing the earth-slaughtering dragon grappling art and pinning Fan Sheng to the ground in brutal, relentless domination was not singular, but one of 12. Every one of the 30,000 inner sect disciples who witnessed the infinite ghost abyss map saw this truth unmistakably. No deception existed. More despairingly, Lu Chen possessed not only 12 obsidian gold puppets, but also 33 obsidian silver ones, each equally capable of restraining Xuanfa realm cultivators. With such power, frankly speaking, any Xuanfa realm cultivator who dared face him would kneel before him. Yet power aside. Fine, you're strong. You decide. Disciples from Dojian and Mingjing peaks exchanged glances, neither willing to utter a word for a long, awkward silence. Finally, after an extended pause, Dong Tsuingong murmured hesitantly, Senior brother Lu. Actually fighting all 3 realms, well, it is exhausting. Perhaps you could. Lu Chen stepped forward 2 paces. Please, entrust this arduous task solely to me. You sly fox. Was that really a polite deflection? And you seized it so swiftly. Is he even human anymore? Silence fell again, until Feng Yue, ever cool and detached, spoke. Since senior brother Lu seeks this opportunity and possesses the strength to seize it, let him proceed. After all, victory reflects glory upon our Yezhou branch. If senior brother Lu is determined, entrusting him fully is entirely appropriate. Lu Chen's Dao soldiers had previously dazzled all, devouring 10,000 ghosts within the infinite ghost abyss map, leaving a profound impression upon every disciple. Though Lu Chen himself seemed somewhat cunning, his authenticity resonated deeply. thereby quietly elevating his peers' regard for him. Most crucially, Lu Chen and his Dao soldiers possessed overwhelming strength. In a world governed by might, strength alone commanded instant recognition. Thus in the end his peers acquiesced. Though they lost a rare chance to shine before disciples of all three gates, such opportunities were scarce. Only 2 or 3 would ever claim them. Handing it to Lu Chen was in truth no poor decision. Excellent. With Qingzhou and Yuanzhou each boasting newly risen prodigies, the soul-devouring spiritual vein and Baxiao bloodline, let senior brother Lu strike, now delivering a resounding shock to remind them that beyond every peak lies a higher summit. Agreed. 2 5-element Dao soldiers and 11 golden-armored Dao soldiers. What a windfall. Lu Chen beamed, bowing deeply. Your generosity honors me. Lu Chen vows never to tarnish the dignity of our sovereign Yezhou branch. Having settled upon Lu Chen as Yezhou's sole representative, Qingzhou and Yuanzhou swiftly selected their own contenders. Just then, third elder's voice, seemingly drifting from some unseen vantage high above, wafted down, let this artifact serve to enliven your youthful contest. As his words faded, a fist-sized object tumbled from the heavens, swelling rapidly midair until it stabilized as a circular arena spanning 30 li suspended motionless in the sky. Under the moonlight, a Qingzhou disciple leapt onto his flying sword and landed first upon the arena, then bowed formally. Qian Yunzhu of the Qingzhou branch. Unworthy yet eager to set a humble precedent for my peers. Shall a senior from Yuanzhou go first, or perhaps one from our sovereign Yezhou branch? He was a young disciple at the pinnacle of the Huailing realm. Before Yuanzhou's disciples could respond, Lu Chen rose upon his sword, voice ringing clear. Yezhou's sovereign branch, Dojian Peak Lu Chen. I respectfully request your instruction, senior brother. He sheathed his sword and alighted upon the arena facing Qian Yunzhu, barely 20 years old. This junior brother. Qian Yunzhu frowned upon seeing Lu Chen. Huailing realm late stage. With nearly 80,000 inner sect disciples in the Yezhou branch, surely they could not find a single Huailing realm perfected to oppose him. Why select a disciple still in the late stage? Did they truly underestimate him? Technically, Huailing realm perfected belonged to the late stage, but distinctions existed even within stages. Perfected disciples stood poised on the cusp of breaking through to meridian opening. In cultivation level, he undeniably surpassed Lu Chen. Yet, Qian Yunzhu refused to exploit that advantage. Okay, a little transformation realm still needs to maintain some decorum, right? As the senior brother of the main sect today, I must teach you. Okay, a little transformation realm still needs to maintain some decorum, right? As the senior brother of the main sect today, I must teach you a lesson. Judging a person's strength based on their appearance is the most foolish thing. He subtly raised his hand, summoning a silver-armored soldier nearly 10 feet tall, resembling a small. This junior brother Qian may not listen to reason, but if the soldier's fist strikes his face, he will definitely. Sorry, junior brother Qian, I should have used a bronze-armored soldier to compete with you, but unfortunately my lowest is a silver-armored soldier. You'll just have to make do, it won't hurt much. This junior brother Qian, I have some knowledge of puppet techniques. Lu Chen pointed to the silver-armored soldier which stood over 3 meters tall and began to explain. As he finished speaking, Lu Chen waved his hand and commanded the silver-armored soldier attack. He quickly added, go easy on him. Qian Yunzhu. This puppet doesn't seem very impressive. It looks like a poorly made iron lump, not human at all. If it breaks, I won't be responsible for the compensation. Just as Qian Yunzhu's chaotic thoughts were halfway through, she suddenly felt darkness before her eyes, as the silver-armored soldier towering over 3 meters had already pressed closer, like a small mountain, unexpectedly imposing a sense of pressure on her. There is indeed some skill to this. Qian Yunzhu retreated with a flourish, pointing like a sword and declaring, sword come. The flying sword shot through the air, its light, like lightning, swiftly slashing towards the silver-armored soldier that shadowed her. In silence, the silver-armored soldier, resembling a small giant, swiftly swept its massive hand, catching the flying sword in a grip with astonishing speed. Buzz! The flying sword vibrated violently, emitting a crisp sound. However, the silver-armored soldier gave it no more than a cursory glance, and simply tightened its grip, instantly dimming the sword's brilliance. Moi! Qian Yunzhu's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing. This puppet. A massive shadow loomed over her without warning. Before she could react, a cold hand had already gripped her neck, lifting her into the air as if she were a chick. Indeed, bullying children is quite meaningless. Lu Chen remained calm internally but outwardly showed a friendly smile as he stepped forward, saying, Junior brother Qian seems to have forgotten that I have some knowledge of puppet techniques. I'll remember to pay attention next time. With a snap of his fingers, the silver-armored soldier promptly tossed the nearly asphyxiated Qian Yunzhu sword and all off the fighting stage. In response, the inner disciples of the Dojian Peak from the main sect showed no reaction, and neither did the disciples from the Mingjing Peak, Danxiao Peak, Zhujing Peak, Feilai Peak, or Wudao Peak. What kind of reaction do you expect? Lu Chen's dark silver puppet could even contend with those in the Xuanfa realm. Not instantly defeating a transformation realm cultivator is already showing you some respect. Only Lu Chen would take the effort to preserve some dignity for both the Qingshou Mountain Sect and Qian Yunju. Otherwise, Qian Yunju would have never even been able to utter that punchable sword come the silver-armored soldier would have already knocked his head sideways. The disciples from the Qingshou Mountain Sect looked slightly grim. Junior brother Yunju lost. And it was such a quick and clean defeat. It should be known that Qian Yunju was representing all the inner disciples of the transformation realm from the Qingshou Mountain Sect. His strength was naturally not weak, being one of the top contenders among them. Though he had not yet entered the Tongxiao realm, he had already grasped the true meaning of the sword in advance. While he might not be invincible in the transformation realm, he was certainly among the best. Yet now in Lu Chen's hands from the Yezhou Sect, Qian Yunju was so swiftly defeated, it was simply unreasonable. It felt less like a transformation realm clash, and more like a higher level crushing the transformation realm. Can a transformation realm cultivator really refine such a powerful puppet? Are we sure the Yezhou Sect isn't playing tricks? Some disciples doubted because puppets like this could entirely be refined by those higher up and then handed over to Lu Chen, who could say for certain. Speak carefully. Some perceptive disciples shook their heads. It is indeed not a trick. I observed that Lu Chen's control over the puppet had no flaws or shortcomings, unlike something inherited. Moreover, controlling a puppet that exceeds one's own capabilities, especially one not crafted by oneself, often leads to difficulties or even the possibility of the puppet going out of control. However, this situation did not occur at all with Lu Chen from the Yezhou Sect. Furthermore, our sect's true transmission is still watching from above. If it were truly a trick, the true transmission would have certainly discovered it. Yet that true transmission had remained silent. Evidently, that dark silver puppet was indeed refined by Lu Chen. A mere transformation realm can refine such a puppet. This time the Yezhou Sect has indeed produced a genius skilled in puppet techniques. However, it matters not. Within the Tongxiao realm, we still have one swallowing Yuan spirit pulse. The disciples from the Yuanzhou Mountain Sect seem to ponder that Lu Chen from the Yezhou Sect does have some means. His puppet looks crude and inferior like a metal lump, yet its strength is formidable. Junior brother Chen, be sure to remain vigilant later. I suggest this, junior brother Chen. I see that Lu Chen's puppet is decent, but his own strength must be lacking. You might try to find a way to bypass the puppet and attack his real body. The transformation realm's Chen Shi appears youthful as well, yet he is actually quite steady. He nodded solemnly. I will remember the words of my senior brothers. After cupping his fists in respect, Chen Shi transformed into a beam of sword light, exiting the flying ship and landing on the fighting stage standing opposite Yuanzhou Mountains. Chen Shi, may I request guidance from senior brother Lu? Finally, someone calls me senior brother. Lu Chen replied with a smile and a bow. I dare not claim to teach. Come, let us have a try. Senior brother Lu, forgive me. Chen Shi lightly called out, and his entire aura suddenly transformed as fire element power surged from the heavens, seemingly forming the image of a fire god, displaying unparalleled might. Lu Chen was taken aback. What does this mean? Using fire element power in front of my soldier. I'm sorry, even though you will ultimately lose, you chose the fastest way to do so. Boom. Suddenly, the silver-armored soldier resembling a small giant stomped the ground, and in an instant the fire element power surged and turned back, rushing towards the silver-armored soldier. To Chen Zai's astonishment, even the fire element power that had gathered around him was being stripped away, as if abandoning him, all funneled into a punch from the silver-armored soldier. What is this? Chen Zai's calm mind shattered in an instant, as if a raging storm had erupted. My fire element true meaning is even inferior to his puppet. How is this possible? How could this be? A low, muffled sound suddenly exploded. The void seemed to be shattered by the fiery punch as the giant fist of the silver-armored soldier, as large as a millstone, closed the distance, leaving behind layers of afterimages, and in an instant, it was before Chen Shi, followed by the scorching heat wave that blasted Chen Shi away, sending him flying off the fighting stage like a rag doll. Chen Shi was defeated, and it happened very quickly, even faster than Qian Yunzu's defeat. In simple terms, just as Chen Shi began to charge up his ultimate move, the silver-armored Dao soldier of Lu Chen had already interrupted him with a crushing fire control technique, then defeated him with a single punch. Throughout the entire process, Chen Shi did not have time to make any counterattacks, as his spell had not even been cast before it was interrupted, leaving him no opportunity to strike back. At the Yuanzhou Mountain Gate, everyone had grim expressions. It seems that Lu Chen's comprehension of the essence of fire is far beyond that of Brother Chen, perhaps even much higher. The earlier scene where the silver-armored Dao soldier seized the fire energy from Chen Shi was witnessed by the disciple. It was clear to anyone with insight that the mastery of fire energy by the silver-armored Dao soldier surpassed that of Chen Shi. Playing with fire energy in front of the Dao soldier was akin to Chen Shi willingly jumping into a fire pit thinking he could swim like a fish in water. Who could have known that Lu Chen's Dao soldier would grasp both the fire pit and Chen Shi within it, demonstrating a ridiculous gap between them as they were not even on the same level. After all, Yezhou is the main sect, how allowing them to win 2 matches in the transformation realm is acceptable. I wonder what tricks the main sect of Yezhou can pull in the next stage of the opening aperture realm. They do not have disciples with special spiritual veins or bloodlines. Disciples from Yuanzhou and Qingzhou shared this thought simultaneously. What if Lu Chen from the main sect of Yezhou is formidable in the transformation realm? If I concede 2 matches in the transformation realm, then in the upcoming opening aperture realm with Qingjis swallowing Yuan's spiritual vein and Yuan's his Baxia bloodline, how will your main sect of Yezhou respond? Brother Lu from the main sect of Yezhou indeed possesses profound skills in the art of puppetry. At that moment, a calm and heavy voice resonated from a ship at the Qingzhou mountain gate, followed by a youth of average height and build who was neither too fat nor too thin stepping into the void. He ascended step by step into the sky and landed on the circular battlefield suspended in midair. I am Lin Xiao from the Qingzhou mountain gate. May I request guidance from my fellow disciples of the opening aperture realm? Lin Xiao looked around and greeted. I wonder if the senior brother from Yuanzhou mountain gate arrived first or the senior brother from the main sect of Yezhou. Lin Xiao. He is the genius of the Qingzhou mountain gate, with the swallowing Yuan's spiritual vein. Lu Chen observed the youth with curiosity. How should I put it? His name was somewhat similar to that of the protagonist, but he did not resemble one at all. In terms of height, build, and appearance, he was good at avoiding attention, being ordinary and unremarkable, someone you wouldn't be able to find in a crowd. After greeting everyone, the youth Lin Xiao did not wait for the disciples of the main sect of Yezhou to respond, but he noticed Lu Chen, who remained on the battlefield leaning casually, showing no intention of leaving. Winning 2 matches in the transformation realm, this brother Lu from the main sect of Yezhou is indeed a genius in the art of puppetry. If I were also in the transformation realm, I might not necessarily be able to defeat brother Lu's puppet that exudes a dark silver metallic sheen. Unfortunately, I have already reached the opening aperture realm, while brother Lu is still in the transformation realm. The gap in realms means we are no longer on the same battlefield. That said, why is brother Lu still standing on this battlefield? Brother Lu, the upcoming match is for the opening aperture realm disciples to spar. To avoid any unintended harm, you should go observe from the ship. He spoke gently, his tone calm. Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand. I forgot to mention to you. After a pause, he added, in the opening aperture realm, I will also be the one to fight. Lin Xiao, transforming from transformation realm to opening aperture. Are you serious? That ironclad puppet is not something you can just break without consequences. He looked up in shock towards the direction of the main sect of Yezhou, only to find no response from that side, and then turned back to Lu Chen. After a long silence, he uncertainly asked, Brother Lu, do you really want to fight? He pointed to the silver-armored Dao soldier in front of Lu Chen and said earnestly, this thing might not be able to withstand a single strike from me. Lu Chen chuckled. Brother Lin, need not worry, just strike. If it breaks, it's on me. If even those at the profound law realm cannot move it, can you really break it? If you truly break my silver-armored Dao soldier, I will make sure you regret it. With that thought, Lu Chen pondered for a moment and once again raised his hand with a light wave. In an instant, a second silver-armored Dao soldier resembling a small giant appeared before him, followed by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen decided not to summon a 6th silver-armored Dao soldier, as it might be a bit overbearing. Lin Xiao watched as the 1st silver-armored Dao soldier materialized in front of Lu Chen, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. As the 2nd silver-armored Dao soldier appeared, his expression shifted to realization. No wonder he dares to compete in the transformation realm against the opening aperture realm. It turns out, he has hidden cards. In this light, it isn't unfair that Brother Qian lost earlier. After all, from start to finish, Lu Chen had not exerted full strength. A single puppet was merely 1/5 of Lu Chen's true power. Thus, he indeed had the qualification to compete with the opening aperture realm. However, based on the performance of the silver-armored Dao soldier against Qian Yunzhu and Chen Shi earlier, even 5 Dao soldiers were just passable. They could hold their own against other opening aperture realm disciples, but to compare with him, who possessed the swallowing Yuan spiritual vein, they were still far off. Nevertheless, it was just exerting some effort which was perfect for letting the main sect of Yezhou lose another match. At the same time, it would also serve to let this brother Lu, who could be called a genius in the art of puppetry, understand that puppets are ultimately just puppets in external force. The true righteous path lies in harnessing the great forces of the universe within oneself. This is the true grand path. Since brother Lu has such hidden cards, I shall take advantage of my size to bully the small. Forgive me. Lin Xiao gracefully rose his body like a specter, leaving only a fading shadow in place, while his figure had already vanished. How does one counter a practitioner proficient in the art of puppetry like this? Simply defeat Lu Chen, the master of the puppet, and the puppet will fall apart. Lin Xiao just so happened to excel in wind-based spells relying on speed, which was precisely the most effective counter to a practitioner skilled in puppetry like Lu Chen. I knew you would come up with this plan. Lu Chen remained unfazed. He had killed monsters at the Profound Law Realm, fought senior brothers at the Profound Law Realm. Could he really be defeated by Lin Xiao, who was just in the opening aperture realm? The youth was still too young. Boom. Without any warning, the 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers simultaneously clenched their fists, and in an instant the fire energy in the world surged and rushed forward. Beneath the night sky, it was as if an additional great sun had appeared, dispelling the darkness. Especially the fire energy converging from all directions, it was like one firelight after another, quickly filling the entire platform. Seemingly transformed into the wind, Lin Xiao, who had merged into the invisible, was forcibly squeezed out by the boiling crimson flames beside Lu Chen. He was just one step away from reaching the relaxed Lu Chen. As long as he got close to Lu Chen, a casual strike would force Lu Chen to retreat. Unfortunately, he was still pushed out by the fire energy controlled by the 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers. What awaited him was the simultaneous attack of the 5 Dao soldiers. Boom. The already boiling fire energy transformed into raging flames, intertwining between the fists of the 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers. At this moment, the 5 Dao soldiers, each over 3 meters tall, punched out simultaneously. In a daze, it seemed as if a tremendous malevolent force erupted, with fists striking like great stars crashing through the starry cosmos. The momentum was terrifying, the aura overwhelming, and in an instant it felt as if the heavens and earth would shatter. Lin Xiao, caught in the midst of it all, felt overwhelmed by the immense malevolent energy. An inexplicable sense of panic and fear arose in his heart, even a thought of fleeing. What is this? How could it be? The Earth Fiend Combat Dragon. The Earth Fiend Dragon fighting technique and approach to divine powers. More critically, the 5 puppets of Lu Chen all possess this technique. It's simply unbelievable. As a genius with the swallowing yuan spiritual vein, Lin Xiao, after a brief moment of being stunned by the Earth Fiend's aura, quickly regained his senses. The spiritual energy surging within him far surpassed that of an ordinary Qi opening realm, transforming into a dazzling sword light, continuously gathering the power of wind and earth, melding into the sword light, making it faster, swifter, and more ferocious. Jeet. The sword light, like a beam of light, instantly cut through the night sky, striking the fist of the first silver-armored Dao soldier, colliding with the overwhelming force of the Earth Fiend Dragon fighting technique. Hong. The power of fire and wind clashed, the wind power instantly collapsing, nearly crushed by the fire power wielded by the Dao soldier. Another sharp sword light formed from magical energy was shattered against the indestructible body of the silver-armored Dao soldier. Despite Lin Xiao's spiritual energy from the swallowing yuan spiritual vein being far greater and more robust than that of an ordinary Qi opening realm, it still had no effect. The body of the silver-armored Dao soldier was impervious even to those at the profound method realm. That astonishing brute strength, combined with the ferocity of the Earth Fiend Dragon fighting technique, erupted in an instant, and in a blink it seemed to crumble Lin Xiao's sword light into dust. How can it be this strong? A hint of doubt flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. Earlier, when he saw Lu Chen's silver-armored Dao soldiers fighting against Qian Yunzhu and Chun Shi, they clearly only displayed the standard of an ordinary Qi opening realm. Why, when it came to him, was it so much stronger? This was no ordinary Qi opening standard. It was already more powerful than Lin Xiao himself, who possessed the swallowing yuan spiritual vein. Let alone facing 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers at once, even one might be too much for him. The Dao soldier's body strength and the Earth Fiend Dragon fighting technique, along with its mastery over firepower combined, absolutely had the strength to crush an ordinary Qi opening realm's great perfection. Yet Lin Xiao was still only at the mid-Qi opening stage. How could he compete? Hong. After the brief clash with the first silver-armored Dao soldier, Lin Xiao already knew he could no longer be a match for Lu Chen's 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers, but the Earth Fiend Dragon fighting technique from the other 4 was also coming down like a landslide. Swallow yuan. Lin Xiao silently shouted within his body, which was neither tall nor short, seemingly expanded suddenly. This was not a body technique of a physical cultivator, but rather the power of the wind and earth along with spiritual Qi frantically pouring into him, causing his strength to surge instantly, even enlarging his physique. This was the unique talent technique of the swallowing yuan spiritual vein, capable of temporarily accommodating the vast power of the world within its familiarity, elevating one's strength by a whole level or even several levels in a short time. This is the strength of special spiritual veins, otherwise Lin Xiao's reputation would not be as great as it is. Special spiritual veins do indeed have some secrets. Watching closely, Lu Chen seemed to be deep in thought. However, that was about it. Lin Xiao should still be unable to fully unleash the potential of his swallowing yuan spiritual vein, so even though he temporarily accommodated a vast amount of worldly power, his strength still had not broken through the shackles of the Qi opening realm. As long as he remained in the Qi opening realm, Lin Xiao could not possibly defeat the combined forces of Lu Chen's 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers. Come again. Lin Xiao called lightly, his spirit sword glowing once more with a heaven-reaching sword light, like a sudden gust of wind sweeping across the land. The Earth Fiend Dragon fighting technique unleashed by the 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers collided with it at the same moment. Hong! The astonishing brute strength erupted from the 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers like a force that could crumble withered trees, shattered the sword light, extinguished the gale, and sent Lin Xiao's spirit sword flying from his hand. Even Lin Xiao himself in that instant was knocked away like a kite with a broken string, unable to stop his backward flight, directly sent flying off the battle stage. So strong, how can it be this strong? At this moment, Lin Xiao's heart felt as though it was tossed in a raging. Just in that moment, he unleashed the talent technique of the swallowing yuan spiritual vein and confronted the Earth Fiend Dragon fighting technique of Lu Chen's 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers heated. The sense of oppression he felt was nearly unprecedented, as if 5 colossal stars from the depths of the universe were descending from the sky. Not to mention that he was just a small Qi opening realm. Even someone at the profound method realm would be crushed into dust. This was not an exaggeration. Lin Xiao truly felt a sense of despair. He had no doubt that just now Lu Chen had definitely held back his 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers. Otherwise, Lin Xiao would not have been able to survive being knocked off the battle stage. At that moment, against the 5 Dao soldiers, his fate should have been to be reduced to a pulp. It was Lu Chen who ordered his Dao soldiers to hold back. Struggling to control his descent just before he was about to fall into the mountains, Lin Xiao managed to ride the wind again, feeling a lingering fear as he cupped his hands in salute to Lu Chen. Thank you, senior brother Lu, for your mercy. I, your junior, am grateful. At that moment, Lin Xiao no longer had the confidence to call Lu Chen senior brother. How ridiculous. He had almost been beaten to a pulp. If he were to still dare to call Lu Chen junior brother, that would be simply unaware of his own limitations, and he certainly didn't have that thick of a face. This Lin Xiao does know the difference between senior and junior. Lu Chen found Lin Xiao's respectful address somewhat pleasing and humbly waved his hand. It is still junior brother Lin who has profound cultivation. I did not hold back. This remark left Lin Xiao with some dignity, preventing it from becoming too embarrassing. Thank you. Lin Xiao did not argue, and after expressing his gratitude, rushed back to the flying ship, heading to the Qingshan Mountain Gate. At the Yuanzhou Mountain Gate, the expressions of the many disciples grew increasingly serious. After a long while, a disciple finally spoke. No wonder the master of the Yi province dared to send a latest-stage transformation realm Lu Chen to battle the Qi opening realm. He is indeed formidable, truly formidable. The swallowing yuan spiritual vein lives up to its reputation as a special spiritual vein, but unfortunately that Lu Chen's puppets are too powerful. It is said that our Qingshan and Yuanzhou mountain gates have produced geniuses, but the Yi province's master sect has been silent. Now it seems that it is not that they have been silent, but rather they have been hiding their talents. The same sect of the master sect truly has a dark heart, a genius capable of such formidable puppet techniques, and we have only just now found out. Indeed, they deceive even their own sect, let alone the master sect. A genius skilled in puppet techniques, especially one as young and promising as Lu Chen, would have a far greater impact than the current Lin Xiao with his swallowing yuan spiritual vein. As long as the Yi province's master sect is willing to invest the combat power Lu Chen can unleash, could even reach the level of the profound method realm. However, that is merely wishful thinking. To refine puppets comparable to the profound method realm would require a significant amount of precious materials, and the sect would not provide them for no reason, at most offering some favoritism within the rules. Unless Lu Chen can find a good master early on willing to provide unconditional support. Junior brother Lei, do you have confidence against the master sect's Lu Chen's puppets? Junior brother Lei Jinshan, a genius from the Yuanzhou mountain gate, born with the Baxiao bloodline, a being qualified to be called invincible among those of the same realm. I observe that several of those puppets are indeed formidable, and coincidentally, I am also skilled in this field. The tall and sturdy Lei Jinshan stepped forward. Moreover, I also cultivate the Earth Fiend Dragon fighting technique. What strength does Lu Chen's puppet possess? It merely has the ability to connect with the Qi, so how could it possibly surpass the invincible Baxiao bloodline in terms of physicality? Furthermore, a puppet is still a puppet. Although it is unclear what mysterious method Lu Chen employed to grant his puppet the Earthly Fiend Dragon technique, Lei Jinshan believes that no matter how poorly he practices this technique, it should not be outmatched by a lifeless puppet. Moreover, Lei Jinshan, who possesses the Baxiao bloodline, has a profound understanding of the earthly fiend dragon technique. I, Lei Jinshan of the Yuan Prefecture's Mountain Gate, seek guidance from junior brother Lu, the master of Yezhou. Lei Jinshan strode forward, stepping onto the battle platform in just a few strides. His robust and towering figure with wild hair flowing like a mighty lion exuded a wildness that was quite imposing. Lu Chen thought to himself, he still calls me junior brother. This Lei junior brother has quite the courage. I do enjoy your untamed demeanor. Lu Chen smiled and said, come. I prefer direct confrontation over pretentiousness. Lei Jinshan slowly rotated his neck, then flexed his wrists. These puppets of yours are just to my liking. Furthermore, I possess some knowledge of the earthly fiend dragon technique. With that, Lei Jinshan suddenly charged forward like a moving mountain, unleashing a thunderous punch. As his fist struck, it resembled the movement of the earthly ruler star, unleashing a torrent of malevolent power. The punch fell as if it had transformed into a colossal star in the depths of the universe, a harbinger of death. Truly an earthly fiend dragon technique, quite interesting. Lu Chen waved his hand, and 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers erupted simultaneously. They moved from stillness to motion, as steady as a stone rooted in place, and as dynamic as a mountain crumbling. The figure, akin to a small giant, was even taller than the equally robust Lei Jinshan by a meter. The 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers harnessed the overwhelming power of fire entwined with the force of water and shrouded in the strength of earth, all while employing the earthly fiend dragon technique. At this moment, the 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers were far more terrifying than when facing Lin Xiao. When facing Lin Xiao, the 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers only wielded the power of fire. Although fiery and explosive, they lacked the weight of earth and the gentleness of water to conquer all. Now the silver-armored Dao soldiers were the true silver-armored Dao soldiers, their full strength unleashed. Boom. The most intense collision erupted, just as Lei Jinshan said. He relished in direct confrontation. However, he miscalculated one thing: the silver-armored Dao soldiers were neither alive nor dead, and thus were not living beings. His physical body, with its Baxiao bloodline, deemed invincible among equals, did not apply here. With each punch Lei Jinshan threw, he directly met the Dao soldier's heat. Upon colliding with the silver-armored Dao soldier with his first punch, a fierce expression formed on Lei Jinshan's rugged face. With the second punch, his face even contorted slightly. On the third punch, blood appeared on the knuckles of Lei Jinshan. Pain. A piercing pain surged from his fist, penetrating deep into Lei Jinshan's heart. How could this be? Why are these puppets so incredibly tough? They're simply like indestructible gold, beyond the reach of human strength. With his powerful physique, he was being beaten to the point of nearly shattering his bones in this heated clash. Moreover, his earthly fiend dragon technique showed no advantage against these puppets. Although these puppets lacked spiritual power, they wielded the 3 elemental forces of water, fire, and earth, which were even more terrifying than magical power. Human strength may falter, but the power of nature is boundless. What made Lei Jinshan even more passive was that he also comprehended the power of earth. However, in front of the silver-armored Dao soldiers, the second layer of earth's true meaning, he perceived, seemed like a joke. The earthly force in the world was entirely beyond his control and even turned against him. Boom. The remaining 2 silver-armored Dao soldiers charged at him, using the same earthly fiend dragon technique, causing Lei Jinshan to feel dread and hesitate to engage further. Unfortunately for him, Lei Jinshan was committed to direct confrontation and now faced something harder than himself, plunging him into a predicament where he could neither endure nor evade. Don't force me. Lei Jinshan growled like a wild beast, and then his blood surged like a blazing sun. An image of a giant tortoise emerged, bearing a divine monument. It was the form of the divine beast Baxiao, one of the 9 sons of the dragon, a legendary existence. With the Baxiao bloodline coursing through him, Lei Jinshan naturally possessed Baxia's power. In that moment, Lei Jinshan seemed to have transformed into a descendant of Baxiao, his body suddenly towering higher, and ancient mysterious tortoise shells appeared on his fists as he ferociously unleashed the earthly fiend dragon technique. Boom. The 2 silver-armored Dao soldiers collided with the tortoise shell-covered Lei Jinshan, unleashing a torrent of malevolent power. The malevolent energy surged, engulfing the battle platform. The empowered Lei Jinshan, fueled by the Baxiao bloodline, engaged in a fierce battle with the 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers, unleashing punch after punch with astonishing speed, leaving only layers of afterimages. They surged from the south of the battle platform to the north, then back from the north to the east, causing Lu Chen to shift positions with ease several times. This battle raged on for a long time, nearly half an hour. Until at one moment the Baxiao figure behind Lei Jinshan suddenly dimmed, and after the ancient mysterious tortoise shell vanished, he was sent flying by the 5 Dao soldiers, tumbling out of the battle platform. Cough cough. Refreshing. Lei Jinshan struggled to rise from midair, swaying as he rode the wind, ultimately stopping in front of the battle platform, weakly cupping his fist towards Lu Chen. Yes, his master of the sect, Lu Chen, I acknowledge you as my senior brother. His Baxiao bloodline had not yet fully unleashed its potential. In that battle, his Baxiao bloodline was exhausted, leaving him completely drained and unable to continue fighting. On the side of Yezhis, master of the sect, the disciples of the sword-fighting peak appeared uninterested but still bore smiles. It seems that the Baxiao bloodline of Yuan Prefecture and the swallowing Yuan spiritual vein of Qing Prefecture are not particularly impressive. Not even Lu Jr. Brother's dark golden puppet could be summoned. They fell short. This indeed puts Lin Jr. Brother and Lei Jr. Brother in a tough spot. Lu Jr. Brother's dark golden puppet could already contend with latest-stage Xuanfa realm practitioners like Fan Sheng. Although these two junior brothers are strong, they still fall short of the Xuanfa realm. Not to mention Lu Jr. Brother's dark golden puppet, just the dark silver puppet alone. Lu Jr. Brother has 33 of them, and only 5 were deployed. Could Lin Xiao from Qing Prefecture and Lei Jinshan from Yuan Prefecture really be able to contend against them? Compared to the relaxed and teasing atmosphere on Yezhis, master of the sect side, the disciples from Yuan Prefecture and Qing Prefecture fell increasingly silent. Incredible, truly incredible. Yezhis, master of the sect, has produced an extraordinary genius. From the looks of it, Lu Chen from Yezhis, master of the sect, has already proven to be capable of crushing Lin Xiao and Lei Jinshan. With just those 5 puppets, he can already be invincible within the connecting Qi realm. A disciple sighed in admiration. Since both the spirit transformation and connecting Qi realms have been suppressed by Lu Chen, let's determine the victor with the Xuanfa realm. Yezhis, master of the sect, shouldn't be able to produce another Xuanfa realm. Lu Chen, right? Indeed. Then he'll ascend the platform to face that Xuanfa of Yezhis, master of the sect. A middle-aged man with dark, shiny skin dressed in a black, tight-fitting outfit ascended into the sky, heading straight for the battle platform. Qing Prefecture's Ku Jianxing challenging the Xuanfa senior brother of Yezhis, master of the sect. The middle-aged man in black armor declared his challenge. The overlooked Lu Chen smiled apologetically, saying, "Senior brother Ku, you may not know, but in fact I am the one who will fight in the Xuanfa realm." Ku Jianxing's gaze fell upon Lu Chen with confusion, then swept over the 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers in front of Lu Chen before slowly shaking his head. Your puppet is already among the top in the Qi opening realm. Even ordinary practitioners in the mystical method realm may not be able to suppress it steadily, but it is of no use to me. Lu Chen nodded. I know so. Please wait a moment, senior brother. As he spoke, Lu Chen waved his hand to retract the 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers before him, apologizing. These 5 cannot fight. Well, let me change them for 5 capable ones. As he finished speaking, 3 golden-armored Dao soldiers taller than a meter suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chen, their bodies radiating a dark golden sheen. Although there was no sign of life, the earlier silver-armored Dao soldiers had already demonstrated their strength to all the disciples, and now the golden-armored Dao soldiers inexplicably exuded a profound sense of oppression. You have more to change. Ku Jianxing's originally calm expression could not help but reveal several strands of black lines. All right, the 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers, just now were not all your strength, right? You possess such strength. It's one thing to bully those 2 with special bloodlines and spiritual veins in the Qi opening realm, but even to challenge those in the spirit transformation realm. Is there no sense of shame? At this moment, not just Ku Jianxing who faced Lu Chen, but even Lin Xiao and Lei Jinshan, who had already been knocked off the battle platform by Lu Chen, felt their eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Goodness, after fighting you for half a day and not even touching the hem of your clothes, you actually hid a million hands. If you had revealed these 5 stronger dark golden puppets earlier, why bother fighting us? Lin Xiao and Lei Jinshan felt similarly, and the 2 who were first defeated by the silver-armored Dao soldiers, Qian Yunju and Chun, she were even worse off, their faces dark, as if they were bottom of a pot. Lu Chen of the Dongming Sect does not act like a human. You can fight in the spirit transformation realm, in the Qi opening realm, and even in the mystical method realm. How can you shamelessly bully these 2 weak and helpless spirit transformation disciples? Oh, Lu Chen is also indeed a genuine spirit transformation practitioner, so that's fine. Spirit transformation fights, spirit transformation, that's not against the rules. Fighting in the Qi opening realm is also not against the rules, it's just that Lu Chen is above the standard. He even fights in the mystical method realm. Then Lu Chen is not acting like a human, what can you do? At this moment, the disciples of the Qingzhou and Yuanzhou sects all felt as if they had been blindsided by the Dongming Sect. You say the Dongming Sect cheated? That's not the case at all, but if you say they didn't cheat, then what about the 5 tall dark golden puppets in front of Lu Chen? And if there were exchanges in the Dao embryo realm, could he still fight? Who knows how many puppets Lu Chen from the Dongming Sect still has hidden. When fighting spirit transformation disciples, he only summoned 1 silver-armored Dao soldier, And at that time the disciples of the Qingzhou and Yuanzhou sects thought that this was Lu Chen's limit. But then he could still fight against the special spiritual veins and bloodlines in the Qi opening realm, and suddenly 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers appeared, at which point everyone thought this was Lu Chen's limit. But then there was He. Conversely, the inner disciples of the Yezhou main sect, such as the sword-fighting peak and the mirror peak, were completely unperturbed, even finding it somewhat amusing. This is just the beginning. On the battle platform, Ku Jianqing looked at the 5 golden-armored Dao soldiers in front of Lu Chen and suddenly felt an inexplicable familiarity. Wasn't the situation when Lin Xiao and Lei Jinshan went up to fight Lu Chen similar? They all thought they could directly bypass the puppets and knock Lu Chen off the battle platform, but one by one, they ended up with bruised faces. After a long silence, Ku Jianqing could no longer help but ask, "Lu senior brother, can you give me a straight answer? Do you still have puppets like these? If you have many more, why waste time? I'll just go down myself to avoid taking a beating." That's about the gist of it, and Lu Chen understood, so he fell silent. How about yielding? Seeing that the dignified practitioner at the peak of the mystical method realm, Ku Jianqing, was scared enough to call him a senior brother in the late spirit transformation realm, wouldn't it be a bit unreasonable to beat him again? So Lu Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, there are still more. As for how many golden-armored Dao soldiers, you can guess for yourself. Ku Jianqing's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Well, how many do you have? At least I went up to the battle platform, and I didn't even dare to move my hands before jumping down myself. Don't I care about my face? Is it so hard to give me a number to put my mind at ease and let everyone know I am not cowardly? But on the other hand, Lu Chen is indeed devious. He knew this was not Lu Chen's limit. This guy's heart is too black, bullying even spirit transformation junior brothers. What is there he can't do? Ku Jianqing tried several times to draw his sword, but held back, ultimately forcing himself to suppress the impulse to try drawing his sword, and cupped his fists to Lu Chen. "Lu senior brother, you have great methods. I, Ku, am ashamed. Farewell." After speaking, he left the stage gracefully and decisively. Knowing it can't be done, yet still not backing down, this junior brother Ku of the mystical method realm has a bright future. Lu Chen evaluated inwardly. What, you say this is cowardice? How can the actions of a smart person be called cowardice? This is a wise decision, weighing pros and cons. You see, Ku Jianqing jumped off the battle platform himself, already avoiding the disastrous beating from the golden-armored Dao soldiers. Right. Senior brother Ku of Qingzhou retreated without fighting, but the disciples of Yuanzhou are not without courage. Lu senior brother, I Xie Zhiqing request a duel. From the Yuanzhou sect, a sword light shot into the sky, illuminating the night sky, and in an instant it flashed onto the battle platform. As the sword light dissipated, a not very tall, middle-aged man appeared 10 zhang away from Lu Chen, his features handsome and demeanor refined, resembling a scholarly teacher from the mortal world. Lu senior brother's puppet technique is superb, and my swordsmanship is not without merit. Let's duel. Xie Zhiqing slowly raised his hand, conjuring a sword made of pure air, its cold light shimmering the sword intent palpable. This person is quite brave. Lu Chen glanced at Xie Zhiqing, who could draw his sword at any moment, hesitated for a moment, and waved his hand again. Thus the 5 golden-armored Dao soldiers in front of him became 6, 7, and 8. And there were 20 more silver-armored Dao soldiers. As these towering Dao soldiers, radiating cold, dark gold, and dark silver colors, appeared one after another, the wide battle platform remained wide, but for some reason the originally spirited Xie Zhiqing suddenly had a strange thought. Isn't this battle platform a bit too small? Feeling that accommodating both Lu Chen and his Dao soldiers was already the limit, he began to feel a little crowded. Perhaps it would be better to go down, to give this Lu senior brother some space. Watching Xie Zhiqing go from spirited and high-spirited to gradually silent, even slightly reserved, Lu Chen smiled slightly. "Senior brother Xie, please. You are so brave, then it'll give you a bit of difficulty. Grasp it well. I wouldn't give this kind of treatment to an ordinary practitioner in the mystical method realm." Xie Zhiqing's eyelids twitched, and his originally strong grip on the sword inexplicably weakened as he looked at Lu Chen in silence. But Lu Chen heard Xie Zhiqing's humble transmission. "Lu senior brother, let's have a duel, but please don't hit my face, so I can save some face." Lu Chen. So this is the kind of Xie Zhiqing you are. In the end, Lu Chen raised his hand and casually waved at Xie Zhiqing. Thus, 20 silver-armored Dao soldiers nearly a zhang tall, and 8 golden-armored Dao soldiers over a zhang tall surged forward, overwhelming Xie Zhiqing. The outcome needs no further mention. Xie Zhiqing was gently lifted off the battle platform by the 28 Dao soldiers. Below the battle platform, Ku Jianqing from the Qingzhou direction watched Xie Zhiqing being overwhelmed by the Dao soldiers, a smile of pleasure creeping onto his face. "So you think you can be the one, huh? You say our Qingzhou sect retreated without a fight. You say the Yuanzhou sect is not without courage. Now that Lu senior brother's Dao soldiers are coming down like millstones, let's see if you still have the guts to talk. You idiot, it's just a sparring match between sects, why argue so much? It's not shameful to admit defeat if you can't win. Thus the three sects gathered together and came to an end. However, it does feel a bit like a tiger's head and a snake's tail. Clearly the previous spirit transformation and chi opening battles were getting more intense, yet when it came to the strongest mystical method realm, Ku Jianqing from Qingzhou directly admitted defeat and left, while Xie Zhiqing from Yuanzhou. How should we put it? Before stepping onto the battle platform, he was quite arrogant, full of bravado, but once he was on this, Xie Zhiqing noticeably became humble and didn't seem to have taken many hits, as there were no visible bruises on his face. This guy from Yuanzhou is also no good. The disciples from the Dongming Sect, including those from the Sword Fighting Peak and Mirror Peak, were continuously booing. He talks so big, but turns out to be just for show. How boring. Lu, senior brother, welcome back. A familiar disciple shouted. But the disciples from Yuanzhou and Qingzhou felt embarrassed and simultaneously burned with anger. The Dongming Sect is too bullying. Why must they send out such a freak as Lu Chen? This is unfair. Look at which sect has such a freak as a spirit transformation disciple. The Qi opening realm practitioner with the Basya bloodline was beaten to exhaustion. The Lin Xiao with the Tun Yuan spiritual vein was beaten into questioning life, and even Ku Jianqing at the peak of the mystical method realm was scared into retreating without a fight, while Xie Zhiqing was dragged down from the battle platform by the Dao soldiers. Qian Yunzhu and Chun Shi, these two spirit transformation practitioners, are not even worthy of mention. Lu Chen from the Dongming Sect is a freak. Appearing is already cheating. The key is that this cannot be spoken out loud, otherwise it would make it seem like the two major sects of Yuanzhou and Qingzhou are sore losers. How infuriating. Here he comes. Lu Chen chuckled and returned to the flying ship at the sword fighting peak. What he was really thinking was, perfect, 11 golden armored Dao soldiers and 2 5-element Dao soldiers are in hand. Third Elder, don't keep us waiting, fulfill your promise. He was excited in his heart. However, after waiting for a while, the third elder in the sky still had not sent a message. Under the night sky above the firmament, the great elder, the third elder, and the two true disciples from Qingzhou and Yuanzhou were seated in a cross-legged position in the void with turbulent clouds beneath them and a bright moon hanging high. The Dongming Sect has been delayed for quite some time. Did they encounter something on the way? A young man in a moon-white long robe sitting next to the third elder spoke. He was handsome and elegant, possessing a refined demeanor. He was one of the true disciples stationed at the Qingzhou sect, Luo Tingwu. The third elder said lightly, just some remnants of the 12 aspect sect who don't know their limits, as well as a few old guys from the evil sects, but it doesn't matter, alluring them out and taking them down will clear things up for a while. I see. Luo Tingwu nodded, then turned his gaze to the great elder. I presume the great elder has broken through to the Yang God realm and has not been detected by those remnants of the evil sects. Those old guys from the Dongming Sect excel at luring and enforcing the law. As one of the true disciples, Luo Tingwu certainly knows all the ins and outs, and he's quite adept at it. Unfortunately, since he went to station at the Qingzhou sect, he has rarely had such opportunities. The great elder chuckled. As I get older, people think my old bones have exhausted their potential and naturally give those remnants and evil sects a surprise. The great elder is too humble. After achieving the Yang God, one's lifespan is 3,000 years, and the great elder is still in his prime. Luo Tingwu replied with a light smile. Changing the subject, Luo Tingwu looked down at Lu Chen surrounded by numerous Dao soldiers on the battle platform and praised, the Dongming Sect has produced such a genius in puppet technique, truly remarkable. The third elder could not help but smile. It's just average. We have quite a few outstanding disciples at the sword fighting peak. The great elder's eyelids twitched slightly. Look at how proud you are. Who doesn't know that Lu Chen is your sword fighting peak disciple? Why do you need to say that? If not for letting you have your way back, then Lu Chen would surely be a disciple of the Mirror Peak by now. Luo Tingwu shook his head with a smile. Since the disciples below have finished causing a ruckus, let us open the ancient demon remains. Let's go. The third elder, the great elder, and the two true disciples immediately stood up and vanished above the clouds, and when they reappeared, they had arrived at the center of several flying ships. Among them, the third elder waved his hand to retrieve the battle platform that was suspended in midair, his gaze subtly landing on Lu Chen. The things I promised you after entering the ancient demon remains, I will come to kill for you. The third elder's ethereal voice suddenly reached Lu Chen's ears. You mean to kill them now, right? Lu Chen muttered inwardly, having somewhat anticipated this. The third elder wouldn't bring back the corpses of demons for no reason. The things he promised him would naturally have to wait until they entered the ancient demon remains. Lu Chen wasn't worried that the third elder would shortchange him on his demons. With the third elder's unfathomable strength, killing some demons in the mystical method and Dao embryo realms would be a piece of cake. It's just a pity that he cannot obtain them now. Otherwise, Lu Chen could immediately start upgrading his Dao soldiers, first making a couple of 5-element Dao soldiers. At that time, when they enter the ancient demon remains, wouldn't it be a slaughter? Forget about the mystical method realm. Even if he encounters demons in the Dao embryo realm, he would boldly let his Dao soldiers encircle and kill. As for right now, it's still best to count on 12 golden armored Dao soldiers and 33 silver armored Dao soldiers. Actually, it doesn't matter. At least hunting demons in the mystical method realm has already become a piece of cake for the Dao soldiers he currently possesses, and there's no need to find any fellow disciples to cooperate. First, let's take down enough mystical method realm demons, and let the remaining 33 silver-armored Dao soldiers advance to golden-armored Dao soldiers. Open the ancient demon remains. Just as Lu Chen was still planning his next moves, the third elder, the great elder, and the two true disciples had already acted together. The defensive formation of the starship was deactivated by the other elders, and all disciples of the Dongming Sect disembarked, including Lu Chen. Meanwhile, the senior elder, the third elder, and two disciples of the inner Dao joined hands in a supreme arcane seal. Divine light blazed like wildfire, coalescing into layer upon layer of dense mystic runes that twisted and converged in the void above the ancient Lang Mountains. It was as though an unknown dimension were being torn open, or perhaps an ancient seal were being unsealed, everything shrouded in profound mystery. The night sky blazed with divine radiance, inscribed with luminous runes. In the blink of an eye, a rift fissured across the void, widening steadily until it blossomed into an ethereal, translucent gate of the void. That is the ruined tomb of the ancient Yao. A disciple whispered. Hiss, I think I saw an immortal being chased by a horned dragon. Not think, I see it too. That truly is a horned dragon, its head crowned with a single spiraling horn. Strange. Why is there a blazing sun within? Though this one seems strangely diminutive. That is no sun, it is a sentient immortal pill. A gathering of Yao beasts claiming mountains as their dominions. Could a Yao sovereign have already risen within? Other disciples gazed upon towering peaks where Yao beasts massed in throngs, their malevolent qi surging heavenward. Shadowy ranks of Yao generals and Yao officers flickered into view, and somewhere deep within loomed a colossal, indistinct presence, possibly a Yao sovereign. Though no precise measure of strength was given for a Yao sovereign, such a being reigned supreme across vast territories, unrivaled, unchallenged, subduing legions of Yao beasts beneath its dominion. Listen well, all disciples, though the ruined tomb of the ancient Yao holds profound opportunities, it also harbors grave perils. Proceed with utmost caution. Return on your own after 10 days. An elder declared. Disciples from the 3 mountain sects, including those of the Dongming Sect, responded in unison, then stepped orderly through the gate of the void and vanished. Let us go. We must secure the tomb's entrance. Otherwise the Yao clans of the ancient Yao realm will not rest easily. The senior elder lowered his hands and spoke. In ages past, to seal the ancient Yao realm, countless Yangshan cultivators of Qingming perished. The strength of that seal now far exceeds what the scattered remnants within that realm could ever breach. Yang Qingpeng, the inner Dao disciple stationed in Yuanzhou, spoke with casual disdain. Why are the Yao clans so weakened today? So cowed they dare not even raise their heads before human sects? Because in the distant past, the great human cultivators of Qingming jointly subdued them and banished them into the ancient Yao realm. Though a few Yao beasts still linger outside, they are but stray stragglers, scarcely more than 3 or 4, posing no threat whatsoever to humanity today. We must not underestimate the Yao clans of the ancient Yao realm. Caution remains imperative, said Luo Tingwu, the inner Dao disciple stationed in Qingzhou, his expression growing solemn. Since time immemorial, humanity and the Yao clans have been mortal enemies. When the Yao clans held power, they raised humans like livestock, cattle, sheep, swine, dogs, slaughtering them freely for blood and sustenance. Yet humanity is no less ruthless. When ascendant once empowered, they treat Yao beasts solely as cultivation resources and slay them without hesitation. As for coexistence, or even intermarriage between human and Yao, such notions are sheer nonsense. Divergent origins breed divergent worldviews. True unity is nearly impossible. The principle endures. Those who are not of our kind harbor alien hearts. Of course, rare anomalies occasionally emerge. Individuals from either race who defy convention, secretly uniting in defiance of ancestral law. Such Yao beasts untainted by human blood may be tolerated, though practitioners might quietly curse them as fools. But any Yao being bearing human blood is condemned without exception. Better to slay 1,000 innocents than spare a single one. Let us go. Without further hesitation, the 2 elders and 2 inner Dao disciples shimmered and entered the ruined tomb of the ancient Yao. The remaining peak elders, direct disciples, and registered disciples likewise crossed the threshold. While the senior elder, third elder, and the 2 inner Dao disciples pressed deep into the tomb to seal the gateway to the ancient Yao realm, the peak elders and disciples could not stand idle. they were tasked with purging Yao beasts at the Dao Embryo realm. The opening of the ruined tomb served both as a trial and opportunity for disciples, and as a cleansing purge upon these Yao abominations, ensuring they would never rise again. As the gate of the void opened just now, I glimpsed a Yao beast atop that towering mountain, already manifesting signs of sovereign ascension, observed the third elder coolly. Let us sweep it clean first. No Yao sovereign shall be permitted within this tomb to show itself so boldly the moment the gate opened. Such arrogance deserves no mercy. Our inner disciple ranks would be overwhelmed by such a foe. Then let us slay this nascent Yao sovereign. The rest may be left to the disciples, affirmed the senior elder with a slight nod. With the speed of wind and lightning, the elders and inner Dao disciples reached the tomb's depths, where the very mountain the disciples had glimpsed beyond the gate of the void now rose before them. Humans, daring to invade our ancient Yao realm again. You deserve death. A furious roar shook the heart of the towering mountain. Leave this to me. Yang Qingpeng, the inner Dao disciple stationed in Yuanzhou, cracked his neck and strode forward, ascending step by step into the high heavens, a savage grin twisting his lips. Youngling of the Yao clans, you possess neither wisdom nor humility. Our human cultivators sealed your ancient Yao realm long ago. You are but insignificant fry escaping the cracks of that seal, and yet you dare bark like a rabid cur before the Dongming Sect. If I wish to strike you down, I shall, and need no permission from your wretched realm. Die. As he spoke, torrential azure gold chi erupted from Yang Qingpeng's body, like a god descending, striking straight at the mountain's summit. Dongming Sect of humanity, how audacious! A thunderous, enraged bellow echoed from the mountain's peak. Then a colossal Yao beast over 100 zhang tall surged forth, clashing with Yang Qingpeng high in the heavens. Azure gold chi roiled violently. Yao chi blotted out the sky. Their battle ignited instantly into white-hot intensity. The void itself trembled, rippling and warping as if about to fracture. Yang Qingpeng, nearing Yangshan attainment. The senior elder nodded approvingly, then turned to Luo Tingwu. Master Luo, have you yet achieved Yangshan? Almost there, Luo Tingwu replied with a gentle smile. The third elder withdrew his gaze from Yang Qingpeng and slowly fixed it upon the towering mountain before them. I still owe that young man the promised Yao corpse. What an inconvenient chore. He, a master of the sword combat, peak third elder of the inner sect of the Dongming Sect's Yezhou main sect, was now reduced to personally slaughtering minor Yao beasts at the Xuanfa and Dao Embryo realms. Merely speaking of it would stain his venerable face with shame. Yet there was no alternative. Without offering the youth tangible incentive his singular obsession with raw combat prowess meant, he'd likely ignore the trivial matter of intersect competitions entirely. So enticement was necessary. Was this truly an incentive? The youth's vision was narrow indeed. A dozen Xuanfa level and 2 Dao Embryo level Yao corpses sufficed to placate him. Easily manipulated, utterly predictable. At that thought, the third elder stepped into the mountain's depths, and soon furious shrieks and curses of Yao beasts rose from within, only to fade swiftly into silence. Moments later, he emerged lightly, treading the void as though nothing had occurred. Minor Dao Embryo and Xuanfa Yao beasts, surely fit fare for the disciples. Why trouble the third elder himself? Luo Tingwu asked, astonished, turning toward the senior elder. Perhaps his hand itched, mused the senior elder, inwardly puzzled. He knew the third elder rarely acted with. After a pause, the senior elder sent a subtle transmission. Why bother with these petty Yao beasts? The third elder replied. You think Lu Chen intervened for nothing? These Yao lives bought his cooperation. Is this the ancient demon remains? Lu Chen looked around and found that it was quite similar to the outside world, except this place was filled with demonic energy and an aura of desolation and decay. However, the so-called tomb was nowhere to be seen. For those who have never been to the ancient demon remains, let me inform you that this place is a gathering of demons, each claiming their own territory and acting as kings. Rarely will you find a solitary demon. Therefore, it's best for you all not to wander alone, or you may find yourself in danger. An elder disciple who had entered the ancient demon remains 200 years ago cautioned the eager inner disciples. A gathering of demons, claiming territory as kings. What a delightful prospect. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. This, a horde of demons waiting for him to harvest. He wouldn't even need to search for them one by one. It was a wonderful opportunity. While other disciples dared not act alone, he could. With a swarm of demons, and with his own Dao soldiers, it would be a battle of numbers. Who would fear whom? Lu Shidi, let's go together. Lu Shixiang, please take me along. In an instant, countless disciples swarmed towards Lu Chen, their eyes filled with fervor and flattery. During the battle over the ancient Lang Mountains, all the disciples witnessed Lu Chen's prowess, and no one knew if he had any hidden cards up his sleeve. Those puppets that even flying swords could not harm, and that had severely injured refining disciples to the point of spitting blood. Who could witness this without being stunned? To put it simply, as long as he did not encounter a formidable demon with Dao body realm guarding the demon mountains, Lu Chen could single-handedly push through with his puppets, taking away all treasures from the demon mountains. Anyone who could follow Lu Chen would certainly have the utmost assurance of safety, if nothing else. Surrounded by countless disciples, all calling out Lu Shixiang, Lu Shidi, Lu Chen felt overwhelmed. These disciples came from the various peaks of the main sect in Yezhou, including Danxiao Peak, Zhubing Peak, Feilai Peak, Wudao Peak, Dojin Peak, and Mingjing Peak, as well as disciples from the sects in Qingzhou and Yuanzhou, whom Lu Chen had never even met. I need to slip away. Lu Chen did not want to linger for another moment, and directly burrowed into the ground, disappearing from sight. Countless peers were left in vain, sighing in disappointment. But thinking about it, with Lu Chen and his Dao soldiers wreaking havoc, why would he need to bring along his fellow disciple? Not at all necessary, and bringing along fellow disciples might even become a burden. If it were them, they certainly wouldn't take along a group of peers who would serve no purpose. The ancient demon remains, so this is what it is. As soon as he burrowed deep underground, Lu Chen immediately understood the meaning of remains. It was indeed fitting. This was merely the entrance to the ancient demon remains, but after burrowing underground, he had already seen no less than 100 demon corpses deeply buried beneath the earth, all decayed, among which were even mixed in the remains of human cultivators. It was not hard to imagine the fierce battles that must have taken place here in the distant past, particularly the wars between humans and demons. I've heard that high-level beings can remain uncorrupted and intact even after falling for thousands of years. Lu Chen's thoughts wandered, suddenly igniting a spark of excitement. Then could it be that beneath the ancient demon remains there are powerful demon corpses that have fallen for unknown ages but still remain intact? Let's search. Lu Chen was full of energy. What kind of power could allow a demon to remain uncorrupted and intact for thousands of years? Even if he could find just one complete corpse, or even half a corpse, it would probably be enough to make Lu Chen's military coffers overflow. Perhaps he could even nurture a Dao soldier far surpassing the 5 elemental Dao soldiers, or even a wind and thunder Dao soldier. Just thinking about it made Lu Chen excited. He focused his thoughts and released all his silver-armored and gold-armored Dao soldiers, leaving only 2 gold-armored Dao soldiers to guard in front of him, while the rest searched and burrowed underground, searching for those undeteriorated demon corpses. Unfortunately, Lu Chen faced a setback. After searching for quite some time, his 33 silver-armored Dao soldiers and 10 gold-armored Dao soldiers found nothing that remained intact after thousands of years. That makes sense. If a formidable demon fell, its corpse would have long been taken away by the humans and demons who fought in that battle. How could it remain buried here underground? With that thought settled, Lu Chen no longer dwelled on finding leftovers. After all, this was merely a trial run. If he found anything, it would be a huge gain, and if not, he would go to ravage the demon mountains where countless demon corpses awaited. Connecting with over 40 Dao soldiers in his mind, Lu Chen was about to call them back, when he suddenly sensed that more than half of the Dao soldiers were transmitting strong wills. Found something. Lu Chen was filled with joy. Where was this place? It was a battlefield between humans and demons, and it had existed for an unknown number of years. Anything found here must be extraordinary because it had withstood the test of time. What remained now was undoubtedly a treasure. Ordinary items would have decayed long ago under the passage of time. A hand. Lu Chen switched to the vision of his Dao soldiers, and through their sight, he quickly discovered that his Dao soldiers were encircling a severed hand that was as white as jade. The hand was severed at the wrist, the cut clean, as if sliced with a sword or a knife. What astonished Lu Chen even more was that the blood at the severed edge had not yet coagulated, nor had a single drop flowed out. The blood still resided within the hand, appearing almost divine, radiating a faint celestial glow, which was extremely remarkable. It seems to be a woman's hand. Lu Chen mused. From its smooth, pale appearance and slender form, it was undoubtedly a woman's hand. I wonder what kind of high-level being this is whose hand remains intact after thousands of years and is buried underground, still possessing such incredible vitality. Lu Chen exclaimed in awe. Then, feeling excited, he knew that this hand must belong to a top-tier powerhouse, and he could not let this opportunity slip by. He focused his thoughts, and a Dao soldier stepped forward to gently pick up the severed hand and approached Lu Chen. Unfortunately, during this process, Lu Chen did not sense any desire from the Dao soldiers to absorb it as nourishment. Although it cannot be used to nurture Dao soldiers, it must have other uses. Lu Chen even had a bolder thought. It is said that cultivators, upon reaching a certain realm or mastering a certain physical divine ability, can be reborn from decay or even resurrect from a single drop of blood. Could he use this seemingly still vital severed hand to nurture a female, celestial being, allowing her to be reborn? A hand that could remain uncorrupted and intact for 10,000 years. What kind of realm and power would this female celestial being possess at her peak? It was unimaginable, hard to fathom. But Lu Chen knew that once he helped this female celestial being return to life, he would undoubtedly gain an incredibly powerful ally. Moreover, this ally would be a female celestial being. He could not say for certain whether it was truly immortal, but judging from that hand, it was doubtless not far from the realm of immortals. To call it an immortal would scarcely be an exaggeration. When Lu Chen took the severed hand from the returned Daobing, it felt icy to the touch, yet its skin retained a lifelike suppleness, as if it were still animate. Even when he held it, there was no obvious reaction. Lu Chen stared at it for a long while, without discerning any trick, then his mind stirred what would happen if he placed it inside the Yongbing Xingguan. At the thought, the severed hand was instantly drawn into the Yongbing Xingguan, and Lu Chen's consciousness sank. Inside the Yongbing Xingguan, the space was void and vast, as if boundless. After the unknown female immortal's hand sank in it, floated there motionless, still giving no sign of life. Perhaps it is useless. Lu Chen felt troubled, then grew too lazy to ponder further, and left the coffin to its silence. For the moment, it was more urgent to strengthen his Daobing. As for the female immortal's hand, there would be plenty of time to study it later. Only after Lu Chen's consciousness had fully withdrawn did the slender jade fingers of the severed hand twitch ever so slightly, then fell back into stillness, as if it had been an illusion. No sooner had his spirit left the Yongbing Xingguan than he sensed his Daobing growing excited. Only this time their yearning felt like a fierce hunger to feed. The Jinjia Daobing seemed indifferent, but his Yinjia Daobing reacted strongly. Found something good again. Lu Chen rejoiced and borrowed the Daobing's sight to look. He saw several Yinjia Daobing dragging for huge bones toward him. Bones of some beast. They looked like four-leg bones. Lu Chen mused, confident his guess was sound. The leg bones were enormous, remaining stark white despite countless years. The flesh was long gone, but the bones showed no sign of decay. If another 1,000 years passed, those bones would likely crumble to dust. Judging by the Jinjia Daobing's lack of interest, those four bones probably retained little remaining essence and could no longer attract the gold-armored constructs. When the Yinjia Daobing brought the bones before Lu Chen, he did not hesitate. He placed them into the Yongbing Xingguan and left one Yinjia Daobing inside to draw nourishment from them. This should be enough to promote that Yinjia Daobing to a Jinjia Daobing. Perhaps even 2 Yinjia Daobing might ascend. Lu Chen found the prospect pleasing. Next, I must go break the demon mountains and hunt the beasts. Lu Chen had no intention of lingering underground, though a few treasures might lie below. They were too scarce. In the time wasted here, he could have taken a demon mountain. Above the mountains, demon chi thickened. Strange beasts gathered in formations, arranging for battle in a tense, heavy atmosphere. A tiger demon with a formidable aura stood atop the peak. It rose to its full height, and though unclothed, was taking on a more human aspect. In truth, once a demon crossed into the Xuanfa realm and cultivated magic, it could approach humanoid form. Some beasts refused and kept their original shapes, but many shifted toward humanity. The great tiger, nearly zhang tall and radiating tiger majesty, intoned in a low voice, "Word comes from Yi Ting Mountain that those wretched two-legged humans have trod this domain again. We should show them who truly rules the ancient Yao realm. Humanity is nothing but food and fodder for us." A chorus of hundreds of demons answered. "Human flesh is said to be the most delicious, especially hearts and brains. Consuming them benefits our cultivation. This time we shall feast. Those damned two-legged humans laid seals here, preventing us from venturing out. If not for those seals, we could swarm the outside world and gorge ourselves on the weak, feeble humans. Fear not. Our mountain lord says humans will soon be delivered to our doors, and many will be cultivators. Their flesh will be fresher and all the more useful for our training. Haha, I can hardly wait to taste those two-legged humans." A boar demon licked its tusks with a long tongue, drooling in savage anticipation. At that moment, the earth split, and a great hand shot out, seizing the boar demon and dragging it beneath the soil. In an instant, it was gone without a sound. Who dares ambush from underground? The assembled seasoned demons were enraged. Such commotion could not escape their notice. In an instant, panic spread. Yet there was no reply. Instead, more great hands burst from the earth, and within moments, dozens of demons were pulled underground. "Fools! Do you think hiding beneath the soil will keep you safe?" cried a demon adept at subterranean movement, then dove into the earth only to vanish without a trace. In the blink of an eye, the once exultant horde eager to devour human flesh fell into nameless terror and chaos. Before long, more than 50 demons from the mountain had been torn below. Whether they lived or died, none could tell. Worse, they had not even seen who struck, and any next victim might be them. Spread out, ride the wind, and take to the sky. Do not give whatever is below another chance to strike. The tiger demon on the peak roared, its voice drowning the fearful clamoring. With a thunderous tremor, the earth reacted. Pillars of earthen power surged like massive serpents, sweeping rolling rocks and mud toward the ascending demons. From those earthen currents, there emerged one towering stone giant after another, smashing through any demon in their path. with brutal ferocity and unmatched strength. Especially the 12 largest stone figures who rampaged unchecked from east to west, no demon could withstand 2 of their blows. It was plain to see these were Lu Chen's Daobing. The 12 colossal stone men were his Jinjia Daobing, the rest were Yinjia Daobing. Lu Chen himself was not present on the mountain, but hidden deep within the earth. He had only sent forth his Daobing. He need only wait to collect the spoils, not take part in the fighting. Puppets. Humans are damned. The tiger demon on the peak was furious. With a roar that shook the sky, it vanished from its place and reappeared amidst the stone giants. The smaller Yinjia Daobing were battered and several were knocked away, but Jinjia Daobing arrived in force, and with ruthless blows the Xuanfa realm tiger demon did not endure long. The Jinjia Daobing were monstrously powerful. Their bodies were inherently tough, guided by the metal element into a diamond-like form reinforced by earthen armor. Facing Xuanfa realm demons of equal rank, they were unmatched. After some time, the mountain, once filled with amassed demons, fell utterly silent. The ground was littered with demon corpses felled by the Daobing. Efficient though the demon quality on this mountain is disappointingly poor. Lu Chen emerged from the earth, strolling the ridges with practiced ease, gathering the slain into the Yongbing Xingguan. His movements were extremely practiced. In his travels, he had already cleared over a dozen demon mountains. Unfortunately, many demons seemed to have learned of the Dongming Sect disciples' arrival and abandoned their peaks to rally at stronger mountains. A mountain like this, still foolishly waiting for the Dongming Sect disciples to come slaughter them, was now extreme. Only that tiger was Xuanfa realm. The rest are Tongqiao, Hualing, even Ningqi realm little beasts. Such rotten luck. Lu Chen was displeased as he finished collecting the corpses. Although his Yongbing Xingguan was filled with corpses, the Xuanfa realm demons totaled only 22. There were not many Tongqiao demons, either, only a couple of hundred. Most were Hualing and Ningqi realm of limited. Lu Chen did not waste them. He left 2 Yinjia Daobing in the coffin and fed all the non-Xuanfa corpses to them to hasten one Daobing's promotion toward Jinjia. As for the 22 Xuanfa realm corpses, Lu Chen kept them for the time being. He planned to amass enough Xuanfa remains onto a single Jinjia Daobing to forge a 5 elements Daobing. A 5 elements Daobing corresponded to the Daotai realm. If he could field such a Daobing, the benefits he gained in these demon ruins would be far greater. Crucially, in these ancient demon tombs, he could remain for 10 days. Within that span, he could exhaust his efforts to nurture 1, perhaps 2 or 3 5 elements Daobing. A pity Elder 3 did not fulfill his promise, then otherwise my haul would be larger. Lu Chen mused with regret. For now, let me see if this mountain hides anything valuable. In sweeping over a dozen demon mountains, Lu Chen had already found some rare spirit herbs. Though he did not practice alchemy, they could be exchanged at the sect for merit. No small gain. Most of the best spoils left by the demons were useless to human cultivators, yet Lu Chen took them all, intending perhaps to trade them later to some unfortunate demon for something of real use. Lu Chen waved his hand, and his Daobing dispersed to scour the grounds for anything of value. Not long after, a crude, filthy cave abode, even sour with stench, was discovered by the Daobing. As Lu Chen approached, a Jinjia Daobing seemed to sense something and struck, shattering what appeared to be a stone wall. It was no mere wall, but a rough stone door easily overlooked. Lu Chen's heart leapt. There were live demons. From the broken stone door came a frantic cry, "For mercy, human cultivator, spare my life, spare my life." A supplicating demon. Lu Chen had never seen one before. He did not step forward. Instead, he drew back and ordered his Daobing to surround the small stone chamber. Through the Daobing's sight, he saw the pleading demon. It was a tiger demon whose belly had been torn by claws, revealing a savage wound. Now the tiger showed no ferocity at all, only terror and desperation trembling beneath the ring of towering Daobing. So it had hidden here to heal. Lu Chen asked coldly, "What use are you?" The injured tiger stammered that it knew the area and could guide him. Lu Chen fell silent. A demon collaborator, among the demons as well. It made sense. Any sentient being prized survival above all, and to save one's skin one might do anything. But who could tell if the tiger spoke true? Then Lu Chen's eyes brightened. If it lied, all the better. He smiled inwardly at a bold plan and spoke without emotion, "Guide us. I am human, you are demon. Our races are mortal enemies. Why should I trust you? Or tell me, what can you give as proof of your loyalty?" He paused, and then indifferent added, "Kill it." The Daobing surged to kill, but the tiger pleaded frantically, "Wait. I can hand over my Hun Ina. My life will lie in your hand alone. Will you still not trust me?" The Hun In, once a cultivator, opened their ancestral apertures and touched the soul layer, could be condensed and given away. Whoever held the Hun In could control that being's life and death. Although Lu Chen had not opened his ancestral aperture, if the tiger willingly surrendered its Hun In, he could still manipulate the creature's fate. "You will give your Hun In." Lu Chen's interest sharpened. The tiger eagerly agreed, begging only for it. Lu Chen allowed himself a measure of belief and asked, "Then tell me, how will you guide me?" The tiger explained word went out from the Yeti Mountain Demon King that the 100-year cycle draws near and humans will once more enter the ancient Yao realm. Many demons have hidden themselves in various places. I know many of their hiding spots. I will pose as one seeking to join them. You, my master, not merely a fellow cultivator, need only conceal yourself and follow. I will root them out so none may escape. Lu Chen smiled and clapped once, then shook his head. Not fast enough. Gather every hiding demon you know. He clenched his fist and said, I will call many of my sect brothers to descend and trap them all in one net. Can you do that? The tiger nodded fervently, already offering its hun-in with both hands. This is my hun-in. Please, master, accept it. A Jinjia Daobing took the invisible imprint and handed it to Lu Chen, who pocketed it and waved them away. Go. If you do this well, I will return your hun-in and spare your life. The tiger kowtowed, overwhelmed with joy, and swore it would not disappoint. Dragging its wounded body, it hurried from the cave. Yet in the amber depths of its eyes there was no longer fear or servility, only concealed killing intent and rapture. Foolish humans, you have brought this on yourself, it thought. It had planned to lead Lu Chen into the strong demon mountains so the demons could slaughter him. But Lu Chen's arrogance in promising to sweep up all the local demons and let this one go made the tiger's scheme easier. How laughable and ignorant. Even though Lu Chen possessed the tiger's hun-in, what good is one life? Once the tiger reached out and called its kin and Lu Chen summoned his sect brothers, the tiger could reverse the trap and bring down more demon mountains in a sudden ambush, burying the human cultivators with no graves. It seems I have hooked a big one. Lu Chen watched the tiger go, and a bright, radiant smile spread across his face. This was far more interesting. Hunting demon mountain by mountain was tedious. This approach was swift. He saw every change in the tiger's expression, for his Daobing had been watching the tiger's movements underground all along. For the performance to appear utterly convincing, I'll need to enlist a few fellow cultivators to make a brief, conspicuous appearance. The Yao tribes here are no fools. Though he had laid a trap for them and offered the wounded tiger Yao a chance to turn the tables and annihilate the cultivators, some among the Yao were bound to suspect treachery and send scouts ahead to verify the path. After all, the injured tiger Yao's bare word testimony would hardly sway other Yao without hesitation. Were it Lu Chen himself, he would never believe it outright. Then first, I shall find people, not for genuine collaboration, but to stage a spectacle, for the Yao to witness. As for whether finding them would prove difficult, hardly. Within this ancient Yao ruin, disciples from the 3 mountain sects of Dongming Sect were plentiful. Encounters were not guaranteed at every step, yet locating them posed no real challenge. Just as he prepared to dispatch his Dao soldiers to search, a sudden surge of extraordinary power erupted from his cultivation breeding Immortal Coffin, flooding his body in an instant. Racing through his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, coursing along his limbs and meridians, rapidly strengthening his physical frame. Another golden-armored Dao soldier. Lu Chen rejoiced. This newly awakened golden-armored Dao soldier had ascended by absorbing the leg bones of 2 unknown Yao beasts. 2 leg bones remained, enough to steadily elevate another silver-armored Dao soldier to golden-armored rank. At once Lu Chen summoned the freshly forged golden-armored Dao soldier from his cultivation breeding Immortal Coffin, then placed a silver-armored one inside to continue absorbing the remaining pair of Yao leg bones. Additionally, 2 more silver-armored Dao soldiers rested within the coffin, slowly drawing strength from the corpses of Yao below the profound law realm, gradually growing stronger, while faint surges of mysterious divine energy flowed back into Lu Chen's body, reinforcing his physique, albeit at a painstakingly slow pace. 13 golden-armored Dao soldiers, and soon a 14th, 15th, 16th. Should the bait, the wounded tiger Yao, prove successful without mishap, Lu Chen would forge even more golden-armored Dao soldiers, perhaps even amass enough power to forge a 5-element Dao soldier outright. When that day came, not only would his Dao soldiers grow vastly stronger, but his body-refining cultivation too would likely break through, propelling him directly into the profound law realm. It was a pity, however, that his spirit cultivation remained stalled at the latest stage spirit refinement realm, leaving little time for dedicated practice. Setting aside these scattered thoughts, Lu Chen dispatched all remaining Dao soldiers to locate Dongming Sect disciples. Before long, a ripple of spiritual intent reached him, signaling that his Dao soldiers had indeed found traces of Dongming Sect disciples. He shifted his consciousness into the soldiers' senses and swiftly beheld over a dozen Dongming Sect disciples engaged in battle, some dozens of Liu Wei surrounding and slaughtering 5 Rat Yao, one of whom had already attained the profound law realm. They appear to be disciples from Danxia Peak, the main branch in Yezhou. A plan instantly coalesced in Lu Chen's mind. Since he intended to use these senior brothers and sisters as actors in his charade, he knew well he must offer appropriate compensation. No one would waste precious time playing along without incentive. who after all had nothing better to do. Then consider these 5 rat Yao my gift to you senior brothers and sisters. With that, Lu Chen melted silently into the earth and vanished. Dozens of li away amidst mountains and wilds 5 rat Yao roared in fury, their Yao Qi boiling with blood slaughter aura. Encircled by 16 Dongming Sect disciples, their annihilation was merely a matter of time. Fortunately, these 16 disciples were all from Danxia Peak, adept at alchemy, yet still unrefined in demon-slaying, hence their excessively cautious tactics. Humans, trespassers upon our Yao lands. You shall pay dearly for this intrusion. The profound low-rank rat Yao snarled, its eyes blazing crimson. Its form was colossal, akin to a fully matured wild ox. This land was never meant for Yao of the ancient Yao realm to dwell in. Your eradication by Dongming Sect is but the inevitable calamity awaiting those who escaped the ancient seal of the ancient Yao realm. A young female disciple spoke slowly, her tone measured and unruffled, her composure unshaken even before the mortal enemy of humanity, the Yao. Her features were striking, not peerless in beauty yet distinctly above average, and her figure was graceful besides, a rare combination. Senior sister Zhong, why waste breath on such vermin? A nearby disciple rubbed his forehead in exasperation. His senior sister excelled in nearly everything, except brevity. She conversed with anyone she met speaking at a glacial pace. Those of impetuous temper simply could not endure her ordeal. Zhong Ying corrected gently. Though they are Yao, having spoken, they deserve reply, lest we appear lacking in human decorum. The disciple's lips twitched inwardly. Why in heaven's name did I ever think to reason with senior sister? He nodded perfunctorily, muttered a few hollow pleasantries, and rushed headlong into battle, while the others subtly widened the distance between themselves, and Zhong Ying fearing she might single them out next. At that very moment, a massive stone-armored hand erupted from the earth, seizing the profound low-rank rat Yao and dragging it underground. Instantly more hands, ghost-like and silent, emerged, wrenching all 5 rat Yao beneath the surface in a flash. Yet mere heartbeats later, the 5 rat Yao were hurled back onto the ground, lifeless corpses. The Danxia Peak disciples recoiled in shock. Who dares interfere? Human or Yao? Merely lending a hand along the way. Please forgive the intrusion, fellow disciples. Lu Chen emerged soundlessly from the earth, smiling faintly as he clasped his fists in salute. It's Brother Lu. The Danxia Peak disciples cried out elated. With the 3 mountain sects convened, Lu Chen had single-handedly subdued the sects of Yuanzhou and Qingzhou, earning immense renown. Within Dongming Sect's inner sect, who had not heard of Lu Chen, though he had entered the sect only recently, no one now addressed him as Junior Brother Lu, save those intimately acquainted with him. All others, regardless of seniority, bowed respectfully and called him Senior Brother Lu, for before absolute strength, seniority held no weight whatsoever. Zhong Ying stepped forward gracefully and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Senior Brother Lu, for your timely. She, like many others, felt keen curiosity toward this prodigy, who had risen meteorically and dazzled all at the 3-sect assembly with his peerless puppetry arts. True, the 5 rat Yao would inevitably have fallen to their blades, even without Lu Chen's intervention, but the process would have consumed far more time. His intervention, by contrast, had been swift, decisive, and immaculate. A trivial gesture, Lu Chen waved dismissively, then smoothly changed the subject. Fellow disciples, you hail from Danxia Peak. Indeed. Zhong Ying nodded, calm and unhurried. Does Senior Brother Lu require assistance from Danxia Peak disciples? Lu Chen lied effortlessly without so much as a blush. I do. Earlier I cleared a Yao-infested mountain and discovered a peculiar herb. Exquisitely rare, yet its nature remains unknown. Out of caution, I dared not harvest it rashly lest its spiritual potency be compromised. Since you disciples are from Danxia Peak, the foremost authority on spiritual herbs, I wonder if you might accompany me to identify this wondrous flora. No problem. Slaying Yao, we dare not boast, but identifying and harvesting herbs, that is Danxia Peak's true forte. Rest assured, Senior Brother Lu will not be disappointed. Before Zhong Ying could even respond, the other Danxia Peak disciples were already thumping their chests, pledging enthusiastic support. Ah, this is the benefit of reputation. Lu Chen mused inwardly. Strength and renown opened every door. He was welcomed everywhere by good people. But were some obscure, unknown disciple to make the same request, not a soul would deign to glance his way. Upon the Yao Mountain, you surrendered your soul mark to that wretched human, trading your life for a single chance to ambush those cultivators. I trust you. Upon a broad throne carved from black stone sat a massive black-furred monkey Yao, its aura thick and profound, gazing intently at the wounded tiger Yao. Its enormous fingers tapped slowly upon the armrest. Yet though I trust you, I cannot ignore humanity's cunning. The tiger Yao, its abdomen torn by savage claws, fell silent for a moment, then replied softly. The black-furred Yao gestured with a crook of his finger. Instantly a hawk Yao leapt forward. Fly to the place the tiger brother named, scout thoroughly. Verify whether any human cultivators linger there. Observe with utmost care. I shall fulfill this charge without fail, Mountain Lord. The hawk yow spread its wings and soared skyward, vanishing into the vast blue until only a speck remained. Time passed. Perhaps after a quarter of an hour, the flying eagle demon swooped in like a black lightning bolt. Mountain Lord, there truly are human cultivators present. The eagle demon landed before the wide seat, and indeed a person had come to height. The black-furred demon monkey atop the wide seat leaned down and inquired, "How many are there? What is their strength? Are there any ambushes?" The eagle demon replied excitedly, "From what I have seen, there are 17 of them. Their strength does not exceed the Xuanfa realm. Most are at the Tongxiao stage. I did not see any ambushes. With our Mo Yuan mountain strength, we can definitely take them down." The black-furred demon monkey stood tall, casting a dark shadow. "If that is the case, then." Before he finished speaking, a tiger demon who had suffered claw wounds on its abdomen hurriedly interjected, "Yuan Mountain Lord, hold on." "Moi." The black-furred demon monkey coldly glanced at the tiger demon. "Why should we hold on?" The tiger demon said urgently, "Yuan Mountain Lord, you may not know, but one of those cultivators is extremely proficient in puppet techniques. This person possesses dozens of puppets, and it is said that there are at least 7 or 8 that can match the Xuanfa realm, and no one knows if there are even more puppets. They are truly formidable and difficult to contend with. Yuan Mountain Lord must not be careless. It would be best to seek alliances with a few other demon mountains to ensure absolute safety." "Oh." Yuan Mountain Lord slowly raised his massive arms, and after pondering for a long while said, "In that case, I shall personally go to meet the other mountain lords and teach those human beings a lesson they won't forget." The eagle demon's eyes glimmered with excitement. "Seeing those human cultivators, I can no longer contain myself. I long to drink their blood and feast on their hearts and brains. It seems that this will soon become a reality." The other demons listened continuously, swallowing their saliva, eager with anticipation. Still in that initial demon mountain, Zhongming along with more than 10 disciples of Danxia Peak stared at a seemingly ordinary spirit herb, exchanging speechless glances. Finally, a disciple could no longer hold back, pointing at the surrounded spirit herb and looking at Lu Chen, asking, "Is this the rare grass and wondrous flower that senior brother Lu spoke of?" "You must be joking. This is just a weed that wouldn't cause anyone any grief if stepped on. Oh no, let's give senior brother Lu some face and call it a spirit herb. To be honest, if you were to stroll around Danxia Peak, you could easily find 100 of such spirit herbs. How to put it? It's quite common. Calling it a spirit herb might be an exaggeration, but if you say it's not, it is indeed a medicinal material, just not precious and extremely common. But this one herb, which barely qualifies as a spirit herb and is exceedingly common, Lu Chen actually invited over more than 10 disciples of Danxia Peak just to identify this weed. How to say it? Out of trust in Lu Chen's strength and character, and also in his judgment, when Lu Chen mentioned encountering a rare grass and wondrous flower, the disciples of Danxia Peak were truly filled with great curiosity. Some even had the thought to show off the prowess of Danxia Peak in front of Lu Chen, yet in the end Lu Chen just showed them this. Everyone recognizes this. Lu Chen asked curiously, "So what kind of spirit herb is this?" "It's the Qingqi grass." Lu Chen certainly recognized it, but since he had invited these disciples from Danxia Peak to perform a play, he had to show them something. However, on this cursed demon mountain, there truly wasn't any decent spirit herb to present. This Qingqi grass, which even dogs wouldn't look at, was already the best he could offer. He felt quite helpless. However, thankfully the play was over, and these Danxia Peak fellow disciples had completed. "I'm afraid I have disappointed senior brother Lu. This is not a rare spirit herb, just a Qingqi grass with little..." Zhongming spoke leisurely, giving her response. Lu Chen immediately expressed his disappointment. "I see." He showed a hint of apology. "I'm sorry to have troubled you all to come for nothing." He expressed his apologies while also implying, "It's fine now, everyone can disperse." The disciples of Danxia Peak understood and knew that Lu Chen wouldn't take them to slay demons, and they all took. Although they didn't see any real rare flowers or herbs, they at least established some shallow ties with Lu Chen, so it wasn't a wasted trip. As he watched the group of Danxia Peak disciples depart, Lu Chen felt as if he were wandering through the void, while in reality, he switched to the perspective of the path warrior who had been following the tiger demon. It was a golden-armored path warrior hidden deep underground, undetected by any demon. Since the path warrior was neither living nor dead, it exuded no life aura and wielded the power of earth, resembling a stubborn stone. Who would know that this stone was actually Lu Chen's path warrior? Through the vision of the golden-armored path warrior, Lu Chen clearly saw the tiger demon first arrive at Imo Yuan Mountain, then follow Yuan Mountain Lord to the other 4 demon mountains, ultimately leading a massive horde of over 1,000 demons toward his location. This caused Lu Chen's eyes to light up. "Indeed, I've hooked a fish, and a big one at that." "How big is the fish?" Let's just say not small, really not small. With a rough glance from the golden-armored path warrior, there were no fewer than 20 demons at the Xuanfa realm, and even over 300 at the Tongxiao realm. More importantly, an old ape emerged from Mo Yuan Mountain carrying a heavy burden, exuding an aura of decay as if it could die at any moment. Its once black fur had turned white and sparse, seemingly having shed a lot. Yet this old ape's aura faintly surpassed that of the Xuanfa realm. Could it be that it is a formidable demon monkey at the Daotai realm? Lu Chen felt his heart racing. Can the Daotai realm be dealt with? The Daotai realm corresponds to the 5 elements path warriors which Lu Chen had yet to cultivate, but he believed he could handle it. Firstly, this old ape truly looked very old, as if it could die at any moment, so its strength must no longer be at its peak. Furthermore, he wouldn't have to fight himself. There's no danger, so what's there to be afraid of? After all, it's the path warriors who will fight. With their terrifyingly strong physiques, there's no need to worry about being defeated. The only thing to note is that the silver-armored path warrior should not engage with the old ape, which is suspected to be at the Daotai realm, or else it might truly get hurt. But one thing is for sure, the golden-armored path warrior will definitely not be harmed by a Daotai realm being. Good. Today seems like a day for my path warrior brothers to feast. Lu Chen was eager to try, but to be safe, he directly burrowed deep underground to keep his distance. After all, against over 1,000 demons, although his path warriors were at a disadvantage in numbers, they absolutely had the upper hand in quality. Master Yuan, is it not a bit overly cautious to mobilize the power of 5 demon mountains just to slay a dozen human cultivators? Beneath the clouds, over 1,000 demon creatures rode on black winds. At the forefront stood 5 demon creatures, exuding a dense aura, all shrouded in a fierce aura. Among them was the black-furred demon ape. Additionally, there was a pig demon, a deer demon, a wolf demon, and a leopard demon, while behind Master Yuan the white-furred hunchbacked old ape seemed rather unremarkable, like a candle flickering in the wind likely to extinguish at any moment. Moreover, the injured tiger demon that had handed over its soul mark to Lu Chen was also present. At this moment, the pig demon with exposed fangs voiced its dissatisfaction. With 5 complete demon mountains, there were more than 20 at the Xuanfa realm, and the remaining creatures at the Tongxiao, Hualing, and Ningqi realms numbered well over 1,000. Such a display would be sufficient to annihilate a small human sect, yet they were only here to kill a mere dozen humans. Have they not heard why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? What angered the pig demon further was that after slaying those dozen human cultivators, how much meat could it possibly share? It would hardly be enough to fill its teeth. Master Yuan flashed a glimmer of disdain. Indeed, a pig's brain is nothing but a pig's brain lacking foresight and creativity. It is no wonder humans often use pigs as an insult. Yet he still spoke. The number of human cultivators entering our ancient demon realm is not small. These dozen are merely the ones we can see. There are many more human cultivators who are not beyond our reach. The pig demon, only half understanding, grew increasingly dissatisfied. Stop speaking in circles like those humans. I, old pig, cannot comprehend. It's quite simple. These dozen human cultivators, if utilized properly, could attract more human cultivators. The deer demon spoke casually, offering an explanation to the pig demon. Let the Black Ape Mountain of Master Yuan make the first move, allowing those human cultivators a chance to summon reinforcements. That is exactly my intention. Master Yuan nodded. Human cultivators who dare enter our ancient demon realm must be prepared to face slaughter at our hands. Come forth. The more the better. Just right, we can catch them all in one net. In just a few words, the demons finalized the death sentence for Lu Chen and his companions. Of course, those disciples of Danxia Peak spotted by the eagle demon had long since departed, and even Lu Chen himself had vanished into the depths of the earth. All that remained on that demon mountain were Lu Chen's Dao soldiers. Soon the demon mountain where the tiger demon resided arrived. Why do we not see those human cultivators? The pig demon frowned. Naturally, they have hidden themselves, preparing to ambush us. Let my Black Ape Mountain meet them. Master Yuan scoffed, summoning the demon winds and leading over 300 lesser demons straight toward that demon mountain. Human cultivators, come out and die quickly. As a demon at the Tongxiao realm dispersed the demon winds and stepped onto the demon mountain, it began to shout. However, before the words could fully escape its lips, there was a loud bang as the ground erupted, and a massive hand covered in stone armor suddenly reached out, pulling it into the depths of the earth, silencing it entirely. At that same moment, one after another massive hands wrapped in stone armor emerged from beneath the earth. Each hand that appeared took away a demon creature, sometimes even 2 or 3. So they were hiding underground. Master Yuan sneered. I had anticipated that you human cultivators would lay an ambush here, yet I see no remarkable means. Simply burrowing underground cannot hold any ground. Follow this mountain master into the depths for battle. Master Yuan was the first to plunge into the earth, followed closely by all the demons of the Black Ape Mountain. However, a quarter of an hour passed, then another quarter, yet there was no sound emerging from the depths of the earth. The demons of the Black Ape Mountain, including Master Yuan, who was close to the peak of the Xuanfa realm, had vanished like a mud cow sinking into the sea, not even a ripple remaining, which was extremely strange. Beneath the clouds, even as the many demon races riding on the black winds felt confident in their kin from the Black Ape Mountain, they now realized that there must be a significant problem beneath the earth. Master Yuan and the demons of the Black Ape Mountain may have encountered grave dangers underground. What a cunning human cultivator daring to act against my Black Ape Mountain. The white-haired old ape who had remained silent until now spoke coldly, having lost all patience. It had little time left to live, thus the Black Ape Mountain could not fall into ruin under its watch. All demons, heed my command. Follow this old one into the depths. Anyone who retreats without fighting shall be killed. The old ape commanded, and in that moment it revealed a terrifying aura that surpassed the Xuanfa realm. The demonic energy surged into the sky, rolling forth like a great calamity. Even its hunchback form straightened in an instant, and its withered body began to swell, as if returning to its peak form. Yet its sparse white fur would never return to black. The pig demon, deer demon, wolf demon, and leopard demon trembled within, daring not to utter a single word. The old ape of the Black Ape Mountain was enraged, and it would not only lead them into the depths to rescue the demons of the Black Ape Mountain, but it could also easily take their lives. Boom. The old ape darted like a flash of lightning, instantly burrowing into the depths, followed closely by the pig demon, deer demon, wolf demon, and leopard demon, who did not dare to hesitate, leading their respective demons into the earth. Upon entering the depths, 4 gold-armored Dao soldiers cloaked in stone armor charged forth swiftly, surrounding the old ape. The remaining Dao soldiers moved like tigers among sheep, starting their slaughter from the weakest of demons fiercely and rapidly. In this underground, it was as if a fish had entered water. No fish could not compare to the ferocity of these Dao soldiers. This was akin to a dragon entering the sea, stirring up waves. Human puppets, where are the demons of my Black Ape Mountain? The old ape was furious, entangled by the 4 gold-armored Dao soldiers. What angered it more was that with its Daotai realm strength, it could not budge these Dao soldiers even slightly. Although it had the power to suppress them, it could not completely slay them, thus becoming trapped in an endless entanglement. However, despite the old ape's rage, it received no response. The gold-armored Dao soldiers continued their rampage, unafraid of death, showing no signs of retreat. Looking at the other demon races that had also burrowed underground, they were now screaming in terror, brutally slaughtered by the Dao soldiers until their hearts were filled with fear. Even those at the Xuanfa realm were both astonished and enraged. They were angry that these Dao soldiers did not engage them at all, but focused solely on slaughtering the weaker demon creatures, and they did so at an astonishing speed. What shocked them was, the Master Yuan of the Black Ape Mountain and those countless Dao soldiers are likely already dead. Even with their thousands of demons entering the depths, led by the old ape at the Daotai realm, they were being slaughtered into a state of utter defeat, with screams echoing throughout. The demons, numbering less than 300 from the Black Ape Mountain, along with Master Yuan, who had been the first to enter, were they not simply meat buns thrown to dogs? Damn it, Master Yuan of the Black Ape Mountain truly deserves to die. What was said about using their own plan against them, surrounding and slaughtering human cultivators here, and even luring more cultivators for an ambush? You cursed one, are you not certain that the human cultivators are not more skilled boiling the pot, waiting for these demon races to be dumplings in the water? How much time had passed no one could tell. The screams beneath the earth gradually faded, and the surging earth elemental energy ceased, transforming the entire land into a living prison. Over 1,000 monstrous beings lay buried deep beneath the soil. Or rather, there remained one, an ancient ape still locked in mortal combat with the Dao Sentinels. This elder ape was extraordinarily powerful, having already transcended into the Dao fetus realm. Even encircled and assaulted by 13 golden-armored Dao Sentinels, he could not be subdued swiftly. The silver-armored Dao Sentinels, ranked 1 tier below their golden counterparts, could not even draw near. The moment they approached, they were violently repelled by the elder ape's terrifying demonic aura. In the end, only the 13 indomitable golden-armored sentinels remained, relentlessly besieging him. Cursed be this frail old age. Were I still in my prime, these clan mortar puppets would shatter beneath my fist. The elder ape unleashed his final guttural roar, but hear this, human race. Our ancient demon clans of Guyao realm are no helpless lambs to be slaughtered at will. Wait. His voice trailed off as exhaustion overtook him, and the 13 Dao sentinels struck him down where he stood. A Dao fetus realm cultivator, truly worthy of the title, Lu Chen emerged from the depths of the earth, gazing upon the fallen elder ape, and murmured in quiet awe. 13 golden-armored Dao sentinels, employing the earth-slaying dragon art as their core technique, and drawing boundless power from the earth elemental dominion of this subterranean realm, still required such a grueling, protracted battle to slay him. Had the elder ape not been so grievously weakened by age, this siege might have stretched on far longer, or worse, he might have escaped entirely had the battlefield not been deep beneath the earth. Alas, there is no what if. Who else but this elder ape, so arrogant in his Dao fetus strength, would deliberately plunge headlong into the very domain where the Dao Sentinels held absolute supremacy? Yet fortune favored Lu Chen. This pig teammate of an elder ape had driven the remaining 1,000 monsters underground. Without his coercion, the Dao Sentinels might never have overwhelmed them all. Worth noting, the wounded tiger demon who had surrendered its soul seal to Lu Chen also fled underground. But before it could act, Lu Chen crushed the seal in his palm, extinguishing its life utterly. Finally, Lu Chen began clearing the battlefield, his lips curled upward in an irrepressible growing grin of exhilaration. Corpses of demons lay everywhere. Though most were mere chi condensation or spirit refinement realm cultivators, numerous channel opening realm demons were scattered among them, and several had even reached the mystic law realm. At their apex stood the Dao fetus realm elder ape. At minimum, this hall could nurture one, perhaps even two, 5-element Dao sentinels. Half an hour later, every demon corpse beneath the earth had been sealed within Lu Chen's immortal coffin for cultivating sentinels. Let us begin with one 5-element Dao sentinel. Lu Chen suppressed his surging excitement, withdrew a single golden-armored sentinel, and directed it to absorb the elder ape's corpse as nourishment, launching its ascension toward the 5-element rank. He then withdrew another golden-armored sentinel and fed it over 40 mystic law realm demon corpses. He intended to test whether this mass of elite essence could forge a single 5-element Dao sentinel. It must succeed. It will succeed. Lu Chen's palms grew damp. These were over 40 mystic law realm demon corpses. They could reliably produce over 40 golden-armored sentinels. If they failed to yield even one 5-element sentinel, his losses would be staggering. After all, most of his current sentinels were still silver-armored. Still, his silver-armored sentinels would soon dwindle, each ascending to golden-armored status. For beyond those 40 mystic law corpses, every remaining demon carcass would fuel that very transformation. Yet the 1,000 corpses were rife with low-grade material, mostly chi condensation and spirit refinement realm demons, too weak for quality ascension. Only sheer quantity could compensate. Moreover, he remained deep within the ruins of the ancient demon realm, where peril could strike at any moment. He dared not devote all his sentinels to cultivation. He must proceed with deliberate caution. At present, Lu Chen retained 2 golden-armored sentinels inside the immortal coffin, both striving toward the 5-element rank. 3 silver-armored sentinels were likewise undergoing ascension. All others remained immobile, reserved for emergencies. Lu Chen had originally planned to cultivate sentinels while continuing his hunt, but hesitation seized him. At last he resolved, no. Prudence demands I wait until my 5-element sentinel is fully forged before venturing forth. Even casual fishing here had reeled up a Dao fetus realm elder ape. What if next time misfortune struck and he faced 2, or even 3, such demons? Life is singular and irreplaceable. Caution is wisdom. Besides, this harvest alone was already immense. Let him consolidate his gains, amplify his sentinel's strength fully, then resume the hunt. After all, he had 10 days within the ruins of the ancient demon realm. Surely enough time to forge a 5-element sentinel. Having settled his resolve, Lu Chen abandoned all thought of leaving. There, deep beneath the earth, he settled into meditation and awaited the birth of his 5-element sentinel. During this time, he recalled 10 more silver-armored sentinels into the immortal coffin, directing them to absorb demon corpses and ascend toward golden-armored status. From the immortal coffin, divine energy flowed into him ceaselessly, fortifying his physical body, amplifying his corporeal might, while his chi-refining cultivation steadily approached the channel-opening realm. Upon a demon-infested mountain peak, Li Genie sat cross-legged, crowned with jade robed in azure silk. His eyes closed, his aura rising and falling like tides, growing ever stronger, ever more profound. Then at last his ascending aura surged to its zenith and broke through like a tidal wave, ascending yet instantly an aura erupted from him, surpassing even the mystic law realm, breathtaking in its intensity. Even the elder ape Lu Chen had slain with 13 golden-armored sentinels paled beside Li Genie's newfound might. At last, I have broken into the Dao fetus realm. Li Genie slowly opened his eyes, deep as abyssal voids, calm as still lakes. Then it is time to settle certain accounts with brother Lu Chen, my dear junior brother. His final words were spoken with icy, deliberate precision. Lu Chen had reduced Fan Sheng to half a man, and even drawn the wrath of elder third master of the sword-dueling peak. Yet Li Genie cared little for Fan Sheng's humiliation. What was unforgivable was that this affair had entangled him. Fan Sheng was his subordinate, known to all disciples of the sword-dueling peak, and certainly known to elder third master himself. Yet the punishment meted out by Elder Third Master clearly favored Lu Chen. What did that signify? It signified Elder Third Master's dissatisfaction with him, a veiled warning delivered through Fan Sheng. It declared plainly Lu Chen was under Elder Third Master's protection, and Li Jinyi's hand must never reach for him again. Otherwise, the next thunderwhip would not fall upon Fan Sheng, but upon Li Jinyi himself. What enraged Li Jinyi most was Lu Chen's astonishing genius in puppetry, the elegance, the profundity of his constructs laid bare before his eyes. He had witnessed Lu Chen's Dao Sentinels devouring 10,000 specters within the infinite ghost realms diagram. He had seen Lu Chen single-handedly sweep across the Yuanzhou and Qingzhou sects during the three-gate convergence. He even knew, though he himself had reached the pinnacle of the mystic law realm, that he was no longer Lu Chen's equal. Thus he watched silently as Lu Chen dazzled every disciple of the Dongming Sect, while Li Jinyi bowed his head ever lower, ever deeper. But fortune smiled upon him in the ruins of the ancient demon realm, upon this very mountain, where he discovered the all-enlightening flower. And so, having long stood at the threshold, he finally shattered through, ascending fully into the Dao Fetus realm. Then what truly was Lu Chen? Within these ruins, the disappearance of a sword-dueling peak disciple would scarcely raise an eyebrow. Li Jinyi rose calmly, stepping forth from the mountain. Beneath his feet lay corpse after corpse drenched in fresh demon blood. 3 days have passed in a hurry. During these 3 days, Lu Chen remained hidden deep underground, showing no intention of emerging regardless of the chaos that ensued at the 3 gates of the cave of the enlightened sect within the ancient demon ruins. The 5 elements Dao soldiers are about to be formed. At one moment, the soldier-rearing celestial coffin in his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled, causing Lu Chen's long-anticipated emotions to tighten, followed by a surge of joy. The mysterious power from the soldier-rearing celestial coffin surged unexpectedly, instantly flooding Lu Chen's limbs and internal organs with an unprecedented intensity, making his physical body grow stronger at an astonishing pace. My physical strength is about to break into the realm of the mystic law. Lu Chen sensed this and quickly focused his mind, exerting all his effort to operate the primordial indestructible sutra. In that moment, Lu Chen felt as if his internal organs had plunged into molten lava, being continuously tempered and forged, while his muscles, bones, and skin underwent a transformation toward a higher level, shedding layers of old skin and growing anew. Even his bones and blood experienced the same. This was the first time he had felt such intense changes since his physical body began to strengthen. In the realm of Qi refinement, the mystic law will cultivate magical power, allowing one to traverse the cosmos and undergo a qualitative transformation. So in the realm of body refinement, does it mean that the physical body completely sheds its mortal coil, achieving true reincarnation? It is not merely a figurative reincarnation, but a literal one, a genuine transformation. His original blood, skin, bones, and so on had nearly all been replaced, and that unprecedented feeling of power filled every inch of his muscles and blood, as if he could unleash astonishing might with a mere flick of his finger. Moving mountains and filling seas was no longer a fantasy. The process of advancing his physical cultivation to the mystic law realm and achieving reincarnation lasted a full day and night. It wasn't until noon on the 4th day that Lu Chen completely completed this process of reincarnation. He clenched his fist casually, and the air erupted with crackling sounds, a testament to the astonishing power that created sonic booms resonating beneath the earth. Unfortunately, the power feedback from the enhanced Dao soldiers can only act on the physical body and improve physical cultivation. Lu Chen sighed with regret. If only his Qi refinement cultivation could also be enhanced, his current strength would surely have allowed him to ascend both Qi and body refinement to the mystic law realm. The Dao soldiers he could cultivate might have already surpassed 100, perhaps even 200 or 300. Yet his Qi refinement level remained at the late stage of Qi transformation, not even reaching the great completion, leaving Lu Chen feeling exasperated. The key was that his soldier-rearing celestial coffin recognized only Qi refinement strength, showing no change with the increase in body refinement, which truly infuriated him. Body refinement is not a realm. Now, even without the Dao soldiers, Lu Chen was a veritable mystic law realm cultivator. A punch using the earth-rending dragon technique could easily slay a multitude of Qi transformation experts. With his latest stage Qi transformation cultivation, he could crush a whole area with just a finger. Unfortunately, it was of no use. The soldier-rearing celestial coffin simply wouldn't acknowledge it. It matters not. After a long while, Lu Chen calmed the discontent in his heart. Once this expedition into the ancient demon ruins concluded, he would enter seclusion and fully strive for the Qi transformation realm. This wouldn't take long. Moreover, with over 10,000 merits in hand, he could exchange for many high-quality pills to assist his cultivation. Now let me see what differentiates the 5 elements Dao soldiers. Originally, he was supposed to seize the moment of the Dao Soldier's ascension to comprehend the mastery over the Dao Soldiers, but now he felt there was no longer any necessity for that. His 45 Dao Soldiers, after devouring thousands of ghosts, were nearly ready for him to comprehend at any time, just waiting for him to carve out the time to achieve a significant leap in true understanding. With a thought, 2 towering Dao Soldiers materialized before Lu Chen underground. My. He scanned them and felt a wave of doubt. No changes. Why do they seem unchanged compared to the golden armored Dao Soldiers? They still stood over 10 feet tall, their dark gold skin unchanged if they stood together with the golden armored Dao Soldiers. Who could tell the difference? Of course, their strength had undoubtedly changed, and significantly, so to an exaggerated degree. This was beyond question. Oh, there is a change. Lu Chen suddenly sensed something. The moment the 2 5 elements Dao Soldiers appeared, the Earth's earth element power, fire element power, water element power, wood element power, and metal element power seemed to boil madly, converging toward the 2 Dao Soldiers before completely merging into their consciousness, gradually condensing into a single point. This is Lu Chen, being the master of the soldiering celestial Coffin, as well as the master of the Dao Soldiers, naturally received the answer as the changes in the Dao Soldiers coincided with his inner doubts. 5 elements true seed. This is a unique ability that only Dao Soldiers possess after achieving complete harmony of the 5 elements and their transformation. Unlike cultivators, Dao Soldiers possess the innate ability to command various elemental powers, thus naturally manifesting this change when the 5 elements are in harmony. The 5 elements Dao Soldiers have gained magical power. After a moment of understanding, Lu Chen felt a surge of clarity. What is the 5 elements true seed? In essence, it can be summarized as equivalent to a cultivator's However, unlike a cultivator's magical power, the strength contained in the 5 elements true seed is still the elemental power of the world, merely refined to a greater degree. Essentially, it remains elemental power. Moreover, as long as it is not isolated from the elemental forces of the world, the Dao Soldiers' 5 elements true seed will never run out. This point is indeed remarkable. Lu Chen clapped in admiration. In the past, he often worried that if he encountered formations that isolated the elemental forces of the world, his Dao Soldiers might lose half their strength on the spot. But now he needn't worry about that. Even if isolated from the elemental forces, his Dao Soldiers could still unleash elemental power, and it would be more refined and formidable than the elemental power of the world. Combined with the Dao Soldiers' inherently formidable strength and physique, they were still astonishing. Wait, there's more. The 5 elements true seed was merely one part of the transformation of the 5 elements Dao Soldiers. Lu Chen felt it clearly, sensing it. The greatest change in his 5 elements Dao Soldiers was not the 5 elements true seed, but my 5 elements Dao Soldiers can inherit my spells and divine abilities without restriction. This was a response that instinctively transmitted to Lu Chen's heart from the 5 elements Dao Soldiers. It left Lu Chen momentarily stunned. What did this represent? It meant that his Dao Soldiers could perfectly inherit all the spells he practiced, such as the Earth-Rending Dragon Technique, 9 Heavens, Sword Classic Earth Elemental Techniques, Fire Elemental Techniques, and so forth. More importantly, with the 5 elements Dao Soldiers no longer limited in passing down his spells and divine abilities, did this mean that his Dao Soldiers could begin to form formations? Formations now, that is the real killer move after increasing the number of Dao Soldiers. Damn, it's about to take off. Have you heard of the formidable sword array of the Dao Sect, the 7 cuts of Jinwu? 7 people can form an array to slay immortals and demons. Of course, such a powerful sword array itself is an extremely profound practice of swordsmanship with exceptionally high requirements for cultivation comprehension. So have you heard of the 2 instruments array, 3 talents array, 4 symbols array, 5 elements array, 6 harmonies array, 7 stars array, and 8 trigrams array, among others? Certainly these are among the most common and practical formations in combined attack arrays, and theoretically, they can be infinitely expanded and evolved. For example, the 3 talents array can be formed with 30 or 300 people, and its power will increase accordingly, but it is not as convenient as 3 people as it becomes easier to find flaws. Let's not discuss these for now. Within the Dongming Sect, there are numerous combined attack formations, which are foundational to every major sect. The disciples of major sects are numerous, but their strengths vary considerably. However, once they form an array, they can effectively consolidate their strengths into a whole, even amplifying their power 10-fold or 100-fold. Among them, the most famous formations of the Dongming Sect include the Earthly Fiend Suppression Array, the Great Celestial Trapping Array, and the Celestial Fiend Extermination Array. These 3 formations are all combined attack arrays. The Dongming Sect has already perfected them, requiring no further training from the disciples. They are already imprinted in the formation plates, and as long as the disciples return to their positions, the great array's power can be unified into one immense and unfathomable Among them especially the Celestial Fiend Extermination Array can concentrate the power of the array, capable of merging 10,800 disciples into one. It is not impossible to push further and create a formation with 100,000 and 80,000 disciples. However, it may be easier to find flaws, and the array would not be as complete. Furthermore, unless all 3 mountain gates of the Dongming Sect gather, finding 100,000 and 80,000 suitable disciples for the formation would not be easy. I should not be able to access the Celestial Fiend Extermination Array at this moment, but I should be able to find the Earthly Fiend Extermination Array and the Great Celestial Trapping Array in the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. However, among these two formations, the Earthly Fiend Extermination Array will be prioritized because it is a killing array, while the Great Celestial Trapping Array is a trapping formation. Moreover, the Earthly Fiend Extermination Array can be deployed by 72 Dao soldiers, and it can also form an array with 720 Dao soldiers. For the current Lu Chen, this is entirely sufficient. Of course, it is still too early to discuss these matters. Only the 5 elements Dao soldiers born after the transformation of the 5 elements can inherit all the knowledge of their master Lu Chen without restriction. The other Dao soldiers, such as the golden armored Dao soldiers, are not capable of this. Even if Lu Chen comprehends and cultivates the Earthly Fiend Extermination Array, it would be useless, as there are not enough 5 elements Dao soldiers. Currently, I have 2 5 elements Dao soldiers, and with the 2 Dao Fetus Realm Demon Corpses promised by Elder Sand during this expedition to the Ancient Demon Remains, I can guarantee that I will be able to nurture 4 5 elements Dao soldiers. Upon returning to the sect, I will first comprehend and cultivate formations such as the 4 Symbols Array, 5 Elements Array, 6 Harmonies Array, 7 Stars Array, 8 Trigrams Array, and 9 Palaces Array. Lastly, I cannot neglect the Earthly Fiend Suppression Array. Of course, the Earthly Fiend Suppression Array is also one of the top secret formations of the Dongming Sect. Its profoundness is undoubtedly unquestionable. Lu Chen will first successfully comprehend and cultivate the common foundational combined attack formations like the 4 Symbols, 5 Elements, 6 Harmonies, 7 Stars, and 8 Trigrams, then proceed to understand the Earthly Fiend Suppression Array for better efficiency. With my Dao soldiers forming combined attack arrays, their power will definitely surpass that of any other person's combined attack array. This is because these combined attack arrays emphasize the connection of intent. Moreover, Lu Chen's Dao soldiers are inherently connected to his will, allowing them to communicate mutually through him, effortlessly achieving a connection among dozens, hundreds, or even thousands and millions of Dao soldiers. Everything is within Lu Chen's control. This is the greatest advantage of Dao soldiers forming combined attack arrays, minimizing any potential flaws to near non-existence. Because formations inherently do not have flaws, the flaws arise from the people who lay out the combined attack. However, Dao soldiers do not possess this issue. The combined attack array formed by Dao soldiers will become the most perfect and strongest combined attack array, unleashing its power to the utmost. Well, in the future it will even be possible to encircle and kill Yin gods, and even Yang gods with 5 elements Dao soldiers. In the future, Lu Chen will no longer rely only on the strength and numbers of Dao soldiers to barely cross realms and defeat formidable enemies. Instead, he can form a combined attack array concentrating the power of all Dao soldiers into one, achieving a power greater than the sum of its parts, even exceeding 3 or 4 times the strength, crossing realms to slay enemies. Not to mention it being effortless, it would also be very close to that. If 5 elements Dao soldiers are already this powerful, then the subsequent swift Dao soldiers and wind and thunder Dao soldiers will be even more formidable. Lu Chen was filled with joy, unable to suppress his excitement. Only after observing the 2 5 elements Dao soldiers closely for a long time did Lu Chen finally retract his gaze. It is worth mentioning that over these past few days Lu Chen has nurtured far more than just 2 5 elements Dao soldiers. Additionally, the 2 unknown demon leg bones discovered from deep underground have successfully allowed 1 silver armored Dao soldier to advance to a golden armored Dao soldier. Furthermore, the demon corpses obtained from the previous sweep of Demon Mountain have also successfully allowed 2 silver armored Dao soldiers to advance to golden armored Dao soldiers. And this time the demons caught while fishing, although their strength is lacking, mostly being in the Qi gathering and spirit transformation realms, their sheer number surpassed 1,000, allowing 5 silver armored Dao soldiers to become golden armored Dao soldiers. Thus, Lu Chen's current strength consists of 2 of the strongest 5 elements Dao soldiers, 21 golden armored Dao soldiers, and 22 silver armored Dao soldiers. In addition, Lu Chen himself has also broken through his body, refining cultivation from the Qi opening realm to the mysterious law realm. It can be said that upon entering the ancient demon remains, Lu Chen has already reaped ample rewards. Lu Chen first transmitted all the spells he had cultivated to the 2 5 elements Dao soldiers, then invigorated his spirit. Let's continue to sweep through Demon Mountain. With his current strength in Dao soldiers, even if he encounters formidable demon beasts at the Dao Fetus realm guarding Demon Mountain, he can directly push through. Lu Chen even hopes to encounter 1 or 2 formidable demon beasts at the Dao Fetus realm, for then he would be able to nurture 2 more 5 elements Dao soldiers. At that time, Lu Chen wouldn't even dare to imagine how powerful he could become. Perhaps even the elders of the Sword Fighting Peak would have to call him senior brother. The elders of Sword Fighting Peak are likely at the Dao Fetus realm. I have 2 5 elements Dao soldiers equal to the Dao Fetus realm. Well, now I'm stronger than the elders of Sword Fighting Peak. No doubt about it, absolutely no doubt about it. However, Lu Chen is a modest person and wouldn't boast in front of the elders of Sword Fighting Peak seeking to be called senior brother. Emerging from beneath the earth, Lu Chen estimated aloud that it must be the 5th day since entering the ancient monster mausoleum. The timing seemed right. Half of the Tindui purge had already elapsed. Over the next 5 days, he must hunt many Xuanfa realm beasts, preparing the soldier-nurturing Immortal Coffin, so that upon leaving the mausoleum, he might break through to the Tongxiao realm. After all, once he departed the ancient monster mausoleum, there would be no other place outside where so many monsters gathered for Lu Chen to find. Luck would also matter, whether he could chance upon any Daotai realm creatures. With his present strength, even if 3 Daotai beasts clustered together, he could defeat them. Without hesitation, Lu Chen gathered his Daobing and slipped deeper beneath the earth, moving like a shadow. Whenever he met a beast, he slew it. Whenever he found a monster hill, he raised it, working with ruthless efficiency. A day passed in that fashion, and the once empty soldier-nurturing Immortal Coffin was piled high again with corpses like a mountain. As he fought, he fed the heaped carcasses to the silver-armored Daobing, promoting them to golden-armored. By day's end, 3 more golden-armored Daobing had been birthed, and he had swept through more than 10 monster hills. The number of golden-armored Daobing rose to 24, while silver-armored fell to 19. Corpses of Xuanfa realm beasts once more neared 30, yet frustratingly no Daotai realm creatures had been encountered. Apparently the peak masters, their named disciples, and the elders had already preemptively swept up the Daotai beasts, a disappointment to Lu Chen. It was worth noting that Dongming Sect disciples advanced from the outside and encircling and clearing layer by layer until all converged upon a central point to purge the mausoleum completely. Lu Chen had begun encountering Dongming Sect disciples in succession. It seemed the purge of the ancient monster mausoleum was approaching its end. Lu Chen pondered this. On the 7th day, the monster hills he met dwindled until his communication jade talisman abruptly stirred with activity. A dispatch read: the Dilong Shu branch of the monster folk is roaming beneath the ancient monster mausoleum, preying upon our disciples, suspected to include more than 1 Daotai realm Dilong Shu. In addition, an assembly of ancient monsters led by the bloodline Qi Long Hui is concealing itself and hunting our disciples, with at least 3 Daotai realm beasts involved. Supplement: Qi Long Hui was struck and wounded by the combined efforts of the peak elders and is currently fleeing. All disciples must exercise extreme caution. If you encounter either of the above, immediately notify the sect and slay them together. Qingkong Monster Hill harbors a large concentration of fiends, allured by spirit herbs. A death array has been set to ambush our disciples. The array has been uncovered. Those versed in arraycraft should hurry to assist. The message appended a map marking the location of Qingkong Monster Hill. Yeding Mountain. This is where the mausoleum's monster king dwells, the very heart of the ancient monster mausoleum. Its host of beasts far exceeds Qingkong Monster Hill. Any idle disciples may all proceed to join in its eradication. Supplement: the monster king of Yeding Mountain has been slain in close combat by Yang Zhen's true disciple, yet many Daotai and Xuanfa realm beasts still remain there, but do not underestimate them. A map indicating Yeding Mountain's position was likewise attached. Lu Chen studied the message and murmured softly, it truly seems the sweep of the ancient monster mausoleum is nearing its final stages. Most of the mausoleum's monster hills and creatures had already been combed through by Dongming Sect disciples. What remained were the most stubborn hills, places where beasts clustered in force. And then there were ancient bloodlines like the Dilong Shu and the Qi Long Hui, vicious clans that struck at Dongming Sect disciples wherever they appeared, each a formidable player among the monster folk. Lu Chen fell into thought for a moment. Where should he go next? A few small, uncleaned monster hills might still exist, but not many circling about to search them would be inefficient. Moreover, the sect's principal task ahead would be to strike at the Dilong Shu and the Qi Long Hui bloodlines, and then to press fully against Qingkong Monster Hill and Yeding Mountain. If Dongming Sect's disciples and the peak elders could not finish before the Tindui limit arrived, the senior elders, the great elder, the third elder, and the 2 direct disciples would most likely intervene personally. After careful thought, Lu Chen resolved he would spend a day seeking the Dilong Shu clan. If nothing turned up, he would then follow the crowd to assault Yeding Mountain or Qingkong Monster Hill. In truth, maximizing gain would advise striking Yeding Mountain or Qingkong Monster Hill first. Those two mountains were the mausoleum's bulwarks and its largest hills, gathering an immense number of beasts, including many of Dao Tai standing. But Lu Chen had only just produced his 5 elements Daobing and did not wish to reveal them before all his fellow disciples. Even if he joined an assault, he could only deploy his golden armored Daobing. If he exposed the rest of his trump cards now, all would be revealed. Previously, he had released golden and silver armored Daobing to devour Myriad ghosts. Because those foes benefited his Daobing greatly, he could not afford to hold back then. He had long intended to cultivate Daobing within the ancient monster mausoleum. Even had he exposed them earlier, it would not have mattered, for this place was the best grounds for his Daobing's renewal. Prior reveals did not count against him. Now the situation was different. The 5 elements Daobing matched the Dao Tai realm in strength and constituted Lu Chen's greatest trump. In the time to come, opportunities to advance further might be scarce, so he must be exceedingly cautious and not display them lightly. Thus, simply following the sect's main force against Yeding Mountain and Qingkong Monster Hill was not Lu Chen's best choice. Those operations would likely yield few Dao Tai beasts for him. By contrast, the Dilong Shu clan was hostile to other disciples, but suited Lu Chen perfectly. Beneath the earth is the Dilong Shu's home, and also where his Daobing excelled. Crucially, the Dilong Shu were reported to include more than one Dao Tai realm individual. Securing even one would be far more profitable than joining a mountain assault on Yeding or Qingkong. This was the main reason Lu Chen was willing to spend a day tunneling underground to try his luck. If he found them, he trusted he could win. As for the Qi Long Hui bloodline, he dismissed them as too hard to find. Instead, he might well chance upon the Dilong Shu underground. Decision made, Lu Chen wasted no more time. With his Daobing, he continued to thread through the earth in search of signs of the Dilong Shu clan. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. Not a single trace of the Dilong Shu was found, not even a hair. Lu Chen cursed his ill luck under his breath. At that moment, the scattered Daobing suddenly sent a ripple of "Will found something." Could it be the Dilong Shu? Lu Chen leapt with joy and shifted to the Daobing's perspective. Beneath the earth, he saw a crude hall bearing monster script that read Chuanshan Hall. Lu Chen recognized monster script. Dongming Sect had taught him to read it. Like many monsters, some also understood human characters. This was not unusual. Chuanshan Hall. He wandered then through the Daobing's view. He saw several huge pangolins shuttling through the underground passages and immediately understood. He had not found the Dilong Shu. Instead, he had stumbled upon a den of pangolins. Still, it was not a complete loss. Lu Chen felt heartened and issued his command to the Daobing, kill them. In an instant, 24 golden armored Daobing and 19 silver armored Daobing surged forth. Chuanshan Hall trembled and finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. A furious low growl rose from the shattered hall. Human filth. Even here in the deep earth you dare detect us. You shall die well. Though Lu Chen stood at a distance behind 2 5 elements Daobing viewing through their sight, he could clearly see the pangolin clan was not vast, fewer than 100 in total. Some were juveniles at the Ningqi and Hualing stages. But the adult pangolins were no weaklings. The weakest among them were at least Tongqiao realm. There were 17 Xuanfa realm pangolins, and the largest elder emitted an aura near the brink of Dao Tai. It was merely a hair's breadth from breaking through the realm barrier, not yet accomplished. 17 Xuanfa realm beasts with one nearly at Dao Tai. This pangolin clan was impressively strong, Lu Chen thought, with mounting excitement. He had cleared many monster hills, but none had matched the strength of this pangolin clan. Ordinary monster hills might host 2 or 3 Xuanfa realm beasts, sometimes only one. A clan boasting 17 Xuanfa individuals was something he had never before seen. By contrast, Mayuan Mountain, if one counted the aging Dao Tai ape nearing death, could suppress these pangolins by a margin. Yet if given time, this pangolin clan might still yield a Dao Tai beast. Lu Chen had no intention of granting them that luxury. He would have liked to, but the ancient monster mausoleum only lasted 10 days. There was no time. Relative to a dozen or so Xuanfa pangolins, a single Dao Tai would be far more valuable. On the surface, Li Genie strode through the void, jade crown upon his head, and a sky-blue robe flowing about him, his gaze sweeping the land. He sought the Dilong Shu and the Qi Long Hui bloodlines, and he was also searching for Lu Chen. Tall and straight-backed as a spear, his countenance, stern, Li Genie's eyes were like those of a famished tiger. With a sweep, they seemed to pierce all illusion, a peculiar trait of his. Those eyes were not merely intimidating. They truly differed from normal sight, and could see through most falsehoods from birth. The third elder called them Ling Tong, spirit pupils. Though they were not wholly complete, nowhere near as fierce as the Ling Tong described in ancient texts. Even so, Li Genie surpassed ordinary men. He had cultivated many pupil arts. From that pair of eyes sprang many wondrous powers of great potency. He murmured, Yeding Mountain has no sign. Qingkong Monster Hill is absent. But he halted mid-sentence, for his tiger-like Ling Tong perceived violent fluctuations deep beneath the earth. He did not need to deliberately invoke his pupil arts. His newly attained Daotai state allowed him to discern that underground anomaly with ease. The battle's tremors were so fierce the land itself seemed to quake and crack, something enormous beneath the earth strained to break free. Who was fighting so deep below? Li Jini thought, his heart quickening. Could it be the Dilong Shu? He felt sudden delight. Though Lu Chen remained unfound, discovering the Dilong Shu would be a major boon in itself. He fancied himself favored by heaven. First, the Dongming flower had aided his breach of the Daotai threshold, and now the Dilong Shu might hand him another triumph. In that instant, Li Jini felt destiny had chosen him. He forced down his excitement and employed his pupil arts. The ground in his sight rippled like water, all obstructions erased. He saw deep into the earth. He saw the collapsed Chuanshan Hall, nearly 100 pangolins being slaughtered, and he saw what was killing them, Daobei. Li Jini's pupils flashed with unprecedented sharpness. Puppets. Lu Chen's puppets. Wonderful. What had been sought with toil appeared without effort. Destiny was indeed on his side. With the third elder absent, destiny would not favor Lu Chen but him. Elated, he thought, this is the time to end you. With a single step, he plunged into the earth. If Lu Chen's puppets were here, Lu Chen himself would certainly be nearby. He would be within these tens of miles. Li Jini was confident he could find him with ease. Li Jini's eyes shone with exceptional light as he sank into the underground, sweeping the surroundings, until he soon spied Lu Chen and the two dark gold puppets standing before him. There he was. Lu Chen, cautious as ever, still kept two dark gold puppets before him as guardians. Li Jini had seen these dark gold puppets before. They were stronger than the dark silver kind and capable of contending with Xuanfa realm foes. In the past, whether devouring myriad ghosts in the endless specter diagram or displaying might at the three gates convergence, these puppets had shown formidable power from Hualing to Xuanfa. Moreover, the dark gold puppets could employ the Disha Bo Long technique, a truly fearsome capability. Yet alas, Li Jini himself was now Daotai realm, vastly superior to any Xuanfa foe by manyfold. Compared to the elder of Dojin Peak, he surpassed Xuanfa cultivators by dozens of times. Lu Chen's dark gold puppets posed him no real threat. All the better, while Lu Chen's puppets were busy slaughtering the Pangolin clan, only two dark gold puppets protected him. They would make it easy for Li Jini to dispatch Lu Chen silently and without disturbance. A fierce joy filled Li Jini's heart as he closed the distance, certain that when he struck he would leave no witnesses and claim the victory that fate had granted him. Without the faintest forewarning, the two five elements Dao soldiers before Lu Chen simultaneously transmitted a sharp, urgent alarm into his consciousness. Someone is approaching stealthily and heading straight for my direction. Instantly alert, Lu Chen shifted his course and fled eastward for dozens of li. Yet the two five elements Dao soldiers continued to hiss warnings into his mind. So he truly is coming for me. Lu Chen confirmed without doubt. Earlier, while he had been concealed deep beneath the ground, a passerby might have stumbled upon him by accident. Now that he had changed course and the figure still advanced toward him, there was no room for doubt. Lu Chen instantly shifted into the perception of the two five elements Dao soldiers before him. These earth affinity wardens mastered the earth element. As true five elements Dao soldiers, they commanded all five elements, and beneath the vast earth their dominion over the earth element was exaggerated to an almost absurd degree. Lu Chen could not pierce that weighty, boundless soil, but the Dao soldiers could. In a single instant, borrowing the soldiers' sight, Lu Chen saw Li Jini advancing silently, and in next he also caught the cold, indifferent hunger in Li Jini's tiger-like eyes, and laid bare with no disguise a murderous intent. Lu Chen's first reaction: has this man gone mad? Does he not know his own strength compared to mine? After all, although Li Jini had crippled Fan Sheng within the sect and humbled Li Jini's own face. No, that makes no sense. He had not reached the point of taking lives. Is this man so petty? Wait, one more look. As Lu Chen scrutinized him, clarity finally dawned upon how this lunatic thought. He has broken through beyond the mystic art and entered the Dao embryo realm. No wonder he suddenly went berserk. He's become inflated with pride. I hold two five elements Dao soldiers comparable to Dao embryos in my command, 24 golden armored Dao soldiers, and 19 silver armored ones at the ready, and I myself stand at the refining body mystic art level. If these forces do not make one proud, what right have you to swagger merely because you entered the Dao embryo? Lu Chen's expression darkened. He raised his hand and let it fall lightly. Kill. The two five elements Dao soldiers before him moved at once, melting into the earth and vanishing from Lu Chen's sight. Lu Chen had never been magnanimous. If someone came to slay him, he would slay them back. Forget repaying hatred with virtue, save such pieties for ghosts. Direct physical obliteration. Consign them to the cycles of reincarnation to repent in the six paths. That was his style. Meanwhile, Li Jini, who had been creeping forward without sound, suddenly paused for a moment. Have you detected me? Lu Chen had shifted position again, raised his hand, and dropped it, The two dark gold automata that had disappeared before him were all seen by Li Jini. Interesting. Li Jini's face betrayed no ripple, a sneer flashed like a starving tiger in his eyes. Futile struggles. Unaware that before the absolute might of the Tao embryo realm all your resistance is meaningless. Without the slightest warning the earth beneath, Li Jini trembled. Boundless earth force surged coalescing into one titanic earth dragon after another roaring as they tore toward him. Earth technique, earth dragon reversal. A divine light flickered in Li Jini's eyes as if stars were collapsing within them. The vision in his gaze poured into reality, an astonishing force erupted from beneath the earth, obliterating every attacking earth dragon. It felt as if the very strata beneath the world had shifted, as if the heavens and earth themselves were being coerced into motion, not by the passage of time, but pried by one man's extraordinary might. The phenomenon was terrifyingly abnormal. His comprehension of the earth element's true intent had reached great profundity. Even such a modest earth spell thus exploded with immense power. Alas, to the Tao embryo realm such feats were but trifling ants attempting to shake a tree. Li Jini strode forward from the depths of the earth impassive and composed. At that same moment, out of the rupturing earth dragons, a towering dark gold figure materialized, as if from light and shadow flashing, and in an instant lunging before Li Jini. One of the dark gold automata that had vanished from before Lu Chen. The golem, more than a zhang in height, erupted with an extraordinarily pure five elements force, prying at the earth's nearly infinite earth affinity power and brimming with a vast murderous might, all condensed into a single punch. That punch resembled a planet of earthly fiends in the cosmic void, immense, inexhaustible, and majestically boundless. Its force could rend great heavens and vast earth, no longer confined to a single mountain or river. The Disha dragon binding technique. And it was extraordinarily potent, comparable to the Tao embryo tier, and even faintly surpassing it. In that instant, the light in Li Jini's eyes turned to shock and bewilderment. Lu Chen's golem. When had it become so dreadful? No, this was not the mere automaton that could only rival the mystic art realm before. Those earlier puppets were not even Lu Chen's full hand. He hid even more terrifying automatons on him. Damn it. Rage and astonishment burst within Li Jini, together condensing into a single thought. Lu Chen is a rotten dog. His heart is truly black. He had been hiding a trump card all along. Who was he trying to deceive? Once more the image of voidly annihilation appeared in Li Jini's eyes. Deep within his pupils, an endless black void seemed to fracture, evolving into one rift after another in the void, like the keen edge of a supreme weapon cleaving outward from his gaze into reality. In an instant, the earth was sliced as though it were fragile tofu by those void drifts, which then collided soundlessly with the five elements Tao soldier's Disha dragon binding strike. Boom. An incredible upheaval burst forth deep beneath the ground. Hundreds, even thousands of zhang of bedrock erupted upward, forming mountain after mountain on the surface, and in the same breath, they collapsed, as if the earth itself raged, a boundless terrain threatened with ruin. The murderous force of the Disha dragon binding collided with the earth affinity, and five elements might concentrated in a single fist. Driven by the indomitable body of the five elements Tao soldier, that punch shattered the void rifts. The ruptures crumbled into strips and fragments, scattering into points of light and vanishing into nothingness. On the Tao soldier's fist, not even a white scorch remained. It still bore its unmatched momentum as it hurled toward Li Jini. Such a body. Li Jini's pupils constricted to pinpricks, his shock deepening. How could Lu Chen's golem be so unyieldingly solid? Moments ago, his pupil art was hailed as near divine. The void pupil great rift, one of the most ferocious killing pupil techniques in the wanfage of the Dongming Sect, appeared to the Disha dragon binding in potency. Yet this murderous pupil art could not so much as leave a single white mark upon Lu Chen's golem's body. It was monstrous beyond belief. What godly materials had that damned Lu Chen used to forge his automata? Is he that wealthy that he can casually expend such divine-grade resources to craft golems? Or had the third elder peak lord of Dojin Peak given Lu Chen special favor and allocated the sect's top resources to him? At that moment, an unnamed fire in Li Jini's chest flared hotter. On what grounds? Why could Lu Chen receive such favor from the third elder? How much had Li Jini himself done for the sect? How many beasts and demonic cultivators had he slain before clawing his way to his present position? And what had Lu Chen done? He had entered the sect less than a year ago. What could he possibly have contributed? In terms of merit or innate talent, how is he superior to Lu Chen? Why did the third elder lavish such favor upon Lu Chen? Li Jini's eyes ignited with a raging fury which ultimately spilled into reality, igniting the earth deep within and turning it into molten lava, incinerating everything. However, this boundless wrath had no effect on the five elements Tao soldiers. Instead, amidst the lava, the earth Sha dragon combat technique of the five elements Dao soldiers seemed to grow even stronger, effortlessly harnessing the power of fire for their own use. Boom. Silently, and without warning, another five elements Dao soldier materialized behind Li Jini, and with a fierce punch pierced through Li Jini's head, completely eliminating him, as he remained consumed by anger staring at the five elements Dao soldier in front of him. Throughout the entire process, Li Jini didn't have any opportunity to react. It wasn't that he was unaware of the second five elements Dao soldier deployed by Lu Chen, nor was it that he lacked vigilance. It was simply that given his strength, being able to contend with one five elements Dao soldier was already his limit. Moreover, this limit was only applicable for a short time. Once the battle dragged on, Li Jini, a newly promoted Dao embryo in the Dao body realm, would not be able to match the five elements Dao soldiers. Thus, the moment the second five elements Dao soldier appeared, Li Jini's death was already a foregone conclusion. He himself knew he could not withstand it. Additionally, Lu Chen always remembered that there existed a reversal of death technique in this world, which could revive the dead provided that their head was not completely crushed and their soul still lingered. Therefore, Lu Chen aimed for the head. No matter your realm, be it mystic law or Dao body, regardless of how refined your soul in the center of your brow might be, as long as you had not achieved the Yin spirit, if I smashed your brain with this punch, you would obediently die. Oh right, the Dao body must be smashed too. Lu Chen was about to let the five elements Dao soldier strike again to crush the Dao body in Li Jini's sea of qi, but then suddenly halted that thought. Let's toss him into the soldier cultivation immortal coffin and see. After all, he was a Dao body realm expert. Completely ruining him would be quite wasteful. By the way, I also need to search the corpse. Li Jini was, after all, the peak master of the sword contending peak and a named disciple of the third elder. Now a Dao body realm expert. His wealth must be considerable, and it would be a waste. As soon as this thought arose, the two five elements Dao soldiers had already dragged Li Jini's corpse back in front of Lu Chen. Quickly searching, Lu Chen retrieved Li Jini's storage ring and a small Chinquan pouch he kept close to him before putting them into the soldier cultivation immortal coffin. I wonder if a Dao body realm cultivator can cultivate Dao soldiers. Lu Chen was somewhat expectant. The previous soldier cultivation immortal coffin could not use human cultivators as seeds to cultivate Dao soldiers, but Li Jini was different. He was in the Dao body realm. Even among the leaders of the Dongming Sect, he would be of the elder level. He was certainly a notable figure, and naturally, he could not be compared with those ordinary cultivators. There must be some difference. Filled with anticipation, Lu Chen's consciousness also sank into the soldier cultivation immortal coffin. However, one breath passed, then 2 breaths, and after 10 breaths, Li Jini's physical body still showed no useless thing. Lu Chen fumed. Although Lu Chen's Dao soldiers had already reached their limit, and he could not cultivate new ones, if Li Jini could be used as a seed for Dao soldiers, as the owner of the soldier cultivation immortal coffin, Lu Chen would be able to sense it. However, it was clear that human cultivators still could not be used as seeds for Dao soldiers. Just as Lu Chen was about to turn Li Jini to ash. At that moment, amidst the void of the soldier cultivation immortal coffin, a white, severed hand suddenly appeared. As it gently clapped down, Li Jini's body silently shattered and disintegrated into dust. What left Lu Chen utterly dumbfounded was that he distinctly saw a mini version of Li Jini trying to escape from his dissolving body. He opened his mouth wide, wanting to scream and shout, but no sound came out. Ultimately, along with his physical body, he was obliterated, transforming into a wisp of light, completely merging into the severed hand, vanishing without a trace. Immediately, the severed hand sank back into the depths of the soldier cultivation immortal coffin, showing no signs of movement, remaining as still as it had been at the beginning, as if it were an inanimate object. Li Jini's Dao body. Lu Chen's gaze deepened. Fortunately, he had never intended to leave Li Jini with a complete corpse from the... This dog of a man clearly had a trick up his sleeve. Part of his soul should have been transferred into the Dao body in advance. If Lu Chen had overlooked the step of destroying the corpse and erasing the traces, Li Jini's Dao body could have escaped, relying on the reversal of death technique, and he would still have a chance of resurrection. However, such tricks would clearly not work in front of Lu Chen. Had it not been for the intention to test whether Li Jini could be used as a seed to cultivate Dao soldiers, the moment Li Jini's head was shattered by the 5 elements Dao soldier, the 5 elements Dao soldier might have already controlled the fire element to incinerate Li Jini to ashes. His attempt to rely on the Dao body to escape here in front of Lu Chen would not work at all. In the end, a trace of doubt appeared in Lu Chen's gaze, that severed hand of the female immortal. Did it come back to life? When did that happen? I remember that when I first obtained this severed hand, it had no life aura whatsoever. Even if it hadn't completely died, it was not far from it. Could it be that the soldier cultivation immortal coffin revived this severed hand of the female immortal? This should not be a question, but a certainty. Because this severed hand of the female immortal only came to life after Lu Chen put it into the soldier cultivation immortal coffin. However, what astonished Lu Chen even more than the revival of the female immortal's severed hand was that Li Jinyi's body seemed to have been absorbed by this severed hand of the female immortal. It must have been absorbed and completely with not a single hair left behind. The owner of this severed hand was terrifyingly strong at her prime. Even though only a severed hand remained, even buried deep underground for an indefinitely long time after revival, it could still effortlessly crush Li Jinyi, a being of the Dao body realm, into powder within the blink of an eye. What kind of power must that be? Although Li Jinyi was not a body-refining cultivator being in the Dao body realm, meant his physical body was still strong under the nurturing of magical power. It would be impossible for anyone to crush him into a wisp of light, not even the 5 elements Dao soldier. In other words, this severed hand only just revived, and its power had already surpassed that of his 5 elements Dao soldiers. This female immortal's hand is so formidable. Lu Chen suddenly felt a bit uneasy. This hand wouldn't suddenly crush his Dao soldiers and eat them, would it? Probably not. The soldier cultivation immortal coffin still held quite a few corpses of mystic law realm demons. That severed hand of the female immortal showed no intention of touching anything, and when Li Jinyi's body was first put into the soldier cultivation immortal coffin, that severed hand had not made any movement. Only after Lu Chen confirmed that Li Jinyi's body could not serve as a seed for Dao soldiers did that severed hand appear and turn Li Jinyi's body into a wisp of light. So, could it be that this female immortal's hand is also somehow in tune with my intentions? What does this count as an alternative Dao soldier? However, there is one good thing: this severed hand of the female immortal will not disturb Lu Chen's Dao soldiers, nor will it interfere with the demon corpse he intends to keep as the seed for his Dao soldiers. That is enough. Lu Chen no longer lingered, quickly departing from the training coffin and heading towards the mountain-splitting hall. The nest of pangolins had already been swept clear by the Dao soldiers waiting for him to clean up the battlefield. 17 pangolins at the mystic realm, along with over 40 at the Qi opening realm and more than 30 at the spirit transformation and Qi condensation stages. With this batch, Lu Chen's collection of mystic realm demon corpses had once again reached 46. If they were all piled onto a single golden armored Dao soldier, it would certainly be enough for Lu Chen to raise another 5 elements Dao soldier, and perhaps even more. Among the 17 pangolins, there was one massive creature extremely close to the Dao embryo stage. The remaining pangolins at the Qi opening spirit transformation and Qi condensation stages were also sufficient to promote a silver armored Dao soldier to golden armored with some surplus left over. What a great profit! Lu Chen felt exhilarated as he quickly cleaned up the battlefield and prepared to make. Suddenly, Lu Chen paused and swiftly retrieved the storage ring and the small Qianquan pouch he had taken from Li Jinyi, placing them into the training coffin. That was close. He wiped away an imaginary cold sweat. This was Li Jinyi, the master of the sword dual peak and a registered disciple of the third elder. How could he not leave behind anything that the sect could trace? Moreover, this guy most likely still had a life token. Now that Li Jinyi was dead and the token shattered, it was likely that the sect had already noticed. If Lu Chen continued to carry Li Jinyi's storage ring and Qianquan pouch, he would soon be caught by the sect. Fortunately, his training coffin was a companion treasure undetectable by outsiders and easily isolated Li Jinyi's aura. Additionally, Li Jinyi's physical body had been consumed entirely by the severed hand of that female immortal, leaving no trace behind. Even if the sect were to investigate, it would be impossible to trace it back to Lu Chen. After cleaning up the scene, Lu Chen did not linger and swiftly left with the Dao soldiers. Lu Chen continued to burrow deep underground, never resurfacing, and thus he did not see the 8 nearly fully transformed demon beings standing silently beneath the clouds. The leader of the demon tribe was tall and well-proportioned, clad in a fiery red robe, with crimson hair held up by a fire jade crown. Above his brow were 6 red scales, and atop his head were a pair of straight horns, his vertical pupils glimmering amber, indifferent and cold. As he observed the quaking earth gradually settling, he spoke indifferently, so even among the same human race infighting occurs. Beside him, a small-bodied mouse demon with a human body cackled ominously. Your Highness may not know, but humans excel at infighting even more fiercely than they do against outsiders. Another demon with a human body and face but sporting deer horns and a tail sneered, a bunch of rabble, they'll soon be trampled underfoot by my ancient demon realm. Your Highness, that person underground is likely not an ordinary disciple of the Dongming Sect. Their puppet technique is remarkable. Should we take this opportunity to eliminate them completely? Another lion demon suggested. The demon in the red robe with straight horns and 6 red scales retracted his vertical pupils and said faintly, let him go for now. Once I recover from my injuries, I will come for his life. Furthermore, I wish to see through the soul-searching technique how this human's puppet was refined. In the depths of the ancient demon ruins amidst the void, the sound of thunder echoed unceasingly, with bolts of lightning like giant serpents weaving and coiling, transforming into a myriad of densely packed runes that sealed everything. The Grand Elder of Mingjing Peak, the Third Elder of Sword Duel Peak, and the true disciples Luo Tingwu and Yang Qingping stationed in Qingzhou and Yuanzhou respectively were all seated cross-legged in the void, each in meditation. At that moment, the Third Elder suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of killing intent crossing his gaze. In the next moment, he opened his palm, revealing a shattered life token that floated before him. Faintly, the name Li Genie could still be seen etched upon the broken jade plate. How could your registered disciple Li Genie die in such a place? The Grand Elder frowned. As the killing intent flashed in the Third Elder's eyes, the Grand Elder had already perceived it and naturally saw the shattered life token in the Third Elder's hand. A shattered life token could only indicate two possibilities. One was that Li Genie betrayed the Dongming Sect and shattered the token himself. But clearly Li Genie would not be mad enough to do that, nor would he betray the sect without reason and destroy his own token. Therefore, there was only the second possibility left. Li Genie perished within the ancient demon ruins. The Third Elder's registered disciple, I have seen him a few times. Although his pair of spiritual pupils is not unique, they are indeed remarkable. He even has the potential to achieve the Yin God stage in the future and contend for a true disciple position. How could he fall in such a trivial ancient demon ruin? Luo Tingwu also looked at the shattered life token in the Third Elder's palm, his eyes filled with confusion. The ancient demon ruins might be strong, but they only contained some Dao embryo stage demons and couldn't possibly stir up much trouble. With Li Genie's strength, even if he faced a Dao embryo stage demon alone, he should not easily fall, though escaping should not have been difficult. If he couldn't even manage that, then Li Genie was simply foolish to wander in the ancient demon ruins alone. Yang Qingpeng glanced at the shattered life token in the Third Elder's hand, dismissively thinking to himself, a useless talent. He then lost interest and ignored it. If he could lose his life in such a small, ancient demon ruin, what great achievement could he hope to achieve in the future? His reputation did not match his worth. If he died, then so be it. There were many disciples in the Dongming Sect, and Li Genie was not the only one who had died. Even among the true disciples and inner sect elders, there were times when they would perish in dangerous situations. It was nothing worth making a fuss about. Crack. The Third Elder's expression gradually darkened as he slowly closed his palm, crushing the shattered life token of Li Genie into fine powder. Although Li Genie's personality was not likable, the Third Elder had never overlooked this registered disciple. Li Genie indeed had exceptional talent, and he could go far on the path of cultivation. In the future, he would at least become an inner sect elder at the Yin God stage, and even contend for the true disciple position, as Luo Tingwu mentioned, was not impossible. But now his registered disciple had died in the ancient demon ruins almost right under his nose. Out of concern and reasoning, the Third Elder should go take a look. Not to mention, if there was any hope of rescue, at the very least there should be an explanation for the demon or human that killed Li Genie. I shall leave for a moment. The Third Elder slowly stood up, opening his clenched palm, once more revealing a glimmer of spiritual light that floated quietly in front of him. This was the last trace of Li Genie's aura within the life token. As long as he followed this trace of aura, he would undoubtedly find Li Genie's whereabouts. Boom. At that moment, amidst the thunder and lightning, a massive, terrifying entity emerged from behind the densely packed runes in the void, striking against the myriad of thunderous runes and creating a tremendous fist imprint. Little things from the Dongming Sect, the small demons in the ruins, can be left unharmed, but if there is even the slightest mishap to my ancient demon lineage's descendants, you shall await a river of blood flowing through the Qingming human race. A deep, ancient voice echoed through the void, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. At that moment, the Grand Elder Luo Tingwu and Yang Qingping, along with the departing Third Elder, abruptly turned to look at the void on the other side, sealed by the thunderous runes. The ancient demon clan. Are they about to challenge the seals left by the predecessors of Qingming? If that is indeed the case, the current Qingming may not remain calm any longer. Because at this time it coincides with the Qingming Great Purge, and the major sects are all vying for dominance. If the demon clans from the ancient demon realm also intervene, matters will become even more complicated. Yang Qingpeng grinned, his robust and towering figure standing tall in front, the remnants of the demon clan confined in the ancient demon realm and unable to even step outside dare to utter such grandiose words. If you have the ability, come forth and say it. I want to see whether your words are tougher than my fists. Young one, do not seek your own demise. A deep voice rumbling like thunder echoed from the void filled with thunderous runes, yet it showed no signs of anger. Your lifespans are fleeting. How many cycles of spring and autumn can you endure? Before our ancient demon lineage you are but mayflies. How dare you speak so shamelessly? Yang Qingpeng scoffed, exuding an aura of dominance. The predecessors of the human race in Qingming were able to suppress your ancient demon lineage in the ancient demon realm for nearly 10,000 years, and now our Qingming human race can likewise put you remnants of the ancient demons back in your place. If you do not believe it, then come and try. Boom. In response to Yang Qingpeng, a more astonishing punch struck heavily against the dense thunderous runes, causing the remnants of the ancient demon tomb to tremble. Especially the thick thunderous runes, which seemed to dim slightly, as though they were about to shatter. The entrance to the ancient demon realm is not limited to this place. If this seal is broken, the others will also be compromised. Does the current Qingming human race truly dare to incur the wrath of our ancient demon lineage? Yang Qingpeng was about to say more when the Grand Elder, whose hand was gradually regaining its youthful vigor, rested it on his shoulder and stepped forward, speaking lightly. If the ancient demon lineage truly wishes to emerge from the ancient demon realm, the current Qingming human race may not grant you another opportunity to be sealed again. While confined in the ancient demon realm, the ancient demon lineage still has a chance to survive, but if you abandon even that seal, then the ancient demon lineage has no reason to continue to exist. This is the Grand Elder's intention, exceptionally domineering. How ridiculous! A disdainful whisper emanated from the void behind the thunderous runes. In the past, there were still ascendants in Qingming. Can your Qingming human race still find such beings today? After this statement, there was no further response, and that overwhelming confidence and calmness inexplicably plunged the Grand Elder and the Third Elder into silence. After a long while, the Grand Elder finally murmured, as if in a trance, "Ascendant. Can Qingming still give birth to ascendants today?" Moreover, not only in Qingming but across the vast cosmos, it seems there are hardly any ascendants to be found. Times have changed. Although Qingming was not yet the center of the universe in the past, it was still a place where many powerful beings emerged. Just the fact that they could keep the ancient demon lineage sealed within the ancient demon realm until now demonstrates Qingming's power back then. Unfortunately, it seems Qingming's fortune has been exhausted, and it has been thousands of years since an ascendant has emerged. Even if a prodigy with extraordinary talent appears, they will go to the cosmic starry sky to cultivate and ascend to higher realms. I have heard that a descendant of the Red Dragon from the ancient demon lineage indeed hunted our Dongming Sect disciples in the ruins and slaughtered them. The Third Elder casually remarked, seemingly unconcerned with the warnings from the ancient demon realm on the other side of the void. What kind of storm could the sealed remnants of the ancient demons stir up? If the Dongming Sect were afraid of these remnants, they would not have entered this ancient demon tomb. Just a mere descendant of the Red Dragon, what is there to fear? However, it appears that the strength of this Red Dragon descendant is not weak. Even the combined efforts of the Peak Elders and their personally taught disciples could not capture this descendant, merely injuring it. If they want to completely slay it, it seems the Elders and direct disciples will have to take action themselves. What kind of descendant of the Red Dragon is this? It is not a true dragon bloodline. Oh, what is it worth? Yang Qingpeng snorted coldly. The Grand Elder and Luo Tingwu exchanged glances, ultimately remaining silent. The Third Elder no longer lingered. The aura of Li Jini floated from his palm, pointing in a certain direction, only to be grasped by the Third Elder and vanished without a trace. In just a moment, deep beneath the ground where the mountain-piercing hall was destroyed by Lu Chen, the Third Elder slowly raised his hand, causing wisps of aura to float up from deep within the earth, which he grasped in his palm. The Pangolin clan. Li Jini. The Third Elder gradually furrowed his brow. He has actually broken through to the Dao Embryo realm. Since he has entered the Dao Embryo realm, who else in this ancient demon tomb could cause Li Jini to perish completely, even leaving no trace of his spirit behind? Moreover, why are there no other auras remaining besides those of the Pangolin clan and Li Jini? It should not be, nor could it be. Those minor demons of the Pangolin clan cannot kill a Li Jini of the Xuanfa realm, much less one who has entered the Dao Embryo realm. Then who could it be? Who else in this ancient demon tomb could kill Li Jini of the Dao Embryo realm? Could it be the Red Dragon descendant of the ancient demon lineage? But why is there not a single trace of aura left? The Third Elder stood in place, unmoving for a long time, until after a while he suddenly blinked and left. If he cannot find any traces in this ancient demon tomb, then after returning to the sect he will invite an elder skilled in divination to take a look. Surely there must be some clues left behind after killing Li Jini. It is impossible to avoid leaving traces, and some information will eventually surface. At that time, the Third Elder, as his master, will have to provide an explanation. Who is spying on me? Deep beneath the ground, Lu Chen suddenly paused. Without reason, and sensing nothing in particular, Lu Chen felt that something was amiss. There seemed to be an ominous premonition in the air, making him uneasy. This was his instinct warning him. Lu Chen always trusted his instincts. Just as when he was heading to this ancient demon tomb and boarding the sect's flying ship, he had sensed that this journey would not be peaceful. And indeed halfway through the Dongming Sect's ship encountered the remnants of the 12 Manifestations Sect and the demons of the Demon Path entangled together.